On a desolate little hill, before a dilapidated thatched cottage, sat a remarkably handsome youth, merely 16 years of age. His eyes sparkled like stars, and his high-bridged nose lent him an air of elegance, yet his tattered garments betrayed his impoverished state. Before him lay an emaciated old man, barely clinging to life. "Old fellow, you can't just leave me like this. What about the inheritance? Did you not leave me anything? I'm merely at the first stage of body refinement. I'm just a weakling," Yi Chan lamented, supporting the frail shoulders of the old man, his expression one of profound helplessness. Having traversed into this fantastical realm for 5 years, he had roamed aimlessly until this old man took him under his wing, and they became inseparable companions. This old man, clearly a beggar, had incessantly boasted of being a great cultivator, only to succumb to death after a mere few years. Cough, cough. I raised you from infancy with my own efforts, and now that I'm on the brink of death, you only think of the inheritance? You little brat. The old man chided weakly, his voice barely audible unless one leaned in closely. Furious, Yi Chen retorted, "Don't spout nonsense. I don't consume such things. Didn't you claim to be a great cultivator? Do great cultivators also die?" Yi Chen shouted, anger rising, though his eyes glistened with unshed tears, lamenting the old man's untimely demise. "Rascal, this sect shall be entrusted to you. You must carry it forward and bring it to greater heights," the old man gasped, his breath growing even fainter. Yi Chen sighed in resignation. "At least tell me the name of this pitiful sect of ours." After following the old man, all he had learned was a basic body refinement technique, while the old man prattled on about establishing a sect. Looking around at the hill and the run-down thatched cottage, he wondered how this could ever be deemed a sect. Suddenly, the old man's eyes widened. "I forgot to name the sect." With that, his head tilted, and he breathed his last. Yi Chen exclaimed internally, "What the hell?" Was it truly the case that for all these years, the old man had never named a sect? How dare he claim to have founded one? After burying the old man with a heavy heart, Yi Chen pulled out the basic body refinement technique, tears threatening to spill. In this vast world brimming with formidable cultivators, his first stage of body refinement left him weaker than even the most common of beings. He had come to learn that this realm was known as the wild immortal world, one of the 3,000 great worlds, teeming with countless cultivators. The wild immortal world was further divided into the Eastern Victory Continent, Western E Continent, Southern Zhang Continent, Northern Zhu Continent, and Central Divine Land. He resided in the Tian realm of the Eastern Victory Continent. Though only one of many realms within the Eastern Victory Continent, he understood that the Tian realm was vastly larger than the blue star of his previous life. There were a total of 18 realms akin to Tian within the Eastern Victory Continent. Thus, the sheer magnitude of the entire wild, immortal world was unfathomable. "Let's take it one step at a time," Yi Chen thought helplessly, berating himself for not possessing a more extraordinary constitution, one that would allow for rapid breakthroughs in cultivation. It was truly shameful to bear the title of a transmigrator. Just as he prepared to continue practicing the basic body refinement technique, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! The host's inheritance of the sect master's name has been detected. The system of the first sect of the heavens has awakened and successfully bound to the host. What? I've awakened a system? Yi Chen's body trembled, his pores opening in astonishment. Newbie gift package. 1 share of cultivation at the Great Ascension stage. Does the host wish to claim it? The system's voice filled Yi Chen with joy. He knew he was not destined to be a disgrace among transmigrators. He too would have his advantages. 5 years. An entire 5 years. Did you know how I endured these 5 years? But he quickly regained his composure, analyzing the system's flaws. System, you say I awakened because I inherited the title of sect master. What if I fail to become the sect master? Will you just vanish forever? Yi Chen inquired warily. System, theoretically yes. Yi Chen's anger flared, and he exclaimed, "What the hell? Isn't this a matter of probability? Who can guarantee I will have the chance to become sect master after transmigrating? Are you trying to condemn me to death? System, does the host wish to claim the newbie gift package?" Yi Chen, refusing to relent, pressed on. Are you trying to use this as a test? What kind of test can withstand this level of scrutiny? Speak. How will you compensate me for my mental anguish, lost wages, and hormonal imbalances? System, BZZT, system error, newbie gift package cannot meet host demands. BZZT, considering the loophole in the awakening conditions, the system is currently assessing compensation for the host's losses. Newbie gift package upgrade complete. Gift, cultivation at the Great Ascension stage upgraded to Immortal Emperor cultivation. Does the host wish to claim it? Upon hearing Immortal Emperor cultivation, Yi Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He swallowed hard. Immortal Emperor? Isn't that the legendary peak of the wild, immortal world? The hierarchy of cultivation, body refinement stage, chi refinement stage, foundation establishment stage, golden core stage, nascent soul stage, God transformation stage, void refinement stage, integration stage, great ascension stage, tribulation stage, true immortal stage, earth immortal stage, heaven immortal stage, mysterious immortal stage, immortal monarch, immortal king, immortal emperor. Once he attained immortal emperor cultivation, he could traverse the entire wild immortal world at will. He could even soar through the void, exploring the 3,000 great worlds. With a mere gesture, could he not annihilate a small world with ease? To ascend from the body refinement stage of a mere weakling to the exalted status of an immortal emperor was a notion he had never dared to entertain. As he became lost in this exhilarating reverie, the system, noticing he had yet to claim his reward, quietly added further compensation. Detected that the host is still unsatisfied with the upgraded gift package, the system adds compensation. 1 primordial immortal bell. Does the host wish to claim it? Gulp. Yi Chen swallowed again, relieved he hadn't immediately agreed, or he would have missed out on this additional reward. This system was indeed cunning. It seemed one had to be rated to receive better rewards. Truly shameless. He deliberately waited a few minutes, and upon seeing that the system did not offer any further rewards, he finally waved his hand and scoffed. Consider yourself fortunate. I shall reluctantly accept this gift. After Yi Chen chose to claim the reward, an overwhelming torrent of power surged upon him, an indescribable force representing the pinnacle of the wild, immortal world. In the void above, myriad laws manifested, and countless phenomena appeared. Golden lotuses sprouted from the sea of suffering. Immortal kings descended from the heavens. The bright moon rose over the ocean. The diagram of yin and yang of life and death emerged. 3,000 deities and demons knelt in reverence, and purple energy surged eastward for 90,000 miles. These myriad phenomena filled the skies above the Tian realm, a sight so terrifying that all within the realm bore witness. Chapter 2. Celestial level aptitude and the disciple recruitment reward. Countless extraordinary phenomena hung suspended in the void, as the laws of the great Tao manifested, reverberating with a breathtaking celestial might that spread throughout the entire Tian realm, cascading across the entirety of the Dongshan continent, and even resonating within the vast expanse of the wild immortal world. The most formidable beings within the wild immortal world abruptly awakened from their secluded meditations, feeling the supreme divine authority in the void above, leaving them utterly bewildered. What a terrifying aura! Could it be that someone has ascended to the rank of immortal emperor? Who could it possibly be? Since the demonic invasion of the wild immortal world 30 million years ago, the immortal emperors of this realm had either perished or wandered the myriad worlds. Today, however, a new immortal emperor has emerged. Which immortal king has achieved such a breakthrough? The esteemed ancestors of the various top sects and families awakened en masse, profoundly shaken by the might of this immortal emperor. Particularly those who had already reached the realms of immortal monarch and immortal king were even more astonished, manifesting their true forms to search for Yi Chen's location. Yet, for reasons unknown, the secrets of heaven were obscured by an enigmatic and vast power, preventing them from pinpointing his exact whereabouts at this moment. Yi Chen remained oblivious to the attention and uproar he had caused throughout the wild immortal world with his breakthrough. His internal aura surged dramatically, catapulting him directly from the body refinement stage to the pinnacle of the immortal emperor realm. An unprecedented torrent of terrifying energy roiled within him. He felt as though he could shatter the Dongshan continent with a mere flick of his hand. The stars in the sky no longer seemed distant. He could effortlessly pluck them from the heavens. The supreme power flowed through his being, as if he contained the very laws of a miniature world within himself. Truly, he was worthy of the title of immortal emperor. The sensation of invincibility was exhilarating. Yichun grinned widely. And the primordial immortal bell. He retrieved this celestial artifact from his system space, and an inexplicable, formidable aura permeated the surroundings, emanating strands of imperial might. Were it not for his control, a mere wisp of this imperial aura could have flattened an entire mountain range. The primordial immortal bell was fashioned in an ancient style, intricately adorned with numerous complex Tao patterns. It was not merely a celestial artifact. It was the weapon of an immortal emperor, one of the most elite among celestial artifacts, a true imperial weapon. Yichun beckoned, and the primordial immortal bell transformed into a palm-sized object, hovering within his palm, exquisite and compact, yet imbued with terrifying power. Very well, introduce yourself and your function. I hope to be intrigued. Yichun addressed the system. This system is the foremost sect system of the myriad realms, designed to forge the strongest sect across all worlds. The host can obtain various rewards by developing the sect, ensuring mutual benefit, so the host shall never suffer losses. Dominate the myriad realms. Grow and strengthen and create brilliance. The host is urged to take action. Listening to the system's introduction, Yichun felt quite satisfied. Developing a sect was a trivial matter for him, an immortal emperor. The host may begin by recruiting disciples. The higher the aptitude of the disciples, the better the rewards. Disciple aptitude. How is that determined? Yichun inquired. Disciple aptitude can be classified into several levels: mortal, spirit, profound, king, saint, celestial, and emperor. A trivial matter indeed. By the way, I haven't named the sect yet. I need a name. Yichun realized he currently lacked even a title. He ought to have a name for the sect when recruiting disciples. Right? That old fellow never named the sect even until death. I think. Let us call it Kunlun Sacred Land. The host has successfully named the sect, rewarding a mountain gate plaque. As soon as he named the Kunlun Sacred Land, the system's reward was triggered, and a miniature mountain gate materialized within the system's space. Materialization. With a wave of his hand, Yichun set the mountain gate at the foot of the mountain. Boom! With a resounding crash, a massive mountain gate, towering over 100 feet, appeared, grand and imposing, with the words Kunlun Sacred Land inscribed upon the plaque. Upon the emergence of this plaque, the spiritual energy of the entire mountain range surged significantly, rendering this small peak shrouded in an air of mystery. Merely a plaque of the mountain gate, yet it possessed astonishing effects. Let us see about recruiting disciples. Yichun immediately released his divine sense. With his current cultivation, covering the entire Tsangtian realm was a trivial feat. Moreover, with the system's assistance, he could easily discern the aptitude levels of each individual. Soon, he identified a promising candidate with commendable aptitude nearby. To discover a disciple with celestial-level aptitude so quickly? My luck is truly remarkable. Yichun stepped forth, and a vortex of void appeared before him. As he entered, the vortex closed and vanished. Tsangtan realm. Tong Tian Valley, a disheveled figure was being pursued by a dozen formidable presences. Darn it, the methods of the ghostly soul manor are exceedingly sinister, specifically targeting the soul. I find myself utterly powerless to utilize my abilities. The one fleeing for his life was a young man named Mu Yin, around 17 or 18 years old, whose aura was chaotic, clearly cornered into a desperate situation. Behind him, the pursuers were members of the Ghostly Soul Pavilion, a notorious force known for hunting various remnants of souls in the wild immortal world. Mu Yin possessed a powerful remnant soul, which had drawn their pursuit. Useless little brat. You've exhausted all your strength. Continuing to flee is but a waste of time. You might as well let your sister love you properly. Among the pursuers from the Ghostly Soul Manor was a strikingly beautiful woman, clad in a vibrant red dress that drew attention. Her long, fair legs were brazenly exposed, as if every step she took crushed the hearts of men. The enchanting woman licked her luscious red lips with a delicate tongue. Her mesmerizing gaze fixed on Mu Yin. With a swish, her slender hands clutched a thick, pitch-black iron chain, exuding a strange aura specifically designed to target souls. Ghostly Soul Pavilion. Don't think you can easily capture me. The outcome of the hunt is still uncertain. Mu Yin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes fierce and resolute. He still possessed one final trump card, to harness the remnant soul within him for a last-ditch strike. Boldly, Can you still hold on for one last burst of power? The voice of an ancient spirit responded within his mind. I can still unleash one final burst of strength, comparable to the transformation stage. We must seize this opportunity to escape. Good. As long as we can drive these people back, we'll have a chance to breathe. As Mu Yan's words fell, he surrendered his body to the remnant soul known as Old Li, which resided within him. Their fates were now intertwined, advancing and retreating together. Boom. Mu Yan's aura surged explosively, leaping from the foundation establishment stage directly to the transformation stage, a terrifying presence raging around him like a storm capable of obliterating everything. The beautiful woman felt no fear. Instead, she grew more excited and exhilarated. Yes, this is the power of the remnant soul. If I can devour and refine this remnant soul, my strength will undoubtedly soar. The iron chain in the beautiful woman's hand rattled as it transformed into a giant black serpent, lunging toward Mu Yan. He immediately countered with his techniques, but the various secret arts of the beautiful woman specifically countered remnant souls, causing him to quickly fall into defeat. Mu Yan spat out a mouthful of blood, hurtling backward for hundreds of meters, his aura swiftly plummeting back to the foundation establishment stage. Old Li's weakened voice echoed, Mu Yan? It seems we are truly cornered this time. Mu Yan gritted his teeth, knowing that with the enemy advancing through the void, he had no opportunity to turn the tide. Die. The beautiful woman's eyes turned cold, and her iron chain pierced through the void, aimed at Mu Yan, preparing to end his life. Just as Mu Yan resigned himself to his fate, a young, unadorned figure inexplicably appeared in the void, perfectly intercepting the iron chain. Bang! Before the chain could make contact, it shattered into countless fragments. The sudden turn of events left everyone in a state of shock. Yi Chen calmly regarded the stunned Mu Yan and spoke softly. Do you wish to join my Kunlun sacred land and become my direct disciple? Chapter 3. The magnificent main hall. Mu Yan's utter shock. Mu Yan stood frozen, bewildered. How could a young man, seemingly of his own age, suddenly appear during this life and death moment to recruit him as a disciple? Surely, he must be hallucinating. Yet, the voice of Old Li rang in his mind. Mu Yan, this person is exceedingly strong. Extremely strong. Mu Yan's heart shook. If even Old Li, the remnant soul, deemed this individual powerful, he must be a truly terrifying figure. What are you waiting for? If you become my disciple, I can help you resolve your troubles. Otherwise, I shall take my leave. Yi Chen stated nonchalantly. Senior, Mu Yan remained dazed. Unable to fathom the current situation, in the distance, the beautiful woman from the ghostly soul manor glared at Yi Chen with murderous intent, her voice dripping with malice. Fellow Taoist, kindly step aside. The ghostly soul manor is conducting business. Otherwise, do not blame us for being impolite. The ghostly soul manor was notorious for its ruthless strength. It was said that an immortal emperor currently presided over the manor. The beautiful woman held her head high, exuding an arrogant demeanor. She was confident that once she invoked the name of the ghostly soul manor, this stranger would be too intimidated to meddle. Mu Yan began to feel anxious, for at least this senior did not harbor any malice towards him. If the senior were to be frightened away by the reputation of the ghost house, wouldn't it mean his doom? Just when they assumed Yi Chen would be wary, he maintained an expressionless demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the warning issued by the beautiful woman, Mu Yan, at 18 years of age. Possessed an innate supreme fire spiritual root and celestial level talent. If nurtured properly, he was destined to reach at least the true immortal realm in the future. Yi Chen recited Mu Yan's information with a calm tone. Both Mu Yan and Elder Li were struck with astonishment. The fact that he possessed a natural fire spiritual root was known only to the two of them. Could this senior have seen right through his secrets at a glance? You are the first to dare disregard me, the beautiful woman shouted in exasperation, her face contorted with fury. Waves of dark energy surged from her body, as a dozen black iron chains slithered through the air like serpents, then simultaneously lunged towards Yi Chen. Be careful, senior. Her attack is quite peculiar, Mu Yan instinctively cried out, but soon realized his concerns were unfounded. For those chains erupted once more into countless fragments, such terrifying power. Elder Li's astonished voice echoed in Mu Yan's mind. The beautiful woman's face was filled with shock as she stumbled back several steps, as though she had encountered something truly horrifying. With her transformation realm cultivation, Coupled with the ghost house's bizarre attack methods, she was virtually invincible among her peers. Yet this mysterious powerhouse had not even moved, effortlessly neutralizing all her assaults. Just how formidable was this individual? "Form the formation!" the beautiful woman shouted, and the several powerful figures beside her swiftly took action, establishing a colossal array. Waves of formidable energy surged towards Yi Chen, the might of which was comparable to a peak attack from the transformation realm. Annoyed, Yi Chen furrowed his brows. With just a glance, the void ahead split open, creating a powerful suction that drew all of Ghost House's members inside. "Help!" the beautiful woman screamed in terror and despair. But before she could finish her sentence, her alabaster figure vanished into the swirling void, which subsequently closed on its own. The world fell silent. To tear apart the fabric of space with bare hands? No, it wasn't even that. A mere glance had sufficed. What kind of power did he possess? Mu Yin, I must retreat into slumber. Otherwise, I will certainly be detected by him. Elder Li's voice rang out in terror before he completely concealed himself. Not daring to even communicate with Mu Yan in the presence of such an unparalleled powerhouse, he did not wish to take any risks. Tearing apart the void? Mu Yin appeared utterly bewildered, being only at the foundation establishment stage. He had no concept of what that entailed. "Thank you, senior, for your benevolent assistance. Your junior shall never forget this. I am willing to become your disciple." Mu Yin hastily knelt and bowed. "Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my first direct disciple." Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction. The system promptly issued the latest notifications. Host successfully accepted a disciple. Reward: 5 true immortal summoning cards. Reward: a main hall. Reward: a 10,000-year enlightenment tea tree. Reward: primordial body of chaos. Reward: imperial level technique flame god art. To have received such an abundance of rewards from just one disciple was indeed a delightful surprise for Yi Chen. "Let us return to the mountain gate." With a wave of his hand, an invisible force enveloped Mu Yin, transporting him through the void. When Mu Yin regained his senses, he found himself at the foot of a towering mountain. And upon looking up, he beheld an enormous mountain gate that rose over 100 feet high. The plaque inscribed with the words Kunlun Sacred Land shimmered with golden light, exuding an infinite aura of Tao that captivated him entirely. "What a grand mountain gate, master! Are we truly part of a sacred land?" Mu Yin exclaimed with great excitement, realizing from the imposing entrance that Kunlun Sacred Land was no ordinary sect in the ancient world. Those who dared to name themselves sacred lands were transcendental powers that had endured through countless ages. Behind every sacred land, at the very least, stood the shadow of an immortal emperor. Only forces established by immortal emperors could rightfully bear the title of sacred land. Could it be that Kunlun Sacred Land was indeed a transcendent power founded by an immortal emperor? Yet, why had he never heard of a Kunlun Sacred Land in the ancient world? As he stepped through the grand entrance, Mu Yin felt as if he had been cleansed, all negative states swept away. His internal energy and spiritual power were restored to their peak. Moreover, the bottleneck of the 7th layer of foundation establishment had loosened, and he was on the verge of breaking through to the 8th layer. Mu Yin marveled inwardly. Could such a magnificent gate possess such miraculous effects? Just how abundant must the resources of this sacred land be? However, upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a barren little hill, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. This meager, desolate mountain bore no resemblance to a sect at all. Could that grand entrance be a mere fade? "Master, where is our sect?" Mu Yin timidly inquired, unable to believe that this little hill was Kunlun Sacred Land. "Oh, I almost forgot. We are a hidden sect, having only recently entered the world, so our infrastructure has yet to catch up. However, if you work diligently on your cultivation, everything you desire will eventually come to pass," Yi Chen said with a smile. Mu Yan's heart sank. He couldn't shake the feeling that his master had the demeanor of a callous employer exploiting his workers, and even his tone resembled that of a heartless boss. "Main hall, materialize." Yi Chen disregarded Mu Yan's thoughts, retrieving the main hall from the system space and setting it before them. Suddenly, the heavens trembled as countless purple energies cascaded from the void, and rainbow clouds filled the sky, manifesting the rules of the heavenly Tao as if they were about to create the world anew. In Mu Yin's wide-eyed astonishment, a grand hall, covering an area of over 1,000 miles, crashed to the ground, encompassing the entire mountain range. The earth quaked. Mu Yin swallowed hard. To conjure a hall out of thin air was utterly unbelievable. What sort of power was this? Was it the great Ascension stage? The Tribulation stage? Or a true immortal? It seemed he had truly found an extraordinary master. It's merely a small trick. In the future, once you grow, you will understand, Yi Chen said, patting him on the shoulder. Fearing that he might dislocate his jaw from shock, Mu Yin felt an unprecedented exhilaration. Before meeting his master, his ambition had been to reach the great Ascension stage, perhaps even the Tribulation stage. Yet, with just a few words from Yi Chen, he grasped the concept of there are always greater beings beyond the horizon. At the very least, he believed that even a Tribulation stage expert could not match his master's astonishing power. I shall never disappoint you, master. Mu Yin clenched his fists tightly, his face flushed with excitement. Yi Chen entered the main hall first. Follow me. There are matters I need to entrust to you. Mu Yin hurriedly followed behind. Chapter 4. Merging the primordial body of chaos, mastering the laws of all. Upon entering the main hall, it felt as though they had entered a small world, entirely distinct from the outside. Mu Yin gazed around in astonishment. The vast hall was adorned with intricately carved pillars featuring dragons and phoenixes, and exquisite statues of exotic beasts stood tall. It seemed as though these carvings might spring to life at any moment. Though he had never experienced a true sacred land, he was certain that even those renowned sacred lands in the ancient immortal world would pale in comparison to the Kunlun sacred land's main hall. Here, he felt as insignificant as an ant. The might of his master was beyond his imagination. With just a gesture, such a magnificent building was conjured, truly a miracle. Yi Chen sat upon the main seat, surveying the world like a celestial emperor overlooking mortals, an invisible might that left Mu Yin somewhat breathless. This was not a deliberate display by Yi Chen, but rather an inherent power that came with being an immortal emperor. Difficult for others to withstand. Mu Yin, as the first disciple of our sect, I naturally have some gifts for you, Yi Chen declared, waving his hand to present a technique enveloped in blazing flames before Mu Yin. Gazing at the flames, Mu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. He could sense that even a single spark could incinerate mountains and boil seas. This technique is perfectly suited to your constitution. Take it and cultivate it, Yi Chen smiled. Thank you, master. Mu Yin tremulously accepted the flame-encased technique, fearing he might be consumed by the flames, but fortunately, they dissipated on their own. Though he did not know the rank of this technique, he was certain it was something extraordinary, given that it came from his master. You possess an innate supreme fire spiritual root and exceptional talent, but that is not enough. I shall develop your potential to its utmost. After saying this, Yi Chen placed his hand upon Mu Yin's crown, and in an instant, Mu Yin lost consciousness. However, the various laws of the universe converged in Yi Chen's hand, then poured into Mu Yin's body like a flowing river. Cleansing his supreme fire spiritual root, flames enveloped Mu Yin entirely, with various colors radiating terrifying temperatures, yet strangely, they did not harm him. Soon, his supreme fire spiritual root metamorphosed into the higher-grade flame spirit sacred body. If the supreme fire spiritual root belonged to celestial-level talent, destined to achieve at least the true immortal realm, then the flame spirit sacred body represented imperial-level talent, with the potential to reach the realm of an immortal emperor. The upper limits of the two were entirely different. Mu Yin felt as though his body had transformed into boundless heavenly fire, merging with all the laws of flame. When he finally opened his eyes and regained his awareness, he discovered that his master had long since departed from the hall. Disciple, return to your cultivation. Strive to lead Kunlun's sacred land to its zenith soon, Yi Chen's voice echoed in his ears. Inspired, Mu Yin clenched his fists and declared loudly, I shall heed Master's teachings. I will not let you down. As the esteemed disciple of the Kunlun sacred land, one represents the very visage of the sect. After Mu Yin's departure, Yi Chen retrieved 5 true immortal summoning cards awarded by the system. 5 true immortals. Their ranks may be somewhat lacking, yet given the current scarcity of personnel in the Kunlun sacred land, they are better than nothing. Yi Chen felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and proceeded to materialize the 5 true immortals to present themselves before him. Were any other sacred lands to learn that he was dissatisfied with the strength of 5 true immortals, they would likely be incensed. The delineation of realms encompasses body refinement, Qi cultivation, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, unity, great ascension, tribulation crossing, true immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, profound immortal, immortal monarch, immortal king, and immortal emperor. Over the past several million years, immortal emperors seem to have vanished entirely. Profound immortals, immortal monarchs, and immortal kings mostly seclude themselves in meditation, striving to transcend to higher realms. The top-tier powerhouses still actively participating in the world are predominantly true immortals. Earth immortals and heaven immortals. Typically, the leader of a sacred land possesses a cultivation level akin to that of a heaven immortal. Thus, the cultivation of a true immortal is already quite formidable. While one may not claim dominion over the vast expanse of the wild immortal world, they are at least renowned figures of great stature, who receive 5 absolutely loyal true immortals and yet remain unsatisfied. This is already a formidable force. Yi Chen then moved the Enlightenment tea tree into reality, where it automatically took root on the back mountain. With the main hall now established, this place had transformed from a mere hill into a sprawling expanse of palatial structures, altering the very laws of this realm. The Enlightenment tea tree stood 10 zhang tall, its dense foliage adorned with naturally inscribed Tao patterns, possessing an extraordinary ability to inspire profound understanding. Merge with the primordial body of Hongming, Yi Chen commanded. The primordial body of Hongming, the first physique to emerge at the dawn of creation, symbolizes the origin of the world and the inception of all things. This physique requires no accompanying techniques, as it is inherently the most powerful existence, capable of perfect integration with any Daoic principles. Yi Chen's physique underwent a rapid metamorphosis, drawing upon the primal forces of the world, influencing not just the wild immortal world but countless other realms. In the depths of the cosmos beyond the great world, the multicolored forces of the Tao manifested, coalescing into a flowing river of energy. From the wild immortal world, one could gaze upwards to behold resplendent colors and a terror that penetrated the very soul. Countless top-tier powerhouses from various worlds were roused from their slumber. The myriad Tao forces within the universe had actually materialized. They had never encountered such phenomena in all their years. At this moment, many immortal emperors could no longer remain still, sensing the overwhelming aura of the Tao from afar in the depths of the cosmos. What on earth had transpired? Was this a cosmic anomaly? Impossible, for such phenomena are confined within a single great world. How could it manifest in the depths of the cosmos? Had someone ascended to the rank of emperor? No, that cannot be. The commotion I caused upon becoming emperor was nothing compared to even 1% of this. The myriad worlds are undergoing a monumental transformation. Could a cataclysm of the ages be upon us? Such clarity in the Daoic principles. If only I could comprehend even a fragment, my strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Many immortal emperors silently observed the terrifying cosmic torrent, a sheer manifestation of countless Daoic laws. At their level, they could not fathom the underlying reasons. Numerous immortal monarchs and immortal kings seized this opportunity to comprehend the laws, fervently enhancing their own strengths. Some, who had long been trapped at the pinnacle of the immortal king realm, even felt their boundaries loosening, on the verge of breaking through to the immortal emperor realm. For all powerhouses across the myriad realms, this was an unprecedented and monumental opportunity. Yi Chen remained unaware that his mere merging with the primordial body of Hongming had incited such a stir across the heavens and worlds. Soon enough, he completed the integration. Indeed, possessing the primordial body of Hongming is a remarkable advantage. I alone now embody the fusion of a great world's laws. As an immortal emperor, I could effortlessly vanquish 100 of my former selves. Yi Chen's eyes brimmed with astonishment. Although his realm remained unchanged, his mastery over the laws of heaven and earth had transformed entirely. He opened his palm, revealing countless lines of laws intricately weaving together in his grasp. Should he desire, he could construct a small world at any moment. Furthermore, it would be a complete small world, not merely a modest secret realm. System notification. In half a month, a genius exchange meeting will be held at the Fulong Mountain Range. Please proceed to find suitable disciples, as recruiting students will yield generous rewards. More rewards to be claimed? How delightfully effortless! Yi Chen smiled with satisfaction and traversed through the void to the side of the Enlightenment ancient tree. Rustling, upon seeing Yi Chen, The enlightenment ancient tea tree exuberantly shook its branches, its leaves shimmering with a verdant glow, while countless strands of Tao principles cascaded down with little to do. It could finally indulge in leisurely slumber. Yichun reclined comfortably beneath the ancient tree, closing his eyes in serene tranquility. Chapter 5. Imperial-level techniques, the distressed Li Lao. Meanwhile, after departing the main hall, Mu Yin made his way to the area where the disciples resided. His master had bestowed upon him a scroll of techniques, yet he remained uncertain of its rank. Eager to begin practicing the newly acquired techniques, he was halted in his tracks by the approach of 5 imposing figures, exuding an aura that sent shivers down his spine. "Fear not, we are the elders of the sect, on our way to pay respects to the sect leader," one of the burly men said with a friendly smile. Upon hearing this explanation, Mu Yin felt his tension ease. They were indeed his own. Given that his master, a formidable figure, presided over the Kunlun sacred land, it was unlikely that any troublemakers could infiltrate. "Disciple Mu Yin pays his respects to the esteemed elders," he said, cupping his hands. Once the 5 departed, he exhaled in relief and hurried to the disciples' quarters. After a prolonged silence, Li Lao finally emerged. "This place is utterly terrifying. I dare not even breathe, let alone reveal any aura." Li Lao's voice rang in Mu Yan's mind, filled with trepidation. "Li Lao, worry not, for this is the Kunlun sacred land, and I am now its foremost disciple. I assure you, all is well." Mu Yin reassured him with a smile, confident that his master would not harbor ill intentions towards him. After all, even Li Lao, no matter how formidable, was merely a remnant soul. Unbeknownst to Mu Yin, he had previously regarded Li Lao as the pinnacle of strength, but now he found himself looking down upon Li Lao's cultivation. Upon encountering a higher tier of power, one's perspective inevitably shifts. By the way, what did your master say to you?" Li Lao inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Upon this question, Mu Yin could no longer contain his excitement and replied joyfully, "My master has enhanced my aptitude. I am no longer merely a natural fire spirit root." "Enhanced your aptitude? Is that truly so? Release your control of your body. Let me see," Li Lao responded, half convinced, as he took control of Mu Yan's body. He was astounded by the intense heat and power radiating from it. The strength was far beyond anything witnessed before, magnitudes greater. "What sort of physique is this? You now resemble a living flame." "I've never encountered such a powerful physique," Li Lao exclaimed in shock. Mu Yin scratched his head, saying, "My master referred to it as the flame spirit sacred body, but I must admit I am not entirely clear on the specifics." Upon hearing the term flame spirit sacred body, Li Lao was rendered speechless, his mind swirling in tumultuous waves. "Li Lao, are you all right? Is everything fine?" Mu Yin asked with concern. "And no, I'm merely astonished," he stammered. "Mu Yin, do you understand what the flame spirit sacred body signifies? It is the physique closest to the essence of fire in legend. Any fire spirit root pales in comparison to it. Who, pray tell, is your master, to elevate your physique to the flame spirit sacred body?" Li Lao's tone brimmed with disbelief. Even he, a genius adept at fire manipulation, had never glimpsed a flame spirit sacred body. Having thought it mere myth, to witness it firsthand was akin to witnessing a miracle. "I cannot say, but my master is undoubtedly among the most powerful," Mu Yin replied. "Oh, and I also encountered 5 sect elders earlier, their presence surpassing even that of those at the spirit transformation stage." Excitedly, Mu Yin shared his experiences with Li Lao, feeling that his past experiences now seemed trivial in comparison to the grandeur of the Kunlun sacred land. Could they be at the void refinement stage? Or perhaps the unity stage? Or even the great ascension stage? Li Lao pondered, intrigued by the nature of the Kunlun sacred land, which had remained obscure among the renowned sacred lands of the ancient great world. Could it be a hidden sect? In his lifetime, he had been a practitioner of the great ascension stage, with immense strength and mastery over fire manipulation. Yet, in the presence of Yichun, he dared not even release a hint of his aura. "Now that you possess the flame spirit sacred body, practicing my burning heaven technique would be most beneficial. It is a marvelous technique that can continuously evolve, potentially ascending to the level of immortal techniques." Li Lao exclaimed excitedly, producing a jade slip that contained the burning heaven technique. Technique ranks include mortal, spirit, profound, king, saint, immortal, and emperor. Do not be misled by its current status as a spirit-level technique. With your aptitude, consuming various celestial flames will allow it to advance to the immortal level. Old Li proudly began to introduce the treasure he had acquired at a tremendous cost during his lifetime, which was also his greatest secret. The celestial level technique could enable Mu Yin to cultivate to the true immortal realm. In any faction, celestial level techniques are indeed rare. However, as Mu Yin gazed at the jade slip in his hand, he hesitated. Old Li noticed something amiss and inquired, "Mu Yin, what's wrong? Do you not like the heavenly flame technique?" Old Li assumed Mu Yin was questioning the growth characteristics of the heavenly flame technique, as a technique that could advance indeed sounded somewhat unreliable. Just as he contemplated further explanations, Mu Yin shook his head and said, "Old Li, my master has already provided me with a technique, claiming it is the most suitable for me." Upon hearing this, Old Li raised his eyebrows in disbelief. He acknowledged that the leader of Kunlun's sacred ground was mysterious and powerful, but his heavenly flame technique was no joke. What technique could possibly surpass the heavenly flame technique? "Show it to me, and I shall review it," Old Li declared. Seemingly out of frustration, Mu Yin retrieved the scroll engulfed in flames from his spatial ring, causing the temperature in the entire room to surge, even making Old Li's soul feel the oppressive heat. What an impressive scroll! Old Li's expression instantly changed. The flames merely clinging to the surface of the scroll were explosive. How powerful must the scroll itself be? With eager anticipation, Mu Yin unfurled the scroll, revealing the words Flame God Technique, followed by the two characters Imperial Level. A tempest of astonishment surged within both Old Li and Mu Yin. Imperial Level. This was an Imperial Level technique. Only an immortal emperor could create an Imperial Level technique, and each Imperial Level technique was a treasured possession of a sacred ground, representing the foundation of a transcendent force. To possess an Imperial Level technique now hinted at a glimmer of possibility toward becoming an immortal emperor. Although it was merely a faint possibility, it was enough to drive countless cultivators into madness. To casually bestow an Imperial Level technique upon a mere 7th level foundation establishment youth, such audacity was unparalleled throughout the vast wilderness of the immortal realm. In stark contrast, his celestial level heavenly flame technique appeared utterly worthless, scarcely worthy of a glance. After a lengthy silence, both Old Li and Mu Yin gradually regained their composure, having been rendered speechless. "Given the existence of the Flame God technique, my heavenly flame technique is indeed unsuitable for you," Old Li admitted awkwardly, tinged with a sense of loss. The treasured possession he had safeguarded was considered less than refuse in another's eyes. What a blow to the spirit! Mu Yin was at a loss for words to comfort him. Compared to Yi Chun, Old Li was hopelessly outclassed. "Old Li, perhaps one day I can mention your plight to my master and seek his assistance for you," Mu Yin suggested. Old Li, being a remnant soul, harbored the greatest wish of regaining a physical form. He believed that with his master's capabilities, it would be a simple task. Is that truly possible? Old Li's heart stirred with hope. However, before their conversation could continue, Old Li's expression shifted to one of sheer terror as an overwhelming force seized him, dragging him into the void. Old Li, Mu Yin reached out desperately, but grasped nothing. "Disciple, I have summoned him. Do not panic. Focus on your cultivation," came Yi Chen's voice, reassuring Mu Yin. Relieved, he understood that since it was his master's doing, there was no need for concern. With his master's strength, detecting the presence of a remnant soul within Old Li was undoubtedly not a challenge. Chapter 6. The Master's Astonishing Power. A New Body. Unbeknownst to Old Li, who was under Yi Chen's control, he found himself in a grand hall, enveloped in a terrifying aura of oppression in this place. His remnant soul felt akin to an ant that could be crushed at any moment. Fearfully, he looked up and beheld a towering figure seated upon a throne, surrounded by myriad laws swirling around, radiant light obscuring its true visage. If he were to guess, this must be Mu Yan's master. Junior Li Yao pays respects to esteemed senior. Old Li knelt, unable to rise, faced with such an unfathomable power. He dared not harbor any arrogance. The pride of a Mahayana cultivator was utterly crushed. Li Yao, a Mahayana cultivator, proficient in flames and alchemy, came Yi Chen's detached voice from above. Fortunately, Old Li was merely a remnant soul. Otherwise, cold sweat would have drenched him. Nevertheless, even in this state, his essence flickered, as though on the verge of dissipating. "Esteemed senior," I have a bond with your esteemed disciple Mu Yin and harbor no ill intentions. Please judge my sincerity. Old Li, uncertain of the reasons behind this esteemed figure's summons, sought to establish rapport to preserve his life. Yi Chun remained silent, the mere weight of his presence sending tremors through Old Li's very soul. I can grant you a physical form. From now on, you shall serve in my Kunlun sacred ground, Yi Chun declared. Upon hearing this, Old Li was astounded, struggling to comprehend the reality. This eminent figure intended to assist him in regaining his corporeal form? Was he truly deserving of such an honor? Soon, he trembled with excitement. Given the stature and strength of this being, there was no need to fabricate lies to deceive a weak remnant soul like him. If all went as expected, the greatest opportunity of his life had indeed arrived. Esteemed senior, I am willing to do anything, Old Li exclaimed, bowing fervently. Yi Chun raised an arm, and vibrant lines of various Tao rules emerged. Enveloping Old Li's remnant soul with profound power, Old Li felt as if he were touching the most fundamental laws of the universe. This was a creative force. His physical body was being forged anew. First, the bones formed, then blood vessels emerged, and finally, flesh covered his entire being, culminating in the creation of a new body. At this moment, Old Li experienced an unprecedented sense of ease and freedom. Gazing at his hands, he excitedly touched his face, fearing he was merely dreaming. To condense a physical form, he had pinned his hopes on Mu Yin, anticipating that once Mu Yin grew stronger, he could assist in finding materials for the creation of a body. This was destined to be a long and arduous wait. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, he had truly obtained a new physical form. He continuously pinched himself, feeling pain, yet it still seemed surreal. Had something he had dreamt of finally been realized so effortlessly? I have it. I truly possess a new body. I have been reborn. At last, tears of joy streamed down Old Li's face. He was no longer a mere ethereal remnant soul. Free from the dread of being hunted by the ghostly realm, feeling the surge of immense power, he understood everything was indeed real. Thank you, esteemed senior. I shall dedicate my life to protecting Kunlun's sacred ground. I will never betray the trust you have placed in me. Old Li knelt once more, repeatedly bowing his head in gratitude, vowing to repay Yi Chun's great kindness. Yi Chun remained nonchalant, even without Old Li's vow. He possessed means to control his life and death. Anyone joining Kunlun's sacred ground would be recorded in the system. With a mere thought, anyone betraying Kunlun's sacred ground would face a fate worse than death. Depart. From this day forth, you are an outer elder of Kunlun's sacred ground, Yi Chun commanded. He valued Old Li's exceptional alchemical skills, and as Kunlun's sacred ground expanded, he sought to recruit various talents. As you command, master. Old Li quickly acquiesced as he exited the grand hall. His mind spun with disbelief. Had he truly gained a physical form? He gazed at his hands, marveling at the master's inscrutable power. The process of crafting a new body typically required gathering numerous materials, extensive preparation, and even then, the failure rate was high. Even with Mu Yan's assistance, he could not guarantee future success. Yet the master had accomplished it with a mere wave of his hand. What astonishing power was this? Sensing the torrent of energy coursing within him, Old Li could not help but exclaim, "What such pure power! The quality of this body is astounding." In terms of potential, his new body surpassed the old one by countless measures. Previously, his pinnacle was the Mahayana realm. This time, he firmly believed he could surpass it, even reaching the true immortal realm, or perhaps even higher. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from within him, revealing that he was now at the refining void stage. Old Li beamed with glee, utterly ecstatic. At that moment, he noticed 5 individuals striding towards the grand hall, suddenly recalling that Mu Yin had mentioned encountering 5 enigmatic beings upon his return. Could they be the ones? I am the outer elder of this sect, Liao. Greetings to you, fellow Taoists. Old Li greeted the 5 with a smile. We are also outer elders of this sect. All comrades, I am Zhang Laoda. And these are Zhang Er, Zhang San, Zhang Si, and Zhang Wu. The elder known as Zhang Laoda greeted Old Li with a smile. Since we are all members of Kunlun's sacred ground, there is no need for formality. Old Li thought it humorous. The naming of these 5 was rather haphazard, but it was indeed memorable. After exchanging pleasantries, the 2 parties parted ways. Li observed the silhouettes of the 5 individuals. A surge of impulse welled up within him. He yearned to ascertain the true extent of the prowess possessed by Zhang and his companions. After all, they were all external elders, and it seemed reasonable to assume their strengths were comparable. Now that he had reached the void refinement stage, he did not consider himself weak. Thus, Li unleashed a wisp of divine consciousness to probe the essence of the five, but before he could even touch upon their presence, he was met with an overwhelmingly vast force that sent him recoiling. He let out a muffled groan, staggering as he nearly fell to the ground. Such formidable strength! It was unfathomable. It undoubtedly surpassed the void refinement stage. No, it could be said to transcend even the Great Ascension stage. As a former practitioner of the Great Ascension stage, he was acutely aware that such terrifying power was inconceivable at that level. Could it be the Tribulation stage? A more alarming hypothesis surfaced in Li's mind. Had they already attained the true immortal realm? True immortal, a legendary state that separates mortals from immortals. Only upon reaching the true immortal realm does one truly achieve a semblance of freedom for body and soul. As those great cultivators enjoy extraordinarily long lifespans, often living for tens of thousands of years with ease, this the strength of the Kunlun Holy Land. Rather than feeling disheartened, Li's spirit was invigorated. To join such a powerful and enigmatic sect was indeed a blessing that could span several lifetimes. In the future, he too would undoubtedly break through to the true immortal realm. Thus, he would not disappoint the sect leader's grace and expectations. At this moment, Zhang and his companions had already entered the grand hall. Yi Qian had briefed them on several matters, assigning them to manage various sect affairs before dissipating. Zhang and the others watched with pride as the figure of their sect leader gradually transformed into a radiant light. Truly, the sect leader was formidable, and this was merely an incarnation. If even an incarnation regarded them as mere ants, how powerful must the true form be? Now that the Kunlun Holy Land had just been established, many aspects remained incomplete and several facilities were lacking, making the work for Zhang and his companions relatively light. Soon, 10 days passed. Within this span, the strength of the eldest disciple, Mu Yin, underwent a remarkable transformation. Chapter 7. Issuing Tasks, the Mu Family Competition. Inside his residence, Mu Yin was engrossed in cultivation. Seated upon a mat crafted from various precious materials, he assumed the posture of meditation, powerful auras continuously surging from his body into the world around him. Fiery flames erupted from within, enveloping him in a terrifying blaze. Mu Yin shifted his hand seals, persistently drawing the energies of heaven and earth into himself. Flame God technique, he exclaimed, as the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly into his being. After passing through the essence of the external flames, this power became extraordinarily pure. With the Flame Spirit Sacred Body and the Imperial Level Technique, Flame God Technique, his cultivation speed was astonishingly rapid in just 10 days. He had ascended from the 7th level of Foundation Establishment to the 3rd level of Golden Core. It must be noted that this was merely in 10 days. Such a cultivation velocity was fearsome anywhere. Not even the top-tier powers of the ancient world, nor the holy disciples within the sanctuaries, could match this level. Under Mu Yan's diligent training, his aura surged once more, and he directly broke through to the 4th level of Golden Core. Finally, a breakthrough. Mu Yin exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling the surging power within, scarcely daring to believe it. The Flame Spirit Sacred Body was indeed terrifying. Coupled with the Imperial Level Technique, it was truly irresistible. In the past, he believed his encounter with Li was the most fortunate event of his life. But now he realized that joining the Kunlun Holy Land was the true blessing earned over many lifetimes. As his master had helped him refine his constitution and bestowed upon him an Imperial-level technique, such immense gratitude could never be repaid. Once, he was a mocked waste. Now, he aspired to be a genius whom all would revere. The humiliations inflicted upon him by the Mu family would soon be avenged. As Mu Yin recalled the various humiliations suffered within his family, he clenched his fists in anger, his breath quickening. He then proceeded to the Grand Hall to seek an audience with Yi Chun. Master, I have a request. Today happens to be the Mu family's clan competition, and I wish to return home to cleanse the past humiliations. He implored respectfully. Once the foremost talent of the Mu family, he had been their hope for the future, cherished by all. Yet, one day, his cultivation plummeted rapidly, and he could no longer cultivate. as if all the power he had absorbed had vanished without a trace. From that moment onward, he transformed from a celebrated genius to a figure of ridicule. Those who had once bowed before him now took pleasure in trampling upon his former glory. Disheartened, Mu Yin escaped the Mu family to seek a method of recovery. Not long after, the dormant remnant soul of Li awakened within him. He then understood that his regression in cultivation and inability to practice had been due to Li absorbing his energy. He had thought he had regained his genius potential and would soon return to the Mu family, silencing all who had mocked him. Now, having joined the Kunlun Holy Land and dramatically improved his strength, returning home with the power of the 4th level of Golden Core would surely decimate the competition. As Yichen listened to Mu Yan's report, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Task triggered. Eldest disciple Mu Yin seeks to reclaim dignity. Rewards will be issued based on task completion. This task piqued Yichen's interest. It seemed that this could trigger tasks and yield rewards. The quality of the rewards appeared contingent upon Mu Yan's execution of the task. Disciple, I permit your return. Always remember, you are the eldest disciple of the Kunlun Holy Land, a direct disciple of mine. Act without hesitation. You have the Kunlun Holy Land standing behind you. Upon hearing this, Mu Yin trembled with excitement, gratefully clasping his fists. Thank you, Master. I will not bring shame to our sect, Elder Zhang Si. Accompany Mu Yin on his journey, Yichen commanded, before his figure melded into the void and vanished. Having received permission, Zhang Si and Mu Yin descended the mountain together. At this moment, the Mu family was abuzz with excitement. For today marked the clan competition held once every decade. The entire Mu family speculated on who would seize first place in this year's event. I think Mutingting is quite remarkable. She is truly the pride of our family, regarded as the second genius. You said it. Tingting is merely the second genius. The first is undoubtedly our brother, Mu Kuan. Indeed, Brother Mu Kuan is undeniably impressive. He is the acknowledged first genius. In the expansive family courtyard, several young members of the Mu family enthusiastically voiced their predictions for the champion. They mentioned Mutingting and Mu Kuan, both of whom were exceptionally gifted. Mutingting had reached the 5th level of foundation establishment, while Mu Kuan had terrifyingly attained the 6th level. This level of strength surpassed that of many young prodigies from surrounding families. However, amidst the crowd, someone weakly remarked, if we are to speak of the first genius, it should still be Mu Yin. Upon the utterance of Mu Yan's name, the previously lively atmosphere fell abruptly silent, and the expressions of several young individuals shifted. The one who mentioned Mu Yin realized they had misspoken and quickly retreated into the crowd, afraid to show their face. After a moment, someone lamented, Mu Yin? He was indeed formidable. He reached the foundation establishment stage years ago. Had he not encountered issues, he would likely be at least the 7th or even 8th level by now. He was the acknowledged genius. But alas, he has become a waste. Humph, as you said, that was merely in the past. Ever since he left the family, there has been no news of him. He probably doesn't even know where he has perished. Isn't it better to be a waste and live a carefree life? Why venture out to seek death? How foolish and laughable. The young individuals shamelessly mocked the once glorious genius, as if such behavior granted them an unparalleled sense of superiority. Just as their conversation grew animated, a cool, female voice interrupted. Silence. Although Mu Yin has fallen, he once contributed to our family. Such remarks should not be uttered. Turning to see the approaching figure clad in red, they recognized her as Mu Tingting, whose slender waist was accentuated by a tight belt. We were merely jesting. We won't bring it up again. The group awkwardly chuckled before hastily dispersing. Mu Tingting was formidable, and her status within the family was high. They dared not provoke her as her gaze shifted away from them. Mu Tingting's mind involuntarily recalled the once thin silhouette of that boy who had once radiated brilliance. Back then, she had followed him in admiration, but now, things were different. The genius had fallen, and times had changed. That boy no longer had the right to appear before her. Chapter 8. The Return of the Once Great Talent. Mu Yin. The Mu family competition is now underway soon. The high-ranking members of the Mu family announced the official commencement of the competition. Each young member of the Mu family stood resolute, eager to showcase their abilities. On the high platform, the elders of the Mu family eagerly commented on the performances of the youth. Tingting is indeed impressive. She can defeat her opponents with a single move and still has energy to spare, indicating she has not yet reached her limits.
The young man Mukun has certainly proven himself. With a single strike, he effortlessly defeated an opponent at the 4th level of Foundation establishment. With such talent among us, the future of the Mook family looks promising. Most of the senior members were engaged in light-hearted banter, save for a middle-aged man named Muklai, whose countenance was darkened by discontent, for he was the father of Mukian. At that moment, the family's elder spoke up, asserting that the Mook family ought to allocate more resources to nurture such prodigies. It was a pity, however, that prior resources had been squandered on cultivating a good-for-nothing. Otherwise Mukun and Tingting's growth could have accelerated even further. The elder's discontent was palpable, and it was evident that the good-for-nothing he referred to was none other than Mukian. The Mook family had indeed directed a significant amount of resources towards his training. Upon hearing this, many senior members nodded in agreement, seemingly oblivious to Muklai's increasingly grim expression. The second elder scoffed, remarking that Mukian has wasted far too many of our resources. Had we known, we would never have prioritized his cultivation. Indeed, they had once believed he could lead the Mook family to greatness, only to discover he was utterly useless. The other senior members joined in, mercilessly mocking Mukian. His former brilliance had overshadowed many, leaving a trail of dissatisfaction among the clan. Fortunately, he was gone now. Had he remained, he would only consume family resources without contributing anything in return. He may have a bit of spirit, claiming he wants to train and reclaim his strength, but who knows if he is even alive? The elder and second elder exchanged sardonic laughter, while Muklai, seething with rage, could no longer contain himself. Enough. Silence. A surge of golden core-level energy erupted from him, commanding the room. His eyes, bloodshot with fury, bore into the crowd as he declared, "My son was a genius and has made significant contributions to the family. He has long since earned the resources invested in him. What nonsense are you spouting now? My son will surely return alive and continue to shine." Muklai had never lost faith in his son. He firmly believed that when Mukian returned, he would command the respect of every member of the Mook family. Observing Muklai tremble with barely contained rage, the elder reprimanded him. "Muklai, today is the family competition. Do you wish to disgrace yourself in such a critical moment?" The elder coldly retorted, "What does it matter that he was once a genius? All I know is that he is now a waste. Nothing but useless trash for the family. We do not support idlers." The second elder further dismissed him. "Then let us wait for your son's return to discuss this. Perhaps then we might consider reinstating him." Despite their words, none truly believed Mukian would return. A talentless individual who could not cultivate, leaving the family, had but two fates, death or worse. The other senior members urged Muklai to calm down. Ultimately, Muklai could only warn them to cease their disparaging comments regarding Mukian, lest he turn hostile. As the dispute unfolded on stage, the family competition reached its most thrilling phase. The final two contestants were indeed Tingting and Mukun, standing on the arena and captivating everyone's attention. "Sister Ting, I will not hold back," Mukun declared with a charming smile adorning his handsome face. Tingting, undeterred, puffed out her youthful chest and boldly proclaimed, "Brother Kuin, I will give it my all. Prepare yourself." With those words, both unleashed their abilities, engaging in a fierce battle. They were both prodigies, and their combat was nothing short of spectacular, exuding immense power with every movement, even warping the space above the arena. The family elders were exceedingly pleased with their performance. After dozens of exchanges, Tingting gradually found herself at a disadvantage, ultimately being struck off the arena by Mukun's palm. The Mook family competition concluded successfully. "Brother Kuin is magnificent. Brother Kuin is invincible." The crowd erupted in cheer. "I told you. Brother Kuin is the foremost genius of the Mook family. Who could possibly rival him?" Tingting performed admirably, securing second place. The applause intensified. The elder beamed with satisfaction, swiftly appearing beside Mukun on the arena. "This year's family competition has been won by Mukun," he announced loudly, eliciting even more fervent cheers from the audience. Mukun held his head high, reveling in the accolades and adulation. How exhilarating it felt to be the family's champion. He wondered how Mukian would react upon seeing his former junior now recognized as the family's best. In that moment, Mukun realized that he could easily overpower Mukian. Both their statuses and strengths had undergone a dramatic transformation. He found himself hoping for Mukian's return, imagining the thrill of standing atop the once great genius, savoring the sweet taste of triumph. Meanwhile, Muklai observed the lively scene from afar, his heart brimming with bitterness. If only Yin'er had not encountered his misfortunes, he would surely be the one standing on that stage now. Wooden Teehee? Just then, a familiar voice echoed from the sky. Is everyone here? I, Mukian, have returned, and it's not too late. This voice sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd as they looked around in bewilderment. Could it be Mukian? Mukun was taken aback, scanning for the source of the voice. Has he truly returned? Mook Tingting's delicate face also reflected disbelief. Muklai was momentarily stunned, then elated, realizing he was not imagining things. He had indeed heard his son's voice soon. The members of the Mook family saw two figures plummeting from the sky. As they prepared to land, they suddenly floated down as lightly as leaves. Standing gracefully, the young man in front was none other than Mukian. Upon seeing that familiar, handsome face, everyone was astonished to confirm that Mukian had truly returned. Mukian gazed at his familiar family, feeling a surge of emotion. He had finally come back, determined to erase the mockery and shame that had clung to him. Elder, why are your eyes so wide? Can you not recognize me? Mukian teased. Laced with a chill, the elder narrowed his eyes, a flicker of coldness gleaming within. What are you back for? The family competition is not for someone like you. Besides, it has already concluded. You needn't return to embarrass yourself. Chapter 9. All of you here are trash. Unable to suppress his laughter, Mukian disregarded the elder and turned to Mukun. Little Kuin, you've done quite well, haven't you? Securing first place? The term Little Kuin darkened Mukun's expression. It was a name Mukian had often used. But now that he was the top genius of the family, Mukian had no right to call him that. Mukian, do not be insolent. Brother Kuin is the champion of the family. What are you? The surrounding youths began to chastise Mukian angrily, several eager to gain Mukun's favor, their voices loud and indignant. Champion? Little Kuin, you dare call yourself champion when you can't even defeat me? Mukian scoffed dismissively. His words ignited both astonishment and fury. This waste dared to speak disrespectfully to the champion. Did he not recognize his own insignificance? Mukun's anger flared. Mukian, do not think you are still the genius of old. Know your place. If you're dissatisfied, let us settle it with our abilities. He had longed to humiliate the once great genius in front of everyone. Muklai understood Mukun's intentions and quickly stepped beside Mukian to support his son. My son has just returned. You know he is not your match. If anyone dares to bully him, do not blame me for being ungracious. Muklai was fiercely protective. During Mukian's time of being deemed a waste, he had been away fulfilling family duties, feeling he had failed to safeguard his son. He owed Mukian too much, and now, no one would dare to bully him. Mukun stood tall. Uncle Lei, it's not that I wish to bully him. He is the one provoking me. Little Kuin, you talk too much. I could beat you before, and I can do it again, Mukian retorted with a grin. With that, he leapt onto the arena. Yin'er, Muklai exclaimed anxiously, fearing Mukian had fallen for Mukun's taunts. Mukun was already at the 6th level of Foundation Establishment, a formidable opponent. Even if Mukian could cultivate once more, he could not possibly match Mukun. However, Mukian gave his father a reassuring glance, and Muklai felt he could say no more. You really dare to come up? Seeking death. Seeing Mukian actually ascend the arena, Mukun revealed a cruel smile. He could finally trample Mukian underfoot. Mukian shrugged. It doesn't matter. Trash can shout as loudly as they want. They're still trash. This incensed Mukun. How dare he, the champion, be called trash? Who are you calling trash? As Mukun's fury erupted, a powerful wind swept across the arena. Oh, do not misunderstand. I'm not targeting you. I'm saying all of you present are trash. Mukian smiled brightly as he addressed the young people below. His words, however, completely enraged the crowd. How utterly arrogant. Did he dare to call them trash? Don't think that just because you're handsome, we won't beat you. Utterly audacious. Who do you think you are? You worthless wretch who cannot even cultivate. Indeed, a cacophony of scornful jeers erupted from the crowd, each person seething with indignation, eager to unleash their fury upon Mu Yin. They were convinced that Mu Yin had lost his senses. Still believing himself to be the once revered genius? Don't waste time. Let us all take him down together. Mu Yin laughed heartily. His return was not merely to defeat an individual, but to vanquish everyone. To make it clear that he had undergone a profound transformation. Upon hearing his words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. They thought they must have misheard. He dared to challenge them all at once? Was he truly out of his mind? With dozens of foundation stage cultivators charging at him, a mere slap from each could obliterate him. What audacity was this? Mu Lei grew anxious, fearing that Mu Yin had lost his reason. At that moment, several young fighters leapt onto the stage, and with the first wave, the rest followed suit, standing behind Mu Kuan. Even Mu Tingting was among them. Mu Yin, why do this? You are only bringing humiliation upon yourself. Mu Tingting shook her head, utterly disappointed in Mu Yin. How could the once vibrant genius she admired transform into this pitiful, arrogant fool? To challenge everyone out of sheer stubbornness. Only a fool would act in such a manner. Once, she had idolized Mu Yin, practically his shadow, but now she was relieved to have distanced herself from him. Such foolishness was not worthy of admiration or affection. They were no longer of the same ilk. Destined for different realms, at this moment, Mu Yin stood alone on the stage, embodying the spirit of a lone warrior against the world. Yet, he remained upright, a faint smile gracing his lips. To outsiders, he seemed to court disaster. But within him surged confidence. Mu Kuan emerged as the leader of the throng, his expression swelling with arrogance and pride. Though you see, the Mu family now bows to my command. You are nothing but insignificant. Kneel and confess your faults, and perhaps I will consider sparing you. Mu Kuan burst into laughter. Tio Mu Yin. Such words sounded incredibly juvenile and absurd. What was the Mu family compared to the Kunlun sacred land? In terms of status and standing, as the eldest disciple of the Kunlun sacred land, he towered over the Mu family by unimaginable heights. To him, the Mu family was no more than a triviality. I shall grant you all a chance. Join forces now, or I fear your defeat will be too humiliating. Mu Yin spoke with a nonchalant air, utterly dismissive of the danger surrounding him. His indifferent demeanor caused Mu Tingting to lose patience. Stepping forward, disappointment radiated from her gaze. Mu Yin, do you wish to become the laughingstock of everyone? Very well, I shall confront you first, so you may grasp the coldness of reality. With that, she prepared to strike, only to be halted by Mu Yin. Furrowing his brow, he questioned, Are you unable to comprehend my request to unite against me? The Grand Elder, his face darkened, had grown increasingly irate since this boy's arrival. His arrogance unchecked. Kuaner, if he is so bold, let us heed his words. Everyone, attack together, and do not hold back. The Grand Elder issued the command with a stoic expression. With his words, the crowd ceased their deliberations, their smiles turning to sinister grins. After all, it was Mu Yin who sought his own demise, and they could not be blamed for it, could they? Ignorant fool, Mu Kuan scoffed disdainfully, channeling his spiritual energy as he surged towards Mu Yin. Mu Tingting's eyes glinted with cold resolve as she struck mercilessly. One might think she were battling a sworn enemy. The remaining fighters joined in with fervor, unleashing a flurry of attacks, chaotic energies enveloping the entire Mu family courtyard. The scene was terrifying as dozens of foundation stage cultivators unleashed their might, causing even those newly entering the golden core stage to retreat. Yet, Mu Yin appeared impervious to the imminent danger. Standing resolutely in place. Below the stage, Mu Lei's heart raced, poised to rescue his son at any moment. Just as everyone anticipated that Mu Yin would be obliterated, a far more terrifying aura erupted from within him. This energy radiated intense heat. All who sensed it were taken aback, exclaiming in unison, Golden Core Stage, Chapter 10, Champion, what use is a disciple of the Kunlun sacred land to me? The spectators gaped at Mu Yin, their shock surging like tumultuous waves. When had he ascended to the Golden Core Stage? Within the Mu family, there were scarcely a dozen Golden Core cultivators. Had he truly encountered some fortuitous event during his external training? Mu Lei was so exhilarated he nearly howled to the heavens. His son was no longer a waste, not mere refuse, but a Golden Core powerhouse. In that fleeting moment, a flame appeared in Mu Yan's hand. The surrounding air temperature skyrocketing, he charged into the throng, sweeping through the ranks of the young Mu family members with an unmatched ferocity. The blazing flames surged like a dragon, crashing across the stage, unleashing staggering energy. Faced with a Golden Core cultivator, the pride and arrogance of these youths crumbled. each one scorched black and ultimately sent tumbling from the stage. Tingting felt an unprecedented heat envelop her. Instinctively, she raised her sword to defend, but the brilliant sword light proved utterly futile. She was thrown backward by a fire dragon, crashing to the ground, blood gushing from her mouth. What has happened to his strength? How has he become so formidable? Tingting's heart brimmed with terror, confusion, and disbelief. To her, Mu Yin was no longer the genius worthy of her admiration, but rather someone from an entirely different echelon. Yet, gazing upon the towering figure cloaked in resplendent flames, she felt a surge of regret. Could it be that the once great genius had reclaimed his throne? Would he shine once more, suppressing all others? If that were true, had her choices been misguided? Mu Kuan was also struck by a flame to the chest, the overwhelming force and heat nearly costing him his life, sending him hurtling backward like a rag doll. Crashing into a massive pillar, cough, cough, struggling from the rubble, he clutched his concave chest, gazing at Mu Yin with eyes filled with terror and astonishment. His strength had returned? No, he was even stronger than before. In Mu Yan's presence, Mu Kuan felt utterly insignificant, a mere insect, easily crushed. The dreadful flame seemed capable of incinerating all. Merely approaching them threatened to burn away their inner spiritual energy. The fear that once gripped Mu Kuan resurfaced. The figure enveloped in flames upon the stage resembled an ancient fire deity, emanating an aura of unparalleled heat and invincibility. I have lost, whether from fear, unwillingness to accept defeat, or pain that caused him to tremble. Another spurt of blood escaped his lips, and he promptly lost consciousness. What? The Grand Elder and the Second Elder could no longer remain composed. Their chairs crumbled beneath them, their energies in disarray. They stared at Mu Yin, scarcely believing their eyes. In their minds, Mu Yin remained a waste, a fool who merely spouted bravado, of no use to the family. Faced with the onslaught of dozens of foundation stage cultivators, he was destined for a tragic demise. Yet, no one had anticipated that in a mere exchange, Mu Yin would single-handedly vanquish all the young Mu family members. Even the strongest among them, Mu Tingting and Mu Kuan, had been thoroughly defeated. The shift in the situation had occurred so rapidly that they were left reeling. The stage had been cleared by Mu Yin alone. The younger Mu family children gaped, speechless. Over the years, Mu Yan's reputation as a waste had become entrenched. Children under 10 had scorned him, believing only Mu Kuan to be the true champion. Yet now, their strongest idol crumbled before Mu Yin, shattering their perception of invincibility. 5 and 6-year-olds wept openly, their fragile hearts unable to bear such an unprecedented blow. Only Mu Lei laughed heartily, transforming into a beam of golden light to stand beside Mu Yin, tears of joy streaming down his face. I knew it. I knew it. My son is absolutely no waste. Who among you dares to call Mu Yin a waste now? Mu Lei roared proudly, eager to unleash years of pent-up frustration and indignation. The truth had proven that his son was not only not a waste but an extraordinary genius. A golden core cultivator at such a young age. How many families could boast such a feat? Mu Lei's gaze brimmed with derision and provocation as he turned to the Grand Elder. Demanding, Grand Elder, how shall we declare the champion, given that Yin alone has defeated everyone? The Grand Elder and the Second Elder exchanged glances, their expressions complex, indecision clouding their minds. Mu Yan's resurgence felt like a stinging slap to their faces, and none wished to acknowledge it. However, his accomplishments were indisputable. Considering Mu Yan's status as a golden core cultivator, he indeed had the right to lead the younger generation once more. Reluctantly, the Grand Elder declared, Mu Yan's prowess is astounding. He is the champion of the family competition. With that, the Mu family presented the championship prize, lifting it high. The first box was opened, revealing a jade-green pill, exuding a fragrant aroma. Indeed, it was the precious third-grade Shenqing Dan. In the vast world of the hierarchy of elixirs begins with first grade as the least valuable, ascending in rarity and worth thereafter. For those newly entering the realm of golden core, a third-grade elixir is exceedingly precious. The second box contained a jade slip, inscribed with cultivation techniques reserved solely for the heads of the family across generations, classified as Shin-level techniques. While Shin-level techniques may not be highly regarded among major sects, they hold immense value for a small clan like the Mu family, where the vast majority can only cultivate lesser spirit-level techniques. The third box housed a gleaming longsword, radiating a chilling light, its grade having reached the Xian weapon level. Much like the rarity of Xian-level techniques, the Mu family possesses fewer than 5 Xian weapons. To acquire such a bounty in one go is enough to stir excitement, not only among the youthful foundation-building disciples, but even the esteemed elders would find themselves tempted. Mu Lei gazed at the trio of treasures with palpable excitement. With these 3 artifacts, Yinner's strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Mu Yin, accept the rewards that are rightfully yours. Lead the Mu family to greater pinnacles and forge unparalleled glory. The elder intoned with a stoic expression. He realized that his personal desires and preferences must not overshadow the fate of the family. Mu Yin was indeed the most suitable candidate to lead the family into the future. All eyes turned once more towards Mu Yin, eagerly anticipating his acceptance of the honor. However, Mu Yin curled his lip, revealing a sardonic and disdainful smile, and coldly declared, "Champion, I have no interest. These trinkets fail to catch my eye." He had not returned for the sake of accolades. Besides, as the foremost disciple of the Kunlun sacred land, the techniques he cultivated and the resources at his disposal, could these trifles even compare? Accepting such worthless items would only tarnish his master's reputation. His decision left everyone astounded, plunging the atmosphere into a chill, silence enveloping the surroundings, with every gaze filled with self-doubt. Chapter 11. What sacred land? Unheard of. Everyone struggled to believe their ears. Such a generous reward, and Mu Yin was refusing it. Did he not recognize their worth? The youths of the Mu family were frantic, wishing they could seize the rewards in his stead. With such treasures, their strength would surely advance swiftly. Such fine gifts, and Mu Yin would not even spare them a glance. The elders of the family were equally bewildered. They could not fathom why Mu Yin would reject these treasures. Wasn't he supposed to be overjoyed? Why did he appear so unfazed? Indeed, he even bore an air of contempt. The elder's face contorted in confusion. These treasures held a lure even for him, let alone for Mu Yin, as a junior, or was it possible that Mu Yin was too greedy, unwilling to settle for this meager reward, thus attempting to negotiate for something grander? Considering this possibility, the elder's expression darkened. Yet, mindful of Mu Yin's champion status and the future of the Mu family, he spoke. "Mu Yin, do you find the treasures insufficient? This is already a part of the family's heritage. Do not be overly greedy. Accept what is offered." The elder subtly issued a warning, while sweetening the deal with an additional 1,000 spirit stones. The crowd gasped in astonishment upon hearing this, their expressions shifting to envy. 1,000 spirit stones was no trifling sum, when Mu Yin was still regarded as the Mu family's genius. His annual allocation was a mere 500. To receive 1,000 spirit stones at once, who wouldn't be ecstatic? Even Mu Lei looked at Mu Yin with hopeful anticipation, eager to remind him of the opportunity to accept. After all, it was no small feat to elicit such generosity from the elder. Such chances might not come again. However, to Mu Yin, the so-called bonus only rendered the title of champion and the rewards even more laughable. "I am a disciple of the Kunlun sacred land. Do not embarrass me with these worthless items, champion. Rewards? I, Mu Yin, have no interest." Mu Yin erupted into laughter, showing no respect for the elder. As he refused once more. Disbelief washed over the crowd. Were these rewards truly inadequate? What treasures could possibly meet his standards? The elder and others were furious, feeling as though they were being mocked. "What would satisfy you?" the elder fumed. His beard trembling with rage, Mu Yin laughed heartily, then declared, "Today, I returned solely seeking enlightenment, and I have already achieved my goal." Having completed what he set out to do, he entirely overturned everyone's perception of him. Observing the myriad expressions on their faces, he could sense their fear, confusion, envy, jealousy, and even attempts at flattery. That was sufficient, Yinner. Where are you headed? Mu Lei called out urgently. Mu Yin replied, "Father, I have already become a disciple of the Kunlun sacred land. Naturally, I must return there to continue my cultivation." Kunlun sacred land? Mu Lei furrowed his brow in confusion. Why had he not heard of such a power? The others, upon learning that he had joined a sacred land, erupted in astonishment. Sacred lands represent the pinnacle of power in the... Each entity deemed a sacred land must possess the legacy of an immortal emperor. To gain entry into a sacred land. One must be an exceptional talent, otherwise they would lack the qualifications. If he had indeed joined a sacred land, could the Mu family not bask in its glory and rise to prominence? With this in mind, the elder, who had previously regarded Mu Yin with coldness and impatience, quickly donned a mask of flattery and goodwill. The youth of the Mu family gazed upon him with newfound admiration, while Mu Kuan was formidable. He could never join a sacred land. Mu Yin was different. His admission to the sacred land destined him to be the most dazzling figure in the Mu family, even renowned throughout the Dongsheng continent and the entire sacred land. Yenner, you claim to have joined a sacred land. Where is this Kunlun sacred land? Though Mu Lei had not heard of Kunlun sacred land, he thought it might be due to his own ignorance. It was not unusual to be unaware of something so grand. Since it was called a sacred land, how could it be lacking in substance? The elder and others beamed with enthusiasm, their previous stern and indifferent demeanor transformed entirely. Mu Yin held his head high. Kunlun sacred land is right here in our. Though it is still in its infancy, it will soon resonate throughout the. Upon hearing this, Mu Lei felt a twinge of unease. How could a sacred land emerge from? Still in its infancy, this implied it had yet to establish itself. After grasping the truth, Mu Lei's expression grew peculiar. He pondered if his foolish son had been deceived by some charlatan. Those sacred lands were founded by immortal emperors, renowned since their inception, which had ever started from a small sect. To claim the title of sacred land was surely self-deception. The elder chuckled derisively, realizing he had almost sought to curry favor with Mu Yin. The second elder chimed in sarcastically, Mu Yin, your Kunlun sacred land must be quite impressive. It must be vast, no? How many disciples does it currently have? Mu Yin, well aware of their intentions, remained unfazed. With his master's presence, that was his greatest assurance. Currently, my sacred land has only one disciple, and I am the chief disciple of Kunlun's sacred land. Mu Yin proclaimed proudly. The elder and the others could no longer contain their laughter, their mirth echoing throughout the hall, tears nearly spilling from their eyes. Just you alone? And this is called a sacred land? How amusing! A sacred land with a single disciple. Truly a grand scale. They could hardly believe it, as laughter erupted among the Mu family, all regarding Mu Yin as a mere joke. They had imagined Kunlun's sacred land to be formidable. Instead, it was merely a small sect with a single disciple. Yenner, how does your Kunlun sacred land compare to the Jinyu sect? Mu Lei inquired cautiously. The Jinyu sect was a robust sect within its leader possessing the strength of the void refinement stage and boasting tens of thousands of disciples. His question stemmed from concern, as Mu Yin's fiancé, he was currently a core disciple of the Jinyu sect. If Kunlun's sacred land paled in comparison, the distance between Mu Yin and his fiancé would only widen, and in a few years, they might find themselves worlds apart. Chapter 12. A proposal for annulment? A reversal. Upon hearing this, Mu Yin scoffed dismissively. What is the Jinyu sect? In the presence of my Kunlun sacred land, it is but an ant. His audacity stemmed from unwavering faith in his master's extraordinary powers. His master had transformed his innate fire spiritual root into the sacred body of flames and could conjure vast palatial complexes with a mere wave of the hand. Just this feat convinced him of his master's unfathomable prowess. Moreover, any technique his master carelessly discarded was of imperial grade, signifying that even imperial techniques were trivial in his master's eyes. Compared to the Jinyu sect, could even those established for millions or tens of millions of years be this generous? To pit a mere Jinyu sect against Kunlun's sacred land was utterly laughable. It is nothing short of an affront to the sacred land of Kunlun. Ha ha ha, I sincerely hope what you say is true. According to the information I have received, your fiancé Gu Lingluo has already become a core disciple of the Jinyu sect, wielding considerable influence. Furthermore, a scion of the sect's upper echelon has taken a liking to your fiancé Gu Lingluo. The Gu family is also inclined to facilitate a match between Gu Lingluo and the son of a high-ranking official from the Jinyu sect. Your reputation as a good-for-nothing has led the Gu family to completely abandon hope in you. According to the news I gathered from the Gu family, Gu Lingluo will soon arrive at the Mu family to annul the engagement. The smile of the Grand Elder was laced with unabashed mockery and derision. He knew well that Mu Yin harbored resentment towards the Mu family and could no longer be considered one of their own. Why not simply watch the spectacle unfold? observing how Mu Yin will contend with the Jinyu sect. Although Mu Yin extolled the virtues of the Kunlun sacred land, he did not believe it possessed the qualification to be compared with the Jinyu sect. Indeed, upon hearing this news, Mu Yan's expression changed dramatically. His relationship with his fiancée, Gu Lingluo, had always been strong, but after he became a good-for-nothing, although Gu Lingluo never expressed it, the Gu family had long since grown dissatisfied. Last year, Gu Lingluo successfully entered the Jinyu sect and became a core disciple. The Gu family held Mu Yin in even greater disdain for being a good-for-nothing. Yet, he never anticipated that Gu Lingluo would actually come to annul their engagement. Impossible. Lingluo and I shall never part. Mu Yin exclaimed with fury. The Grand Elder laughed heartily. Then let us wait and see. The annulment will take place in just a few days. Observing his glee, Mu Yin clenched his fists in anger. If there was anyone capable of affecting his state of mind, it was his father, and the other was Lingluo. Very well. I shall await this. I refuse to believe that Lingluo truly wishes to annul our engagement. Mu Yin declared loudly. 1,000 miles away from the Mu family, a magnificent flying vessel was making its way toward them. The vessel was being propelled by 4 majestic Qinglin eagles, whose strength had already reached the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage. Wherever the flying vessel appeared, it attracted considerable attention. Many with ulterior motives considered the vessel, but upon seeing the 4 pinnacle Qinglin eagles, they hesitated. When they observed the special emblem of the Jinyu sect on the side of the vessel, all would-be robbers retreated. In the Songtian realm, the Jinyu sect held immense power. The sect leader's strength reached the void refinement stage, and the Jinyu sect boasted a history of several millennia. Rich in heritage. It was said that in the forbidden grounds behind the Jinyu sect, several ancestors of terrifying strength lay in slumber. Judging by the opulence of the flying vessel, it was certain that it housed individuals of considerable status within the sect. Who would dare provoke such people, knowing it would bring them perilously close to death? Inside the flying vessel were a man and a woman. The man was strikingly handsome and tall, while the woman possessed an ethereal beauty, radiating a faint glow as if she were a celestial being descended to earth. Lingluo, this 3rd-grade blood red pill can enhance your vitality and is remarkably effective for refining the body. I went to great lengths to procure it from the treasury. The man presented a pill, ingratiatingly offering it to Gu Lingluo. However, Gu Lingluo's response was exceedingly cold. She couldn't even be bothered to glance at him and said, "Jane Hao, you need not offer me such a valuable item." The man, known as Jin Hao, was indeed the son of the sect leader of the Jinyu sect. Gu Lingluo harbored a profound aversion towards Jin Hao, yet she was unwilling to display her disdain too openly. After becoming a core disciple of the Jinyu sect, she had anticipated a meteoric rise. However, she never imagined this would mark the beginning of her nightmare. Jin Hao had taken an interest in her and frequently harassed her, leveraging his privileged status. Although she had clearly rejected him, Jin Hao not only refused to relent, he escalated his advances, publicly declaring her to be his woman. Gu Lingluo found this utterly repugnant and had warned him repeatedly to cease his nonsense, but to no avail. Within the Jinyu sect, her fellow disciples had already tacitly accepted her as Jin Hao's woman. To make matters worse, when her family became aware of the situation, rather than sympathizing with her, they pressured her to curry favor with Jin Hao. Even though Gu Lingluo was highly reluctant, she could only take things one step at a time under the dual pressure of the Jinyu sect and her family. She wondered how her brother Mu Yin was faring now. Was he doing well? Reflecting on the once promising genius who had become a widely known good-for-nothing, she knew that the proud young man must be feeling deeply crushed. Gu Lingluo felt a pang of sorrow for him, yet she felt utterly powerless. Jin Hao, perceiving Gu Lingluo's cold demeanor, understood that she was undoubtedly thinking about that good-for-nothing again. Lingluo, you are a core disciple with limitless prospects. You could even ascend to a high-ranking position within the sect. Some individuals are simply not worthy of walking alongside you. But I am different. I can always be by your side and even elevate your status. Your family's elders are not without reason in urging you to annul the engagement. Do not overthink it. I will clear all obstacles for you. Jin Hao spoke with a gentle yet confident tone. He was well aware of Gu Lingluo's association with that good-for-nothing. Regardless of whether Mu Yin remained capable of cultivating or not, Jin Hao would never regard him as a rival. A mere youth from a small family could never be compared to a noble scion of his stature. Gu Lingluo chose not to respond. She was determined to find an opportunity to clarify her feelings to Mu Yin. She would never agree to annul the engagement, even if it meant leaving the Jinyu sect. Jin Hao, undeterred by her indifference, had grown accustomed to her coldness. However, his desire to kill Mu Yin had intensified. If he were to eliminate that brat, what could Gu Lingluo possibly do? Would she not comply and become his obedient concubine? Perhaps it would be more efficient to wipe out the entire Mu family, he pondered darkly. The aura of his second-tier golden core stage emanated from Jin Hao, leaving Gu Lingluo beside him feeling a deep sense of trepidation. At merely 20 years of age, he had already attained the second tier of the golden core stage, undoubtedly aided by the countless treasures of the Jinyu sect. However, his innate talent was also commendable. Gu Lingluo felt increasingly anxious. Her brother Mu Yin was no match for Jin Hao. What could she possibly do to ensure his safety? Gu Lingluo's heart was in turmoil. She had never felt so helpless. After an extended journey, they finally arrived at the Mu family. The 4 powerful Qinglin eagles pulling the massive luxurious flying vessel appeared above the Mu family, arousing the vigilance of its members. At that moment, Mu Yin, who was in seclusion within the Mu family, sensed the familiar aura, his fiancée Yi's presence. Has she finally arrived? Lingluo, what choice will you make? Mu Yin rose from his room, making his way outside. Chapter 13. To bear the wrath of the Jinyu sect? Outside, Jin Hao and Gu Lingluo had already made their appearance, drawing the attention of many in the Mu family. They recognized at once that the young woman was none other than Gu Lingluo. Mu Yan's fiancée Yi. The crowd exchanged glances, pondering that the Grand Elder's earlier words had proven true. Gu Lingluo had indeed come to annul the engagement. Then, the man accompanying her must surely be the son of a high-ranking official from the Jinyu sect. A spectacle was certainly in store. Jin Hao arrogantly surveyed his surroundings, displaying overt disdain for everything pertaining to the Mu family. Compared to the colossal presence of the Jinyu sect, the Mu family appeared utterly insignificant. Even a few halls of the Jinyu sect were far more opulent than the entirety of the Mu family. He pretentiously pinched his nose and murmured, "Let us resolve today's matters quickly. This place reeks of poverty, and I find it quite unappealing." Why had the scion of the Jinyu sect not been welcomed by the Mu family's leaders? An elderly man beside them coldly called out. Subsequently, the Grand Elder and others hurriedly emerged, plastering smiles of obsequiousness as they approached Jin Hao. "We welcome the young master of the Jinyu sect. Your arrival is an honor for our Mu family." "I am the Grand Elder nodded and bowed, embodying the essence of servility. However, before he could finish, Jin Hao disdainfully waved his hand to interrupt, silencing him. "Enough with the pleasantries. My purpose here is straightforward, to resolve the engagement between Gu Lingluo and your Mu family. I hope you will act wisely," Jin Hao stated coldly. Gu Lingluo's complexion paled slightly as she anxiously scanned the crowd for Mu Yin, but to no avail. The Grand Elder's grotesque face was plastered with a fervent smile. Of course, it is a blessing for our girl Lingluo to be favored by you. Our Mu family has no standing to interfere in this matter. We have no objections to the annulment." "Grand Elder, where is my brother Mu Yin? I must find him," Gu Lingluo exclaimed in a flurry, desperate to convey her true feelings to Mu Yin. Mu Yin." Upon hearing this name, the Grand Elder's face twisted with displeasure. At that moment, a presence filled with fervent energy suddenly appeared before them, revealing Mu Yin, whose expression appeared calm yet concealed a hint of anguish. "Lingluo, you wish to annul our engagement? Is this truly your decision?" Mu Yin coldly interrogated. Upon seeing her beloved appear, Gu Lingluo's face brightened, and she hurriedly explained, "Brother Mu Yin, this is not my intention. I have never agreed to the annulment." The moment those words escaped her lips, Mu Yan's heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally found solace. Since Lingluo's feelings had remained unchanged, he was prepared to confront the world for her. Yet, Jin Hao's fury ignited. He glared at Gu Lingluo with palpable resentment, his anger intensifying, especially upon witnessing her radiant smile. Having expended countless days and precious resources to win her favor with rare elixirs, he was met with naught but indifference, as she never once graced him with a smile. Throughout their journey, she had not offered him a single kind glance. Yet, upon encountering this young man from the Mu family, her heart blossomed with joy. What a wretched woman! Once she is within my grasp, I shall ensure she is thoroughly ravished, reduced to a mere plaything. her tongue lolling and eyes rolling in submission. This is the fate that awaits those who provoke Jin Hao. However, for now, I must first deal with the Mu family. With an air of superiority, Jin Hao scrutinized the youth before him, perceiving no significant fluctuation in his cultivation. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could crush him like an ant. Are you Mu Yin? I advise you to recognize your place and refrain from causing trouble. The wrath of our Jin Yu sect is not something you can endure. Jin Hao warned coldly. Upon hearing this, Mu Yin not only felt no fear but instead wore a faintly amused smile. Retorting, "Is that so? Is the wrath of your Jin Yu sect truly terrifying?" A murderous intent surged in Jin Hao's eyes, urging him to test that theory. With that, an overwhelming aura erupted from within him, revealing that he had already reached the second level of the Golden Core stage. Such terrifying strength instilled a palpable pressure upon the Mu family members. Is this the depth of the Jin Yu sect? Yenner, Mu Lei could not help but grow anxious, aware that his son was also a master of the Golden Core stage, yet his cultivation seemed merely at the initial level. How could he possibly contend with Jin Hao, who was at the second level? Moreover, Jin Hao hailed from the affluent Jin Yu sect, undoubtedly possessing numerous advanced techniques and secret arts. In comparison, Mu Yin found himself at a distinct disadvantage. The elders were equally tense, unconcerned for Mu Yan's well-being but fearful that his provocation of Jin Hao would bring calamity upon the Mu family as well. Jin Hao, I absolutely refuse to annul the engagement, nor do I wish to be with you. Can you not let me be? As Jin Hao's murderous intent became evident, Gu Lingluo hurriedly attempted to persuade him. Jin Hao disdainfully glanced at her, mocking. Gu Lingluo, are you devoid of reason? Do you believe you hold the authority to make such decisions? Is there anyone in your Gu family who does not wish to leverage your connection to our Jin Yu sect? Annul the engagement? Does the Gu family consent to that? Furthermore, your actions are tantamount to opposing me and the entire Jin Yu sect. Are you prepared to bear that responsibility? Jin Hao's words left Gu Lingluo pale with fear. Though she had considered this possibility, hearing it articulated so bluntly filled her with despair and helplessness. Is the annulment truly unchangeable? With both the Gu family and the Jin Yu sect applying pressure, she could not bear the weight of such a burden. Would her brother Mu Yin also be implicated? She looked at Mu Yin in confusion, realizing there was no recourse left. As silence enveloped the crowd, Jin Hao wore a smug, icy smile. In the face of absolute power, notions of dignity and true love become mere jokes. He gazed arrogantly at Mu Yin, eagerly awaiting the moment he would yield. Yet, to his astonishment, Mu Yin showed neither retreat nor fear. Instead, his gaze sharpened, growing increasingly piercing. For some reason, Jin Hao felt a flicker of trepidation in the face of that intense stare. He involuntarily took a step back, and upon realizing he had been intimidated by a so-called waste, his anger boiled over. I have already granted you ample face. If you seek your own demise, do not blame me. Jin Hao laughed maniacally, spreading his arms wide as an overwhelming aura surged forth like a tempest, engulfing everything around him. The terrifying presence caused many young members of the Mu family to tremble, nearly collapsing to their knees. The second level of the Golden Core stage, truly fearsome. Only Mu Yin stood firm against the onslaught, unyielding as a towering mountain, calm and composed. Chapter 14. Heavenly Emperor's Divine Flame. A single strike to annihilate. As long as you can survive beneath my hand, I shall spare your pitiful life. Jin Hao's voice dripped with malevolence, in the face of his arrogance and murderous intent. Mu Yin offered no response. His gaze merely grew colder, as if coalescing into an invisible blade. For him, Jin Hao must die. The second level of the Golden Core stage. Achieving such a high realm at such a young age. Annihilating Mu Yin would be an effortless task. The elders expressed palpable excitement and anticipation. After all, Mu Yin no longer felt a sense of belonging to the family. Rather than retaining him as an adversary, it would be better to eliminate him with Jin Hao's help. No matter how strong Mu Yin was, could he possibly surpass Jin Hao? It was laughable that this lad believed his so-called Kunlun sacred land could rival the Jin Yu sect. Truly foolish indeed. The second elder did not conceal his disdain for the Kunlun sacred land. Seeing his son in such peril, Mu Lei grew anxious, preparing to intervene to protect his son. However, before he could act, he was halted by Zhang Laosi, who had remained silent until now. Mu Lei looked at Zhang Laosi in confusion. recognizing him as a figure who had accompanied Mu Yin, likely an elder of his sect. Yet, Zhang Laosi had never spoken before, and now he was preventing Mu Lei from intervening. What could this mean? Just wait and see. Zhang Laosi replied calmly. Yu Lei could not comprehend. Yenner was in grave danger. Why was this person stopping him? Yet, observing his demeanor, it seemed he was not jesting. Did he intend to take action himself? With that thought, Mu Lei could only suppress his unease and continue to watch. Brother Yin, be careful. He cultivates the most powerful technique of the Jinyu sect. The Ziyang treasure formula, a royal-level technique that is exceedingly domineering, Gu Lingluo urgently warned. The members of the Mu family were left astonished. The Ziyang treasure formula? A royal-level technique? For context, the highest-level technique in the Mu family was merely of the profound level. Such a high-tier technique. Its power hardly needs elaboration. Among cultivators of the same realm, those who practice superior techniques possess greater strength. Naturally, those who cultivate royal-level techniques are far more formidable than those who practice profound-level techniques. The younger generation of the Mu family, observing from afar, dared not even take a breath, remaining silent as they watched the unfolding drama. Among them, Mu Tingting and Mu Kuan bore the most complex expressions. They were recognized as the two strongest prodigies of the Mu family, yet before Jin Hao, they had no opportunity to intervene. Upon witnessing Jin Hao, they realized what it meant for there to be someone beyond the realm of mortals, and skies beyond the heavens. Especially for Mu Kuan, he felt that all his pride was rendered worthless in the presence of Jin Hao. Yet, a twisted smile crept upon his face, even somewhat ghastly. Let the fight begin. Kill Mu Yin, better yet, let him be slain. Mu Kuan's heart brimmed with anticipation. He could hardly wait for Mu Yin to meet his demise, preferably at the hands of Jin Hao himself. He yearned to witness that blood-soaked scene. As the crowd's thoughts diverged, Jin Hao had already made his move. Channeling all his strength, he unleashed a barrage of heavy punches towards Mu Yin, causing the space before him to rumble. As if on the verge of collapse, the overwhelming spiritual power transformed into a fierce, relentless onslaught, crashing down upon Mu Yin in wave after wave. Such terrifying might left many of the Golden Core experts from the Mu family in shock. Was this truly the kind of combat power achievable at the second level of the Golden Core stage? It was simply unbelievable. Upon witnessing this series of punches, Gu Lingluo exclaimed in alarm. It's the Haoyang fist, a royal-level fist technique. While the others were unfamiliar with the Haoyang fist, they understood that being a royal-level technique, it must be extraordinarily powerful. Once unleashed, Jin Hao's fists radiated like two dazzling suns, exuding not only incredible heat but also a terrifying destructive force. Come at me. Unfazed by Jin Hao's fists, Mu Yin summoned forth a torrent of golden flames from within. This fiery essence surged rapidly, enveloping his entire being and forming a suit of golden flame armor. This flame, birthed from the cultivation of the flame goddess art, was known as the Heavenly Emperor's divine flame, one of the most explosive and fearsome flames in existence. A mere wisp of the Heavenly Emperor's divine flame could incinerate mountains and boil seas, annihilating all in its path. Although, given his current strength, the Heavenly Emperor's divine flame he wielded lacked overwhelming destructive potency. It was more than sufficient to face a mere Jin Hao. Boom! Jin Hao's fists, imbued with immense power, collided with Mu Yan's body, producing a deafening roar. All eyes widened in anticipation, eager to see if Mu Yin had been reduced to mere rubble. Yet, when they finally grasped the situation, shock painted their faces as they questioned their own perceptions. For Mu Yin stood unscathed, his form encased in a layer of golden armor emanating a terrifying heat, warping the very space around him. How could this be? The elders were incredulous, unable to believe their eyes. Jin Hao's formidable strength failed to breach Mu Yan's defenses, and what was that golden armor enveloping him? Mu Kuan and Mu Tingting were equally astonished. Having felt the unparalleled destructive power emanating from Jin Hao, they had assumed that a single punch would be sufficient to obliterate Mu Yin. Yet, he had emerged without a scratch. Jin Hao's expression mirrored their disbelief and incredulity. He was all too familiar with the power of the Haoyang fist. A single punch should have been more than enough to annihilate opponents of the same tier. Yet why did it have no effect on Mu Yin whatsoever? Could it be that this young man's strength surpasses my own? No, absolutely impossible. I am the pride of the heavens, the most formidable talent of the Jinyu sect's younger generation. How could this worthless fool even be compared to me? Jianhao could not accept this outcome. He felt certain that something must have gone awry. In a fit of fury, he unleashed a punch imbued with even greater power, channeling all of his spiritual energy into it, transforming into two blinding suns that bore the destructive force to annihilate everything in their path, aimed at Mu Yin. With an expression of indifference, Mu Yin merely uttered a few words, a trivial skill. He then nonchalantly raised his right hand, and a wave of golden, scorching spiritual energy surged forth from his palm, coalescing into a colossal hand of Tinzhong. Striking forth with tremendous force, the enormous golden palm ruthlessly collided with the two blazing suns, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. A deafening roar reverberated through the heavens, and a ripple of golden energy spread outwards in every direction. Had it not been for the senior members of the Mu family defending against it, many young members of the Mu family and various structures would have suffered dire consequences. Even so, Mu Kuan and the others were left pale with fear, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. That moment, Jianhao's face twisted in rage. He felt as though all his attacks had been utterly dismantled by a force far more powerful. An unprecedented sense of terror and despair consumed his heart. He opened his mouth wide, yet no sound emerged. The flames capable of incinerating everything had engulfed him, burning away his spiritual energy as well. Under this overwhelming force, Jianhao's battered body was flung away like a ragdoll, crashing through several walls before finally coming to a halt. He lay buried beneath the rubble, uncertain of his fate. This scene rendered the world silent, as all gazes widened in disbelief, their eyes filled with boundless fear and astonishment. Chapter 15. The fourth elder takes action. Everyone abruptly turned to look at the collapsed area where Jianhao had fallen. But there was no sign of life or movement, leaving them in suspense. Young master. The accompanying elder let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body swaying before he appeared beside the ruins and pulled Jianhao's body from the debris. All eyes widened in shock, for the once proud and arrogant Jianhao now lay charred and lifeless, devoid of any aura. Had he truly perished? Jianhao had actually died. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder, along with other high-ranking family members, gazed at the calm-faced Mu Yin with immeasurable dread. In stark contrast to the once arrogant Jianhao, Mu Yin appeared immaculate and untainted, exuding an indescribable elegance. No one could believe that the former underdog had defeated the Jinyu sect's top talent in one fell swoop, even killing him. This level of power was truly terrifying. When had his strength grown to such an extent? Mu Lei was also unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. He had thought his son was merely at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, far inferior to the second stage Jianhao. Yet, the prowess displayed by Mu Yin had utterly convinced him. Pride and satisfaction surged within him. His son was not only no longer a waste, but a super genius capable of overwhelming the Jinyu sect. Who would dare to claim his son was inadequate now? Just look at Jianhao. This was the outcome. The muscles in Mu Kuan's face twitched. He had never anticipated such an outcome. How could Jianhao, so powerful, be defeated by Mu Yin? Moreover, he had been killed by him. Damn it. Was the genius of the Jinyu sect really this useless? He could not accept this result. He had wanted to see Mu Yin being forcefully slain by Jianhao. Only then could his resentment towards Mu Yin be alleviated. Despondent, Mu Kuan was equally disheartened. If even Jianhao was no match for Mu Yin, who else could possibly subdue him? Meanwhile, Mu Tingting stared blankly at Mu Yin, an unprecedented pang of regret gnawing at her heart. Had my choice been a mistake? If I had persisted in my beliefs, could I still have been the little girl by Mu Yan's side? Lost in thought, tears welled in her eyes as genuine regret washed over her. Mu Yin stood proudly, having not even moved his feet, merely delivering a single palm strike that utterly annihilated Jianhao. Such grace left Gu Lingluo, who had been anxiously watching, utterly spellbound. Mu Yin Gij. Gu Lingluo murmured in a daze, before regaining her senses and erupting in joyous cheers. Wonderful, Mu Yin Gij. Jianhao's formidable strength was a widely acknowledged fact among the younger generation of the Jinyu sect. In her mind, not to mention the incapable Mu Yin, even the previously talented Mu Yin would not have been able to match Jianhao. Yet now, with Jianhao killed by Mu Yan's palm, Gu Lingluo felt exhilarated and elated. It turned out that her Mu Yin Gij was not a waste after all. Only the elder clutching Jin Hao's corpse trembled with rage, his eyes turning blood-red with unrestrained hatred. He slowly turned to face Mu Yin, his voice icy as he declared, "You dare to kill my family's young master? I will not only see you dead, but I will also bury the entire Mu family alongside you." As his voice fell, a chilling, murderous intent enveloped the entire Mu family. Dark clouds began to gather overhead, and the world seemed to freeze in place. Terrifying auras emanated from the elder's being, saturating the Mu family, instilling a sensation as though countless venomous snakes were crawling over their bodies. This aura, could it possibly be at the nascent soul level, as the peak elder of the Golden Core stage? He was the most powerful individual in the Mu family. Yet, even as he encountered this aura, he trembled uncontrollably. His instinct screamed that this elder could wipe him out with a mere flick of a finger, leaving him as helpless as an ant crushed beneath an elephant. This was no ordinary nascent soul. They were in deep trouble. The second elder's lips turned pale with fear, his voice trembling. Just moments ago, they had been preoccupied with their astonishment at Mu Yan's strength, neglecting the immense consequences that would follow Jin Hao's death. Jin Hao was the young master of the Jinyu sect, and his demise would undoubtedly trigger a massive upheaval within the sect. At that point, not only would the entire Jinyu sect seek retribution, but this elder alone would be sufficient to annihilate the entire Mu family. The Grand Elder shouted desperately, straining his voice to call out to Mu Yin, "Mu Yin, you wretched creature, hurry and take responsibility for your actions. The disaster you've caused should not implicate the Mu family. It was you who killed him. Do not involve us. If anyone must die, let it be you. Senior, please do not harm us." The second elder echoed his panic, desperately attempting to distance themselves from Mu Yin. Even Mu Kuan, at that moment, pointed a finger at Mu Yin, his face contorted in rage as he commanded, "Mu Yin, go meet your end. Do not drag us down with you. Do not become the eternal sinner of our family." These individuals were more than eager to witness Mu Yan's demise, now recklessly severing ties with him, believing that perhaps this was the only way to save their own lives. In an instant, many began to frantically denounce Mu Yin, claiming he should never have engaged with Jin Hao, let alone kill him. If he had been killed by Jin Hao, there would have been no issue. But killing Jin Hao was a whole different matter. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The story gets even more exciting. Listening to the accusations and vitriol hurled at him, Mu Yin remained unfazed, even suppressing a chuckle. He had long seen through the facade of this so-called family. They showered you with praise when you were of use, but were eager to cast you aside when you were not. Did they truly believe that by willingly facing death, the Mu family could escape calamity? Such navet. The moment he struck down Jin Hao, the entire Mu family had already been marked for annihilation by the Jinyu sect. The elder cared not for their pleas. He raised his head to the sky and let out a mournful wail, instantly summoning a tempest, with lightning crackling amidst the dark clouds. Faced with such insurmountable power, every member of the Mu family fell into utter despair. Mu Lei gritted his teeth, prepared to sacrifice his life to buy Mu Yin a chance to escape. This was the only solution he could conceive. "Elder, the rest is up to you." However, at that moment, Mu Yin turned to the silent fourth elder, smiling as he spoke. The fourth elder nodded, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight, reappearing before the elder. "Please, spare us your theatrics," the fourth elder said impatiently, casually raising his hand to strike the elder's head. The elder's eyes blazed with fury. Just as he prepared to annihilate this sudden intruder, he was stunned to find that all his power had been completely shackled. He could not even blink. The elder's expression shifted from rage to sheer terror and unprecedented panic. The one who could immobilize him in an instant, rendering him utterly powerless, was undoubtedly a master beyond the nascent soul realm. Moreover, they were at least a peak expert of the transformation stage. How had such a supreme being emerged from a mere insignificant family like the Mu? He had no opportunity to plead for mercy. The fourth elder's palm struck down upon his crown. The action was as simple and unremarkable as striking a watermelon, yet this seemingly ordinary blow extinguished the life of a peak nascent soul expert. Chapter 16. Return to the Kunlun sacred land. The elder's limp body crumpled to the ground like a puddle of mud, and with it, all the power in the world dissipated. Every gaze was filled with shock and disbelief. A formidable being at the nascent soul level is undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with within the Mu family, yet the manner of his demise is rather abrupt, is it not? He served as Jin Hao's personal bodyguard, boasting the strength of the 8th level of nascent soul, placing him firmly in the late stage of that realm. Gu Lingluo was utterly astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief. As a core disciple of the Jinyu sect, she was acutely aware of this elder's prowess. Appointed by the sect leader as a guardian, he could serve as Jin Hao's subordinate in times of tranquility, and act as his protector during perilous moments. His strength was indeed formidable. Yet, at the hands of that stranger, he could not withstand even a single blow. Gu Lingluo could not help but glance at Mu Yin. Realizing that this stranger appeared to be closely associated with her elder brother, could it be that he had summoned such a master, and thus he perished? The Grand Elder found this utterly inconceivable. As the strongest member of the Mu family, he felt akin to an ant when faced with a nascent soul powerhouse. The aura unleashed by the adversary had genuinely led him to believe that the Mu family was on the brink of a bloodbath today. He never imagined that the opponent could be reduced to a corpse merely by a light tap to the crown of his head. All members of the Mu family turned their fearful gazes towards Zhang Laosi. Their eyes filled with profound dread. It turned out that this silent stranger was the true master. Had he perhaps already reached the transformation stage? Mu Yin had transformed from an incapable waste into a super genius, possessing the strength to annihilate Jin Hao. Was this the work of that individual? The Grand Elder and the others held their breath in anxiousness, acutely aware that their previous words had deeply offended Mu Yin. Should they incur the wrath of such a formidable figure, the Mu family would surely face a more tragic fate. Mu Kuan and the others were similarly terrified, wishing they could dig a hole to bury themselves. Upon realizing that the crisis had been averted, Mu Lei finally exhaled in relief. Yinner, could this possibly be your master from outside? Mu Lei inquired with a smile. Having such a remarkable figure as an acquaintance brought him immense pride. Before Mu Yin could clarify Zhang Laosi's identity, Zhang Laosi solemnly interjected, "Do not speak frivolously. My status is humble. How can I be compared to the sect leader? In comparison to the sect leader, I am but a drop of water in the vast ocean." In his heart, the sect leader was untouchable and inviolable, his strength unfathomable. Facing the sect leader felt akin to confronting an entire world. Instilling a profound sense of helplessness and insignificance, Mu Yin smiled and replied, "This esteemed individual is an outer elder of our sect. My master would not personally intervene for such trifles." Upon hearing their exchange, Mu Lei and Gu Lingluo were even more taken aback. If Zhang Laosi was this formidable, how could he possibly not be Mu Yan's master? Moreover, he was merely an outer elder of Kunlun sacred land. The mere mention of the sect leader made the powerful Zhang Laosi tremble, his tone laced with reverence and admiration. The crowd could not help but ponder the true extent of the sect leader's strength. Was it at the refinement stage, or the integration stage, perhaps even the great ascension stage? Mu Lei and Gu Lingluo were astounded, contemplating the extraordinary opportunity Mu Yin had seized to become a disciple of such a mysterious and powerful figure. After resolving the matter, Mu Yin took Gu Lingluo's small hand and resolutely stated, "Lingluo, I have undergone a profound transformation. Come with me back to Kunlun sacred land. The Jinyu sect is not worthy of your stay." "I will follow Brother Yin." Gu Lingluo nodded without hesitation, responding joyfully. For her, as long as she could be with Mu Yin, it mattered not where they went. The Jinyu sect was no longer suitable for her. With Jin Hao's demise, returning would only subject her to various torments. It would be far better to seize this opportunity and soar together with Brother Yin. Mu Yin led her before his father, Mu Lei, and said, "Father, you should also return to Kunlun's sacred land with me. With my status, arranging your entry into the sect will be a certainty." Mu Lei hesitated. This was the family he had lived in for decades, and he held deep affections for it. However, considering that his son had been so ostracized by the family that they nearly wished for his death, Mu Lei decisively agreed. "Alas, there is nothing in the Mu family to make me nostalgic. Your mother also perished 10 years ago for the family's mission. Our family owes the clan nothing." Mu Lei sighed, as for the Grand Elder and the Second Elder. When Mu Yin glanced at them, both were trembling, nearly paralyzed with fear. Fortunately, Mu Yin spared their lives out of respect for kinship, merely ordering Zhang Laosi to incapacitate their dantians. From this moment forth, the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and Mu Kuan, the ones who had previously been the most vociferous, were reduced to mere husks. From today onward, enjoy the experience of being a cripple. Mu Yin cast a cold glance at them before taking Mu Lei and Gu Lingluo along with Zhang Laosi back to Kunlun Sacred Land. It was over, completely finished. The Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and Mu Kuan were left ashen-faced, slumped on the ground, their once mighty spiritual power now entirely dissipated. This was far more despairing than death itself. They felt as though their lives had turned bleak, filled with regret for not treating Mu Yin better. Had they shown him kindness, he would not have severed ties with the family, and the clan could have produced a nascent soul, perhaps even a transformation master. At that time, the Mu family would have been the strongest force among all surrounding families. Moreover, they would not have fallen to the pitiful fate of becoming cripples. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. What use was regret now? Mu Yan. Brother Mu Tingting gazed longingly in the direction Mu Yin had departed, murmuring to herself, her eyes filled with despondency and remorse. If only she could once again be the little shadow following behind Mu Yin. Feeling the warmth of his large hand gently caressing her head, treating her as a beloved little sister. Alas, she had once had an opportunity before her, yet failed to cherish it. Now, it was too late for regret. She could never again become the little girl by Mu Yan's side. As Mu Yin and the others departed the Mu family, they had no inclination to ponder the thoughts of those left behind. For they had already arrived at the foot of Kunlun Sacred Land. Gu Lingluo and Mu Lei, who had just landed, nearly lost their balance. Zhang Laoxi's speed was astonishing, having traversed several hundred miles in the blink of an eye. Unbeknownst to them, this was Zhang Laoxi deliberately slowing down. Otherwise, with his true celestial cultivation, covering vast distances in an instant would be trivial. Mu Yin smiled at them, saying, "Father, Lingluo, welcome to Kunlun Sacred Land. Are you both prepared to ascend the mountain?" After calming their excited hearts, Mu Lei and Gu Lingluo felt quite perplexed. Wasn't it just a matter of ascending the mountain to enter Kunlun Sacred Land? Was it truly necessary to be so mentally prepared? Chapter 17. Task Progress, Extra Rewards from the Extortion System. Before long, they arrived at the mountain gate of Kunlun Sacred Land, and upon seeing such a grand entrance, they were left speechless in astonishment. Standing before this gate, they felt as though they were gazing up at a towering mountain. Could this truly be the entrance of a sect? Mu Lei could not help but exclaim in awe. Having dedicated much of his life to the Mu family, he had seen little of the world. He had never witnessed what a truly grand sect was like. Just the entrance to Kunlun's sacred land left him deeply shaken. Gu Lingluo was equally incredulous. The entrance to Jianyu's sect was nowhere near this impressive. In comparison, Jianyu's sect was utterly insignificant. In the Zhangtian realm, Jianyu's sect was already considered quite advanced and imposing, with many families dreaming of sending their descendants to cultivate there. Yet compared to Kunlun's sacred land, Jianyu's sect seemed like mere child's play. The scale of this entrance alone overshadowed all sects in the Zhangtian realm. Observing the astonished expressions on their faces, Mu Yin could not help but smile with pride. When he first arrived at Kunlun's sacred land, he had not fared much better than they did now. "Come, let us ascend the mountain." Mu Yin led them through the gate. Upon truly entering the realm of Kunlun's sacred land, the density of spiritual energy surged by at least a dozen times. Here, they could even see numerous rare herbs thriving and many spirited spiritual beasts frolicking in the woods, resembling a celestial paradise. Such rich spiritual energy, to cultivate here for a day, is worth more than a month of arduous training in the outside world. Mu Lei's eyes widened in wonder as he gazed around, marveling at the spectacle before him. This was his first encounter with such a realm. Had he not come here himself, he would never have imagined that such a cultivation sanctuary existed in this world. Just taking a deep breath, he could distinctly feel a surge of power within him. If one were to cultivate and live here long-term, even a pig could attain enlightenment, let alone a human. Gu Lingluo's rosy lips were agape, her eyes unblinking as she greedily absorbed all the breathtaking sights. "I once cultivated in the highest forbidden area of Jianyu's sect, which housed a spiritual vein and several large gathering arrays. The concentration of spiritual energy there was about 4 times that of the outside world. Yet, that was already considered the highest level cultivation forbidden area, and as a core disciple, I could only go once a year. The concentration of spiritual energy here undoubtedly surpassed even the highest forbidden area of Jianyu's sect. Gu Lingluo, having seen some of the world, was better able to comprehend the terrifying aspects of Kunlun sacred land. This was merely the public area of Kunlun sacred land. If there were other cultivation forbidden areas, how astonishing would the concentration of spiritual energy be? Mu Yin chuckled. This is nothing. Once you step inside, you will understand. This is nothing? Gu Lingluo exclaimed in disbelief, her excitement propelling her to quicken her pace toward the front hall. After passing through the front hall, they arrived at an incredibly vast square that could accommodate tens of thousands of people simultaneously. Simultaneously, a richer, more potent aura of heaven and earth enveloped them. Indeed, it was astonishing. Gu Lingluo found herself at a loss for words. The scale of the palace complex was simply immense, and the concentration of spiritual energy was terrifyingly high. To say nothing of being a disciple here, even being a lowly janitorial servant would be 100 times better than being the sect leader of the Jinyu sect. The air itself felt sweet. Mu Lei exaggeratedly inhaled, his face alight with ecstasy. Witnessing his father's frenzied demeanor, Mu Yin could only shake his head in resignation. Father, you are being quite dramatic, aren't you? Yinner, will I be able to reside here in the future? Mu Lei gazed intently at his son. With such a promising son, he felt that his life had been utterly worthwhile. Just a touch of Mu Yan's brilliance would ensure his own comfort for a lifetime. Gu Lingluo also looked at her beloved with eager anticipation, her heart racing. Mu Yin glanced at Zhang Laosi, seeking his opinion, but Zhang Laosi remained silent, clearly uninterested in interrupting them in terms of status. Mu Yin, being the sect leader's direct disciple, far surpassed Zhang Laosi, an outer sect elder. Such trivial matters would pose no issue if Mu Yin were to voice his desire. Mu Yin understood this well, but still intended to consult his master first. Before he could contact his master, Yi Chen's voice resonated in his mind. Disciple, bring your family to meet me in the main hall. Mu Yin shuddered, hastily bowing toward the void. ASU command. He then led Gu Lingluo and Mu Lei toward the main hall. In the main hall, Yi Chen sat upon an exalted throne, somewhat surprised by the system's notification. System. The task completion rate for the eldest disciple Mu Yin stands at 80. Should the host claim the reward? Logically, Mu Yin had regained his dignity and even incapacitated several individuals. The task should be deemed perfectly accomplished. Why was it only at 80? Yi Chen found this perplexing. He was well aware of the situation with the Mu family and saw no fault in Mu Yan's actions. Was there some hidden circumstance? An 80 completion rate was certainly unsatisfactory, and the reward would undoubtedly be mediocre. He decided against claiming it. Yi Chen contemplated for a moment, realizing that the troubles with the Jinyu sect had yet to be resolved, which accounted for the insufficient task completion. If he had merely returned to sweep through the Mu family, there would have been no issues. However, with Jin Hao and Gu Lingluo involved, Mu Yan's slaying of Jin Hao had undoubtedly forged enmity with the Jinyu sect. This effectively extended the original task. System, how does this compute? Are you deliberately complicating matters for my disciple? Do you possess no sense of responsibility? Yi Chen reprimanded the system with dissatisfaction. Why not simply provide the best reward? System. Reporting to the host, this system is not a sentient being and thus lacks a heart. You dare to retort? Yi Chen's tone grew stern. Have you forgotten how convoluted your awakening conditions are? Do you not feel the slightest twinge of guilt? Provide me with a perfect explanation, and I shall not trouble you further. Yi Chen reclined on his throne, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. After a brief silence, the system finally responded again. In light of this system's oversight and details, a compensation of 1,000 zhang spirit pool, accompanied by 10 spirit springs, is being granted to the host. Upon seeing the promised compensation, Yi Chen's expression brightened. System, you have finally shown some sense. Now, execute the arrangements. With a wave of his hand, the 1,000 zhang spirit pool materialized in the back mountain, expanding the space considerably. 10 spirit springs gushed forth, significantly enhancing the spiritual energy concentration throughout the entire Kunlun sacred land. Such a scale of spirit pool and 10 spirit springs, if placed in the outer world, would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among the apex sacred lands. Now, what about the task difficulty? Will you provide me with an explanation? Yi Chen continued to press the system, which the system seemed to have anticipated. The current 80 progress equates to the previous 100 progress. The rewards received will be identical. The additional 20 progress reward is effectively a bonus. Now that's more like it. Yichen ceased further discussion with the system. At that moment, Mu Yin entered the main hall, accompanied by Mu Lei and Gu Lingluo. Chapter 18. The Principles of Kunlun, Recruiting Disciples of Emperor-Level Qualification. Disciple pays respects to Master. Mu Yin saluted Yichen, who sat regally upon the throne. Mu Lei and Gu Lingluo gazed up in curiosity, only to be instantly awestruck. In their eyes, the figure upon the throne loomed grandly, rivaling the cosmos itself, and behind him was not merely a hall, but an expanse of distant stars. His presence felt akin to the genesis of a vast world. The profound shock and trepidation they experienced were unparalleled, a sensation they had never encountered before. Upon a second glance, however, the earlier illusions dissipated, revealing a youth who appeared even younger than Mu Yin. This youth was extraordinarily handsome, with perfect features and an ethereal demeanor, every movement imbued with a flow of profound elegance. If the world were to rank beauty, this youth would undoubtedly claim the top spot. Is this truly Yenner's master? Such depth is unfathomable. He must be a reclusive master of unparalleled caliber. Mu Lei bowed his head deeply, unwilling to meet Yichen's gaze. Gu Lingluo mirrored his actions, for in her heart, Mu Yin was always the most handsome, but upon encountering Yichen, she realized what true beauty entailed. Yet, she dared not harbor any feelings of admiration toward that towering figure. Only a profound sense of reverence and fear. Disciple, your conduct during the family visit does not align with my expectations, Yichen spoke coolly. Those words struck Mu Yin like a bucket of ice water, leaving him chilled to the bone. It was the disciple's oversight. I humbly ask for Master's punishment. Although he was unaware of the specifics of Yichen's dissatisfaction, kneeling in repentance seemed the prudent course of action. Yichen continued, you killed the young master of the Jinyu sect, and you believe they would remain idle? Upon hearing his master's words, Mu Yan's brow furrowed in confusion. He was uncertain of Yichen's intent. Mu Lei and Gu Lingluo, though silent, were utterly stunned. How could Mu Yin's master be so well informed about the affairs of the Mu family? How is this possible? Seeing Mu Yan's lack of understanding, Yichen sighed inwardly, realizing that his disciple was somewhat naive and lacking in cleverness. He thus clarified, instead of waiting for the Jinyu sect to come looking for trouble, why not take the initiative and strike first? Attack the Jinyu sect? Mu Yin, Mu Lei, and Gu Lingluo were momentarily dumbfounded. How could a mere fourth-level Golden Core disciple dare to assault the Jinyu sect? Such a notion had never crossed Mu Yan's mind. He had always intended to wait until he grew stronger before addressing the Jinyu sect. Why Yichen's words left him in a state of bewilderment. Yichen patiently instructed, disciple, passivity has never been the principle of our Kunlun sacred land. Remember, whatever actions you undertake reflect not only on yourself, but on the entirety of Kunlun sacred land. Do you understand? Yichen's words enlightened Mu Yin, bringing clarity to his thoughts. The disciple understands. Previously, I was too conservative. If given another chance, I would undoubtedly strike at the Jinyu sect. His voice rang out resolutely, his thoughts now clear as he recognized his previous error. On the surface, he appeared to be a reckless fourth-level Golden Core cultivator, but in reality, he represented the honor of Kunlun's sacred land, and his master would not allow him to be slain so easily. Seeing that Mu Yin had grasped the principles of Kunlun's sacred land, Yichen nodded in satisfaction. In essence, one must never tarnish the sect's reputation while traversing the world. Through his master's thorough guidance, Mu Yin experienced an awakening, his respect for Yichen deepening further. Truly, his master's perspective was unlike that of ordinary individuals. He realized how far he still had to go. Mu Lei and Gu Lingluo, listening to the exchange between master and disciple, were utterly astonished in their understanding. The Jinyu sect was a colossal entity, one not to be trifled with. They could barely comprehend the idea of confronting it, let alone actively seeking it out. Yet, Mu Yan's master had urged him to attack the Jinyu sect solely to preserve the sect's dignity. What was this enigmatic sect? However, they also understood that such a course of action would likely lead to death in other sects. But the Kunlun sacred land, shrouded in mystery, possessed the audacity to make such a challenge. Mu Yin exclaimed, Master, shall I set out immediately? Yichen, exasperated, raised his forehead. There's no need for such haste. Tomorrow, there will be a genius exchange meeting at the Fulong mountain range. You will accompany me there. The system had previously assigned him a task, which was to recruit disciples at the Genius Exchange meeting at Fulong Mountain. Considering the timeline, the meeting was set to commence the following day. Mu Yin, puzzled, inquired, Fulong Mountain? He had heard of it. It was a distant realm, entirely outside of the Tsangtian domain, residing instead within the Luoyu domain. Between the Luoyu domain and the Tsangtian domain lay several other realms. Why did the master suddenly wish to venture so far? However, he refrained from questioning further. Since the master had permitted him to accompany, he would simply follow. By the way, master, this is my father, and this is my fiancée. I wish for them to reside within the sect. May I do so? Mu Yin inquired with a hint of anxiety. Such trivial matters were of no concern to Yi Chen. The Kunlun sacred land was vast. Accommodating a few individuals posed no issue. You are my chief disciple, second only to me in status. The decision is yours to make, Yi Chen stated. Upon receiving such freedom, Mu Yin was overwhelmed with excitement and quickly expressed his gratitude. While Mu Lei and Gu Lingluo shared in the joy, after addressing these matters, Yi Chen turned his gaze towards Gu Lingluo. He had already discerned her exceptional qualifications. Gu Lingluo, with an imperial-level aptitude. A supreme celestial body. Alas, her supreme celestial body remained dormant. Should it be activated, she could soar to great heights, with a slim possibility of attaining the status of an immortal emperor in the future. However, the conditions for activation were quite stringent, possibly leaving her unable to activate it throughout her life. Gu Lingluo, do you wish to take me as your master? Yi Chen inquired with a smile. Gu Lingluo, who had been tense and reserved, was taken aback that such a prominent figure would speak to her directly. Was she mistaken? He wished to accept her as a disciple. To her, it felt as though an immense treasure was crashing down upon her head, leaving her dazed and stunned like a wooden block. Were it not for Mu Yin discreetly tugging at her sleeve, she would hardly have dared to believe it was real. Thud. Realizing the unprecedented opportunity before her, Gu Lingluo hastily knelt and bowed. This girl was earnest indeed. With several resounding bows, the floor tiles threatened to crack. Disciple Gu Lingluo pays her respects to the master, she proclaimed loudly. Ding! The system has detected that the host has received a disciple with imperial-level aptitude. Rewards are being dispensed. Chapter 19 Double Rewards. Proceeding to the Genius Exchange Conference. Reward. 2 Immortal King Summoning Cards. Reward. 1 Chaos Realm. Reward. 1 War God Palace. Reward. 1 Imperial-Level Technique. Supreme Celestial Suppression Technique. Reward. 1000 Zhang Underground Spiritual Vein. Reward. 1 Imperial-Level Protective Formation. Celestial Star Array. Upon successfully accepting a disciple, the system immediately displayed numerous reward notifications, leaving Yi Chen astonished by the abundance of treasures. Disciple with Imperial-Level Aptitude truly stood apart. The rewards far surpassed those for disciples with Celestial-Level Aptitude. Imperial-Level Aptitude was the highest, while Celestial Level was subordinate to it. Mu Yin, being a naturally superior fire spirit root, belonged to the Celestial Level Aptitude, only reaching Imperial Level with Yi Chen's assistance, achieving the fire spirit sacred body. Thus, the rewards were still calculated based on Celestial Level Aptitude. But Gu Lingluo was different. She possessed genuine Imperial Level Aptitude, with her dormant Supreme Celestial body yet to be unlocked. Yi Chen gazed at Mu Yin with a hint of reproach. Mu Yin's heart raced, uncertain why his master regarded him with such an expression. Had he erred once more? Lingluo, from this day forth, you shall be my second direct disciple, with Mu Yin as your elder brother, Yi Chen declared with a smile. He, elder brother Mu Yin, from now on, I shall be your junior sister, so do take good care of me. Gu Lingluo playfully stuck her tongue out at Mu Yin. Mu Yin was equally elated. They both had the same master, ensuring that no one could interfere with their affections. Lingluo, this is a technique I bestow upon you. It will greatly benefit you. Saying this, Yi Chen tossed a sphere of light into Gu Lingluo's hands. As she received the sphere, she sensed an incredibly powerful force surging within it. Yet, this power was gentle towards her, causing no harm. Rather, it felt inviting. Having experienced this once before, Mu Yin swallowed hard, seemingly aware of the level of technique it represented. Would the master offer anything less? As the sphere dissipated, a scroll was revealed, inscribed with the words Supreme Celestial Suppression Technique. Just gazing upon those characters instilled an indescribable dominance, capable of suppressing even immortals. How formidable was that? The two small characters denoting imperial level further struck Gu Lingluo with profound shock. She quickly covered her mouth, but even then, she could not suppress an exclamation, her wide eyes nearly bulging out. Imperial level technique? Am I dreaming? Is this truly an imperial level technique? Gu Lingluo blinked vigorously. Reality confirmed that this was indeed an imperial level technique, not a mere illusion. The immense shock and joy filled her heart in an instant. Currently, she cultivated a king-level technique from the Jinyu sect, which was considered advanced by ordinary standards. After all, for a small family like the Mu clan, possessing even a profound-level technique was commendable. As for an imperial-level technique, that was beyond her wildest dreams. If this supreme celestial suppression technique were revealed to the outside world, it would undoubtedly incite a bloodbath across the entire Dongshan continent. Yet, her master treated it as casually as discarding refuse. "Thank you for your gracious bestowal, master." Gu Lingluo's voice trembled. Beside her, Mu Yin grinned proudly, boasting, "Lingluo oh no. I should say junior sister. My technique is also imperial level." "What? Also imperial level?" Gu Lingluo was taken aback with joy, her gratitude towards Yichen deepening. The fate of the young couple was forever altered. As a father, Mu Lei could not help but feel envious upon seeing his son and future daughter-in-law both possessing imperial-level techniques. Yet, he understood that he was not a disciple of the Kunlun sacred land. How could he expect the same treatment? For him, being able to remain in the Kunlun sacred land to live and cultivate was the best arrangement. "Before you practice this technique, I must thoroughly awaken the potential of your physique. This will allow your cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds," Yichen stated, pointing at Gu Lingluo, an invisible force acting upon her. Countless principles manifested, flowing into her body. With Yichen's assistance, Gu Lingluo's supreme celestial body began to unlock. Her form was adorned with myriad white luminescent patterns, and her meridians were completely opened. The complete supreme celestial body was now formed, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged into her like a raging river. This astonishing speed of cultivation astonished everyone. Even Mu Yin was taken aback. In terms of cultivation speed alone, his fire spirit sacred body could not compare. What kind of physique does she possess? At that moment, Gu Lingluo felt a remarkable transformation. The cultivation dilemmas that had plagued her were now effortlessly resolved. Moreover, even without actively cultivating, the surrounding spiritual energy eagerly surged into her body. Even while standing still, her cultivation speed exceeded that of her diligent efforts at the Jinyu sect. "So this is my true potential." Gu Lingluo was overjoyed. "Mu Yin, please guide them to their residence. Do not forget to attend the Genius Exchange Conference at the Fulong Mountain Range tomorrow," Yichen instructed before vanishing. He materialized beneath the wisdom tea tree on the back mountain, beginning to tally the rewards he had just acquired. 2 Immortal King Summoning Cards. Summon? Yichen utilized them directly. An Immortal King is a superpower second only to the Immortal Emperor. Summoning 2 at once would undoubtedly allow one to traverse the wild immortal world with ease. Once these 2 Immortal Kings were summoned, even those sacred lands with legacies spanning hundreds of thousands of years would be on high alert, lest they suffer significant losses. Soon, the void distorted, and 2 figures emanating powerful auras appeared before Yichen. They were 2 middle-aged men, both at the pinnacle of the Immortal King level. As long as the Immortal Emperor did not make an appearance, the pinnacle of the Immortal King was invincible. "We pay our respects to the sect master. I am Black Dragon. I am White Dragon." They both saluted respectfully. "Good. Guard the sect." Yichen nodded, allowing them to depart. The second reward was the Chaos Realm. What is the Chaos Realm? It is essentially a small world in the process of gestation, metamorphosis, and evolution. Such worlds are the most primordial, with countless principles being most clearly defined. Entering the Chaos Realm to observe its evolutionary process and comprehend the various principles offers immense benefits for one's cultivation. This opportunity is coveted not just by ordinary individuals, but even by immortal emperors. Just like last time, when Yichen fused with the primordial Hongming body, it triggered terrifying phenomena in the depths of the starry sky. With countless principles manifesting, many immortal lords, immortal kings, and immortal emperors were stirred, observing the evolution of its rules and deepening their own cultivation insights. Numerous strong individuals benefited immensely from it. Materialize. Yichen also set it up. Soon, a colossal sphere resembling a black hole, thousands of feet in size, floated above the Kunlun sacred land. This was the Chaos Realm. Entering it would allow one to comprehend the evolution of various principles. The third reward was a War God Palace. The function of the War God Palace is straightforward. Individuals can engage in combat against themselves or against various powerful beings set within. No matter the extent of injuries sustained, they will not carry over into reality. Even dying within the War God Palace merely signifies an exit from it, leaving the essence unscathed. For those disciples who revel in combat, the War God Palace is an eternal deity. The fourth reward is a spirit vein, stretching 1,000 fathoms underground. The significance of a spirit vein is self-evident. Wherever there is a spirit vein, cultivators will congregate. Even establishing sections, the rarity of 1,000-fathom spirit vein is beyond expression. With a wave of his hand, Yiqian buried this vein deep beneath the earth, constantly nourishing the Kunlun sacred land with spiritual energy. In that instant, the spiritual energy within the Kunlun sacred land surged at least double, and it continued to rise gradually. The final aspect is the Imperial-level protective grand formation, the Starry Sky Array. This formation can both defend and attack. Even an immortal emperor would find it arduous to breach the Starry Sky Array. With a grand gesture, Yiqian set up this formation, enveloping the entire Kunlun sacred land. And looking up, one could occasionally glimpse twinkling stars. Little did they know, this was the most robust yet perilous protective formation. Despite the sparse population of Kunlun sacred land, the sense of security it provided was unparalleled. The following day, Yiqian manifested a Dao body outside the Grand Hall. Today marked the day of the Genius Exchange meeting at the Fulong Mountain Range, which Yiqian eagerly anticipated. Ideally, he could recruit several disciples with Imperial-level potential to strengthen the sect. Chapter 20. Disappointed Su Lingyun. There are no geniuses here. Mu Yin and Gu Lingluo had also arrived early, and upon seeing their master appear, they rushed over excitedly. Let us go to the Fulong Mountain Range in the Falling Moon Realm. Yiqian waved his hand, enveloping both of them in an enigmatic force, effortlessly tearing through the void. Leading his two disciples into the unknown. They departed from Kunlun's sacred land. The entire Jinyu sect was already in turmoil. The death of the young sect master had spread throughout the Jinyu sect, leaving both disciples and elders in disbelief. How could someone dare to kill the young sect master in the Zhangtian realm? Did the assailant not realize that slaying the young sect master meant provoking the entire Jinyu sect? How many could withstand the wrath of a sect? It was said that the sect master had been furious throughout the night, with roars echoing from the sect master's hall, shaking the very foundations of the Jinyu sect. If nothing unexpected occurred, the external world would soon be engulfed in an immense upheaval. Within the sect master's hall, many high-ranking members of the Jinyu sect had gathered. Each exuded a formidable aura, surrounded by an inexplicable Tao rhythm. The weakest among them had already reached the mid-stage of the void refinement realm. Sitting on the highest throne was a middle-aged man radiating an astonishing murderous intent, his aura surging with the peak of the void refinement realm. He was the sect master, Jin Ruiyin. The death of his son, Jin Hao, filled him with profound sorrow and rage, vowing to eliminate all those connected to the murderer. My son had a nascent soul-level protector by his side. For an ordinary person to kill him, they would at least need to be at the peak of the nascent soul stage, or even at the transformation stage. It cannot be ruled out that a rival sect is secretly plotting against us. Attempting to sow discord, he thundered. Elder Qin, investigate those rival sects and ascertain who bears the greatest suspicion. Elderly, trace the route that Howard took on that day. We must uncover every clue and leave no stone unturned. Sect Master Jian Ruiyin roared in anguish. He would rather wrongfully execute 1,000 than let a single guilty party escape. As Jian Ruiyin's orders were issued, the members of the Jinyu sect began to mobilize. Led by two elders of the Void Refinement stage, to hunt for the murderer. The Falling Moon Realm, comparable in size to the Zhangtian realm, had recently become the most bustling area due to the upcoming Genius Exchange meeting at the Fulong Mountain Range. Many prodigious talents, the Armée de la Armée of humanity, would gather here seeking opportunities to join powerful sects. Several formidable sects in the Falling Moon Realm were keeping a watchful eye. Have you heard? The Qingsu Sword Sect's enrollment this year is set at 10. Perhaps we might catch their attention. Joining the Qingsu Sword Sect would be incredibly prestigious. I personally prefer the Howren Pavilion. I've heard that the Howren Pavilion is overseen by an Earth immortal ancestor, which guarantees stability. Ascension, the gathering treasure, heavenly sect, also a good choice. It's the wealthiest sect in the falling moon realm besides the sacred lands. Entering it means a life of luxury. Discussions of this nature frequently occurred within the Fulong mountain range. Whether it be the Howran Pavilion, Gathering Treasure Heavenly Sect, or Qing Su Sword Sect, all were powerful sects. Even being an outer disciple would be a mark of ancestral merit. Compared to the Falling Moon Sacred Land, I feel these sects fall short. Being accepted into the Falling Moon Sacred Land would be a dream come true. At this moment, someone mentioned the Falling Moon Sacred Land. However, many around expressed scorn. How dare you dream of the Falling Moon Sacred Land? They are a prestigious sacred land. Would they come here to recruit disciples? Could they possibly accept someone like you? Ha! The Falling Moon Sacred Land is a towering behemoth, a legacy of the immortal emperors. Only true super geniuses are worthy of entering. Do we even have the right to indulge in such fantasies? When discussing the Falling Moon Sacred Land, they were filled with longing and reverence. It was the only sacred land in the Falling Moon realm, one of the top 10 sacred lands in the Eastern Victory continent. With a lineage spanning countless years, it was a place of dreams for everyone. Yet, given the stature of the Falling Moon Sacred Land, there was no need for them to attend such genius exchange meetings to recruit disciples. Not far away, two extraordinarily beautiful young women were strolling nearby, coincidentally overhearing the conversations. One of the girls, appearing no older than 16, chuckled mischievously. "Senior sister, they surely didn't expect that we, from the Falling Moon Sacred Land, would also be here." The younger girl, named Tao Yaoyao, seemed a bit puzzled. "But what are we doing here? It's just an ordinary genius exchange meeting. What good seedlings could possibly be found?" The girl referred to as senior sister, Su Lingyun, slightly older and in her 20s, explained to her younger sister. "Tao Yaoyao, geniuses can be found everywhere. Don't forget, I was picked up by our master along the way, and my origins were quite ordinary." The younger girl nodded, somewhat understanding, but her attention was primarily drawn to the nearby food and fun. There were not many novel trinkets in the Falling Moon Sacred Land. The genius exchange meeting at the Fulong mountain range was in full swing, and Yi Chun, accompanied by his two disciples, tore through space to emerge. The lively atmosphere enveloped them. "So many people," Gu Lingluo exclaimed joyfully. Mu Yin, fidgeting and looking around, mischievously leaned toward Yi Chen. "Master, may I take Luo for a stroll first?" Yi Chen cast him a glance and consented. "Go ahead, just don't get lost." "Hee, with master here, how could I possibly get lost?" With that, Mu Yin took his fiancée's hand and plunged into the crowd to enjoy their world together. Yi Chun had a clear direction, heading toward the area with the most people. According to his observations, the most suitable candidates for disciples were gathered there. Moreover, they possessed imperial-level potential. One of the most crucial segments of the Genius Exchange meeting was the qualification test. In a spacious area, several massive stone platforms were erected, each engraved with 9 celestial bodies. These were the star platforms, specifically designed for testing potential. As long as one placed their palm on the star platform, the corresponding celestial bodies would illuminate. The more stars that lit up, the better the potential. Typically, at least 5 stars needed to shine for a candidate to be considered by several sects for discipleship. Despite the overwhelming number of youths at the Fulong mountain range, numbering at least in the millions, few had managed to illuminate 5 stars. Thus Fard, Su Lingyun and Tao Yaoyao from the Falling Moon Sacred Land were also observing the test results. But the more they watched, the more disappointed they became. "Senior sister, the best potential so far has only reached 7 stars. Not even 8. These individuals are truly lacking." Tao Yaoyao pouted, clearly bored. With potential below 9 stars? They were not worth their attention. Su Lingyun too felt her hopes waning and sighed. "Alas, let us leave in a quarter of an hour. It seems today holds no prospects. There are simply no geniuses here." Just as the two girls were losing interest, Su Lingyun suddenly felt a peculiar sensation and turned her gaze toward a certain direction. What caught her eye was a strikingly handsome young man. Tall and poised, exuding an air of confidence. Though he wore simple white garments devoid of any ostentation, he possessed a unique aura that drew her attention incessantly. Most perplexing was that upon her first glance, she felt as if she were gazing into an endless starry sky, profound and boundless. Who was this person? Su Lingyun's astonished gaze pierced through the chaotic crowd, landing on Yi Chun. Chapter 21. The Innate Supreme Sword Bone. A grand reward. This was the first time she experienced such a peculiar sensation towards someone. Instinctively, Su Lingyun extended her consciousness to probe Yichun's aura, only to be taken aback. The youth exuded no signs of cultivation whatsoever. He was entirely a mere mortal. Could it be that I was mistaken? This person is truly just an ordinary human? Su Lingyun began to doubt herself. Tao Yaoyao, noticing her senior sister's unusual fixation on a young male, felt a wave of surprise. Senior sister Su Lingyun had countless admirers within the Falling Moon's sacred land, yet none had ever captured her attention. Could it be that she was developing feelings for a mere mortal? Tao Yaoyao teased playfully. Senior sister, that person is indeed quite handsome. Wouldn't you agree? Su Lingyun instinctively nodded. He is indeed very handsome. However, just as she finished speaking, she sensed something amiss and quickly shot a fierce glare at the grinning Tao Yao. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Senior sister, among so many exceptionally talented and handsome individuals in the sacred land, many of whom come from prestigious backgrounds, how is it that you have set your sights on a mere mortal? Oh, I see. You harbor a rebellious spirit within. Tao Yao's face was alight with amusement. It was the first time she had witnessed such a blush on her senior sister's face. Su Lingyun raised her hand, ready to give the cheeky girl a sound thrashing. Senior sister, jokes aside, if those prodigies within the sacred land discover that you are seeking a mortal, it would spell disaster for him. Tao Yao's teasing tone sobered as she said this earnestly. Su Lingyun sighed in exasperation. I have no romantic interest in him. I merely find him rather peculiar. After stealing another glance at Yichun, she resumed her focus on the assessment of talents. One by one, individuals were dejectedly leaving after being eliminated. Zhang San, 3-star qualification, fail. Lin Bei, 2-star qualification, get lost. Wang Junjia, 4-star qualification, scram. On the side of the Qingshu sword sect, an elder responsible for assessing the qualifications grew increasingly impatient, wondering how, after an entire day, they were still dealing with these inferior candidates. Deng Tianqing, 5-star qualification, meets the standard. At last, a genius with 5-star qualifications made an appearance. Surrounding young people cast envious and jealous glances at the young man named Deng Tianqing, who held his head high, exuding an air of superiority. From this day forth, he would no longer be an ordinary person. Those around him would not even have the right to look up to him. Su Jian, 1-star qualification, the dregs of society, get out of here. At this moment, the elder in charge of the assessments berated yet another substandard youth, wishing he could kick this 1-star waste down the mountain. Laughter erupted from the crowd directed at Su Jian, who was the target of their mockery. Although none of them had been selected, witnessing someone worse off than themselves lightened their spirits considerably. Enveloped by the ridicule from all sides, Su Jian lowered his head in silence, feeling as if 1,000 swords were piercing his heart. Why? Why could I not even attain 5-star qualifications? Am I inherently unsuitable for cultivation? Su Jian's heart was tormented. He bore a deep-seated grudge and had hoped to avenge his parents once his cultivation was successful. Yet now, he found himself without even the opportunity to cultivate. Just then, a sharp and scathing voice pierced his ears. Oh dear, how could anyone have only 1-star qualifications? Oh, it's you, Su Jian. Ha ha ha. My name is Deng Tianqing, and I happen to possess 5-star qualifications and have decided to join the Qingshu sword sect. From now on, we belong to 2 different worlds. By the way, perhaps you should kneel and beg me. Once I achieve success, I might consider helping you avenge your parents. Haha, Deng Tianqing, who had just been the object of envy, now appeared with an air of arrogance, his cruel words inciting great displeasure. Both he and Su Jian hailed from the same place, but Su Jian's unwavering integrity clashed with Deng Tianqing's tendency to bully others, resulting in long-standing animosity. Now, as Deng Tianqing was poised for ascendance, Su Jian had been deemed a 1-star failure, which brought Deng Tianqing immense satisfaction. Deng Tianqing, do not be so arrogant. One day, I will bring you down. Su Jian shouted in anger, realizing that this fellow was deliberately using the death of his parents to provoke him, a truly wicked intent. However, Deng Tianqing only smiled more brightly. Ha ha ha, I will await your attempt. But with your 1-star qualifications, a waste like you? No sect in the entire wasteland would ever take you in. Accept your fate. Deng Tianqing's words struck deep. Su Jian wished to retort, but upon recalling his own dismal one-star qualifications, he found himself rendered speechless. In the distance, Su Lingyun and Tao Yao also took notice of the quarrel. Such poor talent, only 1 star. Su Lingyun lamented. The world is quite realistic. If one possesses strength, they have a voice. If not, they ought to remain silent. She felt sympathy for Su Jian's plight, but recognized the grim truth. A 1-star individual like him would never rise again unless a miracle occurred. Just as Su Jian silently endured Deng Tianqing's taunts, a tall figure appeared before him. Yi Chun, Su Jian, join my sect and take me as your master. I will guide your cultivation, Yi Chun said calmly. Su Jian, born with the supreme sword bone, not yet awakened, imperial level qualifications. This was Su Jian's true qualification, imperial. The reason the star platform failed to detect it was that the supreme sword bone had not yet awakened. Were it to awaken, the star platform would likely explode. Me? Su Jian was bewildered. Was this person referring to him? He wanted to take him as a disciple. Surely he must have misheard. He was merely a 1-star waste. The sort even a dog would not take in, yet here was someone willingly offering to accept him as a disciple. Indeed, I speak of you. Yi Chen affirmed with anodyne. Yu Jian gazed at this youth, who appeared to be of similar age, uncertain whether to believe him. After all, he was just a boy. What qualifications did he have to take on disciples? Yet, reflecting on his own dismal qualifications, Su Jian ultimately decided not to hesitate any longer and quickly agreed. After all, it was a stroke of luck for someone to be willing to take him in. As long as he could cultivate, he did not care about the size of the sect. Besides, as a waste himself, there was no need for the other party to deceive him. Disciple Su Jian pays respects to master. Su Jian knelt and bowed, performing the gesture with great sincerity. Excellent, from this day forth, you shall be my 3rd disciple. Yi Chun revealed a satisfied smile. The system promptly issued a notification. Ding, disciple accepted successfully, disciple Su Jian, born with supreme sword bone, imperial level qualifications. Rewards for accepting a disciple have been dispatched. Please check, however, the surrounding crowd was left dumbfounded, unsure of what performance Yi Chen and Su Jian were putting on. Just moments ago, Su Jian's qualifications had been confirmed as 1 star, and everyone in the vicinity had heard it, a true waste. How could anyone willingly accept him as a disciple? What was even more astonishing was that the one accepting the disciple was merely a youth of similar age, without even a hint of cultivation fluctuation. Absurd, utterly ridiculous. Chapter 22. Causing tremendous upheaval, they have gone mad. This scene left everyone nearby completely astounded. A youth devoid of cultivation fluctuations had taken a 1-star waste as a disciple. Not even storytellers would dare to concoct such a tale. After a brief moment of shock, the crowd erupted into a thunderous laughter. Ha ha ha, little brother, which sect do you belong to? At what level of cultivation do you need to reach before you start accepting disciples? I've never heard of anyone willing to take a 1-star waste as a disciple. This is a story I could laugh about for an entire year. You don't just pick up scraps like this, do you? If you're going to pick, it should be someone with at least 4-star qualifications, right? Enough. This dear brother, doesn't he even have any cultivation fluctuations and is trying to take on disciples? I suspect he is a charlatan. The crowd could not help but mock Yi Chen and Su Jian, viewing them as mere clowns meant for ridicule. Not far away, Su Lingyun and Tao Yao also found the situation incredibly amusing. Su Lingyun was even more convinced that she had misjudged the youth. He was merely an ordinary person, entirely lacking in merit apart from his handsome appearance. Senior sister, do you think that person could be a prodigy that we simply cannot perceive? Tao Yao jested further, and no one genuinely believed Su Jian was a prodigy. It was merely Tao Yao's playful banter. Su Lingyun covered her mouth to stifle her laughter and admonished, Tao Yao, why are you mocking him like that? We have received professional training. Ordinarily, we would not laugh. Oh, Tao Yao pouted. As for Su Jian, he was now able to face the ridicule of so many with composure. Meanwhile, Yi Chen began to inspect the rewards he had received. Reward, a primordial sword palace. Reward, 2 celestial king summoning cards. Reward, the extermination sword formation. Reward, cultivation method eternal sword path, imperial level. Reward, a scripture repository. Reward, 100 true dragon immortality pills. Upon seeing these rewards, Yi Chen felt immense satisfaction. Truly, the rewards for imperial level qualifications were exceptional. He could examine the rest later, but for now, he would first transmit the eternal sword path to Su Jian to aid him in awakening his supreme sword bone. While Yi Chun was reviewing the system information, Deng Tianqing, who had been so boastful earlier, was now laughing the loudest. Ha ha ha, I'm going to die from laughter. Ha ha. Su Jian, you waste, finally someone has taken you in. Trash belongs in the trash heap, while I am different. I am about to become a disciple of the Qingshu sword sect, and you will forever be looking up to me. Deng Tianqing laughed so hard he nearly doubled over. Yi Chun paid no mind to the commotion around him. He pressed a finger to Su Jian's forehead and said, Now, I shall activate your physique and impart cultivation methods to you. Su Jian was unprepared. And in an instant, he felt as though his soul had been transported to another realm. His physical form was undergoing a metamorphosis. Countless meridians were being unblocked, his blood and bones were transforming. Most notably, an astonishing sword intent emanated from his spine, soaring into the sky and manifesting as an ethereal giant sword that pierced through the heavens. A terrifying sword intent radiated from his body, expanding in all directions like a hurricane capable of obliterating everything. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, all swords trembled, as if bowing in submission, overwhelmed with excitement. This extraordinary phenomenon left many in a state of shock, hastily gripping their treasured swords, fearful of losing control over them. The commotion was so intense that it alerted the higher echelons of numerous sections within the Qingshu sword sect. The sect master, upon sensing the astonishing sword intent and witnessing the colossal sword shadow piercing the heavens, nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. It must be the legendary Supreme Sword Bone. It undoubtedly is, the Supreme Sword Bone. The sect master of Qingshu exclaimed in a voice filled with awe. The other high-ranking members of various sects also appeared. Their typically stern expressions now replaced with utter astonishment. Indeed, according to ancient texts, the manifestation accompanying the emergence of the Supreme Sword Bone is precisely like this. This is the fabled Supreme Sword Bone. Our Qingshu sword sect had only one emerge 30,000 years ago, and we must claim this one today. We are destined for greatness. Could it be that our Qingshu sword sect is on the brink of nurturing a sword Dao immortal emperor? The excitement among the senior members of the Qingshu sword sect grew with every word, their bodies trembling at the prospect of potentially cultivating a true sword Dao immortal emperor. Enough of this chatter. We must swiftly go to the Fulong mountain range. We must retrieve the Supreme Sword Bone at the earliest opportunity. The sect master of Qingshu commanded, and with a flick of his robe, he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the Fulong mountain range. The other senior members followed closely behind, effectively mobilizing the entire sect. Not only was the Qingshu sword sect in motion, but powerful sects such as Haoran Pavilion, Jubao Tianzong, Guiyuan sect, Yingyue sect, and Tiangang Dao sect were also on the move. The Supreme Sword Bone warranted the attention of all. If a genius with 9-star aptitude could become a true disciple directly, then the possessor of the Supreme Sword Bone could be cultivated as an heir. 10 geniuses with 9-star aptitude could not compare to a single Supreme Sword Bone. It could be said that every notable sect in the Luoyue realm was mobilized, each determined to attain the Supreme Sword Bone. Meanwhile, within the Fulong mountain range, Su Jian, having awakened the Supreme Sword Bone, let out a howl that resonated to the heavens, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that spread in all directions. His cultivation level soared directly to the foundation establishment stage. It is noteworthy that just moments ago, he was merely a struggling novice in the body refinement stage. In the blink of an eye, he ascended from the body refinement stage to the chi refinement stage, and then to the foundation establishment stage, with no hindrance whatsoever. Finally, all manifestations subsided, and the towering giant sword retracted into his spine. Feeling the surging power within him, Su Jian had never experienced such strength, as if he could unleash dozens of sword energies with a mere flick of his wrist. His comprehension of the sword Dao was now 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold greater than before. In his eyes, the world appeared as a realm composed entirely of sword intent. This is the advantage of possessing the innate Supreme Sword Bone. Grateful beyond measure, Su Jian knelt on the ground, bowing deeply to Yi Chun. Yi Chun accepted his disciple's homage with a smile. Disciple, you have gained power. You should know what actions to take without my prompting, Yi Chun said. Su Jian's gaze then fell upon Deng Tianqing, who had previously mocked him and insulted his deceased parents, a surge of murderous intent erupting from within. Previously, He had endured in silence due to his lack of strength, but now, he sought to reclaim his dignity and eliminate the beast that had dared to humiliate his parents. Su Jian, we hail from the same place. Surely, we share a bond. Do not kill me. I was wrong. I truly was, Deng Tianqing, having been thoroughly petrified by the manifestation of Su Jian's supreme sword bone. Found himself on his knees, weeping and pleading for mercy. He could never have imagined that the waste he had so easily belittled would undergo such a transformation in the blink of an eye. It is futile. I will kill you. Su Jian ground his teeth in determination. Seeing that pleas for mercy were in vain, Deng Tianqing, cornered and desperate, viciously threatened. I am already half a disciple of the Qingshu sword sect. If you kill me, you will be opposing the sect. Dare to make a move against me? Upon hearing this, Su Jian hesitated momentarily. The Qingshu sword sect was formidable. Would he be bringing trouble to his master? Yet, upon receiving recognition from Yi Qin's gaze, he no longer hesitated. Aligning his index and middle fingers to form a sword, he unleashed a sharp sword energy. Deng Tianqing, die. Chapter 23. The Major Movements of the Sects. Heads roll. Deng Tianqing died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. He would never have thought that his pleasant life within the Qingshu sword sect had barely begun before it was abruptly ended. Moreover, it was Su Jian, whom he had looked down upon, who had obliterated him in a single strike. Blood sprayed forth, causing those nearby to recoil in terror, their eyes filled with fear as they regarded Su Jian. Especially those who had mocked him alongside Deng Tianqing, now tightly sealing their lips and quietly merging into the crowd, fearful of attracting his attention. These inexperienced youths, though unaware of what the supreme sword bone was, could discern that the commotion Su Jian had caused was sufficient to indicate that he was far from ordinary. In his presence, everyone felt as though they were faced with countless sharpened blades. Not far away, Su Lingyun and Tao Yaoyao were utterly dumbfounded. They had come to realize that Su Jian was undoubtedly an unparalleled super genius, seemingly possessing the legendary supreme sword bone, the supreme sword bone. With such a physique, he would be unrivaled in the sword Dao. Once he achieved the status of sword Dao immortal emperor, his destructive power would sweep away all other immortal emperors. Su Lingyun's voice trembled with excitement. Talents of this caliber, not to mention within the Qingshu sword sect, would be a rarity even in the Luoyue's sacred land. To produce even one would be an immense stroke of fortune. Who could have anticipated that a waste with only 1-star aptitude would, after the guidance of that young man, transform into one with the supreme sword bone? Sister, it seems we misjudged him, Tao Yaoyao said weakly. Su Lingyun's smile was bittersweet. Not only did we misjudge him, we were utterly blind. Had they recognized Su Jian as the supreme sword bone earlier, they could have whisked him away, leaving no room for others. The Luoyue's sacred land would have gained an immortal emperor. Perhaps we still have a chance. Who wouldn't want to join the Luoyue's sacred land? Su Lingyun whispered, her confidence resurfacing at the mention of the Luoyue's sacred land. Who among the denizens of the vast immortal world would not aspire to join a sacred land? Moreover, with the nurturing of a sacred land, the potential of the supreme sword bone would be maximized, paving the way for the hope of becoming an immortal emperor. She believed that if Su Jian were not foolish, he would choose to join the Luoyue's sacred land. At this point, the numerous elders responsible for assessing aptitude had snapped back to reality from their shock and rushed to Su Jian's side. Eager to recruit him into their sect, Su Jian, I am an elder of the Qingshu sword sect. Your astounding talent in the sword Dao can only be nurtured by our sect. The elder who had previously dismissed Su Jian with no hesitation was now overwhelmed with excitement, attempting to win him over as though he had never sought to expel him. Observing this, Su Jian couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, the world is amusing. The elder who had looked down upon him had now adopted such a humble and respectful demeanor. How realistic! Su Jian scoffed. Elder, if I recall correctly, you just told me to leave. The elder forced a smile that was more painful than tears and explained, how could that be? I knew all along that you were an extraordinary talent. I merely intended to temper you. Once you join our Qingshu sword sect, your future will be smooth sailing, soaring to great heights. The elder made every effort to persuade Su Jian. At this moment, he was filled with regret. Had he possessed sharper insight earlier, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Su Jian regarded him as one might a clown, remaining unmoved. Apologies, but I already have a master. Your Qingshu sword sect stands above all, and I do not dare to aspire to such heights. Su Jian replied coldly. He could not forget how this elder had scorned him. Everything he possessed now was bestowed upon him by his master. It would be unthinkable to turn around and join another sect. Such an ungrateful act was not in Su Jian's character. Humph, what right does he have to be your master? He merely stumbled upon your awakening by chance. His presence is inconsequential. The elder derided Yi Chen's significance, dismissing any connection between Su Jian's awakening of his physique and Yi Chen. What could a man without a hint of cultivation accomplish? However, he was oblivious to the fact that his disparagement of Yi Chen had swiftly ignited Su Jian's murderous intent, though they had known each other for less than half an hour. Su Jian had already determined that Yi Chen was the one who altered his fate, the one who bestowed upon him his talents, the one who saved his life. Anyone who dared speak ill of his master would become his sworn enemy. Yi Chen remarked nonchalantly, "Old fool, you speak too much." He held no desire to bully the weak. After all, as a dignified immortal emperor, there was no need to engage in actions that would tarnish his status. Yet, could one endure the incessant buzzing of a mosquito nearby without swatting it? You insolent brat, you! The elder's face flushed with rage as he pointed at Yi Chen, ready to annihilate him. He believed that by eliminating Yi Chen, Su Jian would have no choice but to follow him. But before he could finish his threat, with but a casual glance from Yi Chen, the elder's body instantaneously disintegrated. Not even a trace of blood mist was left behind. He vanished into thin air before the eyes of the crowd. In the vicinity, everyone was utterly astonished, unable to believe their own eyes. How could a living person simply vanish? Not a single sign of forewarning? What on earth had transpired? They all understood that the elder's disappearance was undoubtedly linked to Yi Chen, yet they were completely unaware of the means by which Yi Chen had orchestrated the elder's vanishing act. Could it be that the elder had truly met his demise? However, the manner of his death remained a mystery to them all. Only Su Lingyun, at this moment, was wide-eyed with terror, having failed to perceive how Yi Chen executed his actions. Her immense spiritual consciousness enveloped an expanse of 1,000 miles, yet she detected not the slightest trace of the elder's aura. What did this signify? It indicated that the individual had genuinely vanished into thin air. Such a terrifying technique. His prowess surpassed my own by leagues. He was no mere mortal but rather an unfathomable, extraordinary being. Su Lingyun had initially intended to leverage the reputation of the Falling Moon's sacred land to vie for Su Jian. Yet now she dared not act recklessly. She could not even guarantee her survival in Yi Chen's presence. Though I possess the cultivation of the void refinement stage, I remain unable to discern his depths. What exactly is his origin? Su Lingyun's eyes brimmed with apprehension, no longer daring to regard Yi Chen as an ordinary individual. The other elders from various sects also began to sense the gravity of the situation, hastily dispersing for fear of suddenly vanishing themselves. However, the events here were far from over, as several formidable auras abruptly appeared on the horizon. These powerful presences were exceedingly sharp, akin to sword energy piercing the heavens. In the Falling Moon realm, the only ones capable of exuding such an aura must surely be from the Qingshu sword sect. Moreover, those arriving were undoubtedly of high rank, with terrifying strength. Was it the sect master of Qingshu sword sect? And perhaps many of their senior elders? Why had such a multitude come? The elders from other sects, witnessing the overwhelming display of strength from Qingshu sword sect, questioned their own sanity. The sect master had personally stepped forward? Just how far would they go to compete for Su Jian, this naturally gifted supreme swordbone? As these prominent figures from Qingshu sword sect made their entrance, the entire Fulong mountain range was engulfed in shock, leaving everyone incredulous. For them, the sect master and these esteemed elders were akin to beings from another realm, individuals they had never dreamed of encountering in their lifetimes. Yet here they were, appearing collectively. The terrifying fluctuations of their cultivation spread forth, enveloping the entire Fulong mountain range. Not only the youthful individuals present, but even Su Lingyun and Tao Yaoyao, both hailing from sacred lands, could feel the immense pressure. If I am not mistaken, the strength of the sect master of Qingshu sword sect must have reached at least the integration stage. Su Lingyun's expression grew grave. After all, how could the leader of a sect possess weak abilities? Qingshu sword sect was among the more powerful sects within the Falling Moon realm, and it was entirely reasonable for the sect master to possess cultivation at the integration stage. Furthermore, there were 6 other high-ranking figures like the sect master from Qingshu Sword Sect. This meant that the 6 individuals sent forth by Qingshu Sword Sect were at least of integration stage cultivation. This situation had escalated. It remained uncertain whether that young man could retain his hold on the supreme sword bone he had developed. Tao Yaoyao, too, had lost her previous vivacity, replaced instead with caution. If she were to face so many powerful individuals alone, without the status of a disciple from Falling Moon's sacred land, she would be at a complete loss. Perhaps he had his own methods? Su Lingyun murmured, recalling the moment when a mere glance from Yi Chun had caused a powerful figure of the nascent soul stage to disintegrate. She felt a lingering fear. At this moment, that young man appeared utterly unfazed, as if he had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. The sect master of Qingshu Sword Sect immediately spotted Su Jian, who was radiating a potent sword aura. And his eyes lit up. Truly, he was worthy of the supreme sword body. Even before officially embarking on the path of sword cultivation, he was already as sharp as a treasured blade. If he could be taken under my wing, it would be an enormous gain. Young man, I am the sect master of Qingshu Sword Sect. Aware of your extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, I have come to take you as my disciple. Come, walk with me. The sect master of Qingshu Sword Sect said with a smile. Upon revealing his identity, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. It was indeed the sect master of Qingshu. The impact of his own admission was profoundly different. Every pair of eyes widened. The sect master was someone they could only dream of being taught by. If one could be accepted as a disciple by such a prominent figure, their life would be illuminated. All gazes turned enviously toward Su Jian, their fervent glances almost wishing to eliminate him to take his place. Had they been in his position, they would have readily accepted the sect master's proposal. However, Su Jian remained remarkably composed, as if he had not even heard the sect master's words. The sect master's personal overture to recruit him seemed laughable in his eyes. Would the sect master of Qingshu Sword Sect personally descend to take on a disciple if he were still a mere waste? To put it bluntly, was it not his master who had first awakened the supreme sword bone within him that had drawn their attention? Everyone awaited Su Jian's response. With so many high-ranking figures from Qingshu Sword Sect present, was that not enough sincerity? The sect master of Qingshu Sword Sect furrowed his brow in displeasure, for it was well known that anyone facing such an assembly would be overwhelmed with excitement. After all, having the sect master personally lead a recruitment effort was a profound honor for these young individuals. Su Jian had no valid reason to turn them down. Just as the sect master began to grow impatient and prepared to continue his entreaty, powerful auras emerged from the opposite side of the sky. As they approached and their attire became visible, the crowd was left dumbfounded. For it was none other than the attire of the Howren Pavilion. Were they also here to recruit? Indeed, it was the individuals from the Howren Pavilion, and they appeared to be of high rank. Otherwise, how could they compete with Qingshu Sword Sect for talent? This was truly a gathering of esteemed figures. What a visual feast! The crowd buzzed with astonishment, their eyes fixated upon the members of Howren Pavilion. Hemph! Howren Pavilion, what brings you here? Is this any of your concern? The sect master of Qingshu Sword Sect retorted scornfully. The supreme sword bone rightfully belongs to a sect dedicated to the path of swordsmanship. Howren Pavilion does not specialize in sword cultivation. What business do you have here? The sect master of Howren Pavilion replied with a hearty laugh. No one can refuse a supreme sword bone, and it is not only your Qingshu Sword Sect that can cultivate swordsmanship, is it? Then let the competition begin. The sect master of Qingshu Sword Sect could not be bothered to engage in further banter. However, Howren Pavilion was merely one of the competitors. Soon after, figures from the Jubaotian sect, Guiyuan sect, Ingyue sect, and Tiangang Dao sect joined the fray. Dozens of powerful presences hovered in the skies above, casting a shadow over the entire Fulong mountain range. The mere emanation of their cultivation fluctuations left the less experienced youths gasping for breath. Even Su Lingyun, a practitioner at the void refinement stage, felt immense pressure. After all, with dozens of integration stage experts looming overhead, who could withstand such an onslaught? Everyone was incredulous. Could it truly be that so many esteemed figures had converged solely to vie for one individual? The envy directed at Su Jian was palpable. With many wishing fervently to trade places with him, imagining the thrill of selecting from multiple sects, Young man, my Jubaotian sect offers you 50,000 spirit stones a year, and you need not worry about any rare materials. Come to us. You will not regret it, boomed the affluent sect master of Jubaotian sect. Spirit stones alone mean nothing. Join us at Gu sect. We can elevate you to become an immortal emperor. The sect master of Gu sect boasted. However, a member of Tiangang Dao sect could not contain his laughter. Gu sect? You do not even have an immortal emperor among your ranks, yet you claim to cultivate others into one? Do you even believe that? Why not come to us at Tiangang Dao sect? Our foundation is the most profound. The techniques we cultivate are even remnants of imperial-level manuscripts. While referred to as remnants of imperial-level manuscripts, they were actually relatively complete imperial techniques, albeit with some missing portions in the latter sections. Even so, these imperfect imperial techniques were exceedingly rare treasures. The highest cultivation techniques of other sects were merely celestial level. Nothing could compare to an imperial-level manuscript, even if it were incomplete. In an instant, various sects began to unveil their enticing offers, vying to capture Su Jian's interest. The stakes escalated to a fever pitch. Not only the inexperienced youths present, but even Su Lingluo, hailing from Falling Moon's sacred land, found herself moved. One could not help but admire the lengths they were willing to go to in order to recruit the supreme sword bone. The promised treasures alone could cultivate a saintly child or daughter of a sacred land. Yet, throughout it all, Su Jian remained silent, for he had yet to be given an opportunity to speak. Finally, the sect master of Qingshu Sword Sect, displeased, let out a cold huff. Young man, I shall say this. When it comes to the cultivation of swordsmanship, we Qingshu Sword Sect are the most proficient. Now, declare your choice. As the sect master of Qingshu Sword Sect inquired, countless pairs of eyes converged upon Su Jian. Speculation arose as to whether Su Jian might opt for Jubaotian sect or Tiangang Dao sect. But the most likely choice remained Qingshu Sword Sect. In that moment, the surrounding world seemed to fall silent. Even Su Jian felt the weight of pressure, yet his heart remained resolute. He would not be swayed by any allure of gain. He raised his head and declared loudly, I shall choose no sect. I already have a master. It is this esteemed individual beside me. Upon uttering these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. No one anticipated that Su Jian's choice would be to select none at all. While it was true that the young man had an eye for talent, what could he possibly offer? Rather than associating with someone deemed to have no future, why not cultivate within a prestigious sect? Was he truly unaware of this? The young aspirants, who would do anything to take his place, were infuriated to the point of nearly grinding their teeth to dust. The sects they could only dream of joining were now extending invitations to him, and yet he rejected them all? It was enough to drive one to madness. If they could, they would have relished the opportunity to eliminate Su Jian and take his place in a sect of their choosing. Alas, the youth seemed oblivious, opting instead for a path of futility when he could have embarked on a glorious journey. If it were me, I would have chosen the Qingshu Sword Sect without a moment's hesitation. Why even contemplate it? Such remarkable talent squandered upon him. How fortunate it would be if it were bestowed upon me. The crowd buzzed with murmurs of envy and jealousy. Even the leaders of the Qingshu sect were taken aback by the unexpected response. The prominent figures of the integration stage stared in disbelief, scarcely able to accept the reality before them. He disregarded such a fortuitous opportunity to align himself with a nameless individual. What could he possibly be thinking? The master of Qingshu was seething with anger, having exhausted his entreaties, yet still, Su Jian remained unmoved. Were it not for the fact that he bore the supreme sword bone, he would have been swiftly dealt with. Young man, you must ponder this carefully. What can he offer you? The Qingshu Sword Sect can cultivate you into a Sword Dao Immortal Emperor. The title of Immortal Emperor, the pinnacle of power in the vast realm of Huangxian, had been achieved by only a select few throughout history. It was a realm that everyone aspired to, yet the chances of attaining such a status were nearly non-existent. Thus, the allure of being recognized as a Sword Dao Immortal Emperor was undeniably tantalizing. However, such grand promises bore no weight for Su Jian. What talk of an Immortal Emperor? One must at least possess imperial-level techniques to engage in such discussions. His master, however, had awakened his potential and imparted the complete imperial technique. Wangu Sword Dao. This was a comprehensive imperial technique, specifically for sword cultivation. One must ask, Which sect present could offer such a gift? Therefore, whether in terms of gratitude or practicality, there was no chance he would betray his master. I have made up my mind. I will never forsake my master. Esteemed elders, please, take your leave, Su Jian declared resolutely. Yi Chun was thoroughly pleased with his disciple's performance. The lad was loyal and righteous, proving himself worthy of being adopted as a student. At that moment, Yi Chun received a new notification from the system. Host has triggered a random quest. Let the name of Kunlun sacred land resound throughout the falling moon realm. Rewards will be distributed based on task completion. The system truly understood his needs. Presenting a task at such a juncture felt like a gift of treasure. Yi Chun smiled with satisfaction, realizing it was time to make his mark in the falling moon realm. Kunlun sacred land would inevitably attain great renown across all realms, beginning with this very place. Meanwhile, the master of Qingshu was far from pleased with Su Jian's words. The leaders of various sects turned their gazes toward Yi Chun, finding him unimpressive. Since Su Jian had no intention of betraying his master, the solution seemed simple: eliminate the master, and he would no longer be considered a traitor. Killing an inconsequential person to obtain the supreme sword bone posed no moral dilemma for them. Listen well, boy. I advise you to be sensible, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The master of Qingshu glared at Yi Chun, his murderous intent palpable, a stark warning. His murderous aura was so intense that it chilled the very air of the Fulong Mountains. An invisible sword intent swirled about ominously. Each individual felt an agonizing sensation, as if their bodies were being sliced apart. A mere twitch could result in their dismemberment. This is bad, Su Lingyun thought to herself in alarm. The master of Qingshu harbored murderous intent. If things progressed as anticipated, he would soon make a move against that young man. Though she did not know Yi Chun, she felt an immediate affinity upon first sight. Her instincts indicated he was no ordinary individual. Thus, Su Lingyun resolved to reveal her identity to protect Yi Chun. Her cultivation was merely at the void refinement stage, far below that of the Qingshu sword sect. But with the backing of the falling moon sacred land, she believed that even the master of Qingshu would think twice before opposing them. Sister, shall we make our presence known? Tao Yaoyao whispered. For reasons unknown, she also felt a striking fondness for the unfamiliar young man, who remained unperturbed even under the pressure of several sects, even smiling in response. His composure was undeniably captivating. Both Su Lingyun and Tao Yaoyao prepared to intervene to safeguard Yi Chun. The throngs around them regarded the silent Yi Chun as if watching a farce. Perhaps he was peculiar, but he was currently facing the entirety of the Qingshu sword sect and several other powerful factions. Did he have any hope of survival today? Mastered, Su Jian felt a surge of anxiety. His sensitivity to sword intent surpassed that of anyone else. He understood all too well how formidable the master of Qingshu truly was. Yi Chun offered him a reassuring glance, softly stating, "With my master here, I am unrivaled beneath heaven and earth." Su Jian's heart trembled. Unrivaled beneath heaven and earth? What an astonishing declaration! The master of Qingshu coldly proclaimed. "We have extended our offers. It is you who seeks your own demise, so do not blame us." With that, the master of Qingshu pointed a finger at Yi Chun, conjuring a gigantic sword over 100 feet long, aimed to strike him down. A casual gesture from a figure of the integration stage possessed the power to shatter mountains and part seas, to extinguish the life of a young man. It was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. "This is dire," Su Lingyun gasped, her face pale. She had yet to reveal her identity to protect Yi Chun, and the adversary acted far too swiftly. No one could withstand such a strike. The colossal sword light loomed larger in the eyes of the onlookers, filling them with despair. Even if it were not aimed directly at them, the residual force could obliterate their souls. At that moment, Yi Chun cast a smile that bordered on mirth as he glanced at the master of Qingshu, then casually snapped his fingers. Snap! A light sound echoed, and the immense sword that was about to descend shattered into nothingness. Simultaneously, the master of Qingshu's body erupted into a mist of blood, the foul stench raining down like a torrential downpour. Chapter 26. The Alliance of 17 Integration Stage Powerhouses. As the blood rained down, it resembled a storm, painting the entire sky crimson. In that instant, the crowd remained in shock, unable to comprehend the events that had transpired. Everything unfolded so swiftly that no one could grasp what had just occurred. They felt the warm droplets upon their faces and skin, only to turn cold as realization dawned. Bewildered, they stared at Yi Chun, who had just finished snapping his fingers and was lowering his hand. They then turned to the spot where the master of Qingshu had stood, now utterly vacant. No trace of him remained. What had just happened? Hadn't the master of Qingshu summoned a colossal sword to eliminate the young man? Some murmured in confusion, where did the sword light go? Why did it vanish without a trace? Suddenly, a few individuals regained their senses, noting the abnormality of the blood rain. In an instant, everyone turned their gaze back to Yi Chun, who appeared utterly unfazed. It dawned upon them that it was his snap of the fingers that had triggered this aberration. He had annihilated the master of Qingshu with a mere snap? Was that even conceivable? An unprecedented wave of terror and astonishment flooded every heart. Su Lingyun and Tao Yaoyao stood in stunned silence, their original intention to reveal their identities and save Yi Chan now rendered moot. After all, with the master of Qingshu striking, his life had been in grave peril. Yet, he had merely snapped his fingers, and the master of Qingshu had been reduced to a mist of blood? What terrifying power was this? As they gazed upon Yi Chen's composed and handsome countenance, Su Lingyun's heart raced, filled with both fear and reverence. The pressure this young man exuded surpassed that of most high-ranking officials within the sacred land. It was hard to believe that they had encountered such a mysterious superpower here. Sister, it seems we may not need to intervene after all, Tao Yaoyao remarked. Still in a daze, Gu Lingluo nodded absent-mindedly. It appeared that way. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the Qingshu Sword Sect, Tiangang Dao Sect, and the Gathering Treasure Heavenly Sect stood utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe their own eyes. They were well aware of the master of Qingshu's formidable strength, which placed him among the elite of the integration stage. Coupled with his identity as a sword cultivator, his combat prowess surpassed that of his peers. Among all present, no one dared to claim they could obliterate the master of Qingshu in one strike. The dilemma lies in the fact that a stranger, a mere youth, has accomplished what they themselves could not. What does this signify? It signifies that his power surpasses that of all present. The expressions of the prominent figures in the fusion stage shifted to one of profound trepidation as they regarded Yi Chun. They had never fathomed that such immense energy resided within him. The most astonished and enraged were the higher-ups of the Qingshu Sword Sect, when their sect leader suddenly exploded into a mist of blood. They felt not the slightest indication of it. Not a hint of abnormal fluctuations in cultivation could be sensed. How did that young man achieve this? Regardless of the circumstances, their murderous intent surged wildly. Yi Chun had slain their sect leader, and if they remained indifferent, how would the world perceive them? Boldness. Who exactly are you? Why did you murder our sect leader? By killing him, you have declared an all-out war against the Qingshu Sword Sect. Do you not comprehend this? Fiend, if a scoundrel like you is left unchecked, you will surely bring calamity upon the entire Luoyue realm. The remaining 5 elders of the Qingshu Sword Sect pointed their swords at Yi Chun, vociferously denouncing him, yet they dared not strike. One elder, furious to the point of his beard quivering, wielded his sword, its blade gleaming ominously, yet he could not bring himself to attack Yi Chun. The more fiercely they shouted, the more cowardly they appeared. Fellow cultivators, this man is undoubtedly a great menace. He must be eliminated. Let us join forces to vanquish him and avenge our sect leader. This senior elder implored the other sect's powerhouses, attempting to rally them to the Qingshu Sword Sect's cause. However, no one was foolish enough to comply. The sect leader of the Gathering Treasure Sect spoke first. We have no business in this matter. In my view, this is merely a misunderstanding. Since that young friend has declined to join our sect, we must respect his wishes and offer our blessings. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. With that, he hastily departed with the higher-ups of the Gathering Treasure Sect. He was no fool. If that youth could slay the Qingshu sect leader, he could easily do the same to him. The Gathering Treasure Sect never engaged in losing ventures, especially those that could cost them their lives. I, too, shall depart. The Shadow Moon Sect recognized the situation's gravity, knowing the opponent was both mysterious and powerful. Why provoke them further? That would be akin to delivering oneself to death. Fortunately, it was the sect leader of the Qingshu Sword Sect who had perished, which had no bearing on them. I, from the Howren Pavilion, suddenly recalled that the elixirs we concocted today have yet to be examined. We shall return and check. With a flimsy excuse, the Howren Pavilion also made their exit. The Qingshu sword sect trembled with rage. How could they simply let this go? Fellow cultivators, do not depart. Help us avenge our sect leader, and we shall provide you with generous rewards. The elders of the Qingshu sword sect shouted towards the still present members of the Tiangang Dao sect and the Guyuan sect. Upon hearing of the potential rewards, the Tiangang Dao sect and Guyuan sect members exchanged glances, contemplating their involvement. That mysterious youth was undeniably formidable, yet could he truly contend with 17 fusion stage experts simultaneously? Furthermore, it was likely that he had relied on some cunning surprise attack to annihilate the Qingshu sect leader. As long as they remained vigilant, the youth's methods would undoubtedly be significantly diminished. And when 17 fusion stage experts surged forth, capturing him would be a simple matter. The sect leaders of Guyuan sect and Tiangang Dao sect declared that once Yichun was subdued, the terms would be set by them. Although the Qingshu sword sect's demands were exorbitant, they had no alternative. Very well. We can negotiate at that time. A Qingshu sword sect elder gritted his teeth in agreement. In an instant, all 17 fusion stage super experts unleashed their terrifying cultivation auras, coalescing into an overwhelming torrent directed at Yichun. Chapter 27. A single hand crushing all 17 fusion stage experts assembled. The spectacle was utterly staggering. One fusion stage expert alone was already formidable, but now 17 were uniting their efforts solely against one individual. How astonishing was that? The dreadful pressure descended, and all within 100 feet radius of Yichun were crushed to the point of spitting blood. This was the mildest outcome. Many perished on the spot, blood streaming from every orifice. The strongest among them were undoubtedly the refining void stage cultivators, Su Lingyun and Tao Yaoyao. Yet even they, in that moment, felt as if their bodies and souls were on the verge of shattering. Fortunately, in the next instant, an invisible force emanated from Yichun, completely neutralizing the combined assault of the 17 fusion stage experts. Had it not been for this, all within 100 feet would have perished. He did not care about the lives of others. He was determined to protect his beloved disciple, Su Jian. Thus, Su Lingyun and the others merely benefited from Su Jian's presence. Intriguing, yet your powers are still too feeble to truly pique my interest, Yichun remarked with a disinterested smile. Everyone wore bitter expressions, unsure of how to respond. Why, good sir, could you refrain from such astonishing declarations? 17 fusion stage giants have assembled, a force capable of obliterating the Qingshu sword sect. Yet in your eyes, they fail to capture your interest. You belittle their strength. What caliber of power would truly fascinate you? However, no one felt Yichun was being boastful. After all, a person capable of eliminating fusion stage experts had every right to speak so boldly. Su Lingyun and Tao Yaoyao were left speechless. This unfamiliar youth was overwhelmingly arrogant, surpassing many of the peerless talents within the sacred grounds. Yet, in his presence, those prodigies undeniably dimmed. The members of Qingshu sword sect, Guyuan sect, and Tiangang Dao sect were incensed by Yichun's words. Regardless of their long-standing reputations as formidable forces, they had now united into a powerful alliance, their strength unprecedented. How could they tolerate being belittled and humiliated? Form ranks. The 5 elders of the Qingshu sword sect united to form a colossal sword formation known as the Shifeng Wuji sword array. Capable of exponentially amplifying their power, even a great Ascension stage expert would be compelled to retreat before this formation. The Shifeng Wuji sword array was the Qingshu sword sect's mightiest formation. Classified among the most formidable in numerous sacred-level secret arts, even rivaling divine-level techniques, Su Lingyun was evidently well-versed in the esoteric arts of these sects, quickly recognizing the formidable nature of this sword formation. The Tiangang Dao sect, understanding the peril of fighting individually, also opted to form a formation in response. The Tiangang Star River Reversal Formation. The members of the Tiangang Dao sect roared as one. Their auras like dragons, connecting in a mysterious manner to unleash even greater power. In an instant, a colossal formation enveloping the sky manifested, with shimmering starlight reversing within it, a truly wondrous sight. The Guyuan sect members were equally unwilling to be outdone. Forming a burning flame ice river formation, where 2 extreme forces collided to generate a more tyrannical destructive power. Shifeng Wuji sword array, Tiangang Star River Reversal Formation, Burning Flame Ice River Formation. The 3 terrifying formations erupted simultaneously, as if they sought to annihilate everything in their path, aiming to utterly obliterate Yichun. Sensing Su Jian's intense unease, Yichen gently placed a hand on his arm and said, "Disciple, remember, as a member of our Kunlun sacred land, the foremost principle is to remain unperturbed even when faced with the collapse of Mount Tai. Your temperament requires further honing. Take the time to consult your senior brothers and sisters." With his reassurance, Su Jian's emotions calmed considerably. "I understand, Master." Yet they remained oblivious. The onlookers were left agape. In such a critical moment, one that could determine life or death, he still had the composure to instruct his disciple? Did he truly not care for his own safety? In the blink of an eye, the power of the three formations bore down upon Yichen, as if prepared to erase him from existence. However, just as everyone believed Yichen was helpless, he raised his palm to support against the onslaught. The might of the three formations was indeed halted by an invisible force, unable to descend even a fraction. The faces of the three sects turned crimson, their internal powers pushed to the limit, yet no matter how hard they tried, the three formations could not press down an inch further. Yichen leisurely continued to instruct Su Jian, "Disciple, our Kunlun sacred land is not inferior to any force. There is no need to regard these insignificant entities with any esteem." Su Jian, filled with excitement, nodded vigorously, his face flushed. "Master is simply formidable." He fully comprehended his master's words. With just a single hand, his master could withstand the full force of the three formations. Given such strength, what reason would there be to fear the Qingshu sword sect? Under Yichen's guidance, Su Jian's perspective rapidly elevated. This was the outlook befitting a disciple of the Kunlun sacred land. "Disciple, observe closely." Yichen's fingers clenched tightly, while this invisible force simultaneously gripped the power of the three formations. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated as the three formations were forcibly crushed by Yichen. The terrifying power of the formations surged forth. Had these forces been allowed to descend upon the Fulong mountain range, they would undoubtedly have flattened it completely. Fear engulfed everyone, for even a mere trickle of this power would suffice to annihilate them all. At that moment, they grasped the meaning of being insignificant. Were they not but ants? Fortunately, under Yichen's control, this surge of power never had the chance to escape, ultimately dissipating on its own. Pfft. The formidable practitioners from the three major sects suffered a fierce backlash, each one spitting blood and being hurled backwards, a sight too tragic to behold. Impossible, impossible. Why were even the three great formations ineffective against him? They were engulfed in profound terror, realizing the futility of their strongest techniques when faced with another. It dawned upon them the truth of their being individuals beyond their kin, realms beyond their reach. What manner of figure had they provoked? The most regretful were the members of the Tiangang Dao sect and the Gu Yuan sect, who had been blinded by greed and agreed to assist. Now, they had gambled away their very lives, damn it, to crush the three great formations with a single hand and severely wound 17 core formation experts. Could such a feat be accomplished by a mere mortal? Was this great being masquerading as a novice merely to toy with them? "Senior, our folly has led us to commit a grave mistake." The members of the Tiangang Dao sect quickly pleaded for mercy, hoping to preserve their lives. Alas, from the moment they laid hands on Yichen, their fate was sealed. Yichen's palm closed once more, as if he held dominion over the very heavens and earth. The 17 core formation powerhouses merely struggling like tiny insects in his grasp. With a mere gesture, he effortlessly crushed them. A deluge of blood rained down once more. This time, the world fell into silence. Chapter 28. 3 days' time. One by one they come knocking, the cold, crimson rain lashed against their faces. Perhaps having experienced a similar situation before, the onlookers were not as filled with dread and shock as one might expect. Perhaps deep down, they had tacitly accepted a truth, that this young man was unfathomable, and once he made his move, they had already glimpsed the limits of this realm. Yet, the image of a single hand annihilating 17 core formation masters was indelibly etched into the very depths of their souls. It was likely that they would never have the chance to witness such a spectacle again. The entire arena was enveloped in silence, as everyone silently wiped the blood from their faces and turned to gaze at the composed Yichen. At that moment, Yichen appeared untainted, his white garments as pristine as snow, exuding an air of elegance and tranquility. It was as if he had not just single-handedly obliterated 17 core formation individuals. Su Jian felt his blood boil with excitement. Was his master truly so powerful? Did this mean that he too could reach such heights? As this thought crossed his mind, he was filled with unparalleled anticipation for the future. Agreeing to become his master's disciple had undoubtedly been the best decision of his life. Disciple, let us not waste this rare opportunity in the falling moon realm. We should explore a bit. Yichun gestured to Su Jian, and amidst the astonished expressions of the crowd, they departed. Mu Yin and Gu Lingluo hurried over, excitement bubbling within them. Master, you were incredible just now. I am so proud to be your disciple. Mu Yin exclaimed, grinning widely as he showered praise. He then turned to Su Jian, initiating a friendly introduction. This is our third junior brother, right? Allow me to introduce myself. I am the eldest brother, Mu Yin, and this is the second sister, Gu Lingluo. Of course, you may also refer to her as sister-in-law. Mu Yin raised his eyebrows in triumph. Senior brother, senior sister. Su Jian greeted them somewhat shyly. He was astonished to discover that his senior brother Mu Yin seemed to radiate an astonishing energy, as if he were a colossal furnace, constantly emanating power. Meanwhile, senior sister exuded an ethereal presence, appearing both distant and near, an aura that felt profoundly mysterious. It seemed that both his senior brother and sister were extraordinary individuals, their talents rivaling his own. What kind of sect had he joined? Master, where is our sect? I am eager to see it. Su Jian expressed his anticipation. With such a powerful master and remarkably gifted senior siblings, what kind of place was the Kunlun sacred land? Mu Yin smiled mysteriously. Junior brother, once you return to the sect, you will be in for a surprise. Upon hearing this, Su Jian's curiosity was further piqued. However, Yichun had no immediate plans to return to the sect. The system had issued a temporary mission for him to spread the fame of the Kunlun sacred land throughout the falling moon realm. Currently, the progress of this mission was still too minimal. No rush. I've heard that the Su Jian in the falling moon realm has the finest tunes to enjoy. Let us indulge in some music first. If those sects do not come looking for us in 3 days, we shall visit them to soothe their injured spirits, Yichun said with a smile. He was no benevolent savior. The Qing Su Sword sect, Guiyuan sect, and Tiangang Dao sect had already plotted his demise. He had merely eliminated a few of their core leaders. How could he simply comfort them? Gu Lingluo looked on, perplexed. Mu Yin and Su Jian were equally bewildered. They had thought he meant to confront their grievances, not to soothe them. Yichun sighed. Indeed, you must always remember that our Kunlun sacred land's principle is to be self-reliant and rational, winning people over with reason. These sects had lost their leaders and would undoubtedly be displeased. Yet, we are not unreasonable individuals. It is only proper to extend a gesture of reconciliation. After hearing this, the 3 disciples were left in a state of partial understanding. While they did not fully grasp the meaning behind their master's words, it certainly sounded quite reasonable. Before long, Yichun and his 3 disciples arrived at the Su Jian, enjoying wine and meat while leisurely listening to the tunes. The songs were performed by the courtesan of Su Jian, whose voice was indeed commendable, though the songs themselves were rather pedestrian, not to Yichun's taste. Oh, you not have any new songs at Su Jian? Allow me to teach you one. Take notes. After downing a jug of wine, Yichun's spirits lifted, and he spontaneously taught her a song that had been immensely popular during his previous life on Blue Star. Your gentle smile is like a beautiful chicken. Soon, this tune, Wu Mei Ji Jiang, spread throughout Su Jian. The fresh melody and style were met with enthusiasm. Simultaneously, news of Yichun's impending visit to the major sects in 3 days rapidly circulated, becoming widely known and causing quite a stir in the falling moon realm. What kind of power is this Kunlun sacred land? They dare to announce a visit to the major sects in 3 days? It sounds incredibly audacious. A sacred land? I have never heard of such a place in the falling moon realm. Not even in the Dongshan continent or the entire have I encountered this sacred land. Where did they emerge from? Could it be an imposter? Anyone can claim to be a sacred land nowadays. Are they not afraid of invoking the sacred land's wrath? As this news spread, many who were oblivious to the truth found it utterly laughable. They believed it was evident that a nameless small sect was seeking attention by deliberately provoking the sacred lands, all in a bid to rapidly elevate their reputation. Many regarded the Kunlun sacred land as a mere joke, convinced that the major sects would soon come knocking on their door for retribution. They were merely waiting to see the spectacle unfold. However, another piece of news left those unaware of the facts utterly astounded. That was, at the Tianzi Exchange Conference in the Fulong Mountain Range, The leader of the Kunlun sacred land had single-handedly slain the core leaders of the Gu Yuan sect, Qing Su Sword sect, and Tiangang Dao sect with a mere slap. Wow. Once this news broke, it triggered an explosive reaction throughout the falling moon realm. It is vital to note that the core leaders of sects like Qing Su Sword sect were all at least core formation experts. Their sect leaders were peak experts of the core formation stage. Such power, while perhaps not top tier in the vast, was certainly not to be trifled with. For someone of that caliber to be killed with a single blow, could it possibly be true? Amidst the overwhelming shock, many found it hard to believe, as such an occurrence seemed far-fetched, almost like a rumor. Some even speculated that the Kunlun sacred land had fabricated this story as a means to boost its reputation, using the major sects as stepping stones to elevate themselves. Regardless, even if it were to be proven false, the Kunlun sacred land had already succeeded in spreading its name. However, those who had personally witnessed the events at Fulong Mountain sprang forth to share their accounts, swearing that what they said was true. The leader of the Kunlun sacred land had indeed, with sheer strength, slain the leaders of the three major sects, along with their core members. If only one or two individuals were to make such claims, few would believe them. But when thousands, even tens of thousands, or even millions attested to the same occurrence, disbelief became impossible. Chapter 29. Disciples Breakthrough Frenzy. Awakening the Tribulation Stage Ancestor. How many people were present at Fulong Mountain? The total undoubtedly exceeded 1 billion. However, only those near Yichen truly understood what had transpired. After leaving Fulong Mountain, they could hardly contain their excitement, eager to share their experiences. The rumors are not false. I witnessed it with my own eyes. The leader of Kunlun sacred land first slapped the Qing Su sect leader, inciting the wrath of the three major sects. The three major sects immediately set up formations, attempting to overwhelm him with numbers, yet they were not even enough for a single slap. TSK, you would not believe how casually he moved, as if swatting a fly. Too incredible. 17. A full 17 core formation experts, all slain in an instant. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. I wonder where this Kunlun sacred land emerged from. Could it truly be a sacred land? With the testimonies of these eyewitnesses, the credibility of the claims grew stronger. I too was at Fulong Mountain. Although I was too far to see clearly, I can assure you that those leaders were indeed one-shot kills, damn it. No wonder I found it so terrifying at the time. It turns out we unknowingly treaded perilously close to the gates of the underworld. Thus, the words released by the Kunlun sacred land were indeed true. In 3 days, they truly intend to come to our doors one by one. Upon realizing that the Kunlun sacred land was not merely boasting, anticipation started to swell among everyone for the events that would unfold in 3 days. Would it be the various sects seeking out the Kunlun sacred land to settle scores, or would the Kunlun sacred land come for them? The entire falling moon realm transformed into a grand spectacle, with everyone eagerly awaiting the passage of 3 days. The three sects, Su Jian Tianzong, Yingyue sect, and Haoran Pavilion, observed the situation discreetly. Though they wisely chose not to confront Yichun in the end, they were nonetheless anxious that he might include them in his calculations. Fortunately, it seemed that they were not implicated after all. I in the void, a great distance from the Zuaxian Tower, the leaders of Haoran Pavilion, Yingyue sect, and Su Jian sect were filled with trepidation. Most of the upper echelons of those three sects had perished, their power severely diminished. If they were to encounter a similar calamity, the thought was too dreadful to contemplate. The master of Su Jian sect shook his head and sighed. Thankfully, he had sensed trouble early on and had made a swift exit. Otherwise, the outcome would have been exceedingly grim. The Qingshu sword sect, accustomed to arrogance, had finally encountered a formidable opponent. What on earth was the origin of the Kunlun sacred land? Where did this sacred ground suddenly emerge from? The three gathered to discuss the matter, all relieved that they had not opposed the Kunlun sacred land. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Regardless, the Kunlun sacred land was not something we could provoke. Upon returning, we must instruct our disciples to avoid antagonizing anyone from the Kunlun sacred land, not even a dog. The master of Haoran Pavilion spoke earnestly. He was genuinely afraid. On Mount Fulong, Yichun's snap that obliterated the Qingshu sect master and his strike that crushed 17 core formation experts filled him with despair. Upon returning, we shall seal the mountain for 3 years. It would be best to avoid external matters for now, the master of Yingyue sect said with a grave expression. Meanwhile, the master of Jujin Tianzong could still muster a smile. Hee. Is this not an opportunity for us? Those 3 sects are finished. Does that not present us with a chance? I am quite curious to see what transpires in 3 days. The 3 masters now took a detached stance, as if watching a fire from across the river, unconcerned for themselves. In contrast, when the Qingshu sword sect learned of their master's demise, the entire sect was plunged into shock. The death of the 5 core formation elders alongside the sect master plunged the Qingshu sword sect into unprecedented panic. 6 core formation experts, including the sect master, had perished just like that. For the Qingshu sword sect, this was a monumental disaster. Losing so many top-tier combatants in one fell swoop had effectively severed the sect's overall strength. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the Qingshu sword sect would have to tighten its influence and refrain from being ostentatious. Moreover, the slumbering ancestors awoke upon receiving the news, determined to take charge and maintain the sect's operations. Within the main hall of the Qingshu sword sect, numerous powerful core formation experts had gathered. Most striking were the 3 elderly figures, the ancestors of the Qingshu sword sect, whose powers had reached the tribulation stage. Just a step away from the true immortal realm, they had originally been the sect's greatest assets, solely focused on breaking through to the true immortal realm. They would not awaken unless the sect faced annihilation. However, with the sect master gone, their awakening was imperative to maintain the morale of the sect. After absorbing the information, the 3 tribulation stage ancestors fell into deep contemplation. The one who could easily crush 17 core formation experts with a single strike had to possess at least peak Mahayana level prowess. If not be at the tribulation stage like themselves, this was a grave matter. The opponent's strength was unclear, and with their own significant losses, it would be unwise to act rashly. One of the ancestors spoke in a somber tone. It was not that they were cowardly. Rather, their foremost task was to break through to the true immortal realm. Once they achieved that, the Qingshu sword sect could rejuvenate, reclaim its peak, or even surpass it. Until then, they preferred to proceed with caution. Many elders expressed discontent with this decision, but since it was made by the ancestors, they had no recourse to argue. Thus, their strategy was simple: remain inactive for 3 days. If the Kunlun sacred land did not come calling within that time, it would indicate that they were merely bluffing and lacked the confidence to assault the Qingshu sword sect. At that point, they would strike with overwhelming force to eliminate the few from the Kunlun sacred land and restore the Qingshu sword sect's prestige. For cultivators, 3 days is a fleeting moment, yet everyone felt an excruciating sense of time stretching interminably. After countless anticipations, the 3rd day finally passed, ushering in the 4th day. In the most luxurious pavilion of Su Jian Tower, Yichun was supervising the training of his 3 disciples. The entire Su Jian Tower was enveloped in a formation he had set up, and a super-gathering spirit array had been arranged to concentrate the surrounding spiritual energy. While this training environment fell far short of that of the Kunlun sacred land, it was still passable. Yet, this seemingly ordinary training setting, in Yichun's eyes, had brought great fortune to the members of Su Jian Tower. Everyone, from the servants to the maids, from the guards to the overseers, including all the courtesans, became enraptured, with many experiencing breakthroughs. Within the opulent top-floor pavilion, Su Jian, having the lowest cultivation base, made frequent breakthroughs. Just 3 days prior, he had merely been at the 1st level of foundation establishment, yet now he had reached the 5th level. Such a rate of advancement was truly astonishing. Gu Lingluo, after awakening the supreme immortal body, had experienced meteoric growth and was now on the cusp of reaching the peak of foundation establishment. Poised to attain the golden core stage at any moment, Mu Yin, the strongest among them, had advanced from the 4th level of golden core to the 5th level. The 3 opened their eyes simultaneously, feeling the immense spiritual power within them, and were profoundly satisfied. Su Jian was the most exhilarated, reveling in the exquisite sensation of wielding such power. 3 days had elapsed. It appeared they would not take the initiative to find us. Let us go and soothe their wounded spirits, Yichun remarked with a smile, rising to leave with his 3 disciples. The Kunlun sacred land emphasized reason. He believed the Qingshu sword sect would be persuaded. Chapter 30. The reasoning Kunlun sacred land outside Su Jian Tower, countless onlookers had already gathered. Upon seeing the 4 disciples emerge, they all perked up, following them at a distance. To their astonishment, Yichun did not head directly to the Qingshu sword sect, but instead procured a massive signboard from somewhere, emblazoned with the words, Kunlun sacred land, Reason prevails. Su Jian and Mu Yin hoisted it at either end. Everyone was left bewildered. What on earth were these four doing? Reason prevails. Just look at yourselves. Do you even believe that? You obliterate everyone with a single strike and then proclaim you abide by reason? I don't buy it. Initially, they dared only to follow from 500 miles away, not daring to approach closer. For they had all witnessed Yi Qin's ferocity. However, as some grew bolder, they crept within 10 miles, remaining unharmed, and more began to imitate, trailing after Yi Qin and his disciples in droves. Mu Yin, tasked with carrying the sign, felt a twinge of embarrassment for reasons he could not comprehend. In contrast, Su Jian wore a serious expression, believing his master was personally imparting the principles of the Kunlun sacred land to him. Indeed, the Kunlun sacred land prevailed through reason. They were still reasonable, not mere harbingers of death. Yi Qin was in no rush. He wanted to spread the name of the Kunlun sacred land as far and wide as possible. After half a day, they finally arrived above the Qingshu sword sect. Remember, we are a sect of reason, not one that casually breaches others' gates unless provoked. Yi Qin turned to remind his three disciples. They all nodded earnestly, feeling they had learned much life philosophy from their master. The Qingshu sword sect had already sensed their approach, with thousands of disciples gathering at the mountain gate, as if facing a formidable enemy. Dozens of powerful auras soared into the sky, confronting Yi Qin and the others from a distance. Ancestor, they have truly come. How shall we respond? The newly appointed acting sect master nervously sought counsel from the three tribulation stage ancestors nearby. The three ancestors did not respond immediately, but instead carefully observed Yi Qin's aura, attempting to discern his true strength. A vast divine sense enveloped them, effortlessly settling upon Yi Qin. One of the ancestors noted with confusion. The youth seemed to exude no fluctuations yet appeared to have reached the tribulation stage. He must be at the peak of the Mahayana level. However, another ancestor offered a different interpretation. That can't be right. My perception indicates he should be at the peak of core formation, does it not? The third ancestor was equally perplexed. Why did they each sense different fluctuations from the same individual? Which of them was correct? This youth was indeed suspicious. His cultivation level could not possibly be core formation. Otherwise, how could he annihilate so many core formation experts in a single blow? The most probable scenario was that he was at the peak of the Mahayana realm, or even at the tribulation stage. As for our misperception, it must be due to some form of concealment technique or treasure he possessed, misleading us. The first ancestor provided the most reasonable analysis. Gaining the agreement of the other two, as long as the opponent was not a true immortal, it would be manageable. With the backing of the ancestors, the acting sect master gained confidence, soaring to the forefront to confront Yi Qin and his companions from a distance. Bold thief, you have slain so many of my sect, and not only do you not flee, but you even dare to come knocking at our door? I see you are courting death. The voice of the acting sect leader resonated through the heavens and the earth, radiating an aura of sword intent that was both imposing and formidable. Yi Qin smiled and remarked, the former leader of your sect was tyrannical and excessively arrogant. I believe many have found him displeasing. Removing him not only aligns with the will of the people, but also prevents him from bringing greater calamity to your sect in the future. Upon hearing these words from his lips, everyone thought they must have misheard. After all, he was the one who had struck the man dead. How could it seem as though he were acting as a champion of justice? The members of the Qingshu sword sect were incensed, feeling deeply humiliated by Yi Qin's words. How could he utter such grandiloquent statements after having killed someone? The acting sect leader's chest heaved violently, exaggeratedly like a bellows, and the fury in his eyes threatened to erupt. Yet Yi Qin appeared oblivious, soothingly stating, therefore, you need not worry. That mouse droppings will not spoil the entire pot of soup. We are not unreasonable people. Although we have rendered you a great service, we will not boast of our contributions. After this pronouncement, the members of the Qingshu sword sect were so enraged they nearly ground their back teeth to dust. The acting sect leader could no longer restrain his fury. Trembling with rage, today you shall not escape. The acting sect leader unleashed a thunderous roar, and his violent aura erupted like a volcano. Such terrifying power rendered the onlooking crowd pale and cold with sweat. Only Yi Qin continued to smile, cheerfully exclaiming, "Haha, your sect is indeed hospitable. Are you inviting us as guests? But that is unnecessary. I have merely come to collect some fees. and I must visit 2 other places afterward. Yi Qin's words left everyone bewildered. Fees? What fees? What was he talking about? We helped you clean up your sect and maintain the good name of the Qingshu sword sect. Shouldn't you provide some compensation? Are you not reasonable? Yi Qin patiently explained. Just as he finished, the acting sect leader's eyes widened in disbelief, blood spurting from his mouth, his breath faltering. You shameless scoundrel. The acting sect leader trembled as he pointed at Yi Qin, beginning to question his own existence. The onlookers were left agape, unable to believe he was demanding payment. Under the guise of cleaning up the sect? This was utterly absurd. The disciples and elders of the Qingshu sword sect were filled with righteous indignation. Drawing their treasured swords and vowing to fight Yi Qin to the death, one elder could no longer contain himself and appeared in the sky above, his expression dark and foreboding. You wretch! You have slain members of the Qingshu sword sect, and now you come to insult us? Today, I shall take your life. This elder, fiery in temperament, unleashed his peak tribulation-level power, enveloping the entire realm. Countless individuals were pressed down by this overwhelming aura. Unable to remain aloft, even the distant spectators, the leaders of the Jubao Tian sect, Haoran Pavilion, and Yingyue sect, turned pale, their eyes filled with dread. It is the Xianjian patriarch. I knew he was still alive. Such terrifying power. Has he perhaps reached the realm of true immortals? This is the foundation of the Qingshu sword sect. The Kunlun sacred land will find it difficult to extricate itself from this situation. The 3 observing sect leaders, upon recognizing the elder renowned in the Luoyue realm a millennium ago, could not help but exclaim. Chapter 31. Plundering treasures a millennium ago, the Xianjian patriarch was already formidable, frequently challenging strong opponents. For many years, he had vanished without a trace. Many speculated he had been slain by a powerful adversary. Others believed he had ventured to another continent, while some claimed he was in seclusion within the Qingshu sword sect. Now, he had finally re-emerged. Moreover, his power surpassed that of the past, and his sword intent was fearsome. Even from such a distance, they trembled uncontrollably. Need one say more about his might? The rear troops, although unaware of the identity of the Xianjian patriarch, could see his terrifying strength with their own eyes. This was becoming thrilling. The disciples and elders of the Qingshu sword sect erupted in thunderous cheers upon witnessing their patriarch's appearance, eye in their hearts. The patriarch was invincible. As long as he was present, nothing was impossible. No enemy could not be vanquished. Those from the Kunlun sacred land had provoked them to this extent. They deserved annihilation. Countless disciples gazed at the Xianjian patriarch with hope, admiration, and respect, wishing he would strike Yi Qin dead with a single blow. Only in this way could the reputation of the Qingshu sword sect be salvaged. Yet Yi Qin seemed entirely unaffected by the overwhelming sword intent. Maintaining a friendly smile. Why must this be so? We are a sect that values reason, and we prefer not to engage in violence, Yi Qin sighed. Enough of this idle chatter. If I do not take your life today, I would rather die. The Xianjian patriarch, equally resolute, wasted no time in brandishing a gleaming sword, its blade piercing the heavens with its killing intent, aiming directly at Yi Qin's heart. As the sword was drawn, the heavens trembled. This was his strength. He had delved deeply into the sword path, infusing this strike with the essence of his peak vitality, even posing a threat to true immortals. Yet, just when everyone expected Yi Qin to be obliterated, he merely extended a finger to touch the sword's tip. Ding! The sound of steel clashing rang out. To the astonishment of countless eyes, the sword shattered inch by inch, all of its sword energy dissipating in an instant. The most horrified of all was the Xianjian patriarch. He was acutely aware of the power of his strike. How could the opponent destroy his sword with just a finger? Before he could react, an even greater force descended upon him. The Xianjian patriarch's mouth opened in despair, seemingly about to cry out, but the next moment, his body erupted in a cloud of blood mist. The peak tribulation-level elder was dead. Countless hearts were filled with an indescribable shock. In their minds, figures of the elder's caliber were already at the apex, at least within the Luoyue realm, without the emergence of a holy land. They could walk unhindered. Yet this man had merely used a finger to annihilate him. Turning to Yi Qin, his expression remained relaxed and unburdened, as if killing a peak tribulation-level elder was as simple as swatting a fly. The three observing sect leaders were left questioning their existence. They had thought the appearance of the Su Jian patriarch could counterbalance the Kunlun sacred land. Yet, it all came down to a mere finger. What realm had he reached? Could it be he was already a true immortal? No, he had undoubtedly achieved the status of a true immortal, perhaps even surpassed it. How terrifying! We must not get embroiled in this. Let him take whatever he desires. The three sect leaders, while shocked, were more relieved than anything. They felt fortunate to be mere spectators. The most horrified were the members of the Qingshu sword sect. How could their revered patriarch not withstand even a single finger from the other? Silence enveloped the entire sect. The remaining two patriarchs were rendered speechless, paralyzed with fear. Their powers were comparable. If the opponent could annihilate one with a finger, they too would face the same fate. At this moment, even a fool would realize they must not oppose him any further. Otherwise, their entire sect could be obliterated. An unprecedented chill surged within them. The seemingly cheerful, neighborly young man now appeared to them as the most terrifying otherworldly demon. Yichun sighed again. Alas, I have said we value reason and generally avoid violence. This cannot be blamed on me. Can it? Not at all. Naturally, it cannot be blamed. It is all the fault of that old fellow Su Jian for being blind. He deserves to die. One elder quickly plastered a smile on his face, his tone dripping with flattery towards Yichun, fearful that a single misstep might lead to a fate akin to that of the Su Jian patriarch. We have long advised him to be kind and cautious, lest a great error occur. Today, it has indeed turned disastrous. We warned him, but he did not heed. Another elder, looking quite innocent, distanced himself from the Su Jian patriarch. Observing their rapid change of countenance, everyone found it entirely reasonable. Unless they were lacking in common sense, they would continue to cry for blood. We, the Qingshu sword sect, are also a sect that values reason, and we prefer to communicate with those who share that principle. Senior, if you have any commands, please do not hesitate to ask. We shall surely fulfill your wishes. One elder's smile was nearly as contorted as a chrysanthemum. Ultimately, Yichun plundered from the Qingshu sword sect over 10,000 sword techniques, myriad swords, and mountains of spirit stones, alongside countless rare treasures. While he had no need for these items, they would prove invaluable for the future expansion of the Kunlun sacred land. The two elders were eager to empty their entire sect to see off these four calamities. Seal the mountain. Activate all formations. From this day forward, the mountain shall be sealed indefinitely. The Qingshu sword sect was genuinely terrified. They could only hope that the Kunlun sacred land would similarly ravage the Tiangang Dao sect and the Guyuan sect. Otherwise, they would feel unjustly treated. After departing from the Qingshu sword sect, Yichun, satisfied, led his four disciples toward the Tiangang Dao sect, not forgetting to impart lessons along the way. Did you see that? As long as we engage in rational discourse, communication among everyone remains remarkably effortless. The three disciples nodded in agreement, yet sensed an underlying discord, as their previous conversation seemed somewhat unrelated to the notion of reasoned dialogue. Nevertheless, since the master had asserted it, they chose to acquiesce. The onlookers trailing behind them were utterly bewildered by this exchange. Rational discourse? How dare one call this a rational discussion? Who has ever witnessed a debate that culminated in the demise of a transcendent ancestor in the tribulation stage? The sign proclaiming the Kunlun sacred land, which boasted of its ability to persuade through reason, appeared particularly glaring to the crowd. Before long, Yichun found himself standing before the gates of the Tiangang Dao sect. Much like the Qingshu sword sect, the Tiangang Dao sect was on high alert, exuding an atmosphere thick with the intent to kill. However, in a surprising twist, members of the Guyuan sect had also gathered here, indicating a potential alliance between the two sects against Yichun. Chapter 32. Two true immortal powers. The death of their sect leader was an affront of the highest order, an unresolvable vendetta. Thus, the two sects decided to join forces in their opposition to Yichun. They were resolute in their belief that, by combining the strengths of both sects, they could certainly overpower a single individual. Although they had heard rumors of the events surrounding the Qingshu sword sect, they felt fortified by their own confidence. The acting leaders of the two sects stood united, facing Yichun from a distance. We do not wish to prolong this conflict. If you are wise, admit your faults and bow in apology, and we shall overlook the past. The acting leader of the Guyuan sect coldly admonished. Otherwise, the combined might of our two sects shall ensure your swift annihilation. commanded the acting leader of the Tiangang Dao sect. Observing the steadfast expressions on their faces, Yichen realized that it was time to engage in a serious discourse. So you intend to confront me together? That works splendidly for me. It saves me the trouble of seeking you out individually, Yichen remarked with a languid smile. His words, however, struck the ears of both sects as exceedingly arrogant. No matter how formidable he was, it was inconceivable that he could stand against the combined forces of two sects. Yet, those trailing behind Yichen harbored doubts. After all, he had previously dispatched a tribulation stage ancestor with merely a flick of his finger, compelling two such ancestors to pay a heavy price for peace. Even if the Guiyuan sect and the Tiangang Dao sect were powerful, they could at most present one tribulation stage ancestor. Numbers did not necessarily equate to strength. He could simply utilize a few more fingers. Unless they could summon true immortal-level ancestors, resistance would indeed be futile. Arrogance, however, we shall refrain from pursuing your transgressions for now. We shall grant you 3 days to reflect upon your actions, the acting leader of the Guiyuan sect declared icily. Upon hearing this, many were perplexed. They had established their formidable stance. Should they not seize the opportunity to subdue Yichen immediately? Why grant him 3 days for reflection? Such reasoning seemed illogical. Was there a hint of deliberate stalling in their intentions? What schemes were these two sects concocting? As Yichen confronted the two sects, two figures abruptly materialized in a distant expanse of void. One of them was unexpectedly Su Lingyun, while the individual beside her was not the previous Tao Yaoyao, but rather a middle-aged beauty. Senior Ruyan, it seems we have arrived late, Su Lingyun remarked, her anxiety palpable as she surveyed the unfolding situation, though she herself could not quite comprehend the source of her worry. Senior Ruyan scrutinized Yichen, her brow furrowing in concern. This young man is somewhat peculiar. I cannot discern his true strength. Could it be that his realm exceeds my own? Unthinkable, for I have already attained the true immortal stage. He must possess some secret method of concealment. Senior Ruyan, a stunning figure with curves in all the right places, moved with an alluring grace. Simultaneously, she radiated an air of pride befitting her status as an inner sect elder of the Falling Moon Sacred Land. Having achieved the true immortal realm, given her standing, she undoubtedly had the right to look down upon others. News of the Kunlun Sacred Land's rise had reached the Falling Moon Sacred Land, and it was known that Su Lingyun had previously ventured to the Fulong Mountain Range. Thus, Senior Ruyan had accompanied Su Lingyun in this endeavor. Should the suddenly ascendant Kunlun Sacred Land indeed wreak havoc upon the Falling Moon realm, she would intervene. Senior Ruyan, can you spare that young man's life? Su Lingyun implored, her tone imbued with a hint of supplication. Upon hearing her request, Senior Ruyan wore a half-smile, retorting, "What? Are you truly concerned for him?" Su Lingyun's cheeks flushed as she earnestly protested, "Not at all. It's just that he hasn't done anything wrong. After all, it was Yichen who had first taken on disciples. The subsequent attempts by others to forcibly seize them had sparked a series of disputes. When she reflected upon it, she considered Yichen to be somewhat innocent. Had it not been for his overwhelming strength, he would have long since been annihilated by the Qingshu sect leader. Everything he had done was merely an act of self-preservation and retaliation. Rest assured, I shall not take a life. I will merely mediate. However, should that young man cause too much trouble, I will have no choice but to detain him within the sacred land." Senior Ruyan stated nonchalantly, yet with undeniable confidence. After all, she was a true immortal elder of the Falling Moon Sacred Land. As the two conversed, Yichen wore a faint smile, addressing the two acting leaders. "There is no need for pretense. Your objectives have already been fulfilled." The crowd remained bewildered, struggling to comprehend his words. What did he mean that their goals had been achieved? Could it be that he had discerned the intentions of the two acting leaders? Before anyone could ponder this further, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the depths of the Tiangang Dao sect, surpassing even that of the tribulation stage. Boom! The sheer might of this energy threatened to shatter the heavens. An overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire realm, accompanied by ominous phenomena. The sky roiled with thunder, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. This force was that of true immortals. They had been biding their time to allow their ancestors to break through to the true immortal realm. Senior Ruyan's understanding dawned. No wonder the two acting leaders had chosen to utter so much superfluous dialogue, even granting Yichen 3 days for reflection. It was all part of their scheme. Once their two ancestors successfully ascended to the true immortal realm, they would be unstoppable. Could it be that calamity was upon them? Upon hearing of the two true immortals, Su Lingyun's face drained of color, amplifying her concern for Yi Chen. True immortals held significant status, even within the sacred lands. Even if they had just entered the true immortal realm, it represented a monumental transformation. Indeed, two figures imbued with immense power surged forth from the depths of the Tiangang Dao sect. Accompanied by crackling thunder, their presence was cataclysmic, threatening to obliterate everything in their path. 2.2 True Immortals. The three hidden sect leaders, witnessing this spectacle, were utterly astounded. They could not fathom that the alliance between the Guiyuan sect and the Tiangang Dao sect would yield two true immortals. If the earlier ancestor was formidable, then these two true immortal ancestors commanded a presence that extended far beyond the falling moon realm, asserting their dominance across the entire Dongxing continent. They could scarcely believe that the four from the Kunlun sacred land would survive this encounter. It was not that they underestimated the Kunlun sacred land. Rather, the sheer strength of the two true immortal ancestors was enough to plunge many into despair. Chapter 33. Exceeding expectations in completing the task. Ignorant wretch, prepare to meet your end. How dare you, a mere novice, challenge us? The two true immortal ancestors, despite their elder appearances, manifested towering figures that soared into the clouds, witnessing the successful ascension of their ancestors to the true immortal realm. The acting leaders of the two sects were filled with uncontainable excitement and elation. At last, they had true immortals. Their ancestors would ensure the protection of their sect for millennia to come. Tears of joy streamed down their faces as they rejoiced in unison. In their eyes, the individuals from the Kunlun sacred land were as good as dead. Our ancestors must eliminate him. The three companions by his side are unparalleled geniuses. We can seize them and mold them into our puppets. The prospect of three peerless geniuses becoming their puppets was an enticing one. They could only imagine the terrifying heights they would achieve in the future. Unable to contain their exuberance, they began to shout in anticipation of victory. Die. With no further ado, the two true immortal ancestors raised their hands and directed their immense power toward Yi Chen and his companions. Their colossal palms, each spanning 1,000 feet, loomed like mountains, casting a shadow over the entire sky. Looking up at such a sight only instilled a sense of profound despair in anyone who dared to confront a true immortal's might. The prospect of two true immortals acting in concert was even more overwhelming. Each person's mind echoed with a singular thought: resignation. Senior Ruyan had already prepared herself to intervene at a moment's notice. After all, Su Lingyun had expressed her desire for that young man to remain unharmed. Although two true immortals posed a considerable challenge, Senior Ruyan maintained a calm demeanor, stating, "While they may have just entered the true immortal realm, they still exert pressure upon me." Yet, her words belied the swirling energy of mixed primordial essence gathering in her hand, ready to counter the impending assault at a critical juncture. Only Yi Chen remained unperturbed, even finding time to stifle a yawn. Observing the reckless actions of the two true immortal ancestors, he realized that if reason could not prevail, then brute strength would have to suffice. After all, the larger the fist, the more persuasive the argument. A seemingly ordinary punch, Yi Chen, like a languid stretch towards the heavens, delivered a casual punch. Rather than a true strike, it seemed merely an effortless raising of his arm. For it did not resemble a punch in the least. Yet, this seemingly mundane action shattered the two colossal palms, descending upon him with a thunderous crash. An explosion of boundless celestial energy erupted, transforming into a torrential rain of light that surged outward in all directions. As for the two venerable ancestors of the true immortal realm, their eyes widened in disbelief, rendered utterly speechless. They were unaware that blood had begun to seep from their 7 orifices. Their expressions filled with terror, astonishment, and despair. Ultimately, their newly attained true immortal bodies and souls exploded, returning pure celestial energy to the cosmos. All of this transpired so swiftly that no one could react in time. Only Elder Ru Yin, also of the true immortal realm, stood in horrified astonishment, her lips parted in disbelief, her eyes brimming with incredulity. Being of the same realm, she was acutely aware of the terrifying power of those two palms. Moreover, upon reaching the true immortal level, The inner spiritual energy would transform into celestial force, resulting in significant enhancements to both body and soul. The level of existence had fundamentally shifted. Whether in strength or vitality, true immortal beings were extraordinarily resilient. Yet, what had she witnessed? A mere stretch from the youth had led to the obliteration of two true immortal powerhouses. Surely, she must be mistaken, Elder Ru Yin murmured in a daze. She was so engrossed that she hardly noticed her garments slipping down, revealing a substantial portion of her fair skin. After several breaths, the crowd finally began to regain their senses, erupting into a cacophony of screams, discussions, and shouts. They had initially anticipated a protracted battle, yet never imagined that a simple stretch could result in the annihilation of true immortals. It was absurdly comical upon reflection. The most devastated were the disciples of the Gu sect and the Tiangang Dao sect. Their two true immortal ancestors had been their last hope, and now they found themselves plunged into despair. This battle concluded with such swiftness, even more rapidly than the most impotent of men. Before they could fully comprehend it, it was over. Yi Chen paid no heed to the lamentations or the intense hatred directed at him. He had already granted them their opportunity. It was not his fault they had squandered it. Yi Chen brought his hand down, and the sky seemed to collapse as an immense hand descended, flattening the entire Tiangang Dao sect. When he lifted his hand, an enormous palm print remained. Everything was reduced to ashes. The world fell into silence. Even the sound of breathing seemed muted. For all were breathlessly fixated on this unimaginable spectacle, their minds struggling to keep pace. Such a grand sect, erased in an instant? This was the Tiangang Dao sect, a dominant force in the falling moon realm, a place many aspired to cultivate. And yet, it had vanished in a single stroke? No, the Gu sect had also been utterly obliterated. As the onlookers began to regain their composure, they discovered that Yi Chen and his companions had vanished without a trace, their whereabouts unknown. Though they had disappeared, the immense shock they left behind began to ripple through the falling moon realm. Those who witnessed the event found themselves speechless for days, either lost in profound shock or recounting the events to those nearby. Regardless of their parched throats, it was astonishing. The elder of the Xinjian had perished with but a finger. Can you believe it? Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would hardly have believed it. The Qingshu sword sect was so terrified that they had closed their gates, uncertain of when they might reopen. I surmise it will be centuries, if not millennia, before they dare to emerge from their seclusion, for the psychological scars left upon them are profound. Who would risk reopening their doors? The Qingshu sword sect, having suffered such a significant loss, must surely recuperate. What is this? They were fortunate to surrender early and pay to avert disaster. The Tiangang Dao sect and the Gu sect, however, were in dire straits. Not only had they lost lives, but their entire sects had been flattened. When the day of that unfathomable battle is mentioned, the people of the falling moon realm could speak of it for days and nights without fatigue. Even if they recounted the same tale countless times, they would never grow weary. For instance, Yi Chen had obliterated two true immortal ancestors with a single punch and had flattened the entire Tiangang Dao sect with a mere palm. The more they spoke of it, the more their blood surged with excitement. In just a few days, Yi Chen's exploits spread throughout the falling moon realm, becoming known to all. The name of Kunlun sacred land resonated throughout the realm. Anyone unaware of Kunlun sacred land was simply out of touch and unworthy of participating in the discourse, destined to be ostracized. The most regretful were those who had fortuitously entered seclusion during that period. They had missed the most exhilarating events. Meanwhile, Yi Chen and his companions had long returned to Kunlun sacred land. Temporary mission. Make the name of Kunlun sacred land resound throughout the falling moon realm. Exceeded expectations? Mission rewards as follows. Please claim them at your leisure. Chapter 34. Spiritual fruits, enlightenment tea leaves, gradually perfecting sect facilities. Reward: 10,000 Danyang Zhu fruits. Reward: 10,000 dragon scale fruits. Reward: 10,000 soul infant fruits. Reward: 1,000,000 acres of crimson blood celestial soil. Upon completing the mission, he received these 4 rewards, all precious treasures. The Danyang Zhu fruit, when consumed, could refine the inner spiritual energy. Effective from the body refinement stage to the tribulation stage. Of course, as cultivation levels increased, the effects would diminish. The dragon scale fruit served to enhance physical strength, applicable in the same range as the Danyang Zhu fruit. The soul infant fruit's purpose was to further solidify the soul. This was rare indeed, for treasures capable of strengthening the soul were scarce and difficult to find. 10,000 soul infant fruits were a miracle among miracles. The final prize, the crimson blood celestial soil, was used for cultivating various treasures. With the dense spiritual energy within Kunlun sacred land, treasures would thrive, especially with 1,000,000 acres of crimson blood celestial soil at their disposal. What could he not cultivate? The rewards were splendid. Establishing a spiritual plantation would be beneficial as the sacred land expanded. Yi Chen was quite satisfied with these rewards. They would greatly assist Mu Yin and the others. Additionally, the rewards for accepting disciples, such as Su Jian, had yet to be allocated, and he intended to organize everything simultaneously. The primitive sword palace, manifest. As he summoned the primitive sword palace from the system space into a spacious area of Kunlun sacred land, a tremendous sound echoed as a colossal palace emerged. The primitive sword palace contained countless treasured swords and sword techniques. For those who practiced the sword path, entering the primitive sword palace for cultivation was akin to a sublime dream. Fortunate individuals could acquire their own treasured swords within, alongside various sword techniques suited to them. The so-called inheritance of the Qingshu sword sect paled in comparison to the primitive sword palace. Rendered utterly insignificant. After arranging the primitive sword palace, Yi Chen proceeded to establish the scripture repository, which served a similar purpose, housing countless cultivation methods, techniques, and secret arts, from various mundane-level techniques to imperial-level techniques. It contained everything. This single scripture repository surpassed the foundational prowess of those sacred lands by hundreds of times. Those sacred lands had produced several immortal emperors over endless epochs, leaving behind numerous imperial-level techniques and methods. Yet, they were far from comparable to the scripture repository. With the addition of the scripture repository and the primitive sword palace, Kunlun's sacred land instantly became the foremost in terms of foundational cultivation methods in the vast immortal world. Furthermore, he acquired 100 true dragon immortal herbs. These were extraordinarily precious. With a wave of his hand, he planted the 100 true dragon immortal herbs within the spiritual plantation. The plantation, consisting of 1,000,000 acres of crimson blood celestial soil, was perfectly suited for cultivating true dragon immortal herbs. Resembling true dragons in form but minuscule in size, merely the length of an arm, these herbs possessed a degree of intelligence. Upon arriving at the spiritual plantation, they joyfully bounced about before playfully burrowing into the crimson blood celestial soil, disappearing from sight. Next came the extermination sword array. The mere mention of the extermination sword array ignited a fervor in Yi Chen's gaze. For it was not merely a sword array, but also included 4 treasured swords: the extermination sword, the slaughtering immortal sword, the trapping immortal sword, and the absolute immortal sword. The rank of these 4 swords had reached the imperial level. Previously, when Yi Chen acquired the primordial immortal bell, it was a piece of imperial equipment, feared for its power. Yet now, he had obtained 4 imperial swords all at once. Moreover, these 4 imperial swords could form a formidable array. Simply put, their value far surpassed that of the primordial immortal bell. Currently, Kunlun's sacred land possessed 5 pieces of imperial equipment, along with the primitive sword palace and the scripture repository, surpassing those sacred lands in foundational strength. Yi Chen was immensely pleased. The final reward consisted of 2 immortal kings summoning cards. He promptly chose to summon. Soon, 2 figures radiating immense power appeared before Yi Chen, respectfully bowing. To his astonishment, both summoned immortal kings were women. One donned a flowing red gown, her alabaster shoulders exposed to the air, her skin remarkably delicate. She wore no shoes, her body floating a foot above the ground, allowing one to behold her petite, exquisite feet, white, smooth, and her toes resembling polished jade. "I am Honglian, at your service, sect master." Her name is Honglian, and she embodies her name with the striking red gown that captivates all who behold her. As Honglian gently bows in greeting, the 2 soft, white mounds above seem on the verge of slipping from her dress, creating a deep valley that makes the air around feel palpably heated. Even Yi Chen cannot help but fixate upon her. Truly, she is a vision of beauty. Yet, as an invincible immortal emperor, he remains unshaken by such alluring sights. Beside Honglian stands another exquisite woman in a pristine white gown. Her form as flawless as transparent crystal. Her figure is enchanting. the cinched belt at her waist accentuating her delicately slender silhouette, perfectly illustrating the essence of a gentle embrace. Her dainty feet are bare, exposed to the air like a masterpiece of art. Noticing the master's gaze traverse her form, ultimately resting upon her alabaster feet, she blushes slightly, yet with delight, intentionally raises her skirt to reveal her snowy, tender calves. Since the master enjoys the view, she shall indulge him further. This humble servant is Su Jian. I have the honor of greeting the master. The ethereal Su Jian curtsies demurely to Yi Chen, her movement nearly revealing her soft white mounds entirely before him. However, neither Honglian nor Su Jian seems to mind, for they consider it a stroke of fortune to be seen in such a manner by their master. They are born to serve him, ready and willing for any task or pose. Honglian and Su Jian, I trust you both guard the primordial sword palace and the scripture pavilion, respectively. Yi Chen commands. We shall obey. Both respond with a graceful bow. Their soft, white mounds now fully exposed to Yi Chen's gaze, a sight of unparalleled beauty. With a mix of regret and a hint of emptiness, Honglian and Su Jian take their leave. Sister, do you think the master disapproves of us? Why does he not invite us to his chamber? Su Jian inquires softly, a note of confusion in her voice. Honglian smiles enticingly. As servants of the master, blessed with endless lifespans, we shall have ample opportunities to attend to him. Sister, you are far too eager. She casts a teasing glance at her younger sister, Su Jian. Su Jian's cheeks flush crimson as she quietly defends. I merely wish to help the master relieve his burdens. As the leader of a sect, he must bear considerable stress, no? The two converse as they walk, unaware that Yi Chen hears every word with clarity. Initially, he bore no anger, but now he feels a twinge of irritation. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he summons his 3 disciples, along with Mu Lei and Li Yao. Before long, they gather in the grand hall. Master, we heard a great commotion just now. It seems new constructions have appeared in several areas of the sect. Mu Yin inquires, and the others share his curiosity. Yi Chen nods. Indeed, those are the new sect facilities I have just created. At this proclamation, the group stares wide-eyed in astonishment, their admiration for their master deepening. How remarkable, master, to conjure buildings from thin air. Just as they marvel at their master's extraordinary abilities, fruits begin to materialize before them, descending into exquisite jade plates. These are fresh fruits just harvested from the spirit garden, possessing wondrous effects. Each plate holds 3 fruits. While others may be unfamiliar, Li Yao, a seasoned alchemist, immediately recognizes them. Is that the Danyang Zhu fruit and the dragon scale fruit? Even the soul infant fruit? Li Yao exclaims in shock, instinctively cradling his head. Overwhelmed by the impossibility of it all, Mu Yin curiously asks, Li Lao, these 3 fruits must be exceedingly rare, correct? He knows Li Lao is akin to a living encyclopedia of spiritual herbs and medicines, possessing vast knowledge. If even he is nearly driven to madness by their rarity, their value must be immense. Drawing a deep breath to calm himself, Li Yao solemnly responds, these 3 treasures are indeed rare and precious. Finding even one in the outside world is a challenge. Each appearance incites frenzied competition. Their scarcity and significant effects, proven even beneficial during tribulation, are what truly entice. As Li Yao speaks, his excitement mounts, causing him to tremble slightly. Once, a single soul infant fruit sold for millions of spirit stones at an auction. Afterward, the owner, despite being cautious, could not escape the clutches of various factions, ultimately losing both the fruit and the stones. It was a catastrophic loss. Even a tribulation-stage powerhouse could not resist seizing it. The others listen in disbelief. Just one soul infant fruit has incited rivers of blood, and now, each of them possesses one. Alongside the Danyang Zhu and dragon scale fruits, if placed in the outside world, they could ignite a fierce battle, resulting in countless casualties. They realize that what lies before them is an immense opportunity. Master, are we truly permitted to consume these? Mu Lei cautiously inquires, feeling out of place among such esteemed company. Yi Chen nods, they are for you, so indulge freely. Seeing his affirmation, they no longer hesitate, lifting the fruits to savor them. After consuming the dragon scale fruit, Gu Lingluo feels her body ablaze, her muscles, bones, and even blood simmering with newfound strength. Her physical prowess visibly escalates, rivaling that of a second or third layer golden core cultivator, despite currently being at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Mu Yin is the first to taste the Danyangzhu fruit, which enhances spiritual energy and accelerates cultivation. He feels the power within him solidifying, unleashing a palm strike with amplified force. After consuming the soul infant fruit, they experience heightened clarity of mind, a refinement of spirit, and an expansive reach of consciousness. The three fruits grant them comprehensive enhancements. Mu Lei promptly sits to break through, swiftly advancing from the 7th to the 8th layer of golden core. Su Jian and Gu Lingluo are on the verge of breakthroughs as well. Though Yi Chen temporarily restrains them, understanding that constant advancement can lead to instability. Therefore, he conjures several cups of fragrant tea, floating them before them, inviting them to drink. Although unaware of its origin, they trust it is a valuable offering from their master. As the aroma fills the air, they feel rejuvenated, their minds clearing, making previously challenging cultivation questions seem straightforward. Without hesitation, they sip the tea. Could it be the enlightenment tea? Li Yao exclaims, quickly sitting in meditation to cultivate. The others enter a state of enlightenment. This is the miraculous effect of enlightenment tea, which aids in comprehension. Countless cultivation conundrums unravel at this moment, and the collision of inspiration proves immensely beneficial. This time, Yi Chen does not hinder their breakthroughs. Thus, Su Jian ascends from the 5th to the 6th layer of foundation establishment, while Gu Lingluo leaps from the peak of foundation establishment to the 2nd layer of golden core. Mu Yin follows suit, advancing from the 5th to the 6th layer of golden core. All three disciples are unparalleled prodigies, their breakthroughs as effortless as drinking water. Indeed, it is enlightenment tea, the legendary brew that fosters understanding. Awakening from his reverie, Li Yao trembles with excitement, consuming the remaining tea leaves with fervor, savoring every morsel. Enlightenment tea? The fabled substance that aids in comprehension? Gu Lingluo, too, is astonished. She had glimpsed references in a fragmentary ancient text from the Jinyu sect. Believing it to be mere myth, to discover its reality, and that it exists within Kunlun's sacred land, is astonishing. Has she genuinely partaken? Many sacred lands seek the enlightenment tea tree, yet it is a spirit root of heaven and earth. Possessing its own sentience, adept at evading capture, Li Yao's astonishment grows, contemplating what kind of sect he has joined. Previously, despite his high status, acquiring even a sip of tea brewed from enlightenment tea leaves was impossible. A mere cup of tea was but a thirst quencher. Amidst the awe of the others, Yi Chen remains unfazed. He casually brews tea for himself whenever he pleases. It is simply part of his daily life. Hearing his nonchalant tone, Li Yao chuckles helplessly, "Master, you surely do not find this remarkable. For us, however, a cup of tea and a few fruits present a monumental opportunity." With the breakthroughs achieved, Yi Chen instructs them to explore the primordial sword palace, the scripture pavilion, and the previously acquired chaos realm and battle god palace. These foundational facilities hold immense potential, allowing them to refine their skills and progress more swiftly. Once the trials of Mu Yin and Lingluo come to an end, it will be time for them to resume their tasks. Yi Chen opened the system panel, where a significant mission regarding his eldest disciple Mu Yan's restoration of dignity awaited, with progress marked at a mere 80. He pondered what rewards the system would bestow upon achieving a full 100 completion. Chapter 35. The flow of time differs, shattering the Haotian mirror. The Chaos Realm is a black hole suspended above the Kunlun sacred land, exuding a chilling aura that threatens to draw one in, trapping them in an eternal cycle of oblivion. With Yi Chen's permission, Mu Yin ventured into the Chaos Realm. After a wave of dizziness, he regained his senses only to find himself amidst an infinite void. The ground beneath his feet was not solid but rather ethereal. Most astonishingly, before him loomed an immense sphere of the Tao, its vastness seemingly limitless, with no discernible edge in sight. Only at the farthest reaches could he faintly perceive a hint of curvature, leading him to deduce that it was an enormous orb. Mu Yan's heart swelled with awe. He had never encountered such an unfathomable entity. He speculated whether this colossal sphere could encompass the entirety of the Tsangtian realm if placed within it. His master possessed unparalleled abilities. He could hardly fathom how such a creation came to be. With no time to waste, he focused intently on comprehending the laws that governed the Chaos Realm. With the naked eye, He could clearly observe countless lines of rules manifesting upon the surface of the colossal sphere, intertwining in a mesmerizing dance. Each law operated according to its own rhythm, and intersections between them hinted at a profound fusion. At first glance, it appeared as though two lines merely crossed, yet in truth, this symbolized the amalgamation of two distinct laws. The complexity of grasping such interactions was exponentially greater than understanding a single law in isolation. The myriad laws intersected and merged, forming the very fabric of existence. Merely observing this spectacle left Mu Yin dizzy, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Fortunately, at that moment, his master's voice echoed in his ears. Concentrate. Focus on the laws of flame. Disregard the others as if they were invisible. As his master's voice resonated, Mu Yan's mind regained clarity, allowing him to immerse himself in the study of the flame laws. Meanwhile, at the front of the War God Palace, Gu Lingluo pushed open the grand doors, revealing a series of individual training chambers before her. Curiously surveying her surroundings, she randomly selected one and entered. Upon closing the door, the scene before her transformed, and she found herself in an expansive arena of trials. She quickly learned the rules governing the War God Palace. She could choose her opponents and even set their levels, strengths, and even races. Gu Lingluo was taken aback. If this were the case, there would be no need to descend the mountain to hone her combat skills. Engaging in battles within the War God Palace would suffice. Moreover, injuries or death here would not impact her existence in reality. It was the epitome of a perfect trial ground. Let me first battle against myself, she mused impulsively, selecting her own likeness as the opponent. When an identical figure materialized before her, she could scarcely believe her eyes. She launched into an all-out assault, wielding every technique at her disposal to defeat her virtual counterpart. However, the one who understood her best was, in fact, herself. The virtual Gu Lingluo felt no pain, feared no death, and was acutely aware of her real self's habits and techniques. After hundreds of exchanges, Gu Lingluo found herself panting, utterly overwhelmed. Had she not resorted to a mutually destructive strategy, she would have gained no advantage over her virtual self. Why should the real me be inferior to the false me? I refuse to accept this. Determined, Gu Lingluo initiated another trial, again pitting herself against her virtual self. This time, her combat experience had significantly improved, and she triumphed over her virtual counterpart within 100 moves. With each successive battle, her experience surged, and her formidable combat instincts propelled her to victory. After defeating her virtual self for the 5th time, she set a new opponent, a 5th-level Golden Core warrior. To her surprise, this opponent exerted far less pressure than her virtual self. This suggested that although she was only at the 2nd level of Golden Core, her true combat abilities could easily surpass those of a 5th-level warrior. Realizing this, Gu Lingluo felt an exhilarating thrill. A 5th-level Golden Core cultivator could already hold the position of an outer elder within the Jinyu sect. The once unparalleled genius, Jin Hao, was merely at the 2nd level of Golden Core. Not long ago, she had been powerless against him. Yet now, should she encounter Jin Hao again, could she not extinguish him with a mere finger? With this thought, Gu Lingluo attempted to set her opponent as Jin Hao, and to her astonishment, it worked. Jin Hao reappeared before her, and though she understood this was merely an illusion, a fierce desire for vengeance ignited within her. You wretched being, you nearly caused my brother Mu Yin and me to be eternally separated. Die. With a single finger, she effortlessly crushed Jin Hao. Meanwhile, at the primitive sword palace, Su Jian could barely contain his excitement. The palace towered 9 stories high. His master had mentioned that upon entering the sword palace, he would receive a sword and sword techniques suited to him. Striding boldly into the primitive sword palace. Perhaps due to his supreme sword bone, all the swords housed within began to tremble. Even the luminous orbs representing sword techniques quivered, eager to break free and rush towards Su Jian. Faced with such a spectacle, Su Jian was momentarily dumbfounded. With so many swords and techniques, how was he to choose? In his moment of frustration, a figure clad in a red dress appeared. It was Hong Lian, the guardian of the primitive sword palace. Little one, sword techniques of too low a level are not suitable for you, and those of too high a level you cannot yet wield them. My suggestion is to select 3 to 5 techniques, ideally between the king, saint, and immortal levels. Hong Lian offered her guidance with a smile. Su Jian had not anticipated that there would be a senior from a sect guarding the primitive sword palace. Overcome by her stunning beauty, he quickly lowered his head in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance. I shall heed your words." Curiosity piqued, Su Jian inquired, "Elder, could it be that you are my master's partner? Such a breathtaking beauty could only be matched by my master. After all." Hong Lian was momentarily taken aback. She had not expected such flattery from the young man. The term partner was particularly pleasing to her. "Hee, you may think of it that way. Who knows, perhaps one day I will indeed become your master's wife." With that, Hong Lian decided to assist him once more. She beckoned towards the depths of the sword palace, and a brilliant beam of icy light shot forth, landing in her palm. The sword was over 3 feet long, its blade sharp and radiant, undoubtedly a rare treasure. This sword, known as the Azure Light Divine Sword, is a sacred artifact. You are still too weak for immortal or imperial artifacts. Use this Azure Light Sword for now. Hong Lian handed the Azure Light Sword to Su Jian. "What a fine sword." "Thank you, esteemed elder," Su Jian exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction as he surveyed the Azure Light Sword, sensing its joyful essence. After acquiring the Azure Light Sword, he selected 4 sword techniques, spanning from king to saint and immortal levels. One cannot be gluttonous. He would first master these techniques before pursuing even more powerful ones. A day later, the 3 disciples exited their training venues and met outside the main hall. "Junior brother Lingluo, a year has passed. What realms have you both ascended to?" Upon seeing Su Jian and Gu Lingluo, Mu Yan's face lit up with joy, his brows raised in unmistakable pride, as if he bore good news. Gu Lingluo, bewildered by his mention of a year, corrected him, "Brother Mu Yan, you must be mistaken. How could it be a year? Surely only half a year has passed. Junior brother Su Jian, would you confirm it's only half a year?" Gu Lingluo turned to Su Jian for validation. The most confused of all was Su Jian. He distinctly remembered that he had only spent a single day selecting techniques within the primitive sword palace. How could his senior brother claim a year and his senior sister a half year? With a wry smile, Su Jian replied, "Senior brother, senior sister, are you both perhaps a bit muddled from your training? It has only been a day." At this, Mu Yan and Gu Lingluo exchanged puzzled glances, their confusion deepening. Why did their perceptions of time not align? Who among them had erred? Just as they were about to argue, Yichen summoned them to the main hall. Upon entering, Mu Yan could not help but ask Yichen, "Master, I clearly trained for a year in the Chaos Realm. Why does my time not match with junior brother and sister?" "Indeed, Master, I spent half a year in the War God Palace," Gu Lingluo added, equally perplexed. Only Su Jian opened his mouth, as if to say something, but ultimately shrugged his shoulders in resignation and remained silent. Yichen elucidated, "The time flow within the primitive sword palace is normal, hence it equates to just a day. The time flow in the Chaos Realm differs. While you trained for a year inside, only a day passed in the outside world. The same applies to the War God Palace. What you believe to be half a year is merely 1 day in reality." Upon hearing Yichen's explanation, the 3 of them experienced a moment of enlightenment, marveling once more at their master's prowess. The ability to even manipulate the flow of time was nothing short of extraordinary. With these 2 sanctuaries for cultivation, they need not fear being weaker than others. "See, I told you so." Su Jian chuckled triumphantly to Mu Yan. "Lingluo, you must ascend the mountain for a task related to the Jinyu sect." Wei Yichen spoke to the 2 of them. Upon hearing that it was the Jinyu sect, a trace of malevolence surfaced between their brows. They harbored no fondness for this sect, as it had nearly obliterated their lives. After having triumphed over the 3 major sects alongside their master in the Moonfall realm, they regarded the insignificant Jinyu sect with disdain. The sect leader was merely at the level of refining the void. Their disciples would adhere to the principles of the Kunlun sacred land. "Let's reason with the Jinyu sect," Mu Yan smirked. "You should first visit the Gu family. After all, it is Lingluo's clan, and I cannot turn a blind eye to it. Additionally, your current cultivation is insufficient for this descent. I shall bestow upon you some protective measures. Employ them as needed." As he spoke, Yichen handed each of them 50 small stones. The 2 looked at the stones in their hands, not perceiving this as a mere trifle. For everything their master provided and any words he uttered were laden with meaning. If he claimed that a single stone could safeguard them, it would undoubtedly be true. "Go forth." Yichen raised his hand and conjured a void passage. Allowing Mu Yin and Gu Lingluo to step inside, as the passage gradually closed behind them, Su Jian gazed enviously and asked, "Master, what technique is this? Can I learn it?" Yichen glanced at him. Chuckling softly, "This is not a technique, but rather a minor method that manifests automatically upon reaching a certain realm. You will be able to grasp it once you attain the true immortal realm." Su Jian swallowed hard. The true immortal realm? That seemed an eternity away. He was merely a novice in the foundation establishment stage. Little did he know, Yichen had withheld an additional truth. To reach such a level, one must at least attain the immortal monarch realm. After sending off Mu Yin and Gu Lingluo, Yichen suddenly felt a stirring in his heart, sensing that someone was attempting to calculate his origins. Humph! How dare they delve into my background? Are they not wary of the immense karmic consequences they may incur? Yichen scoffed dismissively, not concerning himself with such trivialities. The one attempting to discern his identity was none other than the Moonfall Sacred Land. Located far in the Moonfall realm, following Yichen's sweeping victories over the three major sects, including the suppression of the Guiyuan sect and the Tiangang Dao sect, discussions regarding the Kunlun Sacred Land had become rampant in the Moonfall realm. Naturally, the people of the Moonfall Sacred Land sought to uncover Yichen's background. Within a grand hall of the Moonfall Sacred Land, several inner disciples at the true immortal realm gathered, utilizing a massive mirror to deduce Yichen's identity. The other party could easily crush two true immortal experts with a single blow. Can we truly ascertain his identity? One suggested reporting to the Sacred Lord and letting her take action. Elder Ru Yin recalled the terror she felt when Yichen had acted and was still rattled. However, a confident true immortal elder countered, "With the few of us here, alongside the Haotian mirror, how could we fail to uncover the truth?" The other true immortal inner disciples nodded in agreement, brimming with confidence in their prowess. The Haotian mirror, a celestial-grade artifact, was a replica of a certain imperial weapon of the Sacred Land. If they could not deduce the identity of their opponent with such means, they might as well perish. Enough talk. Let us commence. The true immortal elders simultaneously exerted their energies into the Haotian mirror. The abundant celestial power caused the mirror to illuminate, its surface rippling like water, gradually revealing a vague silhouette. Witnessing the efficacy of their efforts, Elder Ru Yin felt a surge of morale and infused more celestial energy into the mirror. As the figure within became increasingly distinct, nearing the point of revealing its back, a cold snort resonated from within the mirror. Humph! In a shocking turn of events, the celestial artifact Haotian mirror shattered with a crack. Elder Ru Yin and the others were met with a violent backlash, each spewing blood and being forcefully thrown back, their auras diminished. Coughing, Elder Ru Yin struggled to prop herself up, dread filling her heart. That voiced it bore a striking resemblance to that individual. After coughing up a mouthful of blood, her face turned pale as she uttered in horror, "That cold snort. It belongs to the one who flattened the entire Tiangang Dao sect with a single palm." Even through the celestial artifact Haotian mirror, he could still severely injure so many true immortal experts. Moreover, he had shattered the Haotian mirror. Terrifying, truly terrifying. One bloodied inner disciple lamented, realizing they had overestimated their abilities. "We must report to the Sacred Lord and let her make the decision." Subsequently, while recuperating, they resolved that this matter was beyond their control. Chapter 36. Capturing the Sovereign of the Sacred Land. The immortal monarch takes action. Upon learning of this incident, the Sacred Lord of the Moonfall was astonished. Who could possibly harm so many true immortal experts from a distance using the Haotian mirror? Moreover, the Haotian mirror was a crucial celestial artifact for the Moonfall Sacred Land. Now that it lay in shattered fragments, she needed to reclaim her dignity. The Sacred Lord, a woman garbed in resplendent robes, exuded an aura as vast as the ocean, elusive and formidable. "According to your accounts, this individual possesses strength at least in the celestial immortal realm. A mere celestial immortal dares to oppose our Moonfall Sacred Land?" The Sacred Lord's anger was palpable, her soft flesh trembling slightly, especially the two exquisite curves that quivered with each gesture. Powerful energies emanated from her being. As a Sacred Lord, her prowess had reached the profound immortal realm. True immortal, earth immortal, celestial immortal, profound immortal, immortal monarch, immortal king, immortal emperor. An insignificant celestial immortal truly had no right to challenge her. The Sacred Lord delicately waved her jade hand in the void, summoning a mirror resembling a tranquil lake. As the mirror's surface rippled and then settled, the earlier silhouette re-emerged. Elder Ru Yin and the others felt both anxious and hopeful. They had firsthand experienced the terror of that figure, but with the sacred lord taking action. Surely everything would be fine now. Confidently, the sacred lord continued to employ incantations to render the image in the mirror clearer. However, just as she believed she could effortlessly manipulate Yi Chun, the indistinct figure in the mirror suddenly extended a hand. This hand transcended the barriers of time and space. Reaching out from the mirror, the unexpected turn of events elicited a horrified scream from the sacred lord. The other party was aware of her probing. Furthermore, they could extend their hand through the secret technique she had cast. In the eyes of Elder Ru Yin and the others, that hand directly seized the sacred lord by the throat and dragged her into the mirror. Throughout the process, the profound immortal sacred lord was entirely powerless to resist. By the time Elder Ru Yin and the others regained their senses, the sacred lord had vanished from her original spot. Her presence completely erased. This incident sent shockwaves through all high-ranking officials of the Moonfall Sacred Land. The abduction of a sacred lord was a monumental affair. It could potentially have a profound impact on the Moonfall Sacred Land. Consequently, numerous experts flocked to uncover any clues and rescue the sacred lord. Yet, regardless of the methods they employed, they could not capture even a trace of cause and effect. No signs remained. It was as though the sacred lord had vanished into thin air. What on earth had transpired? The sacred lord was a peak profound immortal powerhouse. How could she be abducted? Moreover, it occurred within the sacred land itself. This was a significant provocation to our Moonfall Sacred Land. We must ascertain the identity of the perpetrator. The urgency of the matter lay in locating the whereabouts of the sacred lord. The prominent figures within the sacred land were filled with rage. Yet, utterly helpless, they had exhausted all means and still failed to locate the sacred lord's position. Should we summon immortal monarch Si Ming? At that moment, someone proposed the suggestion. All fell silent, hesitant to speak, for immortal monarchs often engaged in secluded cultivation. Immortal monarch Si Ming had been in seclusion for over 10,000 years without emerging. Who would dare to rouse him? However, when it came to calculations and divination, only immortal monarch Si Ming within the entire Moonfall Sacred Land possessed such expertise. With immortal monarch Si Ming present, they would surely be able to uncover the sacred lord's location, just as the true immortals. Earth immortals, celestial immortals, and profound immortals hesitated. A clear voice resonated from above. This immortal monarch has already grasped the situation. The sacred lord has been taken by an unknown powerful entity, a tremendous humiliation for our sacred land. The speaker, clad in a green robe, possessed a handsome, fair visage and an ethereal demeanor. Appearing to be in his 30s, in truth, he had existed for countless ages, and the concept of age had long lost meaning for him. It was immortal monarch Si Ming. Immortal monarch Si Ming has emerged from seclusion? Excellent. With immortal monarch Si Ming here, we shall certainly discern the identity of the sacred lord's abductor. At that time, we will ensure our enemies understand what despair truly means. The top-tier experts were elated upon seeing immortal monarch Si Ming. Amidst the expectant gazes, he produced a small compass, the size of a palm. The tiny compass began to enlarge until it reached a size of 10 zhong before coming to a halt. Immortal monarch Si Ming infused his celestial energy into it, causing the compass to emit a radiant glow. While peculiar symbols flew forth, seemingly searching for some elusive cause and effect in the world. As time passed, the assembly grew increasingly impatient. Unbeknownst to them, immortal monarch Si Ming was frowning deeply, for he could not find any trace in the world. No hint of cause and effect. It was as if the sacred lord had never existed at all. Impossible. Immortal monarch Si Ming instinctively shook his head. Even if a person perishes, their causal connections remain, and the world will bear various traces of their existence. However, he could find no evidence of the Moonfall Saint Lord, nor any clues regarding that arm. After pondering for the better part of the day, the celestial lord of fate grew anxious, losing the calm demeanor he had displayed upon his initial appearance. The onlookers around him became increasingly restless. A palpable sense of helplessness enveloped everyone. If even the celestial lord of fate could not deduce the situation, how could they possibly seek answers? Subsequently, the celestial lord of fate attempted to derive insights from clues related to Su Jian and the Kunlun sacred land, yet still found himself at a standstill. It was evident that an unparalleled master had obliterated all traces of causality. Realizing this, the celestial lord of fate hastily stowed away his compass, his complexion turning ashen. That individual had severed all causal threads. Wishing to remain hidden from us, one must understand, I cannot so flawlessly sever or conceal causality. That person's power is beyond comprehension. I am utterly powerless. The celestial lord of fate felt despondent. The very techniques he prided himself on had proven entirely ineffective. For him, this was a tremendous blow. The assembly was struck with shock. If even the celestial lord of fate spoke thus, just how formidable was the opponent? Could it be the supreme celestial emperor? If that were the case, they would have no means to contend. After all, only a celestial emperor could oppose another celestial emperor. The few celestial emperors of the Moonfall Sacred Land had departed from the vast world of the wild immortals eons ago. Their whereabouts unknown. There was simply no hope of calling upon them. In that moment, everyone found themselves at an impasse. Elder Ru Yin mustered his courage and proposed, "Esteemed seniors, I believe we may employ the most foolish method to seek our answers. Since they have brazenly raised the banner of the Kunlun Sacred Land, it stands to reason that this sect must exist somewhere within the vast world of the wild immortals. If we leverage our various connections, we shall surely uncover the true location of the Kunlun Sacred Land." Ru Yan's suggestion was simple, albeit not particularly efficient. The higher-ups of the Moonfall Sacred Land, upon hearing this, deemed it a sound plan. For it was the best option available. Thus, the Moonfall Sacred Land set its disciples to work, mobilizing contacts in a widespread search for the Kunlun Sacred Land's whereabouts. Meanwhile, within the Kunlun Sacred Land, the Moonfall Saint Lord felt a chill of terror, sensing that all of her celestial power had been bound. In her current state, she was akin to a mere mortal. Before her stood an unfamiliar young man. "Who on earth are you?" the Moonfall Saint Lord demanded coldly. Yi Chen revealed a faintly icy smile. "Now that you have become a captive, how dare you maintain such arrogance? Truly, you are deserving of your status as a sacred lord. I am the very master of the Kunlun Sacred Land. After pondering for ages, you fail to recognize me upon our meeting." Yi Chen's smile bore a hint of derision, his gaze unabashedly surveying her voluptuous form. Such blatant and domineering scrutiny left the Moonfall Saint Lord feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. As the lord of a sacred land, she was powerful and esteemed, and never had anyone dared to regard her with such an invasive gaze. He was the first. "Do not look," the Moonfall Saint Lord warned, blushing with indignation. Upon hearing her words, Yi Chen chuckled. "You wretched woman, are you unaware of your predicament? Still daring to speak so boldly?" With that, Yi Chen mercilessly delivered a resounding slap to her face, fortunate that he bore no murderous intent. Otherwise, that blow would have obliterated her very soul. The Moonfall Saint Lord was left dazed by the strike. The fiery pain in her cheek made her feel inexplicably tearful. It was not that she lacked fortitude, but rather that she had forgotten how many years it had been since she had experienced such genuine pain. That slap evoked memories of her years as a once weak girl. Whoa! The Moonfall Saint Lord covered her now swollen pink cheek, feeling a sense of grievance. "I find myself in need of a servant to fetch tea and water. You shall attend to me. When I feel inclined, I may restore your powers," Yi Chen remarked with a nonchalant smile. With no choice but to submit to his whims, the dignified Saint Lord was reduced to serving tea. Would such a tale not elicit laughter from others? Once she regained her strength and freedom, she would surely lead the Moonfall Sacred Land in an assault, ensuring that this vile man would know regret. Meanwhile, at the Tsangtian realm, the Gu family faced dire straits. Since the demise of Jin Hao from the Golden Jade sect, they had frequently come to investigate, given that Gu Lingluo had also gone missing, and Jin Hao's murder might well be connected to her disappearance. Today, however, the Golden Jade sect had grown weary of their inquiries and sent Jin Xian to annihilate her entire clan in vengeance for Jin Hao. Jin Xian was the most talented disciple within the Golden Jade sect, second only to Jin Hao. He was also at the second level of the Golden Core stage, his strength on par with Jin Hao's. However, Jin Hao was the sect master's son, and thus had always overshadowed him. Now that Jin Hao is dead, the limelight finally shifted to Jin Xian. What a fortunate turn of events. I must express my gratitude to that killer for eliminating my greatest rival. Otherwise, I would have had no chance to shine. Jin Xian thought gleefully. Yet, he knew better than to exhibit such joy outwardly. Revealing his delight would surely provoke the sect leader, Jin Ruiyin. Recently, the sect leader had been like a frenzied beast, and no one dared approach him. Suppressing his private thoughts, Jin Xian gazed upon the heavily fortified Gu family below, growing increasingly impatient. Qin family head, Mo family head, have you not eaten? Why haven't you breached the protective array of the clan yet? Jin Xian coldly chastised the two middle-aged men beside him. The Qin and Mo families were of similar standing to the Gu family, and both family heads had reached the nascent soul stage. Yet, before the second-level golden core Jin Xian, they behaved like obedient children, complying with his every command. They were not afraid of Jin Xian, but rather, they feared the authority he represented from the Golden Jade sect. They had no choice but to cooperate. Likewise, they held their own ulterior motives. Once the Gu family was no more, they would be able to seize all its resources. Unfortunately, the Gu family's protective array was exceedingly robust, and after 2 days of assault, they had yet to breach it. Rest assured, young Master Jin, we shall surely break through today, Mo family head sneered, ordering his people to continue their assault on the Gu family. With the combined forces of the Mo and Chen families, even the strongest of protective arrays would soon falter, and it began to show signs of collapse. Within the Gu family, the family head observed that the array could not withstand much longer, and his expression turned resolute. Gu family men, we face a great calamity. It appears we cannot evade it. We must retaliate. The Gu family head understood that their clan would undoubtedly face disaster today. With the combined might of the Mo and Chen families, they could only grit their teeth and endure. Yet, there was still Jin Xian. He was the true source of the Gu family's despair. How could the small Gu family possibly contend with the vast Golden Jade sect? They could easily eliminate the Gu family with a mere flick of their wrist. Alas, he did not know whether Lingluo was alive or dead. He could only hope she was safe. In the final moments of his life, he thought of his beloved daughter. At that moment, a tremendous crash echoed above, as the sturdy protective array finally shattered, allowing the experts from the Mo and Chun families to invade. Kill. The Gu family head's face was instantly consumed by murderous intent as he raised his long blade and charged at the invaders. Old Gu, your opponents are us. The Qin and Mo family heads would not allow him to slaughter their kin, and after a loud laugh, they engaged the Gu family head. The sudden eruption of battle was exceedingly brutal. With many lives lost, the Gu family unleashed a shocking wave of killing intent, managing to withstand the frenzied assaults of their adversaries through reckless abandon. Amidst the desperate struggle, a void portal opened high above, from which emerged a pair of young men and women. It was Mu Yin and Gu Lingluo. Upon witnessing her family in such peril, Gu Lingluo cried out in alarm, "Father!" This sudden exclamation drew the attention of both battling parties, and Jin Xian turned to see her, grinning with delight. Was this not his long-cherished dream girl, Gu Lingluo? She had truly appeared. Ha ha ha, stop fighting, Jin Xian commanded loudly. The members of the Qin and Mo families immediately ceased their conflict. Lingluo, the sect leader has been searching for you with great difficulty. So, you were here. Come back with me, and I assure you will be safe. Jian Xian's greedy gaze roamed over Gu Lingluo's curvaceous figure. Sensing the repulsive intent in his gaze, Gu Lingluo glared fiercely, warning, Jin Xian, if you look at me again, I shall gouge out your eyes. Ha ha ha, Lingluo, you jest. I am at the second level of the Golden Core stage. Should you be able to gouge them out, feel free. Jin Xian erupted into hearty laughter, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke. He was acutely aware that Gu Lingluo's strength was merely at the foundation establishment stage, a far cry from his own Golden Core stage. Therefore, her threat was not only ineffective against him but appeared rather endearingly naive. Lingluo, my dear junior sister, I reiterate my proposal. Come with me, and I shall find a way to clear your name. In return, you may accompany me obediently and occasionally help me temper my anger. Jian Xian chuckled lewdly. Proving Gu Lingluo's innocence was a simple matter. Just concoct a favorable testimony claiming that Jian Hao had been murdered by another, leaving her fortuitously alive. Now, it merely depended on Gu Lingluo's willingness to comply. Seeing his daughter return unharmed, accompanied by Mu Yin, the head of the Gu family felt a mix of relief and urgency, urging her to leave at once. Lingluo, hurry and go. Do not return. Mu Yin, you rascal, take her away. She must not be put in danger. The Gu family head's eyes were red-rimmed. He knew that after today, he might never see his daughter again. Yet, as long as she remained safe, he could die with peace. In truth, he regretted having orchestrated the match between Lingluo and Jin Hao. It was not his wish to bind Lingluo to Jin Hao, but rather a strong suggestion from various elders within the family. He believed his daughter's happiness should be her own choice. Yet, now, regret was futile. The storm had already arrived at their doorstep. However, Gu Lingluo smiled reassuringly. "Father, you need not worry. I have returned with Brother Mu Yin to resolve matters with the Jinyu sect." The onlookers were momentarily stunned by her words, questioning her sanity for uttering such foolishly naive sentiments. Jian Xian laughed uproariously. "Ha ha ha. Resolve the Jinyu sect? Junior sister, when did you become so adept at humor? Are you unaware of the Jinyu sect's might? You think mere words can dismantle them? Truly, you are adorably naive." He did not hide his derision. A mere foundation establishment girl making such grandiose claims could only be seen as a jest. Members of the Chen and Imo families joined in the cacophony of laughter, mocking her audacity. "Resolve the Jinyu sect? Or will the Jinyu sect resolve you instead? Let us clarify your intentions, shall we?" She must be utterly desperate to utter such nonsense. The surrounding crowd mercilessly ridiculed her. Only Gu Lingluo and Mu Yin remained composed. "Lingluo, leave that loathsome creature to me. I can no longer tolerate him," Mu Yin declared, a fierce desire to eliminate Jian Xian welling within him, wishing to pluck out his eyes to quell his resentment. Yet, Gu Lingluo insisted on handling it herself. "Brother Mu Yin, allow me to take care of this. I cannot rest easy until I have personally vanquished such a vile being." Hearing her resolve, Mu Yin reluctantly acquiesced. Jian Xian, overhearing their exchange and bemused by their discussion of who would deal with him, chuckled maniacally. "Ha ha ha, junior sister Lingluo? You intend to kill me? How frightening. Why not come and try it now?" Jian Xian cackled mockingly. Unable to endure any further, Gu Lingluo unleashed her attack, charging at Jian Xian. "Lingluo!" The Gu family head cried out in concern. He was all too aware of his daughter's strength, still merely at the foundation establishment stage. How could she possibly stand against Jian Xian? With just a single encounter, she would surely suffer a crushing defeat. Alas, the heads of the Qin and Imo families were focused on him, leaving him powerless to intervene. "Ah, splendid. Let my senior brother have his way with you." Jian Xian was taken aback by Gu Lingluo's audacity in attacking him. To him, her action seemed akin to courting disaster. Mystical Jade Palm. In response to Gu Lingluo's charge, Jian Xian unleashed a formidable royal-level palm technique. He had refined the mystical Jade Palm to a profound level, and employing it against Gu Lingluo was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. "What a formidable technique! Its level is certainly not low," exclaimed the head of the Mo family in astonishment. It must be at least a royal-level technique. Such is the depth of the Jinyu sect's foundation. The head of the Chun family also recognized the extraordinary nature of the mystical Jade Palm, noting that the strongest techniques of his own family paled in comparison. This girl must truly be out of her mind to engage in battle despite the overwhelming disparity in strength. They believed she felt secure, thinking Jian Xian would not strike her down with lethal force, thus allowing her to act recklessly. The crowd continued to mock her actions, viewing them as the whimsical folly of a young girl. However, as Gu Lingluo drew near, her hidden strength at the second level of the Golden Core stage erupted forth. Such a formidable aura instantly transformed the mocking faces of the onlookers to expressions of shock. What? She is already at the second level of the Golden Core. Wasn't she at the Foundation establishment stage? What on earth is happening? The sheer power emanating from her was staggering. Was this her true strength? Everyone was taken aback, unable to fathom how Gu Lingluo, who had been at the Foundation establishment stage not long ago, had ascended to the Golden Core stage in such a brief period. Die? Gu Lingluo struck out with her palm. The terrifying force obliterated the mystical Jade Palm, with the residual power crashing into Jian Xian's chest. Jian Xian's body was violently propelled backward, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. All present fell silent, incredulous at the sight before them. Gu Lingluo had defeated Jian Xian with a single blow? No, Jian Xian was dead. He had no breath left. At that moment, the head of the Mo family keenly discerned that Jian Xian had lost all signs of life, clearly having met a grim fate. Finally, the venue erupted into chaos. Waves of astonished gasps filled the air, and countless pairs of disbelieving eyes were fixed on Gu Lingluo, as if they could scarcely accept she had accomplished such a feat. After all, Su Jian was a prodigious disciple of the Jin Yu sect, renowned for his strength and cultivation of royal-level techniques. Few in the same realm could rival him. Yet, this formidable genius had been obliterated by Gu Lingluo in a single strike? Even Jin Xian himself had not anticipated his demise would be so swift. Regret was now beyond his reach. Had she concealed her strength all along? The head of the Mo family's pupils constricted in disbelief. What kind of technique had she just executed? The royal-level mystical jade palm had not even had the opportunity to resist before being shattered. The head of the Chen family gasped in shock. He was not merely astonished by Gu Lingluo's sudden surge in power, but was equally awed by the seemingly unremarkable yet devastating palm strike. Meanwhile, on the Gu family's side, what they had initially thought was certain defeat for Gu Lingluo had transformed into a stunning victory over Jin Xian, plunging them into a profound silence. Is this truly the Gu Lingluo we know? The Gu family head murmured, bewildered. After a brief moment of daze, a proud smile spread across his face. This was his daughter. She was stronger than anyone. You two families shall not have an easy time of it. Taking advantage of the crowd's astonishment, Mu Yin unleashed the Heavenly Emperor's divine flame, targeting the members of the Qin and Mo families. The Heavenly Emperor's divine flame, a terrifying fire of unparalleled might, once it clung to anything, could not be easily rid of. Soon, a majority of the Qin and Mo family members found themselves engulfed in a cataclysmic sea of flames. You little brat, are you seeking death? The head of the Qin family was seething with rage, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. This was the elite of his Qin family. If they suffered heavy casualties, the family's power would plummet. He charged at Mu Yin, unleashing his entire Yuan-ing-level strength in an attempt to eliminate him. Sensing the terrifying power locking onto him, Mu Yin felt a surge of excitement rather than fear. Yuan-ing level? Just the opportunity one need to test my new techniques gleaned from the Chaos Realm. Mu Yin raised his hand, unleashing a vast wave of golden Heavenly Emperor's divine flame, colliding with the Qin family head in a grand conflagration. The terrifying flames and intense heat made even the Yuan-ing level head of the Qin family feel a sense of trepidation. He had never encountered such a bizarre and powerful flame before. Wave-cutting fist. The head of the Qin family struck out, attempting to sweep away the Heavenly Emperor's divine flame. Yet, to his astonishment, the golden flames not only resisted but surged forth with even greater vigor. What is happening? What kind of flame is this? Panic set in for the Chun family head. This was what it meant to possess Yuan-ing level strength. It felt rather underwhelming. Mu Yin smirked, beginning to refine the Heavenly Emperor's divine flame with a unique technique, compressing it until it transformed into a delicate and beautiful golden lotus. This works beautifully. Feeling the terrifying destructive power within the golden lotus, Mu Yin couldn't help but smile. This was the unique technique he had developed after comprehending the laws of fire in the Chaos Realm, which he named the Heavenly Emperor's Fire Lotus. Go! Mu Yin hurled the Heavenly Emperor's Fire Lotus toward the Chen family head, the palm-sized golden lotus streaking through the air, leaving a brilliant trail, akin to a shooting star. This object appears exquisite, yet in reality, it exudes an aura of sheer terror. Suddenly, the head of the Chen family sensed an overwhelming force rushing towards him with alarming speed. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a diminutive golden fire lotus. This is dire. The destructive energy emanating from it sent shivers down the spine of even this Yuan-ing master. Should he be struck directly by the golden fire lotus, his fate would be grim indeed. Hastily, he hurled a small shield. The shield expanded in the wind, transforming in an instant into a towering structure, resembling a small mountain. The moment the shield materialized, the Heavenly Emperor Fire Lotus, trailing a brilliant tail, crashed violently against it. Boom! The thunderous sound reverberated across the heavens, scattering the clouds in its wake. The flames unleashed by the Fire Lotus spiraled outward, engulfing the surroundings in a cataclysmic sea of fire. The shield, struck head-on, shattered into countless fragments, rendered utterly useless. Simultaneously, the head of the Chen family suffered severe burns across his chest, half of his body charred to a crisp cough. Your technique? The head of the Chen family stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that he had been gravely injured by a mere junior in the Jindan stage. Had it not been for the shield's protection, he suspected he might have truly perished beneath that Fire Lotus's assault. Though he had survived, his combat capability had been significantly diminished, leaving him utterly incapable of continuing the fight. Is my technique commendable? Care to learn? I have no intention of teaching you, Mu Yin jested with a chuckle. He was thoroughly pleased with the power of the Heavenly Emperor Fire Lotus. After all, it was the first secret technique he had crafted. Old Chun, over at the Mo family, the head of the Mo family and the head of the Gu family were locked in combat. When the Heavenly Emperor Fire Lotus erupted, they quickly separated, only to witness this tragic scene. The head of the Gu family could scarcely believe that a once weakling could nearly slay a Yuanying master. You dare to call this a weakling? Old Mo, do you still wish to fight? I see no need for it. The head of the Gu family inquired sarcastically, glancing at the dumbfounded head of the Mo family. The latter let out a resigned smile, conceding defeat. We have lost. What was once a favorable situation had been turned on its head by the emergence of two young individuals. First, Jin Xian was slain. Then, the head of the Qin family was gravely injured. Was there still any point in continuing this battle? At present, he yearned to understand but one thing. What experiences had Mu Yin and Gu Lingluo undergone during this time that had led to such a transformation? How had they become so formidable? Old Gu, you should comprehend this. Today, you may have triumphed, but can you conquer the Jinyu sect? They are your true adversaries, the head of the Mo family said meaningfully. Upon hearing this, the head of the Gu family's fleeting joy quickly dissipated. The Jinyu sect was an indomitable behemoth. While they had resolved today's crisis, the greatest peril still loomed. It hung over them like a sword, ready to descend and claim their lives at any moment. Humph, what of it? By the time the Jinyu sect learns of this, my Gu family will have relocated. If I cannot provoke them, can I not at least evade them? The head of the Gu family retorted defiantly. After all, they could not hope to defeat them, but surely they could escape, right? Father, Gu Lingluo descended before the head of the Gu family alongside Mu Yin. Good daughter, good son-in-law, we owe you both a great debt today. The head of the Gu family felt both moved and gratified, yet guilt weighed heavily upon him. Father, upon our return today, we intend not only to rescue our family but also to eradicate the entire Jinyu sect. Gu Lingluo proclaimed earnestly. The head of the Gu family hastily reached out to gauge her forehead, concerned she had lost her senses. Why, at this moment, are you speaking such nonsense? Daughter, the Jinyu sect is insurmountable. We would be like eggs striking against stone. Now is the time to flee. The head of the Gu family implored with heartfelt urgency. Although he did not comprehend how these two young individuals had acquired such immense power and confidence, he believed that sudden access to extraordinary strength could easily lead one to delusion. Just as now, Gu Lingluo could slay Jin Xian with a single strike, and Mu Yin could defeat a Yuanying master. But so what? Within the Jinyu sect, there were far more Jindan and Yuanying experts, not to mention numerous Huashan, and their sect leader, Jin Ruetian, was an invincible master in the realm of refining the void. What could these two youngsters possibly compare to them? The Jinyu sect is but a trifling matter, Mu Yin remarked nonchalantly. Previously, he would have regarded the Jinyu sect as an unassailable titan, completely beyond his reach. However, after following his master, his perspective had expanded exponentially. While those achievements belonged to his master, he had nonetheless come to perceive the Jinyu sect as merely ordinary. Yet, his words, when heard by the head of the Gu family, caused him to frown in displeasure. Son-in-law, this mindset is perilous. Trust me, gather your belongings and flee. We may yet rise again, the head of the Gu family urged patiently. Concerned that the two youngsters were teetering on the brink of hubris, observing her father's constant thoughts of retreat, Gu Lingluo helplessly grasped his arm, explaining, Father, you must trust us. Our Kunlun sacred land cannot possibly be weaker than the Jinyu sect. Nearby, the head of the Mo family awkwardly interjected, Niece, I must say, I have never heard of this Kunlun sacred land. Gu Lingluo shot him a fierce glare, prompting the head of the Mo family to promptly fall silent. She wished to elaborate on the might of the Kunlun sacred land to her father, but at that moment, a terrifying pressure descended from above. An enraged voice echoed across the heavens, You wretched beings dare to slay Jin Xian? Die! An elderly figure hurtled towards them with astonishing speed, unleashing a palm that transformed into a mountain-like force, crushing down upon all present. It was a Huashan master. The head of the Gu family's expression shifted dramatically. Why has a Huashan expert arrived? The head of the Mo family was equally astonished. The sudden appearance of this Huashan master showed no discrimination, raising his hand to strike, intent on annihilating everyone present. Heavenly Emperor Fire Lotus. Mu Yin reacted swiftly, conjuring a resplendent golden Heavenly Emperor Fire Lotus and hurling it forth. The heads of the Gu and Mo families also sprang into action, attempting to intercept the colossal palm of spiritual energy. Boom! Their combined attacks struck the spiritual palm, causing a tremendous explosion of force, particularly the Heavenly Emperor Fire Lotus, which obliterated a significant portion of the giant palm. Thus, they barely managed to escape unscathed. Incredible! The onlookers gazed at Mu Yin in awe. Had it not been for his Fire Lotus dissipating much of the force, the heads of the Gu and Mo families alone would have been incapable of withstanding such a strike. Humph! The Huashan master's countenance darkened upon realizing his attack had been neutralized. To him, this was a disgrace. What enraged him further was the fact that during his negligence, Jin Xian had been killed. He had accompanied Jin Xian to ensure his safety, and after the lesson of Jin Hao's demise, the Jinyu sect had assigned Huashan experts as protectors. He had believed that attacking the Gu family would be a mere formality, not requiring his concern, as Jin Xian would be perfectly safe. Yet, who could have anticipated that while he indulged in pleasures at a brothel, Jin Xian would meet his end? Should the sect leader learn that his negligence led to Jin Xian's death, his fate would be sealed. The recent death of Jin Hao had already incited the sect's wrath. Now, with Jin Xian's demise, the sect leader would undoubtedly seek to execute a number of individuals to vent his fury. The elder was filled with murderous intent, eager to slaughter everyone present. Facing a Huashan master, the pressure on everyone escalated. While they might have had a fighting chance against a Yuanying master, against an unparalleled Huashan powerhouse, they stood no chance whatsoever. It's over. There's no escape now. The head of the Gu family's face paled in despair. Gu Lingluo and Mu Yin remained calm. They understood full well they were no match for a Huashan master in direct confrontation. Yet, they maintained their composure, for their master had once imparted that in times of crisis, the small stones gifted to them would prove immensely useful. Lingluo, leave this to me. Mu Yin produced a small stone. Positioning it protectively in front of Gu Lingluo, he then opened his palm, revealing a stone no larger than his thumb. The onlookers beheld the seemingly unremarkable stone, perplexed by his intentions. Did he truly believe he could defeat a Huashan master with a mere pebble? Such notions were utterly absurd. The Huashan elder, uninterested in wasting further time, brought down another palm, intent on annihilating everyone present, thus providing himself with a valid excuse for his failure. The terrifying force swept over, and all understood that a Huashan's strike was beyond their capacity to withstand. Many resigned themselves to fate, closing their eyes in acceptance. Yet, at the moment this power enveloped Mu Yin, the stone in his palm suddenly erupted with a resounding boom. With the explosion of the stone, an even more formidable force surged forth, manifesting as a fire dragon, its presence overwhelming as it crashed into the giant palm of spiritual energy. Boom! Without any surprise, the spiritual palm disintegrated, unable to hinder the forward momentum of the 100-foot fire dragon. The elder, who had reached the stage of transformation, sensed that something was amiss. The fire dragon emanated an aura of imminent danger, prompting him to seek refuge. However, the dragon's speed surged dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, it collided with him, engulfing him entirely. The onlookers could no longer perceive his form, only hearing another wretched scream emanate from within the fiery beast. Following that, silence enveloped the scene. Not a single sound remained. The fire dragon circled in the skies before dissipating into nothingness, leaving no trace of the elder who had been devoured, not even a speck of ash. A dragon? A fire dragon? Where did it emerge from? The crowd, like puppets on strings, turned their gaze towards Mu Yin, their expressions a blend of bewilderment and shock. They all presumed that Mu Yin had unleashed a secret technique to obliterate the powerful elder in a single blow. Such terrifying strength! Was it possible for a mere cultivator in the Golden Core stage to possess such combat prowess? Good son-in-law, what just transpired? Everyone was overwhelmed with astonishment, even trepidation. Could it be that Mu Yin had concealed his true power? Was he not merely in the golden core stage, but rather at the stage of transformation? No, even if he were at the transformation stage, it was inconceivable that he could annihilate another of the same caliber with a single strike. Unless there was a significant disparity in their realms, Mu Yin, too, was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the methods left behind by his master were as domineering as ever. A single strike was all that was needed. With no desire for a second, such was the style of his master. Realizing that everyone was looking at him in horror, he understood they mistakenly believed this power was his own, and thus he felt compelled to clarify. It has nothing to do with me. It was the means left by my master that saved us. Gu Lingluo also opened her palm, revealing a small stone. Indeed, my master said that if we encounter danger, we should use this. The crowd gazed at the pebble, still struggling to accept that the tremendous fire dragon had emerged from such a seemingly insignificant stone. If their claims were true, then how formidable must their master be to contain such a terrifying dragon within a mere stone? The head of the Gu family trembled as he inquired, "My daughter, is your master exceptionally powerful?" Gu Lingluo beamed with pride, and of course, he is the most formidable person under heaven. No one is his match. The might of their master was beyond question. The pressing matter was to address the situation at hand, as both she and Mu Yin needed to make a trip to the Golden Jade sect. With a smile directed at his father-in-law, Mu Yin remarked, "I know that no matter how we explain, you will not believe us, so there's no need to squander time here. Qin family head, do you have anything further to say?" Mu Yin turned his gaze to the nearly incapacitated head of the Chun family. After being struck by his heavenly Emperor Fire Lotus, much of the Chun family head's body had been charred, and the destructive force of the heavenly Emperor Divine Flame had nearly claimed his life, I concede. After uttering these words with his last breath, the Chun family head succumbed to unconsciousness. The head of the Mo family, naturally, had no objections. He sighed with resignation. In the realm of victory and defeat, my Mo family is willing to relinquish all of this year's profits to the Gu family. The annual profits of a family were substantial. He felt a pang of regret, but what could he do? Hadn't he seen how the Chen family head was almost killed by Mu Yin? Even the transformation stage had been reduced to mere ashes by a single fire dragon. Did he have the right to haggle? After negotiating a significant compensation, both families fled in disgrace. After settling matters here, Mu Yin and Gu Lingluo refrained from further explanations and proceeded directly to the Golden Jade sect. Within the Golden Jade sect, the atmosphere had been tense due to the recent death of Jin Hao, which had sent the sect leader, Jin Ruetian, into a rage on multiple occasions to in the main hall. The disheveled sect leader sat upon his throne, his eyes bloodshot and wild, as if he had gone mad. "What have you found out?" Jin Ruetian's voice was hoarse as he inquired. Below him stood two core high-ranking members at the void refinement stage. "Reporting, sect leader, we have currently locked onto the Gu family. We will soon have leads." Bang! Jin Ruetian slammed down on the armrest of his chair with such force that it broke. Just the thought of his son being gone drove him to the brink of insanity. He yearned to employ the most vicious means to ensure the murderer suffered a fate worse than death. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, a frantic disciple rushed in to deliver news. Reporting to the sect leader, Jin Xian's life token has shattered. This disciple spoke in a trembling voice. He was terrified. Delivering the news of Jin Xian's death at this moment seemed like an invitation for the sect leader to lose his sanity. However, the shattered life token was undeniable evidence that Jin Xian was truly dead. He could not intentionally conceal such information. This disciple wished he could bury his head in the ground, fearing that Jin Ruetian would strike him down in a fit of rage. What? Upon hearing this dreadful news, Jin Ruetian shot to his feet, scarcely able to believe it. His son had just perished, and now even his most favored disciple was gone. An overwhelming aura of terror surged forth from him, suffocating everyone in the hall. The crowd gasped in horror. Jin Xian was dead? At such a critical juncture, everyone understood that the Golden Jade sect was a volcano poised to erupt at any moment. And yet there were those who dared to provoke their wrath. Indeed, this is the shattered life token. The disciple, trembling, raised the remnants of Jin Xian's life token high above his head. Jin Ruetian was utterly enraged. His terrifying aura spread throughout the hall, causing the disciple to be crushed to death under its weight. "Find me the murderer. I want the murderer to have no place to rest in death." Jin Ruetian was on the verge of madness. Little did he know, Mu Yin and Lingluo had already arrived at the foot of the Golden Jade Sect's mountain. Returning to her former sect, Gu Lingluo felt a surge of emotions, realizing how her fate had been transformed by her master. Without her master, she might have been forced into a relationship with Jin Hao, becoming his plaything. Mu Yin gazed up at the towering peak of the Golden Jade Sect, a cold smile forming on his lips. Once, this place had seemed unattainable in his eyes, yet now he had come to extinguish its lineage. Mu Yan's tone was filled with murderous intent. He was no benevolent soul. The Golden Jade Sect had nearly ruined his life. Would he spare them? Had it not been for his master, he would have perished long ago. Gu Lingluo shot him a reproachful glance, correcting him. What do you mean by extinguishing their lineage? That's rather harsh, isn't it? My master has instructed us to reason with them. Mu Yin suddenly realized, feeling ashamed, and smiled. How could I have forgotten my master's teachings? Our purpose is to persuade through reason. Come, let us go and discuss matters with them. Chapter 39. Breaking through the mountain gate, shattering the void finger. The two ascended the high steps on foot, as if embarking on a leisurely outing. Upon reaching the gate, two disciples on guard halted their advance. This is the Golden Jade Sect. No trespassers allowed. Violators will be executed without mercy. The two disciples, though merely at the first level of Foundation establishment, maintained an air of arrogance. Hearing their words, Gu Lingluo responded with a radiant smile. Am I considered a trespasser? The two disciples were momentarily dazzled by her stunning beauty, and upon closer inspection, they realized that this was none other than Gu Lingluo, the very person the sect had been searching for. It was rumored that she was connected to the death of the young sect master. Someone, Gu Lingluo is here. Quickly, summon help, capture Gu Lingluo. The two disciples shouted, preparing to call for assistance to seize her. Gu Lingluo shook her head, coldly stating, I was considering letting you go, but since you've chosen death. With that, she casually struck, extinguishing the lives of both disciples in an instant, upon entering the Golden Jade Sect. They drew the attention of many disciples, who, upon learning that Gu Lingluo had brought an outsider to slay fellow disciples, could no longer contain their fury. Whether to appease the sect leader or to achieve personal glory, they rushed towards the two without hesitation. Gu Lingluo, I advise you to surrender. You are courting death. Do you dare to intrude into the Golden Jade Sect? Do you not know how to write death? Seize them. They must be the murderers. Avenge the young sect master. Over 100 disciples at the Foundation establishment stage charged towards them. Upon witnessing this scene, Gu Lingluo felt a pang of guilt. After all, they had once been fellow disciples, and some faces were familiar to her. She hadn't intended to eradicate them all, however, their eyes were filled with murderous intent, leaving her no room for compassion. Nevertheless, Gu Lingluo raised her voice, I am not unreasonable. I now offer you a chance at life. Depart from the Golden Jade Sect at once, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness. This was her final opportunity for these lower-level disciples. However, as she had anticipated, they would not heed her warning and instead sought to take her life. Sighing, Gu Lingluo lifted her palm, crystalline spiritual energy coalescing. Just as she prepared to act, Mu Yin intervened. Smiling as he said, Lingluo, allow me to handle this. With that, Mu Yin ceased his words, raised his hand, and unleashed a torrent of golden heavenly emperor divine flame, engulfing the 100 disciples within. What is this flame? Why can it not be extinguished? It's over. Run. He is a golden core stage expert. Run. These disciples, who had only been focused on achieving merit, were consumed by the flames, many not even having time to scream before falling silent. Others attempted to flee, but alas, it was far too late. The Celestial Emperor's divine flames are not so easily quelled. In an instant, this place transformed into a terrifying sea of fire. Gu Lingluo understood that Mu Yin refrained from allowing her to intervene solely to preserve the purity of her heart. Under Mu Yan's relentless assault, they ultimately despaired, realizing that they were no match for him. Advancing would only lead to their demise, however. The commotion they stirred had already attracted the attention of numerous elders from various sections. Who dares to cause chaos in the Jinyu sect? Quickly, apprehend them. An elder at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage soared into the sky, issuing commands. Yet, scarcely had his words left his lips when a golden flame morphed into a spear. Piercing directly through his heart, Mu Yin was entirely enveloped in flames, his hands continuously conjuring spears of fire, which he hurled with abandon. Anyone struck by him met an inevitable fate of being engulfed in searing flames. Mu Yin resembled a fiery monarch, clad in flame-forged armor, wielding a flaming spear, cutting through the crowd with lethal precision. On the other side, Gu Lingluo encountered her own adversaries as a dozen golden core experts surrounded her, intent on eliminating her. However, as the supreme immortal body, Gu Lingluo possessed formidable combat prowess. Even against such a multitude of golden core masters, she remained undaunted. In fact, she even retaliated, taking down several golden core practitioners, forcing them to summon reinforcements, hurry and call for backup. These two possess overwhelming strength. We cannot withstand them, especially that one clad in fiery armor. His power is undoubtedly at the nascent soul level. Quickly, fetch a nascent soul elder. They were faltering. A multitude of terrified gazes fell upon Mu Yin and Gu Lingluo, as they could not fathom how these two, who were clearly at the golden core stage, could exhibit such formidable combat capabilities. The chaos continued to escalate. Initially, everyone believed this was merely a minor skirmish and thus paid little heed. They thought that sending a few more golden core practitioners would suffice to quell the disturbance. If even such trivial matters warranted the intervention of nascent soul practitioners, then what purpose did the golden core experts serve? But now, the situation had changed. The number of golden core masters falling to Mu Yin and Gu Lingluo had already surpassed 20. If this continued, the Jinyu sect's golden core experts would be utterly annihilated. At last, a nascent soul elder erupted in fury. "You two scoundrels, prepare to perish," an elder, wielding a sword that gleamed with a chilling light, charged at Mu Yin. This strike seemed capable of piercing the heavens, wielding incredible power. Many disciples recognized the sword-wielding elder and erupted in excited exclamations. "It's Elder Luo. Elder Luo is a genuine nascent soul powerhouse. That lad clad in fiery armor is doomed. No matter how powerful a golden core practitioner may be, they cannot hope to contend with a nascent soul master. First, eliminate this lad, then capture Gu Lingluo to present before the sect master." The disciples cheered, for they had suffered greatly at the hands of Mu Yin. This time, they would finally regain some dignity. A nascent soul. This is perfect. Mu Yin once again conjured a heavenly emperor fire lotus, hurling it fiercely toward Elder Luo. The diminutive lotus traced a brilliant arc in the air, imbued with astonishing power, colliding with Elder Luo's sword. Boom! A thunderous explosion followed, the force of the fiery detonation sending Elder Luo's sword flying, and he was blasted apart, losing half of his body. As they beheld Elder Luo, engulfed in flames, being violently hurled away, the cheers of the crowd fell into stunned silence. How could it be that a nascent soul master failed to withstand a single strike? Is this a jest? Alas, still unable to achieve instant annihilation? Mu Yin felt a twinge of regret. His heavenly emperor fire lotus lacked sufficient potency to eliminate such an initial nascent soul expert outright. Upon hearing his words, the disciples of Jinyu sect were rendered speechless, each wishing to strike him down. "You, a mere golden core practitioner, have already decimated numerous golden core experts, and now you have defeated a nascent soul master with a single blow. Is that not sufficient? Look around you. Who else can accomplish such feats?" Mu Yan's actions incited the ire of the higher echelons of Jinyu sect. In the eyes of true masters, the disturbances caused by Mu Yin and Gu Lingluo, both of whom were at the golden core stage, were trifling matters. Yet now, with a nascent soul elder defeated, it was no longer trivial. They could not allow this chaos to persist. The Jinyu sect is not a place for your reckless antics. Gu Lingluo, come with me to meet the sect master. Perhaps you may yet be spared. A voice of imposing authority resonated throughout the arena, accompanied by a terrifying pressure akin to an avalanche. This was the unique, oppressive force belonging to a transformation stage master. A middle-aged man appeared above them, coldly surveying the two as if observing mere ants. "It is Elder Ding of the transformation stage? Even he has been roused?" There was no other choice. These two had defied expectations, and how could Elder Ding possibly stand idly by? To compel a transformation stage master to intervene was indeed an honor for them. The disciples of Jinyu sect understood that with Elder Ding's involvement, the two were undoubtedly doomed, leaving only Gu Lingluo with a slim chance of survival. Transformation stage? Gu Lingluo looked up, unperturbed by the overwhelming pressure. Just a transformation stage master. They have dealt with such beings before. Gu Lingluo produced a stone and, amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, tossed it upward. What is she doing? Does she intend to crush Elder Ding with a mere stone? How absurd. What kind of stone is this that she picked up? Surely, Gu Lingluo does not intend to confront Elder Ding with this stone. What is she thinking? Laughter erupted among the crowd, with the number of disciples and elders combined reaching over 1,000, unable to contain their mockery. Elder Ding, witnessing this, was filled with fury. Does this girl dare to attempt to crush him with a stone? Is she deliberately attempting to humiliate him? Capture her and present her to the sect master. Elder Ding never regarded them as a threat. He extended his hand, reaching out to grasp Gu Lingluo from afar. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, forming a celestial river that rushed toward Gu Lingluo, intending to bind her and take her away. To him, it seemed as simple as catching a fish from a river. Devoid of any difficulty, however, what he did not anticipate was that the stone Gu Lingluo had thrown would erupt, unleashing a wave of sword energy zing. The sword energy soared skyward like a true dragon, moving with incredible speed, effortlessly severing the river of spiritual energy conjured by Elder Ding. With a fierce intent to kill, it surged toward Elder Ding. What? Elder Ding was utterly astonished. The power of this sword energy was immense, sending chills throughout his body. If he were to confront this sword energy head-on, he could hardly fathom the consequences. In a moment of desperation, he hastily employed defensive measures, condensing his spiritual energy into a massive wall, attempting to block the sword energy. Yet, when the sword energy collided with his barrier, he was horrified to realize that his defenses were as fragile as tofu. The sword energy pierced through his defenses without obstruction, and with lightning speed, it penetrated his heart. Boom! The violent sword energy surged into his body, leaving Elder Ding no chance to resist. His entire being was obliterated. The torrential rain of blood fell, rendering all present in stunned silence. Elder Ding was a transformation stage cultivator, holding a high position within the Jinyu sect. Yet now, he had been obliterated before their very eyes. No one dared to believe it was true. How could a transformation stage master be slain by a mere golden core practitioner? Such an absurdity was unheard of. Yet, they had witnessed it with their own eyes. Gu Lingluo, witnessing Elder Ding's demise at the hands of her sword energy, felt a profound sorrow. It seemed that her master had imbued many spells into these stones. Each stone must contain a unique seal of power. Gu Lingluo discerned her master's thoughtful intentions. They possessed a myriad of such stones. For a transformation stage cultivator to be annihilated by Gu Lingluo in a single encounter dealt a tremendous shock to the disciples of Jinyu sect. It took them several breaths to regain their composure, erupting in a wave of exclamations. He's dead. How could Elder Ding have died? Why did this happen? What transpired just now? Where did that sword energy originate? It was that stone. That stone is peculiar. It must be. The crowd understood in terror that the stone Gu Lingluo had initially thrown was the key. In an instant, no one within the entire Jinyu sect dared to advance against the two. Within the main hall, upon receiving the news of Jin Xian's demise, Jin Ruetian was consumed by rage, killing several disciples in his fury. At that moment, he sensed an extremely potent sword energy surge forth, only to quickly dissipate. What transpired outside? Why such a commotion? Jin Ruetian bellowed in dissatisfaction. He swayed, transforming into a whirlwind as he rushed out to ascertain the situation. Upon arriving at the Mountain Gate Square, his gaze was immediately drawn to Gu Lingluo. It is her, Gu Lingluo. She has indeed survived. She must possess crucial leads regarding the culprit, and she may very well be the perpetrator or at least an accomplice. Upon seeing Gu Lingluo, all of Jin Ruetian's rage and hatred ignited anew. A terrifying aura, boundless in its intensity, emanated from his being, transforming into an endless gale that swept across the entirety of the Golden Jade sect. It is the sect master. The sect master has made his appearance. While Gu Lingluo may be somewhat enigmatic, the sect master has personally intervened, leaving her with no chance whatsoever. With the sect master taking action, there is a sense of reassurance. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss as to who could possibly stand against the two of them. Many voiced their lingering fears, shaking their heads in disbelief. It is indeed laughable that the entire Golden Jade sect could be so utterly intimidated by two mere golden core cultivators. Gu Lingluo, who could possibly be the one responsible for my son's demise? Jian Ruetian's eyes burned with rage as he bellowed. Mu Yin soared forward, disregarding the oppressive aura radiating from him, and with a hint of playful mischief in his smile, declared loudly, "That useless Jian Hao met his end at my hands. To be fair, I cannot take all the blame. After all, he sought to take my life. I was merely acting in self-defense. I am not unreasonable. I cannot be made the scapegoat for this." Mu Yin spread his hands innocently. However, upon hearing his own admission of having killed Jian Hao, Jian Ruetian could no longer process any further words. His singular focus was to eliminate this young man. The void-breaking finger. Jian Ruetian concentrated his spiritual energy at his fingertips, then pointed toward Mu Yin from a distance. Instantly, a colossal finger, as immense as a mountain, manifested, exuding a terrifying pressure that sent chills through everyone present. Even the cultivators at the transformation stage began to tremble in fear. Chapter 40. I wager you have no stones in hand. Under the might of this finger, even an entire mountain would be shattered to pieces. How terrifying. The sect master's strength has indeed surged. A refined void cultivator exerting their full power to annihilate a golden core cultivator. It must be said that today's battle has become the pinnacle of this young man's glory. He truly has reason to be proud. Yet it is a pity that such an extraordinary beauty as Gu Lingluo must also meet her end today. What can be done? After all, they are the very culprits behind the death of the young master. Everyone within the Golden Jade sect understood that once the sect master intervened personally, Mu Yin and Gu Lingluo would have no chance of survival. The void-breaking finger is one of the sect master's most formidable techniques. Even I would be unable to withstand it unscathed. A high-ranking void cultivator, witnessing Jian Ruetian's display of the void-breaking finger, felt a shiver of terror. Indeed, perhaps the rage and madness of these past few days have only served to amplify the sect master's strength. Another elder at the void stage chimed in. They were the two strongest individuals within the Golden Jade sect, aside from sect master Jian Ruetian. On Mu Yan's end, he had long since prepared himself. Before Jian Ruetian could strike, he hurled a small stone. Another stone? What is the significance of this? Just moments ago, Gu Lingluo had used a stone to slay Eradicating, and now this young man seeks to use a stone to counter the sect master's void-breaking finger. As they witnessed Mu Yin similarly throw a stone, all present were left in confusion regarding its implications. However, having witnessed Eradicating's fate, they dared not underestimate the object. Upon detonation, the stone morphed into a towering mountain, exuding a heavy aura and shimmering with metallic luster. Standing defiantly against the void-breaking finger, boom. Unsurprisingly, the void-breaking finger was halted by this mountain, their forces canceling each other out. The resounding blast left everyone dazed. Yet no one dared to close their eyes, fearing the loss of a single detail. Yet this scene left them utterly astonished. Is he unscathed? He withstood the sect master's void-breaking finger and remains intact? No, he conjured that mountain, did he not? It was that mountain that absorbed the sect master's attack. That stone must undoubtedly be some kind of extraordinary treasure, exceptionally rare. Even the sect master's attack could be nullified. How terrifying. A chorus of astonishment erupted. Was there any need to explain the might of the sect master's void-breaking finger? Moreover, they were merely golden core cultivators. What could they possibly use to defend themselves? Yet here was Mu Yin, who had accomplished just that. Observing this, the frenzied Jian Ruetian gradually regained some composure. He speculated that, more than likely, these two had inherited the teachings of some superlative master, which granted them these bizarre techniques. No wonder they dared to confront the Golden Jade sect. Their confidence must stem from these unconventional methods. What valuable treasures they possess. If only I could obtain them. I would be empowered to conquer other sects and annihilate them. Furthermore, should I acquire the legacy they bear, my strength would undoubtedly ascend to the fusion stage. Jian Ruetian grinned wickedly. He had regained a degree of rationality. The legacies possessed by Mu Yin and Gu Lingluo ignited within him a fierce greed. Activate the sect's protective formation. At this moment, Jian Ruetian no longer rushed to strike at the two. Instead, he commanded the remaining elders to activate the protective formation of the sect. The intent was clear: to ensnare Mu Yin and Gu Lingluo within the confines of the Golden Jade sect. denying them any chance of escape. Soon, the protective formation was set in motion, a translucent barrier enveloping the entire Golden Jade sect. Should a formidable foe attack, the protective formation would serve as a safeguard. Conversely, those within would find themselves barred from exiting. Jian Ruetian's smile grew sinister. Surrender all that you possess, and I may spare your lives. Now that he believed he had discerned the true nature of Mu Yin and Gu Lingluo, he felt no urgency to kill them. Instead, he intended to extract their complete legacy from them, only to subsequently subject them to the most brutal of fates. The disciples and elders of the Golden Jade sect, upon hearing the sect master's words, immediately grasped his intentions. They could not help but admire him even more. In the face of a formidable adversary, he managed to maintain his composure and even extended an olive branch, showcasing the breadth of his vision. If the treasures they possess were to be given to the Golden Jade sect, our strength would surely multiply. Gu Lingluo, the sect master has explicitly promised not to kill you. Why persist in opposing us? After all, the Golden Jade sect has imparted many teachings to you. You are one of us. Do you not wish to witness the Golden Jade sect grow stronger? Consider this, it is not too late to turn back. With the sect master's magnanimity, his word is as good as his bond. Elders at the Yuanying and Huashan stages began to vocalize their sentiments, attempting to penetrate Gu Lingluo's defenses. In that moment, the entire Golden Jade sect was united in persuading her, their concerns seemingly genuine. Listening to the myriad of pleas and expressions of care, Gu Lingluo's cold smile deepened. Were these people truly so foolish, or did they believe themselves to be innocent? Could such a simple ruse truly deceive her? Sect master of the Golden Jade sect, do not mistake me for a naive little girl. That would only serve to make you appear foolish. Gu Lingluo delivered her scathing retort without mercy. Upon hearing her words, Jian Ruetian's countenance grew even darker and more sinister. So you choose to reject my offer? That peculiar stone you wield is undoubtedly useful, yet such precious items are certainly consumable. How many times can you possibly use them? Each use diminishes your supply. Jian Ruetian said ominously. He believed those stones to be exceedingly rare. Imbued with unfathomable power, it would be impossible for them to possess many. Just moments ago, she had already expended several. How many could possibly remain? Mu Yin and Gu Lingluo exchanged knowing smiles, responding that they were least concerned about quantity. Before their departure, their master had bestowed upon them a considerable cache of stones, of which they had scarcely utilized a few. Oh? Then allow me to demonstrate whether the number of stones in our possession can indeed flatten your entire sect. As he spoke, Mu Yin produced a handful of small stones, so numerous that they nearly slipped from his grasp. Each stone appeared ordinary, yet those who had witnessed their power understood that if unleashed in full, the Golden Jade sect would likely not withstand the onslaught. And mine too. Gu Lingluo chimed in with a mischievous grin, revealing dozens of small stones. In that instant, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Just how many of these stones do they possess? By the heavens! If all these stones were to detonate, we, the mere disciples of the sect, would undoubtedly perish. Even the transformation stage cultivators would struggle to endure a single blow. What chance do we lesser beings have? My goodness! If such a deluge of lethal weapons were to descend, I would be meeting my ancestors. The disciples and elders of the Golden Jade sect fell into a frenzy, their minds feeling as though they might explode. Many ordinary disciples began to regret their choices, pondering whether they should have heeded Gu Lingluo's warning and retreated down the mountain to hide. Perhaps this entire ordeal could have been avoided. Even the transformation stage cultivators would perish. Those of us beneath them are unworthy even to serve as cannon fodder. At the sight of such a multitude of stones, Jian Ruetian stood in stunned silence, perceiving them as exceedingly precious treasures, and logically, there should not be so many. Why then could they produce such a staggering quantity? Were these stones truly real? Surely they were merely a ploy to create an illusion of strength. I refuse to believe it. If you possess them, then come forth, Jian Ruetian roared, convinced that the stones must be counterfeit. Yet, despite his words, the tremors of his flesh betrayed his disbelief. You said it yourself. Do not blame us. Unfazed by further discourse, Gu Lingluo resolutely flung the majority of the stones in her grasp away. Meanwhile, Mu Yin stood attentively behind her, shielding her from any potential ambush, should anyone dare approach. He would retaliate by hurling a considerable number of stones, testing whether these individuals were more formidable than his master's impeccable methods. Chapter 41. Eradicating the roots, as taught by my master. Within these stones were sealed various spells meticulously prepared by Yi Qian for them. Merely tossing them would trigger their latent power. The force unleashed was colossal, rendering even experts in the void refinement stage powerless. At this moment, Gu Lingluo disregarded everything else and launched a large handful of stones into the air. Bang! The stones detonated mid-air, unleashing a cacophony of explosions as the sealed power erupted forth. Each stone bore a distinct force. Some released a fierce sword intent, others exuded a domineering palm technique, while some manifested an indomitable spiritual energy or an unyielding shield. In short, a plethora of spells was at her disposal, each possessing tremendous might. Boom! A wave of sword chi shot forth, targeting the disciples of the Jinyu sect and the elders, inflicting substantial casualties. The ground itself was cleaved open, leaving gaping fissures. Whoosh! A stone emitted a chilling wind that froze those fleeing for their lives into blackened ice sculptures in an instant. Crash! A towering wave materialized from thin air, crashing down upon the crowd and causing many to vomit blood and perish. Such instances were countless. Subjected to such relentless and chaotic assaults, the entire Jinyu sect was plunged into unprecedented turmoil. Not only the disciples of lower realms but even those in the golden core, nascent soul, and spirit transformation stages found no hope of survival against these onslaughts. For these were the means Yi Qian had specifically concocted for his two disciples. If these individuals could devise a counter to Yi Qian's preparations, then he might as well seek employment at a factory. The terror of death sent them fleeing in all directions, each crying out for help in sheer panic. "Help me, elder! Save me! Save me! Damn it! Even I in the spirit transformation stage cannot protect myself. How could I rescue you? Run now. Staying here guarantees no chance of survival." They were mad, utterly mad. How could two golden core disciples annihilate the entire Jinyu sect? Who had equipped them with such capabilities? Each person screamed in desperation, hoping for assistance from their fellow sect members. Yet amidst the chaos, merely avoiding becoming a stepping stone for others was fortunate enough. To expect salvation from others? What were they thinking? Moreover, those elders were like clay statues crossing a river, unable to protect themselves. One spirit transformation cultivator soared into the sky, eager to escape this place of calamity. Yet they were blocked by a solid protective formation. Damn it, it's the sect's protective array. Who the hell activated it? Now we're all trapped inside. It was the sect master who ordered it. Damn it! Hurry and deactivate the formation. It's too late. Everyone's trapped by the protective array. There's no way to escape. They were akin to fish in a barrel, left to be slaughtered. Observing the chaos engulfing the Jinyu sect, with countless casualties resulting from Gu Lingluo's onslaught, Jian Ruetian seethed with rage. Never had anyone dared to be so brazen in their domain. What incensed him further was that the intention behind activating the protective array was to confine Mu Yin and Gu Lingluo, facilitating the snatching of their inheritance. Instead, it had ensnared his own people within. Capture those two, Jian Ruetian bellowed, pointing at Mu Yin and Gu Lingluo in fury. The remaining powerful members of the Jinyu sect realized their chances of escape were slim. Rather than flailing about chaotically, it was wiser to eliminate the source of their problems. Thus, all surviving disciples and elders of the Jinyu sect surged towards the two in a murderous frenzy. The two high-ranking void refinement cultivators also dashed forward without hesitation, believing their numbers would overwhelm the two. However, they underestimated Mu Yin and Gu Lingluo. Gu Lingluo once again produced a large handful of stones. Flinging them as if they were mere beans, bang! A massive cluster of stones erupted in midair, unleashing various spells that left no trace of the attackers. Such arrogance. One void refinement expert, relying on his incredible speed, reached Mu Yin's side and unleashed a devastating punch. The terrifying force transformed into a dragon-shaped energy that stirred the heavens. This punch was strong enough to repel an opponent of the same rank. Yet, Mu Yin was well prepared. With a radiant smile, he unhesitatingly cast a large handful of stones. As they detonated, sword chi, finger techniques, palm prints, fist techniques, and blade light. Dozens of spells simultaneously enveloped this void refinement expert, obliterating him without a hint of resistance. Another void refinement expert, intent on swiftly eliminating Mu Yin, was paralyzed by fear upon witnessing this scene. He doubted his fate would be any better than his companions. He quickly sought refuge in the crowd, desperate to escape this perilous situation. As an elder, earning tens of thousands of spirit stones a month, was it worth risking his life? At this moment, Gu Lingluo was seething with rage. His long hair billowing without wind, an aura of terror erupting from him akin to a volcanic eruption. "Your lives," he roared, transforming into a colossal bird and charging towards Mu Yin and Gu Lingluo with overwhelming force. Simultaneously, he seized over 100 sect members to shield himself. With this human shield, he felt more secure. Damn old man. Do you have no shame? Old fool, can you be any more despicable? With a sect master like you. It's no wonder I'm stuck in this predicament. The members cursed furiously, shocked that this old man would use them as a human shield. You may be noble, striving for your sect, but have you considered us? Mu Yin was not swayed by Gu Lingluo's actions. He too cast a large handful of stones without hesitation. The stones detonated, releasing an endless ocean, infernos, and domineering sword chi, annihilating all in their path. Gu Lingluo was struck, blood spurting from his mouth, utterly defenseless. His once proud strength, which he believed could easily crush 2 golden core disciples, was rendered useless, leaving him with no chance to retaliate. Upon seeing Mu Yin produce yet another handful of stones, he despaired, realizing he was utterly defeated in this battle. Please spare me. I see my errors now. I was blinded and should not have harmed you. I brought this upon myself. With his last breath, Gu Lingluo knelt, coughing blood as he begged for mercy. He was genuinely terrified. Mu Yin's gaze was icy as he looked down upon him, stating, "My master has taught us that passively awaiting death is not our style. Since I have chosen to assault the mountain gate, I intend to eradicate the roots. If I do not eradicate the roots, I cannot return to explain myself to my master." Gu Lingluo, keenly catching the mention of master, asked in astonishment, "Who is your master? Perhaps I know them." Hearing his audacity to attempt to connect with his master, Mu Yin laughed scornfully. You think you're worthy of knowing my master? Not in this life. No, not even in the next." With that, Mu Yin raised his hand and struck down several stones, the spells erupting forth with terrifying force, obliterating Gu Lingluo, the void refinement expert, completely. Having completed this, Mu Yin adhered to his master's teachings, scouring the entirety of the Jinyu sect to ensure no fish escaped the net, launching stones wherever necessary. After a while, the Jinyu sect was finally silent, the world serene. Chapter 42. Exceeding expectations, double rewards. Brother Mu Yin, it's all resolved. Gu Lingluo sighed in relief, surveying the ravaged Jinyu sect, scarcely believing it was their doing. Once, the vast Jinyu sect had seemed insurmountable to them. Now, they could easily bring it to ruin. All of this began with their encounter with their master. Since meeting him, their fates had been irrevocably altered. All they possessed now was bestowed upon them by their master. Mu Yin inquired, "Lingluo, have the egg yolks been shaken?" Lingluo nodded obediently. "Yes, they have. I even split the earthworms in half." Mu Yin nodded in satisfaction. "Very good indeed. This aligns perfectly with our master's teachings. I'm sure our master will be quite pleased." As the two leisurely exited the mountain gate, they were met with the sound of barking. Woof. Woof. Mu Yin pointed at the dog, reprimanding it. "What are you barking for? I ask you, what are you barking for?" With a swift motion, he struck the foolish dog, causing it to whimper and flee down the mountain, forever haunted by the memory of these two terrifying humans. The commotion surrounding the Jinyu sect has reached such magnitude that even those at the foot of the mountain cannot help but take notice. However, as the mountain gate of the Jinyu sect is not accessible to the average person, they can only observe from a distance. After a long wait, they finally spot a young couple descending from above. Their cultivation seems rather modest, merely at the golden core stage. Could they possibly be disciples of the Jinyu sect? Yet, that seems implausible, as disciples of the Jinyu sect are required to don the sect's uniform when coming and going. And these two do not appear to fit the mold of proper disciples. It is only after several hours that a few daring souls decide to ascend the mountain for a closer inspection. What they discover is nothing short of shocking. The once grand and magnificent Jinyu sect, characterized by its sprawling palaces, now lies in utter ruin. A scene so chaotic it could only be described as a wasteland. It appears to have been ravaged by floods, set ablaze, or destroyed by various means, with corpses strewn about, creating a veritable mountain of dead amidst a sea of flames. This sight causes all who witness it to tremble in terror. Collapsing to their knees in disbelief, is this that hell? Has the Jinyu sect been annihilated? Are they all dead? I recall their sect leader was at the void refinement stage. Could he have perished as well? It goes without saying that if the sect leader were still alive, he would never allow his sect to be reduced to such a state. The onlookers are left in a daze, their memories filled with images of the Jinyu sect as a powerful and domineering force, one that no ordinary person would dare provoke. Yet now, the entire sect has been nearly leveled, evidently by the hands of an immensely powerful practitioner wielding formidable techniques. Could it have been those two Golden Core youngsters? Surely not. How could mere Golden Core cultivators bring down an entire sect? The very thought is preposterous. Yet, aside from that pair of Golden Core youths, no one else has been seen entering or exiting the Jinyu sect. With the departure of Mu Yin and Gu Lingluo, news of the Jinyu sect's obliteration spreads rapidly. Have you heard? The Jinyu sect has been eradicated. Not a soul remains, and the place is a gruesome spectacle of death and destruction. Surely, you jest? How could the Jinyu sect, so brazen and tyrannical, be wiped out? Do you think their sect leader is merely idle? Why would I deceive you? Many have already flocked to the Jinyu sect's mountain gate to witness the aftermath. How could this be fabricated? No way. Wasn't their sect leader a formidable figure at the void refinement stage? Who could possibly possess the audacity to eliminate an entire sect? It is said that only a young couple emerged from the ruins. Now everyone speculates that they were the ones responsible. Among the nearby cities, word of this event spreads like wildfire, with many engaging in fervent discussions. Initially, disbelief ran rampant, but as more individuals ventured to the site, shock gripped the hearts of all. The once mighty sect has simply ceased to exist. Nevertheless, many are applauding and praising the hero who vanquished the Jinyu sect, declaring them a true benefactor of the people, ridding the world of a scourge. Though the identity of the perpetrator remains unknown, the deed was undeniably executed with great finesse. The young master of the Jinyu sect once forcibly seized women from the populace. A friend of mine had his daughter taken to the mountain, tortured, and ultimately returned lifeless. Now, it seems the Jinyu sect has met its comeuppance. What a fitting end. Those from the sect have long been arrogant, and just the other day, a few of their disciples stole my family's treasured techniques and left my father gravely injured. Now bedridden. It is truly a cause for celebration. Today, I shall raise a cup in honor of this mysterious hero. Ha ha ha. No matter who accomplished this feat, I toast to their valor from afar. In several nearby cities, countless innocents who had previously suffered at the hands of the Jinyu sect revel in the news. Nothing is more exhilarating than hearing of the Jinyu sect's annihilation. With this malignant tumor eradicated, the world feels significantly more peaceful. What a relief! Some of those who had endured severe mistreatment are weeping, kneeling in gratitude to the enigmatic hero. The Gu family received the news promptly. Upon learning that the Jinyu sect had indeed been drenched in blood, they were left utterly astonished, jaws agape, unable to fathom the reality. The Jinyu sect is a colossal entity they would never dream of provoking. Just a few elders from the sect could easily obliterate an entire family. And now, it has vanished as if it never existed? Was it truly the work of Mu Yin and Lingluo? The head of the Gu family is left in a haze, for only those two ventured against the Jinyu sect. Many have reported seeing a young couple descend from the mountain, undoubtedly Mu Yin and Lingluo. However, could these two Golden Core children truly have the power to dismantle such a formidable behemoth? Yet, the evidence stands before him. Even if he finds it hard to believe, he must concede that this is the only plausible explanation. Suddenly, he recalls mentions of a master by Lingluo and Mu Yin, hinting at the true source of their strength being that elusive master. Without that person's backing, how could those two possess such prowess and confidence? Who exactly is Lingluo's master? To orchestrate the downfall of a sect guarded by a void refinement powerhouse without even showing their face. The head of the Gu family grows increasingly apprehensive with each passing thought. Yet, he feels a swell of relief and gratitude, for his daughter and son-in-law have both taken that mysterious powerhouse as their teacher. Ensuring their future paths will be smooth, he refrains from publicizing that it was his daughter and son-in-law who toppled the Jinyu sect. However, many astute observers have picked up on the nuances, understanding that this event is undoubtedly tied to the Gu family. Consequently, numerous clans have sought to curry favor with the Gu family, eager to establish favorable relations. Those who had previously clashed with the Gu family have become especially earnest, bringing offerings of rare treasures to atone for past grievances, showering them with compliments. In no time, the Gu family has emerged as the most illustrious clan. Meanwhile, at the Kunlun sacred land, upon the successful completion of their mission, Yichun receives an immediate notification from the system. Congratulations, host. This mission has been exceeded, and rewards have doubled. Please collect your rewards. Chapter 43. Master of the Sacred Land. Merely a maid, easily dispatched. How swiftly the mission was completed. And with such excess, splendid. Yichun is thoroughly pleased. After his guidance, these two children have become quite capable. Sending 2 golden core disciples to obliterate a sect posed no concerns for him. In addition to the various enchanted stones he had sealed with formidable spells, he had also discreetly dispatched Elder Zhang, a member of the outer sect, to accompany them. With Elder Zhang's true immortal strength, it would be a wonder if anything were to go awry. He begins to assess the rewards for exceeding the mission parameters. Rewards: a pill refining pavilion. Rewards: 1 million pill formulas. Rewards: 1,000 celestial grade pill furnaces. Rewards: illusionary steps. Rewards: destiny tablet. 5 types of rewards? Quite impressive. Yichun is rather satisfied with these rewards, though he is somewhat surprised that the majority pertain to alchemy.is, the system hinting that he should pursue the path of pill refining. The pill refining pavilion, 1 million pill formulas, and celestial grade pill furnaces are all quite straightforward, serving to prepare the sect for future alchemical endeavors. However, the illusionary steps and destiny tablet carry deeper implications. The illusionary steps can ensnare individuals within a mirage, serving as a significant test for one's willpower. This tool is ideal for discerning the resolve of disciples and detecting any infiltrators within the sect. The purpose of the destiny tablet is simple. It assesses the aptitude of disciples. The higher the aptitude, the clearer the signals from the destiny tablet. These 2 items combined are highly suitable for recruiting disciples from the general populace in the future. The illusionary steps alone would be sufficient to eliminate many unsuitable candidates for cultivation. Yichun is also quite pleased with these 2 items. Despite the present meager state of the Kunlun sacred land, he aspires to develop it into the most formidable force across the myriad realms. Thus, relying solely on himself to recruit disciples would be an arduous task. Expanding the sect's numbers by attracting a multitude of talented individuals is the path forward. After manifesting and arranging these rewards, Yichun turns to the flustered Luo Yu, who is curled up in a corner like a startled kitten. Little Yu, go brew me a pot of tea, he commands lazily. Upon hearing his audacity to issue orders, the Moonlight Saintess grinds her teeth in anger. Had she not been devoid of any celestial power due to her seal, she would have surely retaliated. If only I could break free of this seal and regain my powers. Observing her immobile state, Yichun nonchalantly remarks, what if I were to restore your powers? Would you truly dare to strike me? Her innermost thoughts laid bare, the Moonlight Saintess is taken aback. How could he possibly know? Just as she grapples with her astonishment, Yichun continues languidly, even if you say nothing, do you think I cannot discern your thoughts? Do you genuinely know what I am thinking? The Moonlight Saintess is genuinely shocked this time. After all, she is a formidable expert at the profound immortal level. While her celestial powers may be sealed, her essence remains unchanged. To penetrate the thoughts of a profound immortal is nearly impossible. At least, she has never heard of such a feat. Yet, Yichun has accurately articulated her thoughts twice, proving that he can indeed do so with remarkable precision. How terrifying! This man is truly frightening. Seeing her astonishment leave her lips slightly parted, Yichun chuckles, I have traversed the world. How could I not see through a mere profound immortal such as yourself? His words leave the Moonlight Saintess' mind buzzing. A profound immortal, such a master at this level would undoubtedly reign supreme anywhere, especially in an era devoid of the likes of Xianjun, Xianwang, or Xindi. The Xinxian stands as the pinnacle of strength. Yet, how could such a formidable being, capable of traversing the vastness of the with ease, be rendered so pitiful in his words? You? the Lord of the Falling Moon was both astonished and disheartened. Her chest heaving violently, the exquisite orbs of soft, white jade on her chest quaking in response. However, upon reconsideration, the fact that he could effortlessly seize her, the Holy Master, from across the void spoke volumes of his might. It is worth noting that this was indeed the Falling Moon Holy Land, a premier power where Xianjun and even Xianwang slumbered, a perilous realm for arduous cultivation. Yet he could accomplish such a breathtaking feat. To what extent had his strength reached? Dare you unseal my binds? The Lord of the Falling Moon deliberately employed provocation. Yi Qian saw through her intentions at a glance. She believed that once her celestial powers were restored, an escape would be feasible. How naive! The Kunlun Holy Land is not a place where one can simply come and go as they please, not even she, the Lord of the Holy Land. With an unconcerned smile, Yi Chen replied, "What difference does it make if I unseal you?" As he spoke, he casually released the seal binding her. The moment the seal vanished, she felt all her power flooding back into her being. A sensation of fulfillment that brought her immense satisfaction. A fierce aura erupted from within her. The dignity and superiority of the Holy Land's master rekindled her pride. With her alabaster neck slightly raised, she regarded Yi Chen with a condescending gaze, however, just as she fancied herself still the feared master of the Holy Land. A mere glance from Yi Chen rendered her utterly deflated. His gaze was cold, terrifying. She had an instinctual feeling that should she dare to challenge him, she would undoubtedly face a devastating attack in the blink of an eye. Yi Chen lounged comfortably in a rattan chair, languidly stating, "You must remember one thing. I brought you back and spared your life solely because within the sect, there are only clumsy brutes. I require a meticulous maid. If you cannot even perform this task adequately, your existence will be rendered moot." His tone was exceedingly flat, devoid of any hint of malice, as if he were merely recounting an ordinary occurrence. Yet, the Lord of the Falling Moon felt a chilling sensation course through her body, goosebumps erupting on her skin. She dared not doubt that if she failed to fulfill even the role of a maid, her life would be in jeopardy. "Why, yes, my lord." The frightened Lord of the Falling Moon paled, reluctantly acquiescing. From this day forth, she would be known as Seya, no longer the Lord of the Falling Moon. "Seya, go out and pick tea leaves to brew tea." After giving his command, Yi Chen closed his eyes to rest. Having a maid was delightful. He could lie back and do nothing but await enjoyment. "Understood, sect master." Seya seemed to be acclimating to her new role, though addressing him as sect master still felt somewhat awkward. Upon stepping outside, Seya suddenly recalled the Xianjun of her Holy Land. Ming, right? The esteemed Ming was adept at divination. He must surely be able to discern my location and come to my rescue. Little did she know, at that very moment within the Falling Moon Holy Land, Ming was drenched in sweat, desperately trying to decipher any clue, but to no avail. To rely on divination for her rescue? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. After taking a few steps outside, her eyes widened in astonishment as she realized the spiritual energy of this realm was vastly different from that of the outside world. Chapter 44. The Astonished Seya. This is even more sacred than the Holy Land. Previously, due to her celestial powers being bound, she had been unable to sense the external spiritual energy. Now, she finally realized that the spiritual energy here was astonishingly dense, even more so than that of the Falling Moon Holy Land. What kind of place is this? Why is the spiritual energy so abundant? Even our forbidden area in the back mountain lacks such exaggeration. Seya was so stunned that her mouth hung agape, wide enough to fit a small cucumber. Initially, the spiritual energy within a holy land was already extraordinarily rich. The Holy Land had been meticulously cultivated by numerous masters, including Xian emperors over countless years, evolving into the most supreme paradise. To put it simply, even an ordinary person without any talent, upon entering the outer regions of the Holy Land, would be able to reach the Qi refinement stage or even the foundation establishment stage in their lifetime. This was due to the overwhelming spiritual energy. An ordinary person lacking cultivation knowledge or talent would be constantly washed over by such dense spiritual energy. How could they not grow strong? Yet, what astounded her was that the spiritual energy here was even denser than that of the finest cultivation grounds within the Falling Moon Holy Land. Could it be that this place is no longer part of the but rather a more potent realm. Contemplating this, Xiaoya's heart was filled with shock. Impossible. He could not possibly have crossed an entire world to bring me here. Such power could not even be wielded by an Xian emperor. Xiaoya's worldview began to shatter. As the master of a holy land, she believed herself to be among the most powerful and knowledgeable individuals in the. Yet now, she found herself lost. She could not comprehend what had transpired. Where exactly was this place? Just as she was grappling with these overwhelming thoughts, a figure appeared before her. Xiaoya, at the behest of the sect master, I am here to take you to Picti. The newcomer was none other than one of the Xian kings, Bai Long. Since being summoned by Yi Chun, Bai Long had been quietly guarding the Kunlun Holy Land. He had just received the sect master's order to escort Xiaoya to Picti. Upon seeing the suddenly appearing man, Xiaoya's thoughts quickly returned from her previous musings. The man before her was undoubtedly formidable. His ability to appear before her without a sound indicated his strength surpassed her own. Xiaoya felt somewhat disheartened. Why was it that after arriving here, everyone she encountered seemed to be stronger than her? It made her, a Shuanshan-level powerhouse, feel utterly outclassed. It was one thing for the sect master to be stronger. But who was this man before her? I am Bai Long. You may address me as Elder Bai Long. Bai Long spoke in a detached tone. Elder Bai Long, may I inquire where this place is? Xiaoya asked cautiously. Bai Long frowned slightly, seemingly displeased, yet he answered her query. This is the Kunlun Holy Land. The Kunlun Holy Land? Xiaoya shook her head, clarifying, what I mean is this still part of the? Upon hearing her foolish question, Bai Long felt a surge of irritation, but considering she was the sect master's maid, he refrained from reprimanding her. He could only respond, is this not the? Where else could it be? Upon learning that this was still the, Xiaoya secretly sighed in relief. Thank goodness, at least it wasn't as absurd as she had imagined. However, what kind of power was the Kunlun Holy Land? It appeared more magnificent and imposing than the Falling Moon Holy Land. With astonishing energy, could it be that a hidden Holy Land had finally emerged this year to showcase its might? Her mind was filled with questions, but Bai Long did not grant her the opportunity to inquire further, leading her to Picti instead. Let us go. The tea trees are a bit of a distance away, and I prefer tranquility. Bai Long led the way, not forgetting to remind her. Xiaoya, stifling her frustrations, thought to herself, how is it that upon arriving at this bewildering place, her status had plummeted so drastically, reducing her to a maid at the beck and call of others? I must see what level you are at, Xian. Or perhaps Xianjun? Xiaoya discreetly unleashed her divine sense, intending to probe Bai Long's true level. As she was already at the peak of Xian, being the master of a holy land, she naturally possessed some extraordinary abilities. In terms of divine sense strength, Xiaoya could certainly look down upon her peers and even surpass many newly initiated Xianjun. Yet, as she confidently used her divine sense to scrutinize Bai Long, she was taken aback to find her power dissipate into nothingness without causing even a ripple. How peculiar, Xiaoya's heart raced. Just as she contemplated whether to probe again, Bai Long's cold voice drifted back to her. There is no need to test further. I am at the Xianwang level and revealing this to you is no issue. Xiaoya was caught off guard, particularly startled by Bai Long's candidness. Xianwang level? This was a superpower second only to the Xian Emperor. Even within the Falling Moon Holy Land, Xian Emperors were few and far between, most of whom had retreated into seclusion for deep cultivation. Tio discovered that the Kunlun Holy Land also had Xianwang? What was the true nature of this power? How could it possess a foundation even more profound than that of the Falling Moon Holy Land? With a heart full of questions and apprehension, Xiaoya followed Bai Long to the back mountain. As they entered the back mountain, an even denser spiritual energy washed over them, so potent that even she, a Shuanshan-level powerhouse, was momentarily stunned. Energy? It was all energy. Xiaoya instinctively parted her moist, red lips, yearning to consume more of the spiritual energy, but suddenly recalling Bai Long's presence, she felt a bit embarrassed and quickly regained her composure. What is happening to me? I am, after all, the master of a holy land, someone of status and standing. How can I keep losing my composure upon arriving here? She felt an overwhelming sense of shame, as if she had been the lord of the Falling Moon sect for tens of thousands of years, only to find that now, the aura of all the higher-ups had dissipated. Yet, she could not restrain herself. This place was too extraordinary, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth so dense that it was almost unbelievable. Here was the tea tree, and picking tea was so simple that it hardly required my instruction. The white dragon seemed to be speaking to himself, entirely disregarding her presence. Do you cultivate tea trees in such a rare and precious land? Was the Lord being excessively extravagant? Xiao Yu mused internally. If only the falling moon's sacred land possessed such an incredible place, she would undoubtedly devote herself to frenzied cultivation. Not only her, but even the celestial lords and elder celestial kings would probably be unable to contain their excitement. Were it not for her own eyes witnessing it, she would have thought she was dreaming. Filled with awe and regret, Xiao Yu followed the direction of the white dragon's finger, gazing towards the tea tree. When she finally beheld the true form of the tea tree, she froze instantly, as if turned to stone. Chapter 45. A worldview overturned, Xiao Yu stunned. For what she saw was not an ordinary tea tree, but rather a Tao-realizing tea tree. An immense shock flooded her heart, causing her to question the very reality of what she was witnessing. This was a Tao-realizing tea tree, one of the rarest spiritual roots of heaven and earth, exceedingly scarce throughout the vast wilderness of the immortal world. Could it be that what she was seeing was indeed a Tao-realizing tea tree? Xiao Yu lost her composure entirely, devoid of any dignity or authority befitting the Lord of the falling moon. She could scarcely control her body as she took step after step toward the Tao-realizing tea tree. Observing this, the white dragon said nothing, as long as she did not damage the Tao-realizing tea tree. He would not intervene. The Tao-realizing tea tree before her towered 10 zhang high, its trunk robust, branches and leaves abundant, lush and teeming with vitality. Furthermore, ethereal Taoist runes manifested and fell from the tree, resembling butterflies fluttering around it. Each tea leaf bore unique natural Tao marks, all distinct, with no two leaves alike. Once she entered within 10 zhang of the Tao-realizing tea tree, her mind became exceedingly clear. At her advanced level of cultivation, many of the principles and challenges of her practice were exceedingly difficult to unravel. The deeper she delved, the closer she approached the essence of the world and the source of the great Tao, making comprehension all the more elusive. Yet in this moment, her mind was clearer than ever, and all her inspirations for cultivation collided and reignited, sparking a wealth of new insights. The confusions that had troubled her for years unraveled one by one, leading her to sudden enlightenment. So, this was the reason that had shackled me, preventing my ascension to the realm of the celestial lords. My understanding of the techniques had indeed contained some deviations. No wonder I had struggled to make further progress over these past few millennia. Xiao Yu grew increasingly excited, sensing that a brighter path lay before her, as long as she could continue to contemplate. She could surely succeed in ascending to the realm of the celestial lords. She began to lose herself in a frenzy, alternating between laughter and tears, unsure whether it was sheer excitement or something else entirely. Observing her completely immersed in her own world, the white dragon, dissatisfied, roused her from her reverie. The Lord summoned you to pick tea, not to weep and laugh. Should you not hasten to your task? Awakening from her moment of enlightenment, Xiao Yu felt some discontent, yet she dared not express it. She believed that if she could remain in that state of realization for a decade, she would undoubtedly ascend to the realm of the celestial lords. This meant that even if she could only experience short moments of enlightenment each day, accumulating them would yield significant results. I shall pick at once. I will get to work immediately. Xiao Yu harbored no further grievances. Realizing that remaining here as a servant might not be so bad after all, under the guidance of the white dragon, she carefully harvested a sufficient quantity of tea leaves before making her way back. Gazing at the Tao-realizing tea leaves quietly resting in her basket, her mind buzzed, still unable to fully comprehend the situation. Why was there such a colossal Tao-realizing tea tree within the Kunlun sacred land? Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired of the white dragon, Elder White Dragon, "Is this not a Tao-realizing tea tree? How could it possibly appear in the Kunlun sacred land?" The white dragon regarded her as if she were a simpleton. Why could a Tao-realizing tea tree not exist in the Kunlun sacred land? My point is, to my knowledge, there is only one Tao-realizing tea tree throughout the entire wilderness of the immortal world. There cannot possibly be a second. That particular Tao-realizing tea tree is far away in the central divine continent, growing in an area deemed a forbidden zone. Even the Lord of the sacred land cannot enter to harvest. The more Xiao Yu spoke, the more agitated she became. Were it not for the fact that the white dragon was a fearsome celestial king, she might have grasped his collar in excitement. She had once attended a grand banquet in the central divine continent, where other sacred lords had eagerly volunteered to venture into the life-restricting zone to gather Tao-realizing tea leaves. In the end, they exhausted their strength and even faced an attack from a certain ominous life form, barely managing to bring back 3 leaves. The mere act of harvesting tea leaves was so arduous. The idea of transplanting an entire Tao-realizing tea tree seemed utterly impossible. Thus, when she beheld a complete Tao-realizing tea tree, her astonishment was entirely justified. The white dragon, seeing her inexplicably stirred again, could only sigh in resignation. It is merely a Tao-realizing tea tree. Who decreed that only one may exist in the world? Moreover, with the Lord's capabilities, what could not be acquired? He had never concerned himself with such trivial matters. The Lord is the most invincible being in the universe, and the Kunlun sacred land is the mightiest sect. Is it truly surprising to have such treasures? The white dragon's response nearly left Xiaoyu speechless. What does it mean to refer to a Tao-realizing tea tree as merely that? Do you not hear the implications? People may go to great lengths, even spilling blood, for a mere leaf of Tao-realizing tea. Yet you have directly planted an entire tree within the sect. Is that not an exaggeration? Should the outside world learn of the existence of a complete Tao-realizing tea tree here, not only would ordinary sects come rushing in, but even sacred lands would be unable to resist the temptation. However, she had no objections to the white dragon's admiration for the Lord. That fellow, though appearing youthful, was undoubtedly immensely powerful, having likely lived an eternity. Otherwise, how could such strength be possible? Xiaoyu swallowed back many words nearly on the tip of her tongue, weakly stating, from the tree's size, it indeed does not resemble the one in the central divine continent. The tree in the central divine continent, which she had once seen from a distance, was only about 5 zhang tall. In contrast, the Tao-realizing tea tree within the Kunlun sacred land stood 10 zhang tall, even more flourishing and robust. Therefore, it could only be said that the Lord possessed extraordinary means to have procured a second Tao-realizing tea tree. As she passed by the spirit-planting garden, Xiaoyu casually glanced inside. Initially, she was merely curious, but upon looking, she made a shocking and momentous discovery. The soil within the spirit-planting garden was red, as if soaked in blood, yet devoid of any trace of a bloody scent. Based on her experience, this must be blood-red immortal soil. She hurriedly ran over, pinching a small handful of blood-red immortal soil to examine it closely, and indeed, it was this rare and precious soil. It truly was blood-red immortal soil. The falling moon's sacred land also possessed this soil, roughly 10 acres in total. The various spirit plants cultivated in blood-red immortal soil grew at an astonishing rate, flourishing superbly. Only the finest celestial materials and treasures qualified for cultivation in blood-red immortal soil. The Kunlun sacred land actually had blood-red immortal soil. She stood up, shocked, gazing outwards. It was impossible to discern the boundaries with the naked eye. How vast must this blood-red immortal soil be? Chapter 46. The Sacred Land of Divine Elixirs, the pinnacle of alchemists. 1 million acres. Seeing her rendered speechless in shock, yet on the verge of asking something, the white dragon preemptively answered her unvoiced question. Upon hearing this astonishing figure, Xiaoyu abruptly turned her head, fear etched across her face, as though something terrifying lurked upon it. 0.1 million acres. Xiaoyu could scarcely believe her ears. In the falling moon's sacred land, only 10 acres existed, which was already regarded as a treasure. 1 million acres. She had never dared to imagine, nor had she ever thought any sect could truly possess such an expansive blood-red immortal soil. Yet now, it lay before her. 1 million acres of blood-red immortal soil. What a maddening revelation that was. Could one truly grow whatever they desired? Come, do not keep the Lord waiting, the white dragon urged. Unable to contain himself. After a considerable time, Xiaoyu finally regained her senses and returned to the main hall. Her demeanor markedly changed from before. Previously, though she had submitted to Yi Chen's tyranny, her heart had still harbored discontent, often contemplating escape. However, after the white dragon's tour, she no longer entertained such thoughts. In a sect with such a high concentration of spiritual energy, an entire Tao-realizing tea tree, 1 million acres of blood-red immortal soil, and a celestial king presiding. Such a splendid place made her reluctant to leave. If she could remain here, perhaps occasionally savoring some tea, she would deem herself immensely fortunate. Surely, in the future, she would break through to the realm of the celestial lords. She held great confidence in her aptitude. After all, she had once been a genius. She carefully brewed the tea, the fragrant aroma wafting forth, invigorating her senses, and when Yi Chun was not paying attention, she stealthily inhaled the delightful scent several times. Ah, how fragrant! Her eyes were firmly fixed on the cup of tea in Yi Chun's hand, and she couldn't help but fantasize about the delight it would bring if the sect master were to graciously grant her a sip. However, Yi Chun did not bestow a cup of tea upon her. After all, what right did a mere maid have to share tea with her master? As she felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, Yi Chun suddenly inquired, in the vast realm of the wild immortals, which sect specializes in alchemy? Reporting to the sect master, it is the sacred land of divine elixirs, founded by the divine alchemist emperor. They only accept disciples with an innate talent for alchemy, and each one cultivates through the path of elixirs. When mentioning the sacred land of divine elixirs, Xiao Yu's tone turned somber. Among the numerous sanctuaries in the wild immortal world, the sacred land of divine elixirs was undoubtedly one of the weaker ones in terms of overall combat prowess. Their focus lay predominantly on researching alchemy and cultivating through elixirs, rather than mastering powerful offensive techniques. Yet, this did not imply that the sacred land of divine elixirs was a pushover. Alchemists have always been highly respected, as many complex, rare, and unique elixirs could only be crafted by them. Numerous powerful individuals would gladly owe a favor to an alchemist in exchange for a single elixir. This ensured that alchemists possessed extensive connections. There were instances where someone offended a divine transformation-level alchemist, only to find themselves suddenly beset by numerous formidable figures from the void refinement stage. This exemplifies the terrifying influence of an alchemist. A single individual could constitute an entire formidable team, not to mention the immense power of the sacred land of divine elixirs. Many mighty sects and even powerful immortals had owed them significant favors in the past. For instance, the Falling Moon's sacred land had accrued quite a few debts to the sacred land of divine elixirs concerning elixirs. Thus, it was no exaggeration to say that the sacred land of divine elixirs had connections that span the entirety of the wild immortal world. Xiao Yu felt an unsettling premonition as to why the sect master had inquired so suddenly. Yi Chun stroked his chin, seemingly deep in thought, before he finally stated, "Surely they have many alchemists. It shouldn't be a problem to spare a few for me." Xiao Yu began to doubt her own ears. "What? You want the sacred land of divine elixirs to spare a few alchemists for you? Surely, this must be a jest. Each alchemist from the sacred land of divine elixirs was painstakingly cultivated, and each one was invaluable. How could they possibly spare a few?" She quickly interjected, "Sect master, the sacred land of divine elixirs would never willingly relinquish their alchemists unless they were betraying the sect and being hunted down. If you wish for assistance in crafting elixirs, you could visit the sacred land and request their help, or invite them over. However, the cost of having them come to you is quite steep." As the master of the Falling Moon's sacred land, Xiao Yu was well aware of these regulations. Yet, Yi Chun did not heed a single word she said. Was he seeking to invite someone over? Naturally not. Now that the Kunlun sacred land had established a comprehensive alchemical facility, having only Li Yao as their alchemist was evidently insufficient. Considering the immense scale of future developments for the Kunlun sacred land, it was imperative to first expand the number of alchemists. Ignoring Xiao Yu's protests, he tore through the fabric of space and stepped into the void. Once the rift in space sealed itself, Xiao Yu was left in a daze, perplexed about Yi Chun's whereabouts. Could it be that he had gone to the sacred land of divine elixirs? She hoped he would not stir up any trouble, as the entanglements surrounding the sacred land were far too intricate. A single misstep could set him against the entire wild immortal world. Xiao Yu's worry mounted. From Yi Chun's actions in the Falling Moon realm, it was evident that he was not one to remain subdued. Her gaze then fell upon the tea that Yi Chun had just consumed. A small pot of enlightenment tea, which he had finished, left only a slight residue in the cup. Feeling a twinge of guilt akin to that of a thief, she glanced around to confirm she was alone, ensuring no one would witness her pilfering the sect master's leftover enlightenment tea. After all, it was merely what the master had abandoned, waste that ought to be discarded. What a pity it would be to throw it away, moreover, as the sect master's maid, She felt entitled to indulge in a bit of the tea he had no use for. Xiao Yu continued to concoct rationalizations for herself. After much deliberation, she found herself unable to resist the allure of the enlightenment tea, carefully lifting the half-full cup to her lips. The tea was clear with a hint of emerald green, its aroma wafting through the air, even revealing faint symbols of the great Tao. Cradling the delicate teacup in her hands, she first savored the fragrance before timidly taking a sip with her trembling lips. Boom! As the tea entered her mouth, Xiao Yu immediately felt a profound sensation within her, drawing her closer to the essence of the universe. She widened her eyes in astonishment, then continued to drink the tea slowly, leaving a faint trace of her lipstick on the rim of the cup. Chapter 47. Alchemist Conference for Great Sovereigns. A mere cup of tea was evidently insufficient for her, yet she understood the rarity of such a treasure. A half sip was already a stroke of fortune. What astonishing effects! Despite being the remnants of the tea, it should have been less potent, yet it remained remarkably powerful. Xiao Yu was astounded by the efficacy of this half-cup of enlightenment tea. As a sovereign of a sacred land, how could she not have tasted enlightenment tea before? She had even collected some herself, reluctant to drink it. Thus, she could discern that the enlightenment tea from Kunlun sacred land was superior to that produced by the enlightenment tea tree of central divine continent. How could this be? The contrast was glaring. Though both were enlightenment tea, why was the effect of this tea so much more formidable? This left Xiao Yu perplexed. Could it be related to the age of the tea? The enlightenment tea tree of Kunlun sacred land must indeed be older and more robust, therefore yielding better results. Observing the tea leaves left in the pot, Xiao Yu delicately retrieved them with her slender fingers, closing her eyes in bliss as she slowly chewed and savored the flavors and effects of the enlightenment tea leaves. To be able to taste the remnants of the tea consumed by Yi Chen was a unique honor. In the sacred land of divine elixirs, these days had been bustling with activity due to the hosting of the Alchemist Conference, which attracted many renowned alchemists from the wild immortal world. Those who excelled at the conference would receive bountiful rewards, such as precious recipes, high-grade alchemical furnaces, and potent celestial flames. All of these held immense allure for alchemists. Moreover, participants who performed exceptionally well might catch the eye of sovereigns from other sacred lands, leading to lucrative offers for them to return. In a pavilion within the sacred land of divine elixirs, several powerful and inscrutable figures sat drinking tea. They were the sovereigns of various sacred lands invited by the sacred land of divine elixirs. One burly man clad in deep blue robes adorned with starlight was the sovereign of the Starfall sacred land, the Starfall sovereign. Another middle-aged man radiating a domineering aura, with a vertical eye on his forehead, was the sovereign of the Void Rift sacred land, the Void Rift sovereign. Additionally, a man dressed in a magnificent golden dragon robe, exuding an astonishing noble demeanor, was the sovereign of the Jiuli divine dynasty, the Jiuli emperor. These individuals wielded immense power within the wild immortal world, and their every action could potentially trigger seismic shifts in central divine continent. They had come to participate in the Alchemist Conference hosted by the sacred land of divine elixirs. I believe there are a few first-grade alchemists who performed quite well. They are young and talented and could be cultivated further. If nurtured properly, one might even emerge as a divine alchemist. Speaking of divine alchemists, I think there are several noteworthy ninth-grade alchemists who may potentially break through to the level of divine alchemist within a millennium. The sovereigns and emperor eagerly discussed the Grand Alchemist Conference below. Given their status, they were certainly qualified to do so. The classification of alchemists is quite rigorous, with first grade being the lowest and ninth grade the highest. Generally, ninth grade alchemists are already quite formidable, often commanding substantial sums to serve as enshrined figures in sacred lands. However, those who truly capture the attention of sacred lands are the divine alchemists. Elixirs surpassing the ninth grade are known as divine elixirs. Only when one reaches the level of divine elixirs do they garner the respect of true immortal-level experts and attract the attention of sacred lands. Naturally, those who can concoct elixirs beyond the ninth grade are deemed divine alchemists. The Jiuli Emperor, the Void Rift Sovereign, and the Starfall Sovereign primarily focused on observing the ninth grade alchemists, seeking to identify a worthy expert to invite back as an enshrined figure. Listening to their discussion, a middle-aged man in gray robes seated at the head of the table chuckled. Though you are not alchemists, your discerning eyes are quite sharp. The speaker was none other than the sovereign of the sacred land of divine elixirs. The divine elixir sovereign. In terms of combat prowess, The divine elixir sovereign was no match for them. Yet when it came to alchemical arts, he ranked among the top echelon of divine alchemists in the entire wild immortal world. Within the hierarchy of divine alchemists, there are distinctions from 1st grade to 9th grade. The 1st grade divine alchemist is the lowest, while the 9th grade is the highest. The skill of the divine elixir sovereign has reached an astonishing level of 7th grade divine alchemist. At this stage, even if he were to renounce his identity as the divine elixir sovereign, he could still be treated as an esteemed guest anywhere, revered by any faction. The sovereign of Julie laughed heartily, exclaiming, "There is no helping it. We too are quite envious of the alchemical masters. If only we could produce a 7th-tier alchemist like yourself, I would be thoroughly satisfied, indeed, who is unaware of your profound research in the art of alchemy. O master of divine elixirs, your extraordinary talent is unparalleled. Given the opportunity, reaching the realm of a 9th-tier alchemist in the future should pose no challenge, correct?" The sovereign of Starfall chuckled in agreement. Although aware of the commercial flattery involved, the master of divine elixirs could not help but laugh with delight at the elevation of his alchemical prowess. However, he remained acutely aware that there were several 7th-tier alchemists within the sacred land of divine elixirs. And he was not the sole practitioner. In fact, there were numerous esteemed elders who had achieved the status of 8th-tier alchemists. As for the 9th-tier alchemists, only a select few among the emperor-level beings had attained such heights. Regrettably, those emperor-level figures from the sacred land had already departed the vast realm of the wild immortals, venturing into the depths of the starry cosmos in search of greater insights, exploring whether there exists an even higher path beyond the 9th-tier elixirs. Thus, the highest-ranked alchemist currently within the sacred land was an 8th-tier practitioner, followed by several 7th-tier ones. The prominent figures in the loft exchanged cups and engaged in lively banter, knowing that even a casual remark from them could potentially alter the dynamics of certain factions. Unbeknownst to them, amidst the fervor of the alchemist conference, a young man clad in simple white garments, his long, dark hair cascading, and his handsome visage radiating charm, had already appeared within the sacred land of divine elixirs. The entire sanctum was fortified by powerful protective arrays, and typically, any uninvited individual attempting to breach such defenses would be met with fierce retaliation. Yet, his arrival did not evoke the slightest stir from the protective formations. Even the superlative beings within the sacred land remained entirely oblivious to his presence. Observing the vibrant atmosphere below, Yichen felt a sense of wonder. Truly, this alchemist conference was teeming with people. He did not count, but the total number of alchemists, ranging from 1st tier to 9th tier, surely exceeded 100 million. Just as Yichen overheard the conversation among the sovereign of Julie and his companions, he curiously inquired aloud, "Who is the most formidable alchemist in your sacred land of divine elixirs?" Chapter 48. I want the alchemists. Package them up, thank you. The question emerged so naturally, and coupled with Yichen's undetectable arrival, the jovial discussion among the master of divine elixirs and his associates went unnoticed. The master of divine elixirs raised his cup and laughed. Those venerable elders are currently in seclusion within the forbidden grounds of the back mountain. Seeking the opportunity to break through to become 9th-tier alchemists, however, upon finishing his statement, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. His cup froze in midair as he stared in bewilderment at the sovereign of Julie, the sovereign of Rift, and the sovereign of Starfall. The voice just now clearly did not belong to any of them. They too were perplexed, wondering who had posed the question, and a one had inquired. Had they? Who exactly was speaking? The 4 of them, realizing the peculiarity, abruptly turned their gazes towards the source of the voice. There, high in the sky, stood a young man in white, his dark hair billowing, smiling down at the 4 of them. Evidently, that remark had originated from him. Upon catching sight of this unfamiliar young man, the 4 of them tensed up, instinctively releasing their celestial powers. Boom. 4 terrifying auras surged skyward, akin to colossal pillars, stirring the clouds and altering the very essence of the heavens, disrupting the natural flow of spiritual energy. This was the aura unleashed by 4 beings at the Shenxian level. Their reactions were nothing short of intense. How could 4 prominent sovereigns of the Shenxian level fail to detect the approach of an outsider? What sent chills down their spines was that within the sacred land of divine elixirs, if an outsider were to forcefully intrude, the protective formation should have activated immediately, yet there had been not a single response. The commotion sparked by the 4 sovereigns resonated powerfully, affecting the ongoing alchemist conference below. Many alchemists, engrossed in their craft, found their concoctions exploding, their precious materials reduced to ashes. Some even suffered severe backlash, spitting blood onto their alchemical furnaces. What was happening? Had a formidable enemy invaded? This was the sacred land of divine elixirs. How could such an invasion occur? Who among them would dare to act with such audacity? Countless alchemists abandoned their work, looking up in alarm eye in the sky, for figures exuding terrifying auras distorted the very fabric of space. Opposite them stood the young man in white. It appeared that the four sovereigns were bracing themselves against a formidable adversary. Some lower-tier cultivators might be unaware, but many high-tier practitioners had heard that 3 sovereigns had been invited to the alchemist conference: the sovereign of Rift, the sovereign of Julie, and the sovereign of Starfall. This meant that 4 sovereigns were now facing a single opponent. Who was this individual? Why had he appeared in the sacred land of divine elixirs? The tension was palpable, and the 4 sovereigns regarded him with hostility. Clearly, he was not to be trifled with. Everyone was filled with curiosity and bewilderment regarding the figure clad in white. Them. The 4 sovereigns represented some of the most powerful beings in existence, embodying the pinnacle of the world. Who else could instill such trepidation in them? The master of divine elixirs wore a grim and icy expression. As the host, how could his own formations fail to deter an intruder? Most crucially, his esteemed friends were present, witnessing this farce. Where would he hide his face moving forward? Who are you? How did you infiltrate my sacred land of divine elixirs? The master of divine elixirs demanded, his voice imbued with authority and pressure, as if the very heavens were being crushed underfoot. This was the immense might of a sovereign. Countless alchemists below felt a rush of reverence at the sound of his voice. Compelled to kneel and bow, those below the divine transformation stage were unable to withstand the pressure, trembling and prostrating themselves on the ground. Yichen wore a sunny smile, his tone exuding friendliness. No need to be so tense. I come to reason with you. You must be the master of divine elixirs, right? Kindly summon a few of your finest alchemists for me. I wish to take them with me. The Kunlun sacred land had never been known for indiscriminate slaughter. Such brutality was not to Yichen's liking. His principle had always been to present reason before action. As for exterminating sects like the Golden Jade sect and the Heavenly Gang Taoist sect, apologies, but they had initiated hostilities first, and thus could not blame the Kunlun sacred land for the consequences. That was the rationale, was it not? He had no intention of making enemies indiscriminately, so Yichen hoped to peacefully take a few top-tier alchemists with him. However, his words left the master of divine elixirs fuming with rage. You, an unknown stranger, suddenly appear within the sacred land and audaciously demand to take away our finest alchemists. Do you think yourself the mightiest of emperors? Can you truly wield such power? My friend, I am the master of divine elixirs. I will only issue this warning once. It would be wise for you not to act recklessly, should you provoke the wrath of my sacred land. You shall find no escape. No one within the sacred realms had greater authority to utter such words than the master of divine elixirs. Once they declared enmity with Yichen, not only would he become a target in the central divine continent, but the entire wild immortal world would consider him a thorn in their side. No one wished to become a public enemy in the vast realm of the wild immortals. Meanwhile, the sovereign of Rift, the sovereign of Julie, and the sovereign of Starfall were also scrutinizing this enigmatic newcomer. To their astonishment, this individual exhibited no fluctuations of cultivation power whatsoever. They could not discern his true nature. This was indeed remarkable. After all, they were sovereigns, superlative beings at the pinnacle of Xianxian. Each could claim to be invincible among their peers. At their profound level, it was rare to encounter someone they could not perceive. Could it be that this young man was an ancient entity who had lived for countless years? Had he attained the realm of the immortal lord? Or perhaps an even higher realm of the immortal king? As for the immortal emperor, they dared not even entertain that thought. For not only had they not seen an immortal emperor from outside, but they had also not encountered any of the immortal emperor elders from their own sacred land in a long time. They were uncertain whether those immortal emperor elders remained in the wild immortal world or had ventured to other realms. Therefore, it was certain that the individual before them could not be an immortal emperor. What they could definitively ascertain was that this person was not to be trifled with and possessed formidable strength. I understand your urgency, but please do not rush. observing the murderous intent radiating from the master of divine elixirs. Yi Chen chuckled lightly, appearing utterly harmless, as if he were a cheerful, sunny young man. Chapter 49. The Qielin purple crystal fire is mine. I assure you, I shall only take a few formidable alchemists today and will not bring harm to your sacred land of divine elixirs. There is no need for fear. Yi Chen maintained his charming smile, exuding no hint of malice. Yet, his words astonished everyone. What on earth was he saying? He intended to take the alchemists from the sacred land of divine elixirs. Did he not realize that the alchemists were the very foundation of the sacred land? I believe he is deliberately provoking us, coming to our stronghold to demand our people. Is he not clearly challenging the entire sacred land? He, whose subordinate is this? How can he be so valiant? Yet, no matter how brave he may be, it is of no consequence. With the 4 holy lords present, a mere flick of their hand could suppress him. The alchemists below were astonished and taken aback by Yi Chen's words. This was the territory of the sacred land of divine alchemy, teeming with experts. Anyone bold enough to stir trouble here was merely seeking their own demise. It is undeniable that he possessed considerable courage, but can bravery preserve one's life? With the 4 holy lords present, it meant he would not only face the sacred land of divine alchemy, but also the sacred land of Rift Sky, the Jiuli dynasty, and the sacred land of Starfall. Who would dare confront 4 great sacred lands at once? Many regarded this young man in white as a mere joke. His strength might be commendable, yet his fate was destined to be tragic. Upon hearing Yi Chen's assertive tone, the Holy Lord of Divine Alchemy's expression darkened further. Their sacred land had endured for countless years. When had it become a target for others to bully? How utterly absurd and self-righteous. If he refused to withdraw, then let him remain here permanently. The patience of the Holy Lord of Divine Alchemy had been exhausted. Before so many alchemists, he felt compelled to enact justice upon this intruder. Otherwise, would outsiders not mock their sacred land's defenses as nothing but a facade? The Holy Lord of Divine Alchemy spread his palm, and a burst of purple flames erupted forth with a resounding crackle, causing the temperature of the world to soar instantly. Below, all the flames of the alchemical furnaces seemed to bow before this regal purple flame, as if recognizing a king. This spectacle left all the alchemists dumbfounded. They quickly realized that the purple flame conjured by the Holy Lord of Divine Alchemy was indeed the legendary celestial fire he possessed, the Qielin purple crystal flame. It was said that the Qielin purple crystal flame was brought back from another great world by an emperor of the sacred land of divine alchemy, sourced from the divine beast Qielin. After being nurtured and fused within the sacred land, it had become the formidable Qielin purple crystal flame. This powerful celestial fire possessed immense destructive capabilities. A single spark could incinerate all. Moreover, its wondrous applications in alchemy were boundless. For an alchemist, the Qielin purple crystal flame was nothing short of a dream fire. All eyes widened in astonishment, for none had anticipated they would witness the legendary Qielin purple crystal flame in their lifetime. It truly was the Qielin purple crystal flame. The Holy Lord of Divine Alchemy was now serious. I too am eager to witness the true might of this celestial fire. The 3 other Holy Lords were equally astonished and intrigued by the emergence of the Qielin purple crystal flame. As they spoke, the Qielin purple crystal flame surged dramatically, roaring through the air before transforming into a majestic Qielin over 100 feet tall. The terrifying heat permeated the entire realm. In an instant, everyone felt as though their very beings were on the brink of being incinerated. At the urging of the Holy Lord of Divine Alchemy, the Qielin of purple flame let out an earth-shattering roar. Charging towards Yi Chen with fierce intent, each stride left a trail of purple flame footprints in the void. Although the onlookers knew the Qielin of purple flame was not targeting them, the sheer force of its presence was overwhelming. How formidable! Even if I were to intervene, I could not withstand it unscathed. The Jiuli Emperor's eyes sparkled with admiration and eagerness. Although the people of the sacred land of divine alchemy were not as proficient in combat as those from other sacred lands, it did not mean they were mere lambs for slaughter. The other 2 holy lords nodded in agreement. The power of the Qielin purple crystal flame was not to be underestimated. The entire realm was painted in hues of purple, while Yi Chen remained motionless, appearing as if he were paralyzed by fear, seemingly oblivious to any thoughts of retaliation. Just as everyone believed he had succumbed to terror, Yi Chen leisurely raised his hand. reaching for the towering, fierce Qilin of purple flame. His movement appeared ordinary, devoid of any earth-shattering phenomena. Yet, at the moment he extended his hand, the Qilin's eyes widened in terror, as if sensing an unfathomable horror ahead. However, its reaction bore no effect in Yi Qin's grasp. The Qilin of purple flame was compressed by an unseen force, ultimately reduced to a diminutive size, easily captured in Yi Qin's hand, now a charming little creature the size of a fist. Ow! 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 The little Qilin appeared frantic and terrified, emitting futile cries of distress. Meanwhile, the Holy Lord of Divine Alchemy experienced a violent backlash as his innate flame was forcibly stripped away, causing him to spout blood. Pooh cough, my Qilin purple crystal flame. How could you? He was filled with both shock and rage. The Qilin purple crystal flame was a symbol of the Holy Lord of Divine Alchemy's status, a flame inherited by each successive leader of the sacred land. The loss of this celestial fire was a grave matter. Yet, what surged within him was a deeper sense of fear. What kind of prowess did this individual possess? With just a flick of his hand, he could easily sever his innate flame. To be sure, not even a mystical immortal or a celestial lord could accomplish such a feat. With his strength diminished, the Holy Lord of Divine Alchemy's aura waned. Retreating into the pavilion, clearly devoid of any will to fight. The flame is gone. How could it be seized from him? That was the Qilin purple crystal flame, an immensely powerful celestial fire. Just a touch would reduce one to ashes. How did he manage to acquire it? Has he lost his mind? He merely raised his hand to capture this celestial fire. What transpired moments ago? Did the Holy Lord of Divine Alchemy personally deliver the flame into his hands? Impossible. The Holy Lord of Divine Alchemy is no fool. Everyone below was stunned by this scene, some clutching their heads and gasping for breath, while others stared wide-eyed in shocked eye in their minds. The Holy Lord of Divine Alchemy was the strongest being. The legendary Qilin purple crystal flame, a coveted celestial fire, was the ultimate desire of all. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the celestial fire had been seized, and the Holy Lord of Divine Alchemy was defeated in a single blow. A profound sense of astonishment and dread surged within everyone. Their gazes towards Yi Qian had irrevocably transformed. Chapter 50. A counter-suppression? Is this it? This man is exceptionally strong, extremely strong. With a single move, he rendered the Holy Lord of Divine Alchemy powerless, even claiming the celestial fire Qilin purple crystal flame. Surely, his realm is unfathomably high. He had come prepared. The three Holy Lords were equally shaken by Yi Qin's astonishing combat prowess. Had they been in his position, they would likely have fared no better. A formidable entity among celestial lords. Perhaps even at the pinnacle of celestial lords, the Gu Emperor wore a grave expression. For their strength was not significantly greater than that of the Holy Lord of Divine Alchemy, merely a slight edge. Yet, from Yi Qin's earlier display, it was evident that he had effortlessly subdued the Qilin purple crystal flame. As if it required no more than a mere reach. Who exactly are you? Why have you come here to cause trouble? Despite knowing he was outmatched, the Gu Emperor took a step forward. His dragon aura surging forth, coalescing above him into a faint, true dragon. The Holy Lord of Rift Sky glared coldly. You are no weakling. I trust you understand the consequences of being pursued by our 4 sacred lands. Why waste words? I refuse to believe that you alone can stir up trouble here. The Holy Lord of Starfall conjured a fragment of starry sky above, embodying an aura heavy with murderous intent. As leaders of sacred lands, they had been the pride of their generation, nearly invincible amongst their peers. Now, having ascended to positions of great power, how could they tolerate anyone's arrogance before them? Allow me to offer a word of advice. Do not bark so loudly, lest you embarrass yourself in the indeed. Yi Qian stifled a yawn, nonchalantly replying. Upon hearing such an insult, the Holy Lord of Starfall erupted in fury, bellowing, What did you say? How dare you call me trash? Realizing he had been misinterpreted, Yi Qian waved his hand to clarify, I am not targeting you. I am speaking of all present here. They are all trash. His words, once spoken, left all in disbelief. He actually claimed that the 3 Holy Lords were trash? The 3 Holy Lords could no longer contain themselves. Throughout their lives, no one had ever dared to speak to them in such a manner. Those who insulted them as trash were merely courting death. Rift Sky's 9 strikes. Divine injury, annihilation, transcendence. The Holy Lord of Rift Sky unleashed the strongest offensive secret technique of the Rift Sky sacred land. As the three secret strikes launched, the heavens and earth changed color, and thunderous roars echoed. Jiuli Dragon Sovereign. The Jiuli Emperor unleashed his own killing move, a true dragon's aura spiraling through the air, charged with fierce intent towards Yichend, Starfall's celestial extinction. The Holy Lord of Starfall raised his hand, summoning a vast expanse of starry sky that enveloped Yichend, countless stars flickering ominously. The three Holy Lords struck simultaneously, their might akin to that which could devastate heaven and earth. Even the formidable protective array of the sacred land of divine alchemy could not withstand the relentless assault of these three forces. Boom! The entire sacred land trembled, echoing with thunderous roars, as if the very fabric of the world were about to unravel, truly terrifying. Many were astonished. The young man in white had compelled three holy lords to attack him simultaneously. Surely, he could take pride in that. Moreover, the combined might of three holy lords surpassed that of a single one. In light of the combined efforts of the three of them, even the formidable beings at the fourth and fifth levels of the immortal sovereign realm would have to retreat in trepidation. No matter how powerful this young man in white may be, how could he possibly contend with the united strike of three sovereigns? Just when everyone believed that Yi Chun could no longer maintain his composure and might even be defeated, he simply waved his hand forward as if shooing away a fly. There was no discernible terrifying celestial power from his gesture, yet the expressions of the three sovereigns instantly shifted to one of sheer terror. 4. The 9 strikes of the rift were shattered by an invisible force. The might of the 9-ly dragon sovereign had yet to manifest its effect before it was utterly obliterated. The starry expanse that had been continuously forming and exploding finally shattered completely, vanishing without a trace. The trio's efforts were effortlessly dismantled by Yi Chun, leaving them utterly astonished. Moreover, an even more immense force crashed down upon them with a relentless momentum. Bang! 3 resounding thuds echoed as the three were sent hurtling backward, crashing into several floating islands before they finally came to a halt. The defeat of the three in a single exchange left the onlookers below dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. After all, these were 3 sovereigns, the pinnacle of power in the vast realm of the wild immortals, wielding tremendous strength and authority. Usually, the mere action of one among them would be enough to inspire awe and wreak havoc. Yet now, first, the divine pill sovereign had his celestial fire pilfered by the young man in white, and then, despite the combined assault of the 3 sovereigns, they were repelled by a mere casual wave of his hand? Is this truly happening? For sovereigns, utterly vanquished. Everyone gazed dry-mouthed at the figure of the young man in white high above, unable to fathom the extent of his power. Today, he truly would not turn the divine pill sanctuary upside down. Would he? Observing the 4, bloodied and lying amidst the rubble, Yi Chun could only shake his head helplessly and say, "I have already stated that I am here to reason with you. Yet if you still wish to resort to violence, I would not hesitate to take your lives." No one dared to question his words. The state of the 4 severely wounded sovereigns made it evident that he could have easily slain them all. Yet he had chosen to show restraint. The commotion had already attracted the attention of the strongest individuals deep within the divine pill sanctuary. Faced with such a formidable adversary, the reclusive immortal lords of the sanctuary could no longer remain idle. They awakened one after another, traversing space to appear around Yi Chun. This time, no less than 12 immortal lords emerged from the divine pill sanctuary. Truly, the depth of a holy ground is profound. Their positioning formed an almost flawless encirclement around Yi Chun, and should he exhibit even the slightest hint of movement, all 12 immortal lords would strike simultaneously to eliminate him. Yet, ensnared within this multitude, Yi Chun appeared blissfully unaware of the peril he faced. Instead, he surveyed the immortal lords with great interest, curious to discover who among them possessed the most exceptional alchemical skills. The atmosphere was thick with the foreboding tension of an impending cataclysmic battle as the 12 immortal lords stood against Yi Chun. However, just as the individuals from the divine pill sanctuary prepared to act, an ancient voice resonated from the depths of the sanctuary. "Everyone, stand down. This matter does not require your intervention. All of you. Withdraw." The voice seemed to emanate from the very heavens above, imbued with immense authority and the essence of profound truths. instilling a sense of reverence and trepidation in all who heard it. Chapter 51. The terrifying presence of the ancestor without trace. Even the 12 immortal lords present were taken aback upon hearing this voice, their expressions reflecting awe and respect. Could it be that he has emerged? The divine pill sovereign, having regained his composure, was utterly astonished, as he had not anticipated that the elder who had been in slumber for tens of thousands of years would awaken at this moment. Could it be that even this elder deemed the young man in white a formidable challenge, necessitating his personal intervention? The remaining 3 sovereigns were unsure of the voice's origin, but upon witnessing the reactions of the numerous individuals from the divine pill sanctuary and the profound wisdom contained within the voice, they understood it was undoubtedly a figure of the older generation. Amidst the gazes of confusion and veneration, an elderly figure slowly emerged from the depths of the sanctuary, clad in simple gray robes. He appeared no different from an ordinary old man one might encounter on the streets. No fluctuations of power emanated from him, as if he were truly just a common elder. Yet, among all present, none dared to underestimate him, save for Yi Chun. Rather, their eyes were filled with profound respect. Many did not recognize this elder, but from his singular command that halted numerous powerful figures of the divine pill sanctuary, it was clear he was a person of considerable significance. Upon recognizing the elder's identity, many high-ranking officials within the sanctuary were left in shock. If my eyes do not deceive me, this elder is likely the ancestor without trace. What? The ancestor without trace? It is said that he sustained grave injuries during the previous war against the otherworldly demons and perished. You may say that, yet are all rumors to be trusted? If this truly is the ancestor without trace, then the young man in white is doomed. Many elders privy to the sanctuary's secrets speculated about the elder's identity. The simple gray robes could only belong to the legendary ancestor without trace. Indeed, the ancestor without trace had awakened. Upon seeing the elder in gray, the divine pill sovereign became exhilarated. This elder was a venerable figure of the sanctuary, having existed for countless ages and possessed of immense power. Long ago, the ancestor without trace had already attained the realm of the immortal king, with rumors suggesting he was on the brink of breaking through to the immortal emperor realm. However, during a cataclysmic battle against the otherworldly demons that threatened to annihilate the wild immortal realm, he had single-handedly faced several formidable foes. Though he succeeded in vanquishing those demons, he sustained severe injuries in the process. Since that battle, the ancestor without trace had seemingly vanished, with many believing he had perished from his wounds. Others speculated that he had sought a means to escape the wild immortal realm in search of an opportunity to ascend to the immortal emperor level, while some believed he remained in the divine pill sanctuary, recuperating from his injuries. The truth of the matter was known only to the successive grand elders and sovereigns. Thus, when the ancestor without trace truly made his appearance, everyone was taken aback. What event could compel him to reveal himself? Except for a situation that threatened the very sanctity of the sanctuary? The divine pill sovereign understood that with the ancestor without trace present, the young man in white could no longer stir up chaos. All eyes were now fixated upon the ancestor without trace, who bore a somewhat benevolent demeanor as he nodded toward the 12 immortal lords, signaling them to withdraw. The crowd complied with his command. Subsequently, the ancestor without trace turned his gaze toward Yi Chun, smiling as he spoke. "Friend, why trouble yourself by bullying these juniors? If there is a matter, let it be directed toward me." Yi Chun smiled in return and said, "Are you the one in charge? Then it is quite simple. Kindly assist me in selecting a few formidable alchemists. A 7th or 8th tier alchemical immortal will suffice. Thank you." The audacity of his request incited outrage among all present. The ancestor without trace had personally appeared, yet he dared to speak in such a manner. Was he truly unafraid of death? The ancestor without trace, having gained renown for countless years and having survived the most catastrophic conflicts against the otherworldly demons, had attained a level of power beyond anyone's comprehension. To contend with him was to invite certain doom. Yet, the ancestor without trace maintained his genial expression, though his eyes had grown increasingly cold. He had long sensed that this young man in white was extraordinary, harboring a terrifying power within, prompting him to order the 12 immortal lords to withdraw. It was only through his intervention that he believed he could suppress him. Did this young man truly assume the depth of the sanctuary's foundation was non-existent? "Friend, if you depart now, you may still be regarded as a friend of the Divine Pill Sanctuary. We will not pursue the events of today, the ancestor without trace warned. Simultaneously, a surge of power began to emanate from him, causing the very heavens to tremble, as various laws of the universe progressively manifested. Such formidable prowess left all in awe. Was this truly the ancestor without trace? With every movement, it seemed as though the entirety of existence was poised to reveal itself. Was he not perilously close to the immortal emperor realm? With the ancestor intervening, how could this young man possibly survive? As the ancestor without trace radiated an aura of danger, Yi Chun merely smiled slightly before his expression turned cold. The instant his gaze met that of the ancestor without trace, an even more terrifying essence enveloped the elder. The ancestor without trace, already an immortal king, suddenly sensed an overwhelming threat, as though the slightest movement on his part would result in utter annihilation. From Yi Chun's eyes, he caught a whiff of death. Such a sensation he had never experienced even when facing off against multiple powerful otherworldly demons. Thump! The heart of the ancestor without trace abruptly constricted, and beads of cold sweat broke out all over him, his gaze shifting from one of warning and threat to one of panic and disbelief. This person possesses such terrifying strength. An immortal emperor. He is undoubtedly an immortal emperor. In merely a fleeting glance, the venerable Wuhan ancestor discerned that Yi Chun was unequivocally not a mere immortal king, but rather a formidable immortal emperor. Realizing that he was confronted by an adversary beyond his capacity to vanquish, Wuhan ancestor was engulfed in a wave of trepidation. An immortal emperor. This was a realm that approached the very pinnacle of existence. Anyone who could ascend to the status of immortal emperor could truly traverse the void, effortlessly navigating through the myriad realms. Although he presently stood at the apex of a mortal king, it felt as though he was only a step away from the threshold of a mortal emperor. Yet he was acutely aware that this final stride might elude him for eternity. Yet here he was, face to face with a genuine immortal emperor. How was he to respond? Wuhan ancestor's heart raced. His hands and feet grew cold, and he was at a loss for what to do. Chapter 52. The ancestor is terrified in that moment. Wuhan ancestor comprehended the meaning of being caught in a dilemma. He was indeed ensnared in such a predicament. Undoubtedly, he had become the focal point of everyone's attention, with all eyes eagerly anticipating his decisive suppression of the young man in white. However, deep down, he understood that if he dared to make a move, would he even survive? An uncomfortable silence enveloped the air. Countless eyes were fixated on Wuhan ancestor, many hoping to witness his strike. Yet, his inaction began to stir a sense of confusion among the crowd. What was the matter with the ancestor? Why had he not subdued him? Why allow such arrogance to persist? Fear not, the ancestor merely wishes to grant him a few more breaths. Once he acts, there is no doubt he will prevail. Indeed, with the ancestor's power, as long as the opponent is not an immortal emperor, there should be no issue. The foundation of the sacred land is far more profound than we can imagine. We need only to enjoy the spectacle without concern. Although the ancestor's reaction puzzled many, they still held unwavering trust in him. It was widely believed that he was merely waiting for the young man in white to submit and acknowledge his faults. Offering him a chance for redemption point, one could not help but admire Wuhan ancestor's immense benevolence, allowing others the opportunity for reflection and repentance. Only Yi Chun bore an amused smile, akin to observing a small white mouse. Sensing the atmosphere turning awry, the Saint Dan sovereign could no longer restrain himself and interjected, "Ancestor, this individual is a villain. Please ensure he is punished to restore the honor of our sacred land." To his surprise, as soon as he spoke, he was met with a furious glare from Wuhan ancestor. "You, who have lost face due to your inadequacies, how dare you attribute such disgrace to the sacred land? Can these be conflated? Mind your tongue, child. The affairs of adults do not concern you." The more he spoke, the more Wuhan ancestor's exasperation grew, and he could not help but raise his hand to deliver a sharp slap to the Saint Dan sovereign's face. Slap! The resounding sound echoed throughout the sacred land, leaving everyone in shock. What on earth was happening? Why was Wuhan ancestor striking one of his own? Logic dictated that he should be confronting the young man in white instead. It was the first time they had witnessed the lord of the sacred land being slapped in the face. How peculiar! the St. Dan sovereign was the most bewildered. He could not fathom why Wuhan ancestor was so enraged. Furthermore, he felt as though the ancestor was venting his frustrations on him, treating him as a mere punching bag. Clutching his stinging cheek, the St. Dan sovereign seethed internally. After all, he was the lord of the sacred land. How could he endure such public humiliation? If word got out that he had been slapped, where would he find the face to show himself again? Unfortunately, the one who struck him was Wuhan ancestor, whose power and seniority far eclipsed his own. Even if he were dissatisfied, he could only bury it deep within. The most perplexing matter for him was why the ancestor had not taken action against that individual. Unbeknownst to them, Wuhan ancestor was already drenched in cold sweat. In terms of foundation, the St. Dan sacred land possessed an exceedingly profound legacy, including several imperial artifacts left behind by immortal emperors. With such resources, it was entirely feasible to confront an immortal emperor. If worse came to worst, they could even awaken the slumbering old-timers. However, the cost of such actions was exorbitant, and a direct conflict within the sacred land would primarily damage the sacred land itself. Noting that the opponent did not harbor murderous intent and had not unleashed chaos upon the entire sacred land, he believed that the other party was a reasonable individual. Wuhan ancestor was rapidly devising a strategy. Ultimately, he feigned nonchalance and donned a warm smile, addressing Yi Chun. Your request is not overly ambitious. Our sacred land is willing to cultivate a friendship with you. As he spoke, he gestured towards 2 of the 12 immortal lords. Jingyu, Heng Cheng. You two shall heed this friend's arrangements for the time being. Upon hearing this, both Jingyu and Heng Cheng were taken aback. Ancestor, why must it be this way? We could simply engage him in battle. Why must we acquiesce to his demands? Indeed, when did our sacred land become so devalued? Are we to bend to the whims of an outsider? I refused to go with him. Their confusion mirrored that of the crowd. How could such a grand sacred land be cowed by a single individual? To surrender 2 alchemical sages seemed an affront to their dignity. For them, this was an ultimate humiliation, one they could not accept. Not only they, but everyone was perplexed by Wuhan ancestors' compliance. If it were trivial matters, it would be acceptable to dispense with them as if appeasing a beggar. Yet these were 2 alchemical sages, already of the immortal lord tier. From both their expertise in alchemical arts and their inherent stature, they were invaluable assets, cultivated by the St. Dan sacred land itself. How could they merely be given away? Ancestor, why must we concede? I do not comprehend. Why not eliminate him outright? Why acquiesce to him? Our sacred land is not lacking in friends. Why must we forge yet another alliance? Ancestor, this action cannot garner support. A thunderous chorus of dissent erupted from below, with both lowly disciples and esteemed core elders alike expressing their indignation. While Wuhan ancestor had the authority to make significant decisions on behalf of the sacred land, this choice felt excessively degrading. The onlookers were not fools. It was clear that Wuhan ancestor was sacrificing his own dignity for the sake of prestige. How could this prideful assembly accept such submission? They were not only esteemed alchemists but also products of the sacred land. Who could swallow such an affront? Listening to the rising tide of criticism, Wuhan ancestor felt a pang of bitterness. Did he not understand the backlash his decision would incite? He did not wish to act thus, but what alternative was there? He could not truly engage in open conflict with an immortal emperor, for the repercussions would be borne by the entire sacred land. With a stern expression, Wuhan ancestor waved his sleeve and declared, "This matter is settled. No one is to utter another word, lest I show no mercy." As his voice fell, a formidable aura erupted from his being, sweeping across the surroundings with overwhelming force. Who could withstand the might of an immortal king's presence? Under this oppressive energy, everyone's faces turned crimson, their hearts racing in terror, unable to utter a single syllable. Chapter 53. Taken away directly, no one can stand in the way. Wuhan ancestor was furious. He was merely considering the interests of the sacred land. Yet these younger generations failed to comprehend his good intentions and dared to collectively question him. If he did not show them a glimpse of his former glory, would they not realize the magnitude of Wuhan ancestors' past renown? As the aura of the immortal king enveloped the sacred land, all struggled to breathe. Perhaps it was only then that they understood the terror that accompanied an immortal king's wrath. several lords and 12 immortal lords felt an immense sense of pressure. Once Wuhan ancestor retracted his aura, only then could they take deep breaths. Although some still harbored resentment, they no longer dared to voice their opinions, especially the two named immortal lords, Heng Cheng and Jingyu, who bit their teeth in silence, afraid to utter a word of dissent. "Friend, what do you think?" When Wuhan ancestor turned his gaze to Yi Chen, his expression had shifted to one of a subtle, ingratiating demeanor, a stark contrast to his earlier fury. One might have thought the immortal king's wrath had been a mere figment of their imagination. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, well done. I appreciate your efforts. However, one must not be too stingy. 2 individuals are hardly sufficient. If neighboring sacred lands catch wind of this, they might think you are incapable of offering more. Why not provide a few more?" As he spoke, Yi Chen disregarded the feelings of the crowd and extended his hand, summoning 2 more alchemical sages of superior skill. "Stop right there. This immortal lord will not comply with your every command." The 2 powerful immortal lords felt their bodies ensnared by an invisible force, and they shouted in alarm. Their internal energies surged as they attempted to break free from this binding. Yet, to their astonishment, the power constraining them was so formidable that they could barely muster the strength to struggle. Just how formidable was this individual's might? They themselves were among the elite of the immortal lord tier, poised for a significant breakthrough to the immortal king realm. Why was there not even a sliver of opportunity to resist in his presence? While cursing incessantly, his body was uncontrollably bound to Yi Chen's side. They suddenly began to comprehend the actions of the Wuhan old ancestor. Surely, the ancestor must have sensed the profound and unfathomable nature of this individual, leading to such a humiliating decision. 2 8th-grade alchemist immortals and 2 7th-grade alchemist immortals. Yi Chen was thoroughly satisfied with this haul. Upon reflection, he realized he was quite the benevolent person. Despite the plethora of formidable alchemist immortals in the sacred land of divine pills, he had only taken 4. Where else could one find such a reasonable and gentle soul? "I am not an unreasonable person. This flame is a gift to you. Consider it my token of gratitude." With that, Yi Chen tossed the Qilin purple crystal flame into the air. The small purple crystal flame hurried back to the divine pill master, who quickly absorbed it into his body. However, the divine pill master was seething with rage at Yi Chen's words. What did he mean by a token of gratitude? The Qilin purple crystal flame rightfully belonged to him. Its return should be seen as a restoration of ownership, not a gift. He had stolen their people and their flame, all the while acting as if he were magnanimous and selfless. How audacious! What on earth was this person's skin made of? The onlookers could hardly believe their ears and eyes. Was it possible for someone to utter such words? Noticing the divine pill master's displeasure, Yi Chen, with great empathy, extricated the Qilin purple crystal flame from his body once more. "You." The divine pill master was at a loss, whether from rage or backlash, as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura once again dwindling. He harbored countless curses within. Having returned the flame to him, why was it forcibly taken again? Was he toying with him? Everyone stood in stunned silence, bewildered at the absurdity of the situation. Yi Chen, with a benevolent smile, explained, "I apologize. I noticed your complexion was rather poor and assumed you might not wish to reclaim this flame, so I took the liberty of alleviating your troubles. No need to thank me. I am simply a kind-hearted individual." This time, the divine pill master truly could not hold back. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, he collapsed, unconscious. "Look at you. How could you let your emotions get the better of you?" Yi Chen chuckled. The multitude present found themselves at a loss for words. Did he truly believe he was speaking sense? Did the divine pill master appear to be fainting from joy? Was it not possible he had been driven to unconsciousness by sheer anger? Wuhan old ancestor clenched his fists, internally admonishing himself to endure, to hold back. The people of the sacred land of divine pills were filled with humiliation, yet Wuhan old ancestor maintained his composure. And those of lesser power refrained from voicing their concerns. "Thank you. You are also good people. I, Kunlun sacred land, shall remember this bond," Yi Chen declared with a smile, glancing below as he selected 3,000 powerful alchemists from the crowd gathered for the alchemist conference. They ranged from the 1st to the 9th grade. These individuals would become a vital part of Kunlun sacred land's future. After completing this task, Yi Chen finally led everyone away from the sacred land of divine pills. However, he did not immediately return to the Kunlun sacred land in the East Victory continent, as he had other pressing matters. Just moments ago, he had received a system prompt regarding accepting disciples. Detected 2 celestial-level geniuses at the Yuanshu Divine Mountain in central Shenzhou. Please proceed to recruit them. Upon receiving this prompt, Yi Chen took the group to the Yuanshu Divine Mountain. After Yi Chen's departure, the people within the sacred land of divine pills felt as though they had awakened from a dream. Everything that had transpired seemed utterly surreal. How could a prestigious sacred land be threatened and extorted by a single individual? If word of this spread, no one would believe it. Yet, the reality unfolded before their eyes, leaving them with no choice but to accept it. Logically, one would expect a sacred land to assert its authority and position by swiftly suppressing or even annihilating such a ruffian. Wuhan Old Ancestor had shown himself, yet the conclusion of the matter was astonishing. Wuhan Old Ancestor had allowed the other party to take away 4 alchemist immortals and 3,000 alchemists? Was this still the sacred land they recognized? At that moment, Wuhan Old Ancestor wore a grim expression in the skies above. He was acutely aware that many questioned his decision. All senior members gather in the main hall. I have matters to discuss. He surveyed the crowd, issuing a cold command. The Corps' senior members exchanged glances, their frustration palpable, with many questions they wished to pose to the ancestor, and they hastily made their way to the main hall. Chapter 54. Falling into the Abyss, Yuanshu Divine Mountain. Within the main hall, the expressions of the attendees were exceedingly grim, as though they had consumed something foul. Their dignity had been thoroughly tarnished that day. Ancestor, who exactly is that person? Why do you seem to hold him in such high regard? Someone could no longer contain their curiosity. This was the answer everyone sought, that individual must possess a significant background. Otherwise, the ancestor would not have acted this way. Although the members harbored considerable resentment towards the ancestor, they understood he would not neglect the sacred land. Wuhan Old Ancestor succinctly replied, "He is an immortal emperor." Upon utterance of these words, it was as if a tempest had erupted upon the sea, as all gazes widened in disbelief. What? He is an immortal emperor? Are there truly still immortal emperors around? Surely, this cannot be a fade. He actually is an immortal emperor? Ancestor, you cannot be mistaken, can you? How could he possibly be an immortal emperor? No one had ever heard of an immortal emperor engaging in such shameless acts. While this individual was indeed powerful, did he truly possess the strength of an immortal emperor? A cacophony of discussions erupted among the senior members within the main hall, filled with astonishment and incredulity regarding Yi Chen's identity. An immortal emperor had so effortlessly appeared before them? It was truly beyond belief. Despite their advanced cultivation and status as core members of the sacred land, many had never encountered an immortal emperor. In their minds, the immortal emperor was a legendary figure, yet today they had witnessed one in reality. The entire main hall was abuzz with chatter until Wuhan Old Ancestor raised his arm and silenced them. I know you may not believe it, but he is indeed an immortal emperor. The aura he exuded was one of control and destruction. Had I dared to approach even a fraction closer, I would have faced obliteration. Otherwise, do you think I would have acted? Wuhan Old Ancestor sighed in resignation. It was not that he lacked the desire to fight, but rather his strength did not permit it. Ancestor, we are not without means to deal with immortal emperors. What of it? With our various resources and strategies, cannot we subdue him? Someone protested vehemently. Many nodded in agreement. Though immortal emperors were formidable, they were not invincible before the sacred land. The reason the sacred land held its status was due to the immortal emperor powerhouses who had founded it, enduring through countless years and producing several immortal emperors and numerous immortal kings and lords, leaving behind a plethora of techniques, something no minor sect could compare to. When all these resources were brought to bear, even an immortal emperor would be subject to their suppression. Hearing their claims, Wuhan Old Ancestor understood their sentiments all too well. He could only explain, this individual is different. He gives me the impression of being even stronger than the esteemed Luoyuan. Wuhan Old Ancestor recognized that his statement was, in fact, rather disrespectful. Luoyuan Immortal Emperor was one of the immortal emperors of the sacred land of divine pills, currently absent from the wasteland of the immortal world. His existence was the pride of the divine pill emperor and the foundation of everyone's confidence. Yet, He had the audacity to declare that the young man in white was superior to Luoyuan immortal emperor. The shock reverberated through the hearts of all present, none daring to believe that Wuhan old ancestor would offer such an assessment. In their minds, Luoyuan immortal emperor was invincible, one of the strongest. Wasn't this a matter of boosting another's reputation while diminishing one's own? Many found themselves unconvinced. How could someone previously unheard of surpass Luoyuan immortal emperor? Do not dismiss this lightly. The pressure he exerted upon me was more intense than that of the esteemed Luoyuan, which is why I refrained from rash action, Wuhan old ancestors stated coldly. In any case, when encountering individuals from Kunlun sacred land in the future, one ought to remain vigilant. He recalled that the individual had proclaimed himself as belonging to Kunlun sacred land before departing. As for what kind of force Kunlun sacred land was, he had never heard of it. Perhaps it was a hidden super sect. Could one not feel a sense of dread in the presence of an immortal emperor? Central Shenzhou, Yuanshu Divine Mountain. In the wasteland of the immortal world, there existed numerous life-restricted zones, as the name suggests. Each was undoubtedly a place of terror. Any external beings that ventured close could meet a fate of being buried without a trace. Yuanshu Divine Mountain was one such life-restricted zone. This place had existed for countless years, so much so that no one could recall how long it had been. Some even claimed that Yuanshu Divine Mountain had emerged at the inception of the wasteland of the immortal world. Countless super powerhouses had perished within its confines, truly deserving of its name. Above the Yuanshu Divine Mountain, Yi Chen and his entourage came to a halt. Looking down, they beheld a vast expanse of undulating mountains. Descending deeper into darkness, as if an eerie force barred external scrutiny, so this is Yuanshu Divine Mountain. It doesn't seem particularly special, Yi Chen mused. The crowd surrounding him, upon hearing his words, was utterly at a loss as to what expression to adopt. Each life-restricting zone is constructed from the countless deaths that have transpired within it. Even individuals of the highest caliber, such as the lords of sacred lands, dare not venture forth lightly. There was once a lord of a sacred land who sought to explore the depths of the Yuanshu Mountains in search of treasures, specifically the elusive immortal medicine. Yet, barely a month had passed before he emerged from the Yuanshu Divine Mountain, reduced to a mere wraith of his former self, a skeletal figure that resembled a desiccated corpse. Merely days after his escape, he succumbed completely. In his final moments, he uttered a chilling warning. The Yuanshu Divine Mountain harbors ominous entities. To approach is to court death, and yet, Yi Chen dares to claim there is nothing unusual here? Surely he must be ignorant of the meaning of death. At this moment, Yi Chen had already identified the two disciples he wished to accept. One possessed a sacred light physique, while the other had an immortal spirit physique, both formidable qualities indeed. However, their situation was perilous. If he did not act soon, their lives would be forfeit. Do not move, I shall return shortly. After imparting a few words of caution to the others, Yi Chen descended from the lofty heights. Above the clouds, several alchemical masters exchanged glances, their anticipation palpable, each contemplating whether to make their escape now that he was absent. Was this not the perfect opportunity to flee? This may very well be our only chance to escape. Should we miss it, we shall surely regret it, declared the seventh-tier alchemist Hong Cheng through gritted teeth. The others nodded in solemn agreement. Thus, without a second thought, they turned to flee, eager to leave this place behind. Yet, to their astonishment, they discovered that the cloud beneath their feet was ensnared by a formidable restraining array, trapping them all. No matter how fiercely they struck or how desperately they tried to break free, their efforts were utterly in vain. The extraordinary strength of the celestial lords was rendered impotent before a mere cloud. After a futile struggle, they gasped for breath and reluctantly conceded defeat. It was not that they lacked the desire to escape Yi Chen's confinement. Rather, the combined might of the 4 celestial lords and 3,000 alchemists of varying ranks could not shatter a single cloud. What shall we do? Hung Chung, the celestial lord, cast a grim glance at the other 3 celestial lords. The esteemed Lord Jing clenched his teeth in frustration. As a person of noble birth and unparalleled strength, he had never encountered such a humiliating predicament. We shall remain steadfast. Let him venture into the Yuanshu Divine Mountain. We can only pray he delves deeper. Once he enters, I refuse to believe he will emerge unscathed. His words resonated deeply with the others. The Yuanshu Divine Mountain, universally acknowledged as a realm of death. harbors dangers that are self-evident in a one. Not even those of their caliber would be foolish enough to penetrate its depths, lest they be tainted by the ominous energies within or attract the attention of the malevolent beings that dwell there. At this juncture, all they could do was hope that Yiqian would perish within the Yuanshu Divine Mountain. On the outskirts of the Yuanshu Divine Mountain, a throng of over 100 individuals had gathered, all powerful beings of the void refinement stage or higher, with several true immortals among them. Such a formidable assembly could only be mustered by the likes of sacred lands. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be from the Ziwei Sacred Land. Renowned throughout central Shenzhou, the Ziwei Sacred Land was founded by the legendary Ziwei Immortal Emperor, who had established an indomitable reputation countless years ago. To this day, the Ziwei Sacred Land has produced several immortal emperors, boasting a terrifying depth of power. Their gathering here today was for an extraordinary purpose. Grandfather, once I transplant the physiques of those two girls, will I not become an unparalleled genius? A young girl of about 10 years old, affectionately grasping the arm of an elderly man, inquired eagerly, her eyes fixed on the two girls who had been cast into the Yuanshu Divine Mountain. Her name was Lei Ting, the granddaughter of an elder of the Ziwei Sacred Land. B.Y. writes, a child like her, born with a silver spoon, should have been a prodigy. Yet, Lei Ting's talents were mediocre. Despite enjoying superior resources, she had only managed to reach the nascent soul stage, hardly befitting her status. Fortunately, her grandfather, Elder Lei, was determined to rectify her shortcomings and had uncovered an ancient secret technique. This technique involved transplanting the innate gifts of others into his granddaughter. Thus, while the original possessors would be rendered utterly helpless, even facing death, his granddaughter would transform into a genius. Thus, the fate of others was of no concern to him. To offer their physiques for transplantation would be a lifetime honor for them, would it not? Having discovered the method for this transplantation, Elder Lei quickly identified two exceptionally gifted girls. Fear not, Ting Ting. Once I have transplanted the physiques of those two girls, you shall soon become a peerless talent, Elder Lei said with a smile, his gaze towards his granddaughter brimming with affection. Those two girls, one with an immortal spirit physique and the other with a sacred light physique, possessed rare and formidable qualities. How dare such lowly beings possess such powerful physiques? They ought to be the means by which Ting Ting gains their strengths. That is the very essence of their existence. Elder Lei scoffed disdainfully in his eyes. Only his granddaughter Lei Ting held any significance, while the others were mere lowly servants. Hee, I knew grandfather would take the best care of Ting Ting. However, those two girls have already been in the Yuanshu Divine Mountain for half an hour. How are they still holding on? Lei Ting said with a giggle, though her eyes were filled with envy as she glanced toward the Yuanshu Divine Mountain, where two small figures were enduring the torment of terrifying ominous energies, teetering on the brink of death. Humph. After all, they possess the immortal spirit and sacred light physiques, which grant them innate resistance to all impurities. Surviving half an hour within the Yuanshu Divine Mountain is already their limit. The time is nearly up. Elder Lei observed the two pitiful figures within the Yuanshu Divine Mountain, yet he felt no compassion whatsoever. The secret technique dictated that the ominous energies of the life-restricting zone must be used to suppress the special physiques. Once the strength of the special physiques was nearly depleted, they could then be extracted. At that moment, the success rate of the transplantation would be maximized. At this moment, on the outskirts of the Yuanshu Divine Mountain, the two small girls were on the verge of collapse, their life essence flickering like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. They bore a striking resemblance to one another, as if molded from the same cast. It was evident they were twins, from their delicate features and heart-shaped faces. It was clear that, should they grow for another 2 years, they would undoubtedly blossom into breathtaking beauties capable of causing calamity. Sister, I can scarcely endure any longer. Once I transfer all my essence to you, you must escape. One of the frail girls whispered, her voice barely audible. Ziyu, do not speak foolishly. I will lead you out, do not fear. Do not do anything rash. Her elder sister, Zi Xing, reassured her, summoning the last vestiges of her strength to drag her sister deeper into the Yuanshu Divine Mountain at a tortoiseshell pace. They were far too young, merely 13 years old. They had never heard of the Yuanshu Divine Mountain and remained blissfully unaware that the path before them was not a road to salvation, but rather an irrevocable road to demise. Yet, Zixing and Ziyu cared not for such matters. They only wished to distance themselves from the demons that lurked beyond. Elder Lei and Lei Ting had callously cast the two sisters into this terrifying abyss to satisfy their own selfish ambitions. In the eyes of the sisters, those people were far more malevolent than the Yuanshu Divine Mountain itself. They would rather perish unseen in a ravine than become pawns of Elder Lei. Slaughtered at will, with painstaking effort, the two small bodies moved inch by inch, striving toward what they believed to be a place of safety. Meanwhile, outside, Elder Lei and his companions coldly observed the unfolding scene. Much like a gathering of vultures eyeing their dying prey, besides the members of the Ziwei sacred land, many outsiders had come to witness the spectacle after hearing of Elder Lei's plan to transplant physiques through secret techniques. When they beheld the two small figures being eroded by the ominous energies within the life-restricting zone, they felt no sympathy. Rather, they found it immensely entertaining. It was said that the two sisters were twins, one with an immortal spirit physique and the other with a sacred light physique, both possessing formidable and rare attributes. Should all their gifts be transplanted into Lei Ting, even if the effects were halved, the combination of both physiques would be terrifying. It seems the essence within those two sisters has been nearly depleted by the ominous energies. Elder Lei must be preparing to retrieve them. They murmured, "TSK, TSK, TSK," first using the ominous energies to weaken their essence, then employing the secret technique to extract it from their original bodies, and finally implanting it into Lei Ting. Each step must be executed with precision. Everyone's interest was piqued. They were eager to discover whether this method would indeed prove successful. As the moment approached, Elder Lei finally rose from his throne and strode toward the Yuanshu Divine Mountain. Those wretched maidens believe they can survive by crawling deeper inside? Utterly foolish. Elder Lei scoffed at the navet of Zixing and Ziyu, then unleashed a torrent of formidable celestial energy to shield himself from the ominous energies emanating from the Yuanshu Divine Mountain. Chapter 56. Restoration of Essence, Astonishing All. As he stepped into the realm of the Yuanshu Divine Mountain, the ominous energies that pervaded the air surged violently toward Elder Lei. This was a peculiar force, capable of corroding anything in its path, akin to an inescapable curse. However, this was merely the periphery of the Yuanshu Divine Mountain, where the ominous aura was still feeble, coupled with Elder Lei's celestial realm. Such a slight malevolent presence posed no threat to him whatsoever. Yet, just as he stepped into the territory of the Yuanshu Divine Mountain, a foreign figure suddenly emerged within its depths, drawing the attention and astonishment of all present. How could there suddenly be another person there? They had not seen anyone moments ago. Please, do not frighten me. Could it be that a malevolent creature from the Yuanshu Divine Mountain has emerged? Goodness, you raven-tongued individual, kindly silence yourself. That figure did not appear to be a malevolent being. They seemed unmistakably human. Initially, they feared the appearance of a sinister entity, causing widespread panic. Legends spoke of the beings inhabiting the life-restraining zones as vastly different from those of the outside world, possessing immense power and an aura of malevolence. If such a creature were to emerge, they would have no choice but to flee. But soon, they recognized that the individual within was merely an ordinary human. Not some monstrous apparition. A human? How did he manage to enter? That location was already deep within the Yuanshu Divine Mountain, close to its core, a place even the lord of the sacred land dared not approach lightly. Surely it was some reckless fool who had wandered in. What a death wish! Who would risk their life to save him? It was said that within half the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, one's mind would be influenced, ultimately succumbing to madness until their vitality waned, leaving behind but a lifeless husk. The crowd began to murmur, watching coldly, prepared to witness when Yi Qian would succumb to the encroaching malevolent aura. As for a rescue, that was out of the question. Who would dare venture into that perilous location? Furthermore, they had no intention of rescuing a stranger. Elder Lei also paused, gazing curiously at Yi Qian in the distance, perplexed by the sudden appearance of a person there. Could it be some deluded adventurer seeking to explore the depths? To his astonishment, the white-clad youth was approaching the two dying maidens on the ground. Yi Qian reached the side of Zixing and Ziyu, noticing their pallid faces, their life essence nearly drained, and felt a pang of heartache. He did not consider himself a virtuous man. Yet, driven by selfish desires, He had cast these two innocent girls into the depths of the Yuanshu divine mountain. Was this still humane? He pressed his hand against their foreheads, gradually channeling his celestial energy. Name: Zixing, twin sister, realm. Foundation establishment stage 5, physique. Celestial spirit body. Talent. Celestial grade. The sister named Zixing began to emanate waves of celestial light, her once withered essence now replenishing. The same phenomenon occurred with her sister Ziyu. Name: Ziyu, twin sister, realm. Foundation establishment stage 4, physique. Holy light body. Talent. Celestial grade. Once the sisters regained their strength, they slowly awakened, their eyes dazed, unaware of what had transpired. They only sensed that they seemed to not have died. But what was this handsome face before them? Was it merely an illusion before death? The elder sister Zixing rubbed her eyes as if waking from slumber. Upon seeing the two girls awaken, Yichun smiled and said, "You are neither dreaming nor experiencing an illusion. It is I who saved you." After a moment of shock, the two maidens finally regained their senses. Realizing they were indeed alive and filled with energy, "Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives. Senior, this place is perilous. We cannot linger here long. We must depart quickly." "Wait, the people outside are still guarding us. What should we do?" Zixing and Ziyu began to panic, having first-hand experience of the dangers here, not wishing to endure a second encounter. Yet, their greater concern was for Elder Lei and the others outside. Yichun smiled gently, paying no heed to their worries. He too sensed the ominous aura, which appeared to be a manifestation of the rules of heaven and earth. The so-called malevolent aura was merely an external expression of these celestial rules. Those of lower cultivation would be endangered if they remained under its influence for too long. However, for him, such rules and ominous auras were trifling matters. Wherever he stood, that was the source of the rules. Just as now, the malevolent aura dared not approach him. What others found insurmountable was nothing but child's play to him. "You speak of trivial matters. I have but one question for you. Are you willing to become my disciples?" Yichun inquired with a smile. His voice gentled. Zixing and Ziyu were taken aback upon hearing this, completely unprepared for his proposal to take them as apprentices. After a few breaths of stunned silence, they finally reacted, excitedly kneeling before him and bowing multiple times. "Master, please accept our humble greeting." They spoke in unison, every movement in perfect synchrony. Even Yichun, observing them, couldn't help but marvel. Were these truly twin sisters? They seemed to share an uncanny rapport. "Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my disciples." Yichun beamed with satisfaction, having taken on 2 apprentices, and awaited the system's rewards upon returning to the Kunlun sacred land. Meanwhile, outside, Elder Lei and the others were astonished to see Yichun seemingly unaffected by the ominous aura. Why is he unharmed? That location is considerably deeper. Logically, the malevolent aura should be quite dense. Could it be that he had not been influenced at all? What shocked them further was that the 2 maidens on the brink of death revived upon his mere touch. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Their bodies had been thoroughly eroded by the malevolent aura. No one could save them. They were doomed. What method did he employ? He merely touched them, and they returned to life, brimming with vitality? A miracle. This was undoubtedly a miracle. The onlookers were left speechless, many in disarray. Utterly taken aback by Yichun's actions, in all their years, they had never witnessed such an absurd event. How could anyone enter the Yuanshu divine mountain and emerge so lively? Chapter 57. Elder Lei's Threat. The appearance of the sacred fruit. The life-restraining zone was aptly named, for the immortal aura within severely erodes the vitality of external beings. Even an expert like Elder Lei, at the celestial level, must mobilize all his celestial power to resist its effects. Moreover, he could not linger too long, or he too would face peril. Yet, what was the situation with that white-clad youth within the forbidden zone? He appeared utterly unfazed, with no hint of being affected by the malevolent aura. Furthermore, how had he managed to rescue those 2 girls? It was widely acknowledged in the great world of the wilderness that once a being was severely tainted by the malevolent aura. There was no hope for recovery. No one could save them. Given the near-fatal state of those 2 girls, their bodies had been filled to the brim with the ominous essence. How could anyone possibly bring them back? Yet, that white-clad youth had merely touched their foreheads and achieved the impossible. Was this for real? Everyone found it hard to believe their eyes. This scene was simply too incredible. In the clouds, Xiancheng and Jingyu, the celestial lords, were equally perplexed by Yi Qin's actions. Those two maidens were undoubtedly doomed. Why would he even attempt a rescue? Was it merely because they possessed unique physiques? But that hardly seemed worth it. Xiancheng expressed his confusion, stating that if he were in the same position, he would have turned a blind eye and departed. After all, that location was already deep within the Yuanchu Divine Mountain, where the malevolent aura was severe. As a celestial lord, he had no desire to court trouble. Would he really risk everything for two girls who were beyond saving? Jingyu nodded in agreement, noting that the two maidens had indeed bowed to him, confirming their discipleship, but was it truly worth it? Even if they were saved, the malevolent aura within them would be difficult to eradicate completely. This would continuously erode their foundational essence, and even with their holy light and celestial spirit bodies, their future accomplishments and lifespans would be disappointing. Someone suddenly proposed a possibility. Could he believe that we, as alchemical celestial masters, possess extraordinary means to help him completely cleanse the malevolent aura from those two girls? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd varied, reflecting a complex mix of emotions. For they knew that completely eradicating all traces of the ominous essence was impossible, especially in the severe condition of those two maidens. Alas, we shall see. Those two children are pitiable souls. If we can save even a little, it will be worthwhile. It makes sense. Allowing them to live another 200 or 300 years should not be an issue. Though they harbored resentment toward Yi Qin, as alchemical celestial masters, they were still willing to intervene in such circumstances. Meanwhile, Elder Lei resumed his seat upon his throne, his gaze filled with intense scrutiny, wishing to uncover the true nature of the white-clad youth. Having never encountered such a person before, he speculated that he must not be one of the renowned experts from the Central Divine region. Perhaps a nameless rogue cultivator? Regardless of who that individual may be, he has utterly disrupted Elder Lei's plans. Once he emerges, he must provide this old man with an explanation. Elder Lei seethed with unspoken resentment. Lei Ting, witnessing the two who were on the brink of death suddenly regain their vitality and vigor, felt an overwhelming sense of displeasure. Grandfather, what is that man doing? What is the meaning of this? Why did he save them? He should hurry up and die. She had been eagerly anticipating the transplantation of two unique physiques to become a super genius, only to have her aspirations thwarted by Yi Qin. Now, she wished nothing more than for Yi Qin to meet his demise, as he had delayed her grand designs. Elder Lei coldly stated, "Rest assured, no one has ever dared to defy the authority of our Ziwei sacred ground." The Ziwei sacred ground was indeed their greatest source of confidence. The hundreds of disciples of the Ziwei sacred ground who followed him unleashed a chilling, frost-like aura of murderous intent. This overwhelming pressure caused the onlookers, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, to cast wary glances, filled with trepidation. Truly, those from the Ziwei sacred ground were not only domineering but possessed formidable strength. Anyone who opposed them would surely meet dire consequences. Many speculated that the young man in white within the Yuanchu Divine Mountain had provoked Elder Lei, and even if he managed to escape, he would face grave peril in confronting Elder Lei. Esteemed fellow, those two children are disciples of my Ziwei sacred ground. Upon their emergence, I kindly request their return to us, and I would be immensely grateful. Elder Lei infused his voice with celestial power, transforming it into a translucent ripple of energy that reverberated within the depths of the Yuanchu Divine Mountain. Although his words appeared courteous, the frigid and commanding tone offered no pretense of politeness. To put it plainly, this was a blatant threat. Each word was steeped in the authority of the Ziwei sacred ground, seeking to suppress others with their formidable background. A shiver ran through everyone present. Only those high above in the clouds, from the Shun Dan sacred ground, scoffed derisively, naive. If merely invoking the name of a sacred ground could intimidate him, he would have perished countless times within our Shan Dan sacred ground. Even our esteemed ancestor, Wu Hin, had to make concessions. What could a mere celestial-level elder from the Ziwei sacred ground possibly do? When he finally emerges, do you think that elder will not be reduced to tears? The members of the Shindan sacred ground eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. They hoped it would not only be their misfortune, it would be even better if other sacred grounds shared in the calamity. Within the Yuan-Chu Divine Mountain, Elder Lei's words terrified the young girls Zixing and Ziyu, making them tremble in fear. Had it not been for Yichin's support, they would have collapsed in despair. Master, we do not wish to return to that demon's side. He will surely continue to torment us. We have heard that he intends to transplant our physiques into his granddaughter to create a genius. Their voices quivered with overwhelming dread. Yi-Chun sighed softly, enveloping them in his power, dispelling their fears. Do not worry. Now that I have become your master, I shall not allow anyone to bully you. Yi-Chun held Zixing's hand in his left and Ziyu's in his right. The two girls, merely 13 years of age, appeared no older than 10 due to malnutrition and prolonged persecution. However, as they grasped Yi-Chen's broad, warm, and reassuring hands, they felt a sense of security for the first time. They believed that as long as they remained by their master's side, they could forever bask in this tranquility. As they began to walk outside, a sudden surge of potent energy emanated from the depths of the Yuan-Chu Divine Mountain. The air was thick with a rich, exotic fragrance. This, Yi-Chun turned in surprise. His gaze directed towards the innermost recesses of the Yuan-Chu Divine Mountain, where atop a mountain peak, a fruit tree stood approximately 2 meters tall, adorned with vibrant red fruits. The intense aroma and energy fluctuations emanated from this very tree. Upon witnessing this, Elder Lei and the others outside were left speechless in astonishment. It is a sacred fruit. The sacred fruit has ripened. Gasps of excitement erupted from the crowd, igniting a fervor among the onlookers. Chapter 58. The Gathering of All Sects, the Celestial Level Tongyu Umbrella. The throngs of people outside were electrified with anticipation, for they understood the immense value of this sacred fruit. Legends of divine springs and sacred fruits had always surrounded the Yuan-Chu Divine Mountain. It was said that within the depths of the Yuan-Chu Divine Mountain lay 9 mountain ranges, each housing a divine spring and a sacred fruit. Whoever obtained a sacred fruit and drank from the divine spring would experience unparalleled fortune. For countless years, cultivators had ventured into the depths of the Yuan-Chu Divine Mountain, seeking to acquire a sacred fruit or a taste of the divine spring. Yet, those who entered either vanished without a trace, or if by chance they emerged, they rarely survived beyond a fortnight. To drink from the divine spring or consume the sacred fruit. Such aspirations were utterly futile, however, each time a sacred fruit ripened. It would herald significant celestial phenomena, drawing thousands of cultivators to gather at a distance, drooling in anticipation. This occasion was no different, as the fragrance of the sacred fruit wafted from the depths of the Yuan-Chu Divine Mountain. The cultivators outside transformed into ravenous hounds, fervently inhaling the aroma. It was as if each whiff could elevate them to celestial realms. I feel my pores opening. Is this the effect of the sacred fruit? It is divine. I can only imagine how exquisite it would be to take a bite. Need it be said? One sacred fruit would likely elevate my mortal body to a sacred form. Legend has it that a young man once stumbled into the Yuan-Chu Divine Mountain, miraculously surviving, drinking from the divine spring and consuming the sacred fruit, transforming into an invincible ancient sacred body. Is this tale true? It must be. I have read about it in ancient texts. Wait, isn't the scent of the sacred fruit supposed to be fragrant? Why does it smell like onions to me? What a potent onion aroma! Perhaps this is the sacred fruit's magic. Different individuals perceive different scents. Just one more whiff. My apologies. That was actually me letting out a fart. I had onion stir-fried beef for lunch today. Hee hee. Damn it. Get away. You made me inhale your onion fart. What the hell? If I catch you eating onions again, I'll make sure you regret it. Don't let me see you again. A commotion erupted among the crowd, and the gathering grew increasingly larger. On a distant mountain, the sacred fruit radiated a blinding light, resembling fiery suns, enticing all who beheld it. Many prominent sects hastened to the scene, their powerful auras sweeping through the skies before halting at the periphery of the Yuan-Chu Divine Mountain. Each time a notable figure appeared, it incited a wave of astonished gasps from the crowd. Look, it's the Grand Elder of the Longxiang sect. He is indeed a genuine celestial-level figure. Isn't that the Lord of the Golden Dragon Hall? Why is someone of his stature here? Isn't that the master of the Changhe sect? His strength is formidable. As one esteemed individual after another made their entrance, the atmosphere became increasingly lively. Everyone understood that they were not qualified to compete for the sacred fruit. But witnessing these prominent figures showcase their prowess in the pursuit of the sacred fruit was a visual feast. Elder Lei began to feel uneasy. Although he belonged to the Ziwei sacred ground, placing him at the highest status, the strength of the Grand Elder from the Longxiang sect, the Lord of the Golden Dragon Hall, and the Master of the Changhe sect was not beneath his own. The competition pressure was immense. Elder Lei, I will not yield to your status as an elder of the Ziwei sacred ground. The pursuit of the sacred fruit shall be determined by merit, a point on which I believe everyone can agree. The Lord of the Golden Dragon Hall turned to Elder Lei, a smile playing on his lips. His strategy was astute, to prevent Elder Lei from using the name of the sacred ground to suppress them. He brought everyone into the fray, applying pressure on Elder Lei. Indeed, the sacred fruit shall be claimed by the fated. The master of the Changhe sect chimed in with laughter. The Grand Elder of the Longxiang sect nodded in agreement. Though they were not part of a sacred ground, their own strength was formidable, and in the public eye, they had no need to fear Elder Lei. Observing the three men's veiled sarcasm, Elder Lei's expression turned dark, yet he remained silent. However, he produced a large black umbrella. With a flourish, the black umbrella unfurled, black energy cascading from its edges, enveloping Elder Lei within. With the protection of the black umbrella, he stepped forward without hesitation, preparing to seize the sacred fruit. As for Yichen and the two girls, they had now become secondary considerations. Securing the sacred fruit could be addressed later. Is that the celestial level weapon? The Tongyu umbrella? Elder Lei is truly going all out. I cannot hold back either. The Lord of the Golden Dragon Hall observed Elder Lei deploying his strongest weapon and released a 100-foot-long golden dragon aura to envelop himself. The master of the Changhe sect unleashed 1,000 swords, forming a sharp barrier of sword energy to fend off any ominous forces. The Grand Elder of the Longxiang sect summoned a unique defensive weapon, transforming into a true dragon and a colossal elephant silhouette to shield himself. Each employed their own tactics as they cautiously ventured deeper. As for the others, they could only watch enviously from outside. As the external crowd began to take action, Yichun revealed a smile. He leaned down to ask Zixing and Ziyu, "Little girls, are you thirsty? Would you like some fruit?" He gestured towards the sacred fruit, glowing with a brilliant red light atop a distant mountain peak. The two little girls had long been reduced to tears by the tantalizing aroma of the sacred fruit. Upon being questioned, they quickly swallowed and nodded vigorously. "Master, I will only have one." "You can have the rest," the obedient sister, Zixing, declared sweetly. Her younger sister, Ziyue, nodded in agreement, both knowing that such treasures should rightfully be reserved for their master. However, they remained blissfully unaware that harvesting the sacred fruit was tantamount to courting death, an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Otherwise, they would never have allowed their master to take such risks, seeing their docile and understanding demeanor. Yichen revealed a satisfied smile. These two little disciples were indeed worthy of his efforts. "Let us proceed, as if we are merely enjoying a scenic excursion." Yichen took their tiny hands and led them deeper into the unknown. Their actions immediately elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. What are they doing? Why aren't they coming back? Why venture further in? Are they seeking death? It dawned on me that they were left with no choice. Elder Lei was blocking their exit, forcing them to take the perilous route inward. Observing their demeanor, it appeared they were indeed intent on harvesting the sacred fruit. Such audacity! Did they truly disregard their own lives? Ha! It was my first encounter with such foolishness. If they attempted to rush out, Elder Lei, eager to seize the sacred fruit, would be too preoccupied to pay them any mind. Alas, they were determined to seek their own demise. Chapter 59. Sacred Fruit? What worthless trinket is this? Upon witnessing Yichun leading the two girls deeper into the mountain, all the spectators felt as though they were gazing upon a collection of cold corpses. They believed Yichun had reached a dead end and was now attempting to delve deeper, perhaps hoping to evade Elder Lei's interception. Yet, the deeper one ventured into the Yuanchu Divine Mountain, the more treacherous it became. Did they not comprehend this principle? Elder Lei, too, observed Yichun's maneuvers, but he dismissed them with disdain. "Is this truly your strategy to evade me? Utterly naive. You will soon be oblivious to how you met your end." It was a pity for the twin sisters. Even I would be unable to extricate them from the mountain's depths. He understood that if Zixing and Ziyue perished within the Yuanchu Divine Mountain, he would be distracted by the quest for the sacred fruit, making it impossible to rescue them. However, the significance of the sacred fruit outweighed all else. With the sacred fruit, he could rejuvenate his granddaughter. Lei Ting's constitution, potentially yielding results far superior to a direct transplant. Legends spoke of individuals who, after consuming the sacred fruit and drinking from the divine spring, awakened the ancient sacred body. With this thought, the power emanating from the black ethereal umbrella atop his head surged exponentially, and his pace quickened considerably. Ominous energies from all directions began to surge violently towards him, akin to being submerged in the depths of the ocean, where one starts to feel suffocated. The flow of celestial energy within him slowed, and this force was not merely celestial energy that could be resisted. It was a bizarre manifestation of the world's rules. The deeper they pressed, the more their movements slowed. The ease of their earlier strides vanished. Whether it was Elder Lei or the others, each step became increasingly arduous, as though they were mired in a thick quagmire. The elder of the Longxiang sect, trailing behind, was drenched in sweat, exuding a strange and terrifying black aura. The ominous energy had infiltrated his body, and if he did not flee soon, his internal organs and limbs would inevitably succumb to corrosion. At that point, no one could save him. Bang! The true dragon and giant elephant phantoms tasked with protecting him trembled before collapsing in a resounding shatter. With no defensive means left, the raging, ominous energy surged towards him like a frenzy. The Longxiang sect elder cried out in agony, his voice piercing and chilling to the bone. Fortunately, he had not yet completely lost his wits. Recognizing he had reached his limit, he hastily retreated with all his might. It was only upon exiting the confines of the Yuanshu Divine Mountain that he finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. Others had ventured deeper than he, but it mattered little for, at that moment. The myriad swords employed by the Longhe sect's master for protection had also shattered, prompting him to retreat in panic. Only the master of the Golden Dragon Hall and Elder Lei had ventured furthest. Now roughly 5 miles away from the sacred fruit in the outside world, 5 miles would be trivial for such powerful beings. Yet here, even taking a single step was exceedingly challenging. Ultimately, the master of the Golden Dragon Hall conceded. Now, only Elder Lei persisted, but all could see that his ethereal umbrella was in tatters. Who could say how much farther he could go? Even reaching the foot of the mountain would be an accomplishment. However, everyone had overestimated him. Elder Lei had only gained an additional 10 meters beyond the master of the Golden Dragon Hall before he completely wilted. Thus, all 4 powerful figures declared failure, witnessing this unfold. The onlookers were filled with emotion. Could these titans truly not approach the sacred fruit? Who, then, could possibly harvest it? It was an insurmountable task. The sensation was akin to a massive mine lying before them. Perpetually enticing yet utterly unattainable, at that moment, a voice rang out in astonishment. Look, that person is still alive. He has ascended the mountain. Upon hearing this exclamation, everyone turned their attention to the peak, only to be astounded to discover that Yi Chun not only had not perished but had already reached the mountainside. They had just traversed a grove that obscured their view, leading them to believe he had met his end within the thicket. How could he be unscathed now? He even bore 2 frail little girls, which was quite a heavy burden. Did he somehow evade the encroaching ominous energy? Logically, having lingered for so long and ventured so deep, they should have perished long ago. Perish? I found them to be rather leisurely, treating this as a delightful outing. What on earth was happening? Had he truly ascended the mountain, perhaps to harvest the sacred fruit? All eyes were fixed upon Yi Chen, Zixing, and Ziyue, their astonishment palpable. Even Elder Lei and the others, despite their best efforts, had failed to approach the mountain and were forced to retreat in disgrace. How could this white-clad youth remain unaffected? Moreover, the 2 little girls appeared quite exhilarated, frolicking and picking wildflowers along the way, embodying the very essence of a carefree excursion. Would they truly not be tainted by the ominous energy? For the first time in countless years, this question arose in everyone's minds. Impossible. Was he relying on some technique to achieve such a feat? The master of the Golden Dragon Hall was despondent, his spirit crushed. Elder Lei, too, found it hard to believe his eyes, yet the reality unfolded before him, leaving no room for doubt. He quickly surmised that if this white-clad youth managed to harvest the sacred fruit, Could he not seize it directly? No, relying solely on himself was insufficient. He required a more formidable ally. He recalled that Elder Zhou was on a mission in this vicinity. Elder Lei's mind raced, and he promptly sought assistance. Moreover, Elder Zhou's strength surpassed his own. With Elder Zhou's aid, their success would be assured. He discreetly crushed the jade pendant used for communication, confident that Elder Zhou would soon receive the message and arrive post-haste. Meanwhile, Yi Chun had already brought the two little girls to the summit, standing beside the sacred fruit. Look, he has made it. The onlookers were filled with envy. Surely, he would now find it effortless to pluck the sacred fruit. Heaven help us. Please do not let him succeed. He must fail. I implore you. Why should he succeed? I refuse to accept it. The crowd below was livid, their teeth nearly grinding to dust. That was the sacred fruit, a rare treasure few had tasted in countless years. Would today truly allow an unknown individual to harvest it? As Yi Chen reached to pluck the sacred fruit, their hearts twisted in turmoil. Emotions complex. Their jealousy urged Yi Chen to fail, yet deep within, there lingered a faint desire to witness his success. Had Yi Chen been privy to the thoughts of those outside, he would likely have laughed. It was merely a few wild fruits. Was it truly worth such a frenzy? He casually plucked two and handed them to Zixing and Ziyue, taking one for himself and biting into it. After a few chews, he disdainfully spat it out. "Pah! What is this? Neither sweet nor sour, devoid of flavor. A failure among failures." He nonchalantly discarded the half-eaten sacred fruit, and his apparent indifference led those outside to believe he was tossing aside the most mundane of fruits. Little did he realize, his careless act sent the onlookers into a frenzy. Chapter 60. A single palm strike to annihilate. Seeing him discard the sacred fruit after merely biting into it drove those outside into madness, each clutching their heads and crying out in despair. What on earth was he doing? Why would he throw away the sacred fruit? Such wanton waste. How infuriating, utterly detestable. This was the sacred fruit. Did he even comprehend its worth? I would gladly offer hundreds of thousands, even millions of spirit stones, yet he casually discarded it after a single bite. Damn it, what a waste. Could I at least have a sip of its juice? I do not ask for much. Just let me lick it once, even if it is just a taste. Even if he did not like it, could he refrain from throwing it away? This was sacred fruit. Could he not take it with him and dispose of it later? Prodigal. Did he think this was an ordinary fruit? To take a bite and toss it aside. Is there anyone so wasteful? The individuals outside were in a state of utter agitation, some anxiously tugging at their ears, while others were so infuriated that they were practically jumping in place. If given the opportunity to enter, they would have rushed in with the intention of beating Yi Chen to death. After all, that was the sacred fruit, a coveted treasure that everyone longed for yet could not obtain. For them, even a mere taste, or even just a lick, would be a tremendous blessing. Yet, to Yi Chen, it was worth even less than an ordinary fruit, so easily discarded. Was this still human? Yi Chen had no desire to eat it, for the fruit possessed only a fragrance without flavor, which he found unappealing. However, the two girls, Zixing and Ziyu, adored it. It was full of moisture, and once consumed, it left their bodies feeling remarkably comfortable. As if a pure and potent energy flowed within them. Do indulge, it will be beneficial for you, Yi Chen remarked with a smile. The effects of the sacred fruit were profound, capable of improving one's constitution, even transforming it. Their original vitality had waned significantly, and now was the perfect moment to replenish it with these fruits. After consuming two, they began to radiate a white glow, ethereal runes swirling around their forms. This was the manifestation of Tao principles. Master, I feel so light and comfortable, as if I could soar without using spiritual energy. Ziyu exclaimed in wonder, surveying her glowing body with delight. Zixing, too, was captivated, quickly realizing that the fruits were responsible for this extraordinary effect. Master, why aren't you eating? It's unfair for us to have it all. Zixing pouted in a mock complaint. I know you've been good. Once we relocate the fruit tree, you can eat as much as you desire, Yi Chen replied, gently ruffling their little heads. With a single wave of his hand, an invisible force uprooted the sacred fruit tree. The tree had become a part of the rules governing this realm. To transplant it was not merely a matter of pulling it up, but rather a challenge to the very laws of the Yuan Chu divine mountain. No one else could accomplish such a feat so effortlessly. But for Yi Chun, it was simply a matter of using his hands. Let us depart. With that, Yi Chun led the sisters, Zixing and Ziyu, down the mountain. The onlookers outside witnessed their actions, craning their necks in shock mixed with eagerness. Had he truly uprooted the fruit tree? Did he intend to transplant it outside? This notion had lingered for countless years. Yet no one had ever succeeded. He was the first. If he succeeded in transplanting it, the wealth it represented was unimaginable. If he could bring the fruit tree out, could they not seize it for themselves? They must not allow this young man to monopolize it. That fruit tree must be theirs. Desperation fueled their greed. For the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish, as everyone began to harbor ulterior motives. The mere prospect of a single sacred fruit had already driven them mad, and now, with the entire tree at stake, how could they possibly restrain themselves? Even if it meant risking everything, they were determined to snatch the sacred fruit tree. Success would catapult them into a new life. Elder Lei felt a surge of excitement. He had initially thought today's plans had been thwarted, but now, it seemed fortune had turned in his favor. The two girls had restored their constitutions and consumed the sacred fruit, enhancing their vitality. Transplanting it into Ting Ting would yield even greater results, and that fruit tree, it was his for the taking. Should it come to a fight, he would emerge as the strongest. Elder Lei's mind was filled with murderous intent. As an elder of the Ziwei Holy Land, his wealth surpassed that of all present. He would not hesitate to discard all his weapons, killing one after another. Thus, the crowd's eyes glinted like those of ravenous wolves, fixated on Yi Chun and the two girls, waiting for their emergence. Soon, Yi Chun stepped outside the confines of the Yuanchu Divine Mountain, and the crowd surged forward, their expressions menacing, as if they intended to devour him. Zixing and Ziyu, frightened, huddled behind Yi Chun, daring only to peek out with half their little heads. Yi Chun spoke coolly. "You frightened my disciples. Those who wish to live should step aside." The moment these words left his mouth, they drew a chorus of scornful laughter from the crowd. "Ha! You do well to assess the situation. Do you think you have the right to negotiate with us? You are at death's door and still dare to act arrogantly? Hand over the sacred fruit tree, and perhaps we will spare your life. You waste a sacred fruit and still have the gall to chatter. We'll put an end to you. Those who understand the times are the wise. You should comprehend this, lest you seek your own demise." Each person gazed greedily at Yi Chun, some also eyeing Zixing and Ziyu. Had there not been some reservations, they would have already struck at once. Elder Lei let out a cold snort. "You've disrupted my affairs, and I have yet to hold you accountable, yet you dare act defiantly in front of me." Saying this, he produced a long, pitch-black staff that radiated a chilling aura and murderous intent. "Master, it's him." Zixing and Ziyu trembled, overwhelmed by fear at the sight of Elder Lei. "Let us leave quickly," they urged. Yi Chun's gaze turned icy. "There is no need for my disciples to fear. I will protect you." "Ha ha ha. Protect? You? Do you even know your own worth?" Elder Lei laughed derisively, not hesitating to invoke his status as an elder of the Ziwei Holy Land to pressure Yi Chun. However, what he did not anticipate was the arrival of an immense hand that blotted out the sun. Boom. This colossal hand descended with overwhelming force, creating a thunderous roar that shook the very air. Infused with terrifying Tao principles, mysterious, profound, and powerful, in a mere instant, it crushed Elder Lei into a pulp, leaving him with no chance to finish his sentence. The blow was so sudden that Elder Lei vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone stunned into silence. Chapter 61. The young girls vow to protect their master. Each face bore expressions of disdain and contempt for Yi Chun, even harboring murderous intent, but the moment Elder Lei was slain before their eyes, their expressions twisted into a complex mess, from initial disdain to an immediate shift to shock, fear, and disbelief. The transformation was jarring. No one could believe their own eyes. The exalted Elder Lei had been so easily struck down. Their minds felt as if they had been filled with stones, rendering them incapable of thought. Clatter. A weapon dropped to the ground, the sound snapping everyone back to reality. He killed Elder Lei. Wasn't Elder Lei a formidable celestial being? At that level, death was a near impossibility. How could he be killed so easily? Am I hallucinating? This cannot be real. It absolutely cannot be. Has he gone mad? He dares to kill even Elder Lei? He is a high-ranking elder of the Ziwei Holy Land. a position of immense power. He has condemned himself. As the crowd regained their senses, they erupted into a cacophony of gasps, whether of fear, shock, or despair. For them, a mere elder from the Holy Land was an insurmountable powerhouse. Elder Lei, as a celestial-level master, held a prestigious position within the Ziwei Holy Land, and they had all dreamed of currying favor with him. Yet, this unattainable figure had just been killed before their very eyes. It was simply unfathomable. Unlike the rest, the sect master of Changhe, the lord of the Golden Dragon Hall, and the grand elder of the Dragon Elephant sect were filled with terror. Their power was comparable to Elder Lei's, and in a battle, the outcome would be hard to determine. Yet, this young man had effortlessly crushed Elder Lei with a single blow. What did that imply? Did it mean he could do the same to them? The mere thought sent waves of fear coursing through them. No matter how many times they simulated various strategies in their minds, there was no way to withstand such a strike. I sensed the arrival of the rules. The sect master of Changhe's face turned pale with fright. Even though Yi Chen was not targeting him and was at a considerable distance, he was still filled with trepidation. If I were to block it, I thought I would undoubtedly perish. The grand elder of the Dragon Elephant sect was similarly terrified. That power was overwhelming, tyrannical, seeming effortless, yet if fully unleashed, it would surely bring about destruction. This person is extraordinarily strong, deeply unfathomable. I am no match for him. The lord of the Golden Dragon Hall maintained a semblance of composure, yet his pale face and subtle retreat betrayed his inner turmoil. Like everyone else, they coveted the sacred fruit tree belonging to Yi Chen. Given the right opportunity, they would plunge into the fray. But that single blow had awakened them to reality, to acquire treasures. One must also consider their own worth. Being struck down in an instant rendered any thoughts of seizing it utterly futile. Zixing and Ziyu were equally dumbfounded, their wide eyes brimming with astonishment and delight. The torment and abuse they endured at the hands of Elder Lei were so severe that, in their hearts, he was deemed invincible. Yet, with a mere flick of his hand, their master obliterated Elder Lei completely. An overwhelming sense of joy and shock filled their small hearts. He is dead. He actually perished? This fiend has finally met his end. How splendid! Zixing excitedly waved her tiny pink fists, her happiness surpassing that of a festive celebration. Ziyue, with tears streaming down her face, felt avenged by her master. This monster had finally vanished for good, sister. We have avenged ourselves. Ziyue grasped Zixing's hand, her heart brimming with exhilaration. Yes, yes, all thanks to our master. Our master is truly formidable. Zixing wiped away her tears, gazing up at her master's towering figure, her heart filled with a profound sense of security. They were immensely grateful to have a powerful and benevolent master who not only rescued their lives from the brink of death, but also exacted vengeance on their behalf. The most astonishing part was just how powerful their master truly was. It's simply unfathomable. At that moment, Lei Ting was utterly dumbfounded. She had witnessed her grandfather's demise before her very eyes, and her heart endured an immense shock. In the past, no matter the calamity she had caused, her grandfather would always resolve it for her. If she desired a rare treasure, he would procure it for her, even if it meant resorting to violence. Once, she had merely coveted a sword in someone else's possession and compelled her grandfather to forcibly demand it. When the individual refused, her grandfather ruthlessly exterminated him and indulgently presented the sword to her. In her mind, her grandfather was invincible, capable of anything. She could hardly believe that such an invincible figure could be slain, especially right before her, by another's hand. With venomous eyes, Lei Ting glared at Yi Chen, pointing at him and erupting in a frenzied roar. You lowly wretch, how dare you kill my grandfather? I will ensure your demise. You shall know no peace. Her madness frightened the disciples and elders of the Zhuwei Holy Land, causing them to instinctively change their expressions and distance themselves from her. This foolish woman had been spoiled by Elder Lei. If someone could easily slay Elder Lei, they could just as easily do the same to her. If the opponent had any regard for the Zhiwei Holy Land, how could they have killed Elder Lei? In that moment, the other disciples of the Zhiwei Holy Land cursed Lei Ting inwardly, recognizing that this foolish pig would indeed bring calamity upon them all. Yi Chen had initially contemplated extinguishing this imbecile with a mere glance, but then reconsidered. Perhaps it would be better to let Zixing and Ziyue practice. He leaned down and gently spoke to the two girls. Zixing, Ziyue, she is cursing our master. Would you be willing to eliminate her and vindicate our master? Upon hearing Lei Ting curse their master, the two girls were filled with indignation. However, they had not anticipated that their master would entrust them with such a task. They were merely at the foundation establishment stage, while Lei Ting was already at the nascent soul stage. Could they truly defeat her? Yet, after a moment's hesitation, they nodded vigorously in resolute agreement, declaring in unison, "We vow to defend our master with our lives." They had already faced death once, and this life was granted by their master. Even if they were to perish at Lei Ting's hands, they would have no regrets. Excellent. This is the spirit of my good disciples. Go forth. Yichen laughed heartily, his concerns about the two girls' courage dispelled. Dare to insult my master? Let us see if we can shred your foul mouth. The two girls stepped forward in unison, their voices chillingly resolute, their sacred light and celestial spirit auras erupting in full force for the first time. Two domineering energies surged forth from their bodies. Zixing's celestial spirit form radiated a white celestial glow, immaculate and pure, nearly transcendent. Logically speaking, such celestial intent would typically only manifest in those who had reached the true celestial realm. A foundation establishment girl at the 5th level should not possess such ethereal qualities. Yet, the celestial spirit form inherently exuded such superiority, as if destined to ascend to the true celestial realm with mere effort. Naturally, Yichen's expectations for his disciples surpassed mere true celestial status. For him, a true celestial in Kunlun Holy Land would merely attain the position of an outer sect elder. His true disciples must all achieve the status of celestial emperors in the future. Ziyue's sacred light form similarly erupted in resplendent golden light, her brilliance starkly contrasting Zixing's soft, ethereal glow. Her radiance was more aggressive, intense, and fiercely assertive. What exceptional talent! Such qualifications would earn her core disciple status in any sacred land. Perhaps even warranting clandestine cultivation. Elder Lei had clever intentions. If these two forms were truly transferred to Lei Ting, they could artificially create an unparalleled genius. The crowd was astounded by Zixing and Ziyue's extraordinary talents. In their nascent foundation establishment stage, they revealed an exceptional aptitude. Witnessing their formidable presence, Lei Ting's heart filled with even greater resentment and envy in her eyes. These two forms were rightfully hers, and thus Zixing and Ziyue had effectively stolen her innate abilities. A mere foundation establishment stage? How dare you think you can take what belongs to me? I will not allow it. Fury engulfed Lei Ting, her vision turning crimson as she sought to eliminate Zixing and Ziyue. Refusing to permit them to possess her innate talents, boom. The terrifying aura of the nascent soul stage erupted from her, and despite her lacking talent, her realm surpassed that of the two girls. In their first encounter, Zixing and Ziyue immediately found themselves at a disadvantage. However, attuned to one another, they quickly adapted to the rhythm of battle, beginning to cooperate with remarkable synergy. Utilizing the unique advantages of their sacred light and celestial spirit forms, they wounded Lei Ting after 100 exchanges. Lei Ting lay on the ground, bloodied and defeated. Yichun felt no pity in a cold tone. He ordered the two girls, finish her in this cruel world. Taking a life often served as the best means of self-preservation. They could not overly coddle the girls simply because they were 13, shielding them from bloodshed. Such nurturing would only cultivate timid, cowardly disciples. Therefore, they must do what needed to be done. Zixing bit her lip in hesitation. It was her first time taking a life, and she found it somewhat difficult to proceed. Yet, recalling how her sister had nearly perished at Lei Ting's hands, she could not suppress her murderous intent. The thought of this vile woman cursing their master was even more intolerable. She must be eliminated. Ziyue, as the sacred light bearer, was even more resolute and domineering. With Yichun's command, she pierced her sword through Lei Ting's chest. Zixing swiftly followed, delivering the final blow that extinguished Lei Ting's life. Not a soul present dared utter a word of dissent. Well done. When we return, I shall reward you both handsomely, Yichun said, ruffling their hair with satisfaction. He then turned his gaze to the crowd and boomed, "Does anyone dare to obstruct my path? This is your final chance." Upon hearing his words, everyone exchanged terrified glances, their expressions laced with helplessness. Who would dare confront him now? Seeking death, were they? The leaders of the Golden Dragon Hall, Longha sect, and the dragon elephant sect shook their heads vigorously. Like wind-up toys, Elder, you jest. We, as mere mortals, would never dare to stand in your way. Indeed, it is our honor to witness your divine prowess today. Elder, may your journey be smooth. Should you ever wish to visit the Longha sect, we would be honored to host you with the utmost hospitality. Despite their usual airs of superiority and aloofness, these venerable elders now groveled before Yi Chen, their demeanor obsequious. Yi Chen could hardly spare them a glance, instead sweeping his gaze across the members of the Jiwei Holy Land. The moment his eyes fell upon them, they felt an icy chill, fearing he might annihilate them all with a single strike. The so-called prestige of the Jiwei Holy Land brought them no solace. Rather, it felt like a harbinger of their impending doom. One disciple mustered the courage to explain, Elder, we were merely here to observe, and have no ties to Elder Lei, that old fiend. Yes, we are not acquainted with him at all. The old fiend deserved his fate, and so does his granddaughter. We have long found them displeasing. You are truly a benefactor ridding the world of evildoers. In a desperate bid for survival, these noble members of the Jiwei Holy Land employed every flowery word at their disposal. Yi Chen, uninterested in engaging them further, recognized that he had already gathered his disciples and the alchemists had been rather, invited. It was time to return to his sect. Just as he was about to depart, a figure radiating a formidable presence streaked through the sky, moving at a speed that defied perception. The newcomer was immensely powerful. I am Elder Zhou of the Jiwei Holy Land, who has slain my sect's members. Come forth and face your demise. The thunderous voice rolled forth like a storm, and the speaker was none other than Elder Zhou. Previously, Elder Lei had shattered the communication jade talisman to inform Elder Zhou of the situation. Prompting him to come to their aid, however, upon nearing the site, he sensed Elder Lei's aura had completely vanished, indicating dire circumstances. Just moments ago, he witnessed Zixing and Ziyue slay Lei Ting, igniting his fury as he rushed forth to settle the score. Did they dare brazenly kill members of the Jiwei Holy Land in the Central Divine Continent? They had lost all sense of self-preservation. The voice of Elder Zhou reverberated across the heavens, causing a cacophony that rattled the minds of the onlookers. In astonishment, they turned to see Elder Zhou soaring high above them. Many were aware that Elder Zhou's prowess surpassed even that of Elder Lei. Could he possibly alter the course of fate and avenge Elder Lei? While thoughts swirled among the crowd, a colossal palm reappeared, swatting Elder Zhou down as if he were but a fly. The noise, the trouble, Yi Chen muttered in disdain. So they send the weak before the strong. Must they all come forward to meet their doom? With a single strike, he could restore tranquility to the world. Effortlessly dispatching the bothersome Elder Zhou, Yi Chen vanished with Zixing and Ziyu, as if they had never been there, leaving behind a bewildered assembly. Chapter 63. Is this a sacred land? This is surely the realm of immortals. Gazing at the chaotic scene, with the two immense palm prints imprinted upon the ground, the onlookers found themselves at a loss for words. The two elders of the Jiwei sacred land had simply vanished. Without even a trace of their existence, they were effortlessly eliminated. Elder Lei fared slightly better, as he at least had made an appearance. But what of Elder Zhou? He had barely uttered a word before meeting his end. He likely perished without ever comprehending how it had come to pass. The events of the day left everyone feeling as though they were ensnared in a dream. Initially, they had come merely to observe, to witness how Elder Lei would transplant his constitution. Instead, an unfamiliar young man clad in white had inexplicably disrupted their plans, plucking the sacred fruit and uprooting the very tree, resulting in the deaths of both Elder Lei and Elder Zhou. To annihilate two elders of the Jiwei sacred land in one fell swoop in Central Divine Continent, one could easily surmise that the Jiwei sacred land would be incensed. It was likely that a wave of turmoil would soon engulf all of Central Divine Continent. Those fortunate enough to survive were filled with fear and anxiety, relieved that the assailant had shown some restraint, only slaying a few, and sparing the rest. In light of this, the young man in white appeared quite commendable. The Lord of the Golden Dragon Hall coldly surveyed the crowd before hastily departing. The members of the Changhe sect and the Dragon Elephant sect followed suit, unwilling to linger any longer. Upon returning to their respective sects, they promptly announced the closure of their gates, forbidding anyone from entering or exiting. It seemed that a storm was brewing in Central Divine Continent. Some murmured in apprehension. Yet, others remained indifferent, regarding themselves as mere spectators. The inquiries of the Ziwei sacred land bore no consequence to them. After the crowd dispersed, deep within the Yuanshu divine mountain, a violent tremor erupted, shaking 10 mountain ranges as if the very earth were on the verge of collapse. Who had dared to seize a sacred fruit tree? Cursed be the interloper. When I awaken fully, I shall enact a thorough reckoning. A voice imbued with tremendous power thundered through the Yuanshu divine mountain. As countless stones cascaded down its peaks, subsequently, thick plumes of gray mist began to surge forth from the depths, crashing outward like raging waves. This dense mist enveloped many areas beyond the mountain. The cultivators who frequently roamed the periphery of the Yuanshu divine mountain found themselves engulfed in this ominous fog, realizing with terror that it bore a foreboding aura. Such a potent aura of misfortune rivaled that of the depths. Why had it emerged to shroud the outskirts? Many cultivators sought to flee, but the mist's potency was overwhelming, leading countless lower-tier cultivators to their demise. Those who managed to escape possessed at least the strength of the void refinement stage. The towering Yuanshu divine mountain was obscured by the mist, rendering it invisible. From this day forth, the territory of the Yuanshu divine mountain had expanded at least threefold. Any beings caught within the mist's embrace were forbidden from entering. Unbeknownst to all, the source of this turmoil was Yi Qian's removal of the sacred fruit tree, compelling the slumbering entity deep within the mountain to envelop the area in gray mist, barring all external beings from entry. Upon returning to the clouds above, Yi Qian brought with him 4 alchemical immortals and 3,000 alchemists of varying ranks. Is this what it means to ride the clouds? How marvelous it feels, as if treading upon cotton candy. Zixing curiously peered down at the clouds beneath her, even bouncing a few times. Sister, do you think these clouds could possibly taste like cotton candy? Ziyu, wide-eyed, took a bite of the cloud, only to find it dissipate upon contact, leaving her with no flavor at all. Yuck. It's not tasty, she grimaced. The adorable, Navi antics of the 2 girls elicited hearty laughter from the crowd, alleviating some of the frustration and resentment that had clouded Yi Qian's capture. However, after witnessing Yi Qian's exploits on the Yuanshu divine mountain, their grievances had already diminished significantly, especially after witnessing the deaths of Elder Lei and Elder Zhou. They found themselves oddly pleased. The immortal Lord Hongcheng and the other immortals exchanged glances, reflecting that the sacred Dan's sacred land was finally no longer the most unfortunate sect. At least the Ziwei sacred land was sharing their plight. Regardless, their own lives remained intact. Soon, the undulating mountains came into view, with several peaks soaring majestically into the clouds. We have arrived. This is our Kunlun sacred land, Yi Qian announced with a smile. The crowd, puzzled, gazed downward, sensing something unusual, yet upon closer inspection, it merely appeared to be an ordinary range of mountains. Girls, soon you shall meet your senior brothers and sisters, Yi Qian said with a gentle pat on their heads. Upon hearing they would soon encounter their seniors, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Their master was so formidable. One could only wonder how powerful their seniors must be. Finally, they would have a sect that felt like home. The group descended at the foot of a grand mountain, confronting a massive gate. Looking up, they beheld the imposing plaque that read Kunlun's sacred land in large, elegant characters, radiating an aura of profound mystery. Even the 4 immortals sensed the depth of the Tao contained within. Their eyes reflected surprise, for even the gate of the sacred Dan's sacred land lacked such an intricate aura. Indeed, many sects they had visited paled in comparison. Kunlun's sacred land was the only one of such high caliber. Had they stumbled upon a formidable hidden power of which they had never heard? With a mix of wonder and curiosity, they followed Yi Qian through the grand entrance. The moment they stepped inside, everyone felt as though the world had transformed. The air, thick with the essence of heaven and earth, surged wildly into their bodies, requiring no effort to cultivate as their internal energies surged. If the outside world was mundane, then this place was truly the realm of immortals. The richness of the spiritual energy was unparalleled. This is astonishing. I have never encountered such a sacred place for cultivation. Even a day's rest here would surpass 6 months of arduous training in the outside world. The 3,000 alchemists erupted in excitement, each more ecstatic than the last, with many even shedding tears of joy, struggling to articulate their feelings. Chapter 64. The sovereign is only fit for sweeping the floors when they had been captured by Yi Chen. Despair had consumed them. Their lives felt utterly bleak. They believed they would become mere tools for alchemy within this so-called Kunlun sacred land, enduring a life of torment, sorrow, and hopelessness. Yet, the fact that they had been chosen by Yi Chen indicated their exceptional talent in alchemy. Logically, they had been poised to shine at the alchemist conference, with a significant chance of joining the ranks of the sacred Dan's sacred land. Why Yi Chen had forcibly taken them away? How could they not harbor resentment? Yet their own power was too feeble to resist, and they lacked the courage to voice their grievances. However, upon inhaling their first breath within Kunlun's sacred land, they were left utterly speechless, completely flabbergasted. Before them lay a verdant landscape filled with a plethora of trees, flowers, and rare treasures. Numerous spirit beasts frolicked and played in the woods. The air was saturated with an almost overwhelming essence of heaven and earth. Looking up, they beheld floating islands of celestial beauty. This place was an ethereal paradise, far removed from the dark, hellish visions they had conjured. The richness of the spiritual energy here surpassed even that of the sacred Dan's sacred land. If given the choice, I would prefer to dwell and cultivate here. Who knows, perhaps leaving the sacred Dan's sacred land is not a misfortune, but rather a tremendous opportunity. How magnificent! I can't help but feel that Kunlun's sacred land is even more grand than the sacred Dan's sacred land. If I could cultivate here for just a year, I am confident I would reach the transformation stage. The 3,000 alchemists were beside themselves with excitement, realizing that they had not been harmed by Yi Chen, but rather saved by him. Indeed, while the sacred Dan's sacred land was excellent, this place was evidently superior. In their exuberance, they suddenly remembered the 4 alchemical immortals from the sacred Dan's sacred land standing before them. To claim that the sacred Dan's sacred land was inferior to Kunlun's sacred land might not be the most prudent statement to make, even if it were true. Hong Chang and the other immortals, hearing the crowd's awe-filled exclamations, found themselves at a loss for words, as no one wishes to hear their sacred land disparaged. They emerged from that place. How could they be unaware of the formidable power of the sacred land? The issue lies in the fact that even they cannot refute these words. For the ethereal essence of heaven and earth here is several times, perhaps even tenfold, that of the divine elixir's sacred land. How terrifying is that? One must remember, this is a sacred land, the pinnacle of forces within the vast immortal world, augmented by various profound legacies. Can the spiritual essence be lacking? Yet, despite this, they are still overshadowed by the Kunlun sacred land? Had they not experienced it firsthand, they would not have dared to believe it. Thus, they find themselves without rebuttal. The immortal Lord Hongqing can only feign indifference and calmly state, "What of the abundant spiritual essence? You are all alchemists, and your future path lies in becoming top-tier alchemists." This immortal lord does not believe that the alchemical skills of Kunlun's sacred land can surpass those of the divine elixir's sacred land. Upon hearing these words, many who were still agitated indeed calmed down. As alchemists, their primary concern lies with the art of alchemy. When it comes to alchemical prowess, the divine elixir's sacred land is already recognized as the pinnacle of the vast immortal world. A universally acknowledged truth over countless years, and no one can refute it. No matter how rich the spiritual essence is here, if the resources for alchemy do not match, would they not still prefer the divine elixir's sacred land? However, in the hearts of these alchemists, the significance and authority of the divine elixir's sacred land have indeed diminished considerably. With such a rich spiritual essence in Kunlun's sacred land, could they possibly worry about not cultivating the finest treasures of heaven and earth? As the crowd ascended the steps, they finally arrived at the sect's plaza. On the expansive square, only Seya was left sweeping the ground. Although Yi Chen had not been gone from the sect for long, as a maid, she could not afford to be idle. There were still duties to fulfill. The White Dragon Immortal King had tasked her with sweeping the plaza, ensuring that when the sect master returned, she would be the first to attend to him. For someone as noble as Seya, the master of the sacred land, she had never swept the floor in her life. In the falling moon's sacred land, such menial labor was reserved for the servant disciples. Did this not mean she had become one of the servant disciples? Had it been before, she would have certainly protested. Yet after witnessing the enlightenment tea tree and even tasting the remnants of tea drunk by Yi Chen, she had begun to adapt to her identity as a maid. Sweeping the plaza was merely sweeping the plaza. Besides, no one was watching, so there was no shame in it. Just as she was self-soothing while sweeping, Yi Chen appeared before her with several thousand people. Seya, broom in hand, looked up in bewilderment. Huh? In an instant, all eyes fell upon her. Seya instinctively wished to hide. If others were to discover that the master of the falling moon's sacred land was sweeping the plaza, where could she possibly put her face? Sect master. Seya greeted Yi Chen with a hint of nervousness. Yi Chen nodded at her and then introduced, "These two girls are my newly accepted disciples. Zixing Ziyue, this is my maid. Her name is Seya." Zixing and Ziyue turned to Seya, their eyes sparkling with admiration. "What a beautiful big sister. Hello, Sister Seya. You are so pretty." Zixing exclaimed sincerely. Ziyue nodded vigorously. Yes, this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful girl like Sister Seya." Flattered by the compliments from the two young girls, Seya couldn't help but smile. Although the sect master was lacking in common sense, his disciples were indeed quite sensible, with one calling her beautiful and the other calling her sister. They had made Seya's heart bloom with joy. The 3,000 alchemists behind her, upon seeing Seya's beauty, were equally astonished. What a stunning woman! Even as a maid, her beauty and figure were undoubtedly top tier, surpassing many so-called fairies and holy maidens. Moreover, Seya exuded an innate nobility, transforming into an ordinary maid only in the presence of the sect master. How could such an exquisite beauty merely be a maid of the sect master? The Kunlun sacred land is truly extravagant. Only the 4 immortal lords from the divine elixir sacred land exchanged glances of disbelief upon seeing Seya, questioning whether they had mistaken her identity. How could this maid resemble the master of the falling moon's sacred land so closely? Her appearance, figure, temperament, and even her cultivation level were identical. Was this not the very embodiment of the falling moon sect master? Yet, they hesitated to confirm their suspicions. What if they were wrong? How could the master of a sacred land be found sweeping the floors here? Finally, it was the immortal Lord Hengqing who could no longer contain himself and inquired, "Seya, are you not the master of the falling moon sacred land? What brings you here sweeping the plaza?" Having secretly sighed in relief, Seya was suddenly struck with panic upon hearing her true identity being called out. She was utterly flustered. Had she been recognized? As she instinctively sought to deny it, she even contemplated reprimanding the speaker. "So you think, just because you have a mouth, you can speak. If you kept silent, no one would mistake you for a mute." In the midst of her chaotic thoughts, Yi Chen smiled lightly. "What you speak of is merely a matter of the past. Seya is now my maid." Yi Chen's words confirmed the situation entirely. The immortal lords Hengqing and the others exchanged astonished glances. Could it truly be? Yet how could the master of the falling moon's sacred land come to be a maid here? They instinctively sensed that the circumstances surrounding this were perhaps akin to their own abduction. They could hardly believe that a master of a sacred land would voluntarily choose to be a maid from the outset. With this realization, the immortal lords from the divine elixir sacred land felt a wave of comfort wash over them. It seemed that another sacred land had already suffered misfortune. Thus, they were not the only victims. What? The maid Seya is actually the master of the falling moon's sacred land. No wonder she is so beautiful. Her background is extraordinary. This was indeed a master. How could she come to be a maid? Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Our sect master is exceptional, even managing to recruit a master of a sacred land as a maid. Many began to murmur in astonishment. They had never set foot on Dongxing continent or visited the falling moon's sacred land. Yet they understood the weight of a master. How could such a person come to serve as a maid in Kunlun's sacred land? Instantly, their perspective shifted, and many began to identify themselves as members of Kunlun's sacred land. Seeing that she had been recognized, Seya resigned herself to the situation. She looked up at Yi Chen and then at the 4 immortal lords from the divine elixir sacred land, momentarily stunned. Weren't these the esteemed immortal lords Hengqing, Jingyu, Qingshui, and Yanlei? Seya recognized these prominent figures. As the master of the falling moon sacred land, she frequently interacted with other sacred lands. The divine elixir sacred land, being the most popular and well-connected, naturally had frequent dealings with the falling moon sacred land. Thus, Seya had seen these esteemed immortal lords before and knew of their formidable strength at the immortal lord level. More importantly, their alchemical skills were unparalleled. reaching the exceptional levels of 7th and 8th tier alchemists. Wherever they went, any one of them would receive the highest honors and utmost respect. This is the significance of an alchemical immortal lord. However, how could such important figures appear in this context? Xiaoya's face was filled with bewilderment. She could not fathom the reasons behind it. Esteemed seniors, did you come to Kunlun's sacred land for an exchange? Xiaoya inquired with innocent curiosity. The immortal lords were instantly rendered awkward by her question. Upon seeing their reactions, Xiaoya suddenly understood. It seemed they were all in the same predicament. They must have been forcibly brought here by the sect master. How outrageous that he would even abduct figures of the immortal lord level. No wonder he had previously asked her where the strongest alchemical skills in the vast immortal world lay. He was clearly scheming to recruit them. With this realization, she felt much better. If even 4 immortal lord-level alchemical masters had been taken, her identity as a master was not so glaring. Truly a complicated situation. The immortal Lord Hengqing forced a smile, while Xiaoya waved dismissively. It's all right, it's all right. We are all in the same boat. In the midst of their conversation, Yichen's disciples also approached. Master, I have grasped a new secret technique and would like to verify it with you. Oh, these 2 little sisters are so adorable. Are they your daughters, Master? The 3 disciples, led by Mu Yin, arrived, their curiosity and excitement piqued by the gathering. The Kunlun sacred land was finally buzzing with activity. The once vast sect felt rather desolate with only a few of them around. Hiss, Jingyu, look at these individuals. They are quite extraordinary. At that moment, immortal Lord Hengqing noticed the exceptional talents of Mu Yin, Gu Lingluo, and Su Jian, and could not help but gasp in astonishment. Immortal Lord Jingyu had already realized this, his expression turning serious. One exuded an intense heat, as if possessing a terrifying flame within. Another had an ethereal, transcendent demeanor, with an aura of profound mystery swirling around them. The last one radiated a sharpness, akin to a drawn blade, determined to cleave through the heavens. None of them were ordinary individuals. All were super talents. They were astonished by the extraordinary gifts of Mu Yin and the others. Individuals of such caliber would be fervently sought after by any sacred land. In this instant, 3 figures emerged. What manner of place is the Kunlun sacred land? It is indeed quite terrifying, is it not? Once these young individuals mature, their potential will be unimaginable. Surely, legends of their exploits shall echo throughout the entire vast immortal world. Yichen nodded at them and said, These 2 are your new junior sisters. You shall become acquainted shortly. Li Yao, you and Xiaoyu were tasked with guiding them to familiarize themselves with their surroundings. It would be most advantageous if they could commence alchemy directly. Li Yao, standing at the rear with Mu Yin and the others, immediately stepped forward with trepidation upon hearing the command from the sect leader. He sensed that among the thousands before him, many possessed a cultivation aura far deeper than his own, surpassing even his void refinement realm. Particularly, the 4 figures at the forefront nearly overwhelmed him with a mere glance. Where on earth did the sect leader find such formidable beings? Yes, sect leader, after receiving the order, Li Yao and Xiaoyu led the way, while Yichen returned to the main hall with several disciples. Upon entering the main hall, Mu Yin and the others curiously scrutinized Zixing and Ziyu, making the 2 girls feel bashful as they instinctively sought refuge behind Yichen. Yet, they understood that these were their senior brothers and sisters, and they harbored no ill intentions. Amused by their shyness, Yichen gently reassured them, Fear not. This is your eldest senior brother Mu Yin, your second senior sister Gu Lingluo, and your 3rd senior brother Su Jian. Should you encounter any issues in your cultivation, do not hesitate to seek their guidance. Mu Yin, Lingluo, Su Jian. This is your junior sister, Zixing, and this is Ziyu. You must not bully them, Yichen admonished. The trio smiled broadly in agreement. At long last, we have junior sisters. They resemble each other so closely. They must be twins, Mu Yin exclaimed, astonished by their almost identical appearances. Zixing timidly replied, Yes, I am the elder sister. And she is my younger sister Ziyu. After a brief introduction, the presence of the girl Gu Lingluo quickly eased their tension. Recently, their powers had surged, and they yearned to showcase their prowess before Yichen. However, a single glance from Yichen conveyed the weight of a top-tier Master S authority, prompting them to obediently return to their training. During this time, Lingluo took charge of guiding Zixing and Ziyu. Once Yichen dismissed a few disciples, he began to inspect the Grand Apprentice package. Chapter 66. Unboxing. 2 additional rewards. After accepting Zixing and Ziyu as his disciples, he received 2 gift packs. Let us open the first one. Yichen accessed the system space and unwrapped the first disciple package. Reward: 50 Celestial Class Warships. Reward: 2 Celestial King Summoning Cards. Reward: 5 Spirit Stone Veins, each 1,000 feet deep. Reward: 1,000 tons of Yin-Yang Elixir. Reward: Celestial Sacred Body, Emperor Class Qualification. The rewards from the first package left Yichun quite satisfied. 50 Celestial Class Warships would serve the disciples of Kunlun's sacred land well when they venture into the outside world. The 2 Celestial King Summoning Cards speak for themselves. The Spirit Stone Veins would bolster the wealth of Kunlun's sacred land, and the extracted Spirit Stones could support the disciples' cultivation. The Yin-Yang Elixir is a rare substance that aids in cultivation, highly sought after throughout the vast immortal world, with even the sacred lands possessing scant reserves. Yet, he received a staggering 1,000 tons, sufficient for use as water. The Celestial Sacred Body is invaluable, as it will assist Zixing in upgrading her physique. After all, as his direct disciple, merely having Celestial Class qualifications would not suffice. Each must attain Emperor Class qualifications. Now, let us open the second package. Yichen felt quite pleased. Reward: 2 Celestial King Summoning Cards. Reward: A Forge Pavilion. Reward: Endless Radiance Body, Emperor Class Qualification. Reward: 20 each of 9 Aperture Divine Stones, Solar Stones, Sacred Spirit Stones, Heaven Crystal Stones, and Black Essence Jade Mines. These rewards were equally gratifying to Yichun, as various mineral resources play a crucial role in the construction and development of the sect. The Forge Pavilion is perfectly suited for crafting divine weapons. Already equipped with comprehensive facilities, it merely requires personnel. The Endless Radiance Body, possessing Emperor Class qualifications, can aid Ziyu in upgrading her Holy Light Body, thus paving the way for her boundless future accomplishments. With the addition of these 2 packages, the resources and foundation of the sect have significantly expanded. Ding! System notification. Due to the host accepting a pair of twin sisters as disciples, an additional super gift pack has been awarded. Please check it at your convenience. Just as Yichen believed the rewards had concluded, the system surprised him once again. An extra reward for accepting twins? Does the system harbor some secret penchant for such matters? Is it subtly suggesting that he should recruit more pairs of twin sisters in the future? Yichen found himself at a loss for words. The rationale behind such rewards seemed rather absurd. Nonetheless, he appreciated it. The system was quite considerate. Suddenly, a mischievous thought crossed his mind, and he asked, if I were to accept a mother and daughter as disciples in the future, would there also be an extra special reward? System. The host may boldly attempt this. Upon receiving this response, Yichen chuckled, half-jokingly threatening the system. If no extra rewards come my way in the future, you shall be in trouble. He proceeded to open the twins' additional super gift pack. System. Package is currently opening. Reward: 1 Emperor Summoning Card. This special package contained but a single reward, yet it astonished Yichun. An Emperor Summoning Card? Thus far, the highest tier summoning card he possessed was the Celestial King Summoning Card, which could summon the likes of Black Dragon, White Dragon, Red Lotus, and Snow Lotus. The remaining ones were true immortal summoning cards, yet true immortal level beings merely served as outer sect elders at Kunlun's sacred land, lacking the qualifications to be inner sect elders. A Celestial Emperor Summoning Card was indeed a delightful surprise. Currently, he held 4 Celestial King Summoning Cards and 1 Celestial Emperor Summoning Card. In terms of top-tier combat strength, could they not be considered the mightiest sacred land, even without counting his own power? If he were to join the fray well, that might be rather overwhelming. As Yichen considered this, he could not help but chuckle at the unexpected growth of the Kunlun sacred land, which had swiftly evolved into such a formidable establishment. What remained was merely the recruitment of numerous talented disciples. However, he did not feel rushed. He would wait until the Kunlun sacred land gained greater renown before opening its doors to new disciples. Yichun had long since devised a plan. When the time was ripe, he would recruit disciples widely, expanding the sect scale, allowing Kunlun's sacred land to truly become the preeminent sect in all respects. Moreover, his aspirations were crystal clear. The vision of Kunlun's sacred land would never be confined to the vast immortal world. To others, the vast immortal world appeared vast beyond measure, an expanse too immense to traverse in a lifetime, let alone breaking through the barriers of worlds and wandering freely across myriad realms like those top-tier powerhouses. Kunlun's sacred land aimed to resound throughout all realms, subduing any who oppose it, becoming an unparalleled and unique superpower among the myriad worlds. With these thoughts, Yichun felt a profound sense of fulfillment for the future. Just as he prepared to summon the 4 celestial kings and 1 celestial emperor, the system unexpectedly displayed another prompt. System. Reminder to the host. Given the host's peaceful assembly of numerous alchemists, the alchemical division of the sect has been significantly strengthened. Thus, the host has received an additional reward from the system. Yichun's eyes brightened. Another extra reward? How could there be so many additional rewards today? Was this dogged system perhaps intoxicated by some cheap liquor, resulting in an extravagant spree of gifts? In truth, his intention in charming these alchemists was purely to expand numbers, to fortify the sect's logistical support. However, he never anticipated an additional reward. Why did you not mention this sooner? Yichun chuckled twice and opened this extra gift pack. Reward, 10,000 snow jade lotuses. Reward, 10,000 phoenix grasses. Reward, 10,000 golden ginsengs. Reward, 10,000 thunder flowers. Reward, 10,000 Buddha heart fruits. Reward, 10,000 cold spirit ethereal grasses. This reward chest brimmed with an astonishing variety of precious materials, totaling 100 different types. Furthermore, each type amounted to 10,000 specimens. It is essential to note that every single type of material rewarded by the system is exceedingly rare in the outside world, with even sacred lands seldom possessing substantial stock. Yet, Yichun had received such an enormous bounty of treasures at once. He could only imagine the joy of those from the divine pill sacred land upon witnessing this. They would surely be moved to tears, as alchemists, their greatest loves, aside from powerful flames, are indeed these exceptionally rare and precious materials. Chapter 67. For celestial kings, the ghost-faced empress, of course, those from the divine pill sacred land, having already arrived at Kunlun's sacred land, had now become part of its ranks. Do they dare to betray? Apologies, let us not dwell on whether they can surpass even a mere finger of Yichun. Rather, it is pertinent to note that their identities have already been recorded within the system. Should they harbor any treachery and contemplate betraying the Kunlun sacred land, it would be a path leading to certain death, one from which no salvation could be found. With the tasks completed, it is time to indulge in a period of idleness. Yichun stretched languidly, preparing to retreat to the back mountain and repose beneath the wisdom tea tree. However, before that, he intended to utilize the 4 summoning cards of the immortal kings, along with a summoning card for an immortal emperor. With a flourish, he activated all the cards and soon, 4 formidable beings, exuding powerful auras, entered the main hall and knelt before Yichun. We pay our respects to the sect master. They intoned in unison, their voices resonating throughout the hall. These 4 were the summoned immortal kings, each standing at the pinnacle of their current realm. This meant that they were 4 superlative immortal kings, merely a step away from becoming immortal emperors. Of course, ascending to the true level of immortal emperor is no trivial feat. However, within the Kunlun sacred land, boundless possibilities await in the future. Ling Xian, immortal king at the peak, possessing a rare wood spirit root, you shall tend to the spirit plant garden. There your cultivation will yield remarkable results. Yichun commanded one of the men clad in a blue robe. This individual, named Ling Xian, was indeed the most suited for this task given his innate talent. Ling Xian expressed no dissent, immediately clasping his fists and affirming, your subordinate obeys. I shall proceed to the spirit plant garden. With that, he gradually vanished from the hall. Yichun turned his gaze to the remaining 3, fixing his attention on one. Lingdan, immortal king at the peak, a 9th-grade alchemist, you shall oversee the affairs of the alchemy pavilion. Yichun continued his arrangements. Lingdan nodded in agreement before disappearing as well. Next, he addressed another. Commanding, Ling Kong, adept at management, you will henceforth handle the internal affairs of the sect, serving as deputy sect master. Ling Kong, now appointed as deputy sect master, expressed his gratitude with a clasped fist and then departed to attend to the sect's matters. As for you, Ling Shui, you excel in formations, restrictions, and talismans, yet there is currently no designated department for such within the sect. You shall serve as an inner sect elder, managing sect affairs in the meantime. Yi Chun instructed the final immortal king. This individual was a female immortal king, possessing unparalleled strength and breathtaking beauty, her figure swaying gracefully, the soft white curves beneath her collarbone quivering delicately. Ling Shui, proficient in formations and talismans, would await the establishment of a relevant department for further assignments. Upon hearing this, Ling Shui obediently accepted, though her gaze lingered on Yi Chun with a hint of reluctance as she departed. What thoughts occupied her mind, one could only wonder. Having made his arrangements, Yi Chun awaited the arrival of the final immortal emperor. Before long, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. An imposing aura of an immortal emperor descended. A delicate figure appeared, ethereal and elusive. Yi Chun's gaze was first drawn to her feet, which hovered gracefully, glowing with a soft radiance. Each toe resembled a finely polished artwork, exquisite and petite. Ascending further, slender ankles graced his sight. Adorned with a red string upon the right ankle, from which 2 bells dangled, a slight movement would summon a clear, melodious chime. She wore a dress of dark purple and black, cinched at the waist with a slender red ribbon, accentuating her perfectly delicate silhouette, showcasing her curvaceous form splendidly. Above, 2 soft, white curves swayed gently with her every motion. Though her long gown offered modest coverage, the impressive size of her curves was unmistakable. Far exceeding a single hand's grasp, she gently removed the fearsome ghostly mask that obscured her face, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful visage. Yet, in stark contrast to her stunning appearance, her expression bore an icy aloofness, as if devoid of emotion. Only in Yi Chun's presence did her eyes shimmer with life and emotion. The ghost-masked empress, at the pinnacle of immortal emperors, could be deemed the most powerful among them. Yi Chun regarded the ghost-masked empress with deep satisfaction. "I am honored to meet the sect master." Her voice, tinged with coolness yet gentle, wafted forth, as melodious as the tinkling of silver bells. "Your name shall be Ghost-Masked Empress. While it possesses a certain grandeur, it lacks a proper name. Henceforth, you shall carry my surname. From this day on, you shall be known as Yi Shuanger." Her demeanor remained frigid towards others, yet softened in her interactions with Yi Chun, making the name with the character for Frost most fitting. Upon receiving her new name from Yi Chun, the ghost-masked empress momentarily appeared bewildered, but soon her eyes glimmered with delight. "Thank you, sect master, for bestowing me with this name. I shall henceforth be known as Yi Shuanger. You may take your leave now. Should anything arise, I will summon you." Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively, though Yi Shuanger felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. She complied, donning the ominous ghostly mask once more to conceal her breathtaking beauty before departing. "The sect has grown stronger. Now I can indulge in idleness." Yi Chun stretched contentedly. At that moment, a notification from the system appeared. "Host, in 3 months, there will be a secret trial in the Tui realm of the Eastern Victory Continent. Please lead your disciples to the trial to broaden their horizons." Another task had been assigned. Yi Chun yawned, responding vaguely, 3 months? That's plenty of time. I shall take a nap first." Subsequently, he exited the main hall and returned to the Wisdom Tea Tree for a leisurely rest. As for sect matters, with Deputy Sect Master Ling Kong in charge, there was no need for his concerned Li Yao and Xiao Yu were leading the alchemists of the Divine Pill Sacred Land to familiarize themselves with the Alchemy Pavilion and the Spirit Plant Garden. Naturally, they were now members of the Kunlun Sacred Land, branded by the system. They could not escape. He had just learned that the newly arrived maidservant was actually the master of the Falling Moon Sacred Land. This revelation sent tremors of shock through him. Previously, he had only been a cultivator at the Great Ascension stage, not yet having faced tribulation, and the distance to the true immortal realm felt insurmountable. To him, a sacred landmaster was a figure of immense stature. With his prior capabilities at the Great Ascension stage and his exceptional alchemical skills, he had never been able to gain entrance to the Falling Moon Sacred Land, let alone witness the sacred master in person. Yet now, not only had he seen her, but he had also witnessed her serving as a maid to his own sect master. Just the thought sent beads of sweat trickling down his back. "Sect master, you truly are extraordinary. How could you attract such an exquisitely beautiful sacred master?" Chapter 68. Li Yao was astounded. They were all titans of the industry. Throughout the journey, Li Yao dared not speak loudly. However, Xiao Yu, having adapted to her role as a maid, displayed no overt disdain towards Liao aside from a hint of arrogance. She remained curious about the arrival of the immortal monarchs, pondering what means the sect master had employed to gather such a multitude. Senior Heng Cheng, the sect master must have expended considerable resources to invite you all here, correct? Upon hearing Xiao Yu's question, the expressions of Heng Cheng and his companions became complex. How much did it cost? Well, no resources were spent, but it was indeed true that he seized the Qilan purple crystal flame from the divine pill's sacred land. Such embarrassing matters, of course, could not be openly disclosed. Heng Cheng chuckled lightly, waving his hand. It's nothing much. Just a bit of this and that. Xiao Yu nodded thoughtfully, her conviction strengthening that Heng Cheng and his companions had undoubtedly been forcibly brought back by the sect master. Ah, how delightful, how soothing it felt within. Meanwhile, Liao trembled in trepidation. Heng Cheng, he recognized that this group was far from ordinary. They were formidable figures, deserving of the sect master's personal attention. Yet, he never could have imagined that among them was an immortal monarch. Goodness, an immortal monarch. What does that even mean? A superpower traversing the wild, immortal great world. Within the sacred lands, they are the absolute elite, the backbone of strength, the deep-rooted foundation. In the past, he could never have interacted with such high-caliber individuals. He could only flounder in the lower echelons. The sect master is truly remarkable, managing to bring back several immortal monarchs all at once. Moreover, they are all alchemists. As he pondered, a name suddenly struck him as familiar. He must have heard it somewhere before. Soon, he recalled practicing a formula called the Jade Blossom Pill, purportedly the creation of Heng Cheng. Realizing this, Liao whirled around to face Heng Cheng, exclaiming in astonishment, I know. You are the legendary senior who created the Jade Blossom Pill. It was said that the Jade Blossom Pill was the masterpiece of a senior within the divine pill's sacred land. This formula had been the object of Liao's admiration during his early alchemical endeavors. Liao gazed at Heng Cheng as if he were a celebrity, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Heng Cheng, taken aback, had not anticipated that his identity would be recognized in such a manner. Normally, he would disregard such enthusiastic fans. However, here in the Kunlun sacred land, and with Liao being Yi Qin's subordinate, he felt it inappropriate to ignore him outright. Moreover, witnessing the astonishment of those from the Kunlun sacred land regarding their own identities, and their unabashed admiration for him, the once restrained Hengqing Xianjun finally regained a semblance of superiority. What if the Kunlun sacred land boasts profound heritage? Are not your people still regarding me as an idol? A slight smile of self-satisfaction crept onto Hengqing Xianjuan's face as he nodded and remarked, The Yuhua pill was indeed created by me. It was merely a rudimentary attempt from my early years, hardly worthy of mention. Upon hearing this, the nearby Jingyu Xianjun and others did not verbally respond but wore expressions of disdain. What nonsense is this? A mere rudimentary attempt unworthy of mention. When you painstakingly crafted the Yuhua pill back in the day, you were so thrilled that you nearly ran naked through the sacred land. Of course, Liao was oblivious to such history, and his awe and reverence for Hengqing Xianjun only deepened. This esteemed figure is Jingyu Xianjun, the creator of the 7 Lives Xinmen pill and the 9 Yuan Nourishing Aperture pill. You know, Hengqing Xianjun generously understood that showing off was not solely a one-man endeavor. He ought to give his companions some opportunities as well. Upon hearing this, Liao's eyes widened in shock, nearly bulging from their sockets, as he gazed at Jingyu Xianjun with disbelief written all over his face. What? The legendary Jingyu Xianjun is also here. I have long heard of your esteemed name. The few pills you have created are exceedingly difficult to refine, and I, as a junior, have yet to comprehend them thoroughly. Liao's voice trembled with excitement. Master, how on earth did you manage to bring back these great figures? They are all legendary personages, akin to ancestral deities for many alchemists. Jingyu Xianjun stood proudly, slightly nodding his head in acknowledgement, as if to greet Liao. Though he did not voice it, the adoration emanating from Liao brought him immense satisfaction. Ahem! Observing the successful display of grandeur by the two, the previously quiet Qingshui Xianjun and Yanlei Xianjun discreetly cleared their throats, signaling Hengqing Xianjun. Aware of his companion's thoughts, Hengqing Xianjun promptly introduced, This is Qingshui Xianjun, and this is Yanlei Xianjun. Do not be deceived by their few words. In reality, their alchemical skills surpass even mine and Jingyu's. They are both 8th-grade alchemical immortals, boom. A simple introduction nearly caused Li Yao to faint on the spot. Qing Xianjun and Yanlei Xianjun, names he had never heard before, perhaps due to his lower status, which rendered him unworthy of delving into such secrets. However, the words 8th grade alchemical immortals struck him like a thunderbolt, overwhelming him completely. Oh my! Alchemical immortals, and 8th grade ones at that? Li Yao's head buzzed. For an alchemist, being able to refine immortal pills was already the pinnacle of existence. Currently, he was merely an 8th grade alchemical immortal, far from achieving the 9th grade. The notion of a 1st grade alchemical immortal was beyond his wildest dreams. Yet, here were 4 alchemical immortals appearing at once, and of such high caliber, the sheer shock left him on the verge of fainting. The crowd observed Li Yao's dazed state, merely smiling without any mockery, for any alchemist would be equally exhilarated upon encountering several legendary alchemical immortals. Once he managed to regain his composure, Li Yao felt tears welling up. "Master, why didn't you inform me of their identities sooner? At least allow me some mental preparation. They are all great figures. How can a small fry like me serve them?" Amidst his admiration for these 4 immortals, Li Yao's deepest admiration remained for Master Yi Chun. To have summoned these individuals back was a testament to the master's significance, for how else could the proud alchemical immortals be at his beck and call? Overwhelmed with excitement, Li Yao led the others to the alchemy pavilion. "Esteemed seniors, this is the alchemy pavilion of our Kunlun sacred land. I hope it meets your expectations." He bashfully introduced the imposing and grand structure before them. When Hongqing Xianjun and the others looked up at this edifice, which was even more magnificent than the alchemy pavilion of the divine Pill's sacred land, their previously proud smiles instantly froze. Chapter 69. This configuration utterly eclipses the divine Pill's sacred land. The building before them soared into the clouds, exuding grandeur and majesty, and even from a distance, it imparted a powerful sense of oppression. It is known that if an ordinary individual feels such oppression, it is due to their low cultivation level. This is quite normal. However, for those who had already reached the Xianjun level, to experience such feelings? What great secrets lie hidden within this alchemy pavilion? Hongqing Xianjun and his companions exchanged glances, each noting the surprise in the other's eyes. Since entering the Kunlun sacred land, they had found everything here to be a revelation. As if these dignified Xianjun figures had been transformed into country bumpkins in the city, they felt a sense of shame. Yet, they could not deny that the environment of the Kunlun sacred land truly evoked awe. Meanwhile, Li Yao remained caught up in the excitement of encountering his idols and thus failed to notice the exchanged glances among the 4, mistakenly believing they looked down upon the alchemy pavilion of Kunlun sacred land. He chuckled, "Hee, perhaps our alchemy pavilion may not rival the divine Pill sacred land, but among all the sacred lands, I truly believe it holds its own. Seniors, please enter," Li Yao cheerfully announced, channeling spiritual energy into the grand doors, causing the intricate Dao patterns etched upon their surface to activate and illuminate one by one. Rumble. With a deep sound, the doors swung open, unleashing a wave of warm air and a rich fragrance of herbs. The alchemists present inhaled these familiar scents, feeling rejuvenated, as if they had returned home. Once inside, they began to curiously survey their surroundings. The space was vast, with precisely 1,000 alchemical furnaces neatly arranged, and wooden racks for storing various spiritual herbs lined the walls. The environment delighted the 4 alchemical immortals immensely. Not bad, they mused. Although the number of alchemical furnaces was somewhat lacking and the stock of medicinal materials was a bit sparse, improvements could be made in the future. Jingyu Xianjun surveyed the area, finally feeling somewhat reassured. For the divine Pill's sacred land boasted an uncountable number of alchemical furnaces, far exceeding this place. Furthermore, the variety of spiritual herbs stored there was vast, sufficient for the members to practice alchemy and cultivation. This aspect was something the Kunlun sacred land could not compete with, right? Li Yao felt a slight chill in his heart, pondering whether the divine Pill's sacred land was indeed so formidable and mysterious, truly surpassing the facilities of the Kunlun sacred land by such a margin. He bashfully remarked, "Indeed, our alchemical division has yet to start developing. We currently only have 1,000 immortal-grade alchemical furnaces. However, as for medicinal materials, we have an abundance throughout the Kunlun sacred land, and even more precious ones in the spiritual herb gardens, so there is no need for you esteemed immortals to worry." Li Yao explained somewhat sheepishly, Jingyu Xianjun calmly nodded, but suddenly caught a key phrase, immortal-grade alchemical furnaces. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to discover that all the alchemical furnaces before them were indeed immortal-grade. A full 1,000 of them. The lower-tier alchemists behind him also noticed this and joyfully approached the furnaces, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they caressed the surfaces of the furnaces, eyeing the vast world of the immortal realm. Items are categorized from low to high as follows: mortal grade, spirit grade, Xian grade, king grade, saint grade, immortal grade, and emperor grade. TSK. These are indeed immortal grade alchemical furnaces. I currently only use a Xian grade alchemical furnace. This is my first time witnessing an immortal grade one. Oh my, is this real? Immortal grade alchemical furnaces. I once paid a hefty price to acquire a king grade alchemical furnace, never imagining I would have the chance to see an immortal grade one. I have seen a damaged immortal grade alchemical furnace at an auction, which fetched an astronomical price, with people fighting over it. Here, there are 1,000 intact immortal grade alchemical furnaces. The rarity is unimaginable, such intricate Tao patterns, imbued with profound power and resonance, are undoubtedly immortal grade. In my previous sect, there was only one saint grade alchemical furnace, and only the sect leader and the grand elder were qualified to use it. I am set for life. I would be willing to spend my entire life refining medicine in the Kunlun sacred land. I wouldn't mind dying here. Me too. These conditions are simply too exceptional. I can hardly believe that one day I would enjoy the privilege of an immortal grade alchemical furnace. Mother, your son has made it big. I will work diligently in the Kunlun sacred land from now on. By the way, the tofu pudding must be sweet. Although these alchemists were all exceptionally talented individuals, many of whom were well-known figures, they could not contain their excitement in the face of 1,000 immortal-grade alchemical furnaces. After all, for an alchemist, the furnace and flame are of paramount importance. A superior furnace and flame can significantly enhance the probability of successfully refining pills. Esteemed immortals, surely the facilities at the Divine Pill Sacred Land must be even better? Liao observed that Jingyu Xianjun and the others seemed unresponsive, thinking they were dissatisfied. Oh, it's acceptable, comparable to our Divine Pill Sacred Land. Jingyu Xianjun instinctively touched his nose, giving a dry laugh. The other three remained silent. Indeed, the Divine Pill Sacred Land possessed a plethora of alchemical furnaces, but they were mostly spirit grade, Xian grade, and king grade, specifically designated for the disciples' use. A higher-tier sacred-level alchemy furnace is indeed quite rare and requires a considerable price for the disciples to utilize. As for the immortal-level alchemy furnaces, there are merely over 500 of them. After all, such furnaces at this level are not easily found, and each additional one incurs significant costs. Moreover, the number of individuals qualified to use the immortal-level alchemy furnaces is limited, especially since some formidable practitioners possess their own exclusive furnaces. Consequently, even with 500 immortal-level alchemy furnaces, there are often some left unused. They could hardly fathom that the Kunlun Holy Land, devoid of even a single alchemist, boasts 1,000 immortal-level alchemy furnaces. Is this a joke? Are such items as plentiful as cabbage? Hongqing Xianjun and the others hesitated to delve deeper into this topic, trying to mask their astonishment. Seya cast a curious glance at them, sensing a hint of unease. Was it merely her imagination? Many years ago, she had visited the alchemy pavilion of the Divine Pill Holy Land and recalled that there were only about 500 immortal-level alchemy furnaces within. The disparity in numbers compared to Kunlun Holy Land was significant. Could it be that the Divine Pill Holy Land had expanded its resources in recent years? Perhaps that is indeed the case. This place is splendid. Refining pills here brings tranquility to the mind, reducing irritability and enhancing the chances of successful alchemy. Jingyu Xianjun continually expressed his admiration. The entire alchemy pavilion must be inscribed with profound Tao patterns and formations, fostering a serene environment that ensures alchemists can calmly address any issues. The Divine Pill Holy Land is similar, but it does not reach the heights of Kunlun Holy Land. It simply lacks some spiritual herbs. Hongqing Xindi remarked at that moment. An unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed from behind them. Regarding spiritual herbs, you may visit the Spirit Plant Garden. It will not disappoint you. The voice was utterly unexpected, catching everyone off guard as if it had materialized from thin air. All present were startled, turning around in astonishment. Standing at the entrance was a tall, middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, appearing rather unremarkable. Even the 4 Xianjun experts wore grave expressions, for with their cultivation levels, they should have sensed anyone approaching, yet moments ago, they had felt no such forewarning. What could this mean? The 4 exchanged shocked glances at the unfamiliar man before them, harboring a dreadful suspicion. Chapter 70. The Legendary Technique of Void Alchemy. Seya and Li Yao regarded the strange middle-aged man with curiosity about his identity, especially Li Yao, who had not encountered anyone of his stature since entering Kunlun Holy Land. "May I ask who you are?" Li Yao ventured to inquire. "I am Lingdan." The man replied coldly, "The master of the alchemy pavilion appointed by the sect leader. Henceforth, I shall oversee all matters pertaining to the alchemy pavilion." Upon hearing this, Li Yao was enlightened. Since he was personally appointed by the sect leader, there was no cause for concern. Initially, he had feared being tasked with the responsibilities himself. As a mere minor figure, how could he manage such significant individuals? Now, with a dedicated master of the alchemy pavilion present, it was the best outcome. Lingdan then turned his gaze to the 4 Xianjun, scrutinizing them briefly before nodding in satisfaction. "Though you 4 have made no advancements over the years, your alchemical prowess is commendable. You may qualify to become my right-hand aides in the future." Hearing his condescending tone, Hongqing Xianjun and the others were simultaneously amused and enraged. As 2 7th-tier and 2 8th-tier alchemists, they were accustomed to commanding respect wherever they went. While Lingdan's cultivation may surpass theirs, what could his alchemical skills possibly amount to? What right did he have to speak to them in such a manner? The mightiest among them, Yanlei Xianjun, immediately darkened his expression, fixing a challenging glare at Lingdan. "You speak too soon, sir. Even if you are the sect leader's appointed master of the alchemy pavilion, you will need to demonstrate your true capabilities to command our respect." As he spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from Yanlei Xianjun, his Xianjun presence nearly overwhelming everyone in the vicinity. Although he did not exaggerate, the sheer pressure from a Xianjun was enough to compel all to nearly bow before him. This was the overwhelming strength that positioned him above countless beings in the vast realm of the Xian. Yet, faced with such a formidable aura, Lingdan remained unfazed. He stepped forward, releasing a faint trace of his peak Xianwang aura, which felt as though the very heavens bore down upon them. Boom. Merely the hint of his aura sent Yanlei Xianjun staggering backward. This was achieved without Lingdan exerting his full strength, such formidable power. A Xianwang. Undoubtedly a Xianwang. Yanlei Xianjun's countenance shifted dramatically. He was acutely aware of his own strength, and to be forced back by a mere wisp of aura signified that his opponent was indeed a formidable Xianwang. Moreover, an extraordinarily powerful one at that. Hongqing Xianjun and the others were equally astonished. In terms of cultivation, they could not compare to Yanlei Xianjun. What, then, was Lingdan's true strength? The remaining 3,000 onlookers were left utterly speechless. Witnessing Yanlei Xianjun's defeat in a single encounter, this individual must be an extraordinary powerhouse. The Kunlun Holy Land's foundation was indeed profound. It appeared so ordinary on the surface, yet hidden within were true dragons and tigers. Remarkable talents abounding. No wonder their sect leader dared to create a ruckus in the Holy Land. Oh, wait, they should now refer to him as our sect leader. They had become a part of Kunlun Holy Land. Observing the incredulous and furious expressions of the others, Lingdan sensed their lingering defiance. To facilitate future assistance in managing the alchemy pavilion, he knew he must showcase his abilities further. "Watch closely. I shall perform but once," Lingdan declared, suddenly extending his right hand, summoning a ball of flames that materialized from thin air. Rich celestial energy converging into his palm. As the flames and celestial energy intensified, a perfectly round pill began to take shape, exuding a fragrant aroma. This astonishing method of alchemy left all present in awe. Void alchemy? To create pills without any materials, relying solely on flames and celestial energy. I thought that was merely a legend. Does this technique truly exist? He did not use any materials whatsoever. Utilizing the heavens as a furnace and spiritual energy as ingredients, guiding the laws of nature to assist, he creates pills out of thin air. Inconceivable. Everyone was left stunned by this extraordinary display. In their understanding, alchemy required sufficient materials. Without them, no matter how exceptional the flames or how advanced the furnace, it would be futile. Even the most skilled cook cannot create a meal without rice. Yet, there existed a legend. When an alchemist reaches an exceptionally high realm, they could achieve void alchemy. This concept was profoundly esoteric, beyond mere verbal explanation. Due to its implausibility, many believed it to be a myth or an unproven avenue of development. Yet, here they were, witnessing the legendary void alchemy firsthand. Astounding. Such a feat truly exists in this world. As the alchemists gazed at Lingdan, their eyes brimmed with shock and reverence, akin to gazing upon an insurmountable mountain. Jingyu Xianjun and the others felt an indescribable shock within. Void alchemy? There were several ninth-tier alchemists in the Divine Pill Holy Land who had attempted this but met with failure. Could it be that Lingdan's level has surpassed that of a ninth-tier alchemist? Reaching an unprecedented realm? Who exactly is he? Lingdan. They had never heard of such a figure before. Their astonishment rendered them nearly speechless. Only at their level could they truly comprehend Lingdan's terror. At that moment, Lingdan had successfully crafted a perfectly round pill and handed it to the crowd for inspection. Those who received the pill handled it with utmost care, examining it meticulously as if seeking to uncover some profound truth within. At this juncture, Jingyu Xianjun and the others were utterly convinced. "We have seen Master Lingdan," they proclaimed, bowing deeply. The crowd followed suit, their voices resounding like thunder. Even after exiting the alchemy pavilion, their minds continued to buzz. Struggling to comprehend the spectacle, Lingdan's technique of void alchemy had etched itself deeply into their memories. With such a high-caliber individual overseeing the alchemy pavilion, their future growth appeared assured. Undoubtedly, all present would become alchemical masters in due time. If they could receive even the slightest guidance from Lingdan, it would suffice for a lifetime. After exiting through the grand doors, Jingyu Xianjun and the others exchanged glances, each reflecting the sentiments of helplessness, disappointment, and disillusionment. In the presence of Lingdan, they felt utterly insignificant. Where on earth had the sect leader found such an extraordinary figure? Truly remarkable. The Kunlun Holy Land is not to be underestimated. At this moment, they also felt a sense of relief and pride. How fortunate that Yi Chun had captured them. Had it been someone else, they might never have witnessed the reality of void alchemy. Remaining within the Kunlun Holy Land seemed far superior to being in the Divine Pill Holy Land. Ultimately, this was undoubtedly a blessing. Esteemed seniors, having viewed the alchemy pavilion, let us now proceed to the spirit plant garden. Although the variety of spiritual herbs cultivated there is still somewhat limited, their quality is absolutely exceptional. Liao continued in his role as a guide, leading them toward the direction of the spirit plant garden. Chapter 71. The super sacred herb exclusively for Xian emperors. Upon hearing about the spirit plant garden, the crowd was filled with keen interest. With the alchemy pavilion being so advanced, the spirit plant garden surely would not fall short. The throng of 3,000 alchemists at the rear engaged in hushed whispers. Utterly enraptured by an exhilarating fervor, I am determined to make a remarkable impression in the Kunlun sacred land, even if it means refining elixirs to the point of bloodshed. If I could obtain even a modicum of guidance from the esteemed Master Lingdan, it would be an invaluable fortune. By heavens, 1,000 celestial-grade alchemical furnaces. Surely, I must be allocated one. We have truly come to the right place in the Kunlun sacred land. I am grateful that our sect leader has brought us back. Where else could we find such an extraordinary locale? Indeed, I find it even more alluring than the Divine Dan's sacred land. Their excitement was palpable, for everything in the Kunlun sacred land had utterly transformed their perceptions, revealing that the pinnacle of alchemical mastery resided here. The four celestial lords at the forefront naturally overheard the murmurs of the crowd. Upon realizing that the others no longer regarded the Divine Dan's sacred land with reverence, a tinge of bitterness crept into their hearts. Yet, they could not deny the truth in the sentiments expressed. Even among themselves, they were now reveling in the experience, eagerly anticipating their new life in the Kunlun sacred land. Soon, they arrived at the spirit planting garden. Upon entering, everyone was astounded by the astonishing spiritual energy permeating the garden. The natural spiritual essence within the Kunlun sacred land was already abundant, yet the richness found in the spirit planting garden was several times greater than any other location. With such an exceptional environment, it would be a miracle if the various spiritual herbs and plants did not thrive. Before Liao could begin his introduction, Master Jingyu was the first to notice the crimson soil within the garden. In astonishment, He crouched down and pinched a small handful of the earth, immediately sensing a surge of life force and pure energy. Indeed, this was the famed red blood celestial soil. This is the finest spiritual soil, perfect for cultivating all manner of spiritual herbs and plants. Master Jingyu exclaimed in awe. Others gathered around, their curiosity piqued, many imitating his actions to examine the soil. As alchemists, they naturally possessed some knowledge of spirit plant cultivation. They had all heard of the red blood celestial soil, but had never encountered such a precious material. Now, gazing across the vast expanse of the spirit planting garden, was it truly all red blood celestial soil? This time, it was not Li Yao who introduced the garden. Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to take on the role of the guide, her voice adorned with excitement. As you can all see, the entire spirit planting garden is comprised of red blood celestial soil, spanning a full 1,000,000 acres. After her declaration, observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Xiaoyu felt immensely satisfied. Having been astonished before, it was now her turn to witness the astonishment of others. 1,000,000 acres? What an astronomical cost it must require to acquire this. It cannot merely be obtained with financial resources alone. Even wealth cannot procure so vast an expanse. 1,000,000 acres of red blood celestial soil. I suspect our sect leader must have scoured the entire wild immortal world to amass this. Such a possibility exists. After all, our sect leader possesses exceptional skills, and the entire wild immortal world is his garden. What cannot he obtain? How exhilarating! With 1,000,000 acres of red blood celestial soil, one could cultivate anything, coupled with the immensely rich spiritual essence of the Kunlun sacred land. The quality of the spirit plants surpasses that found beyond these borders. The crowd was brimming with excitement. The miracles their sect leader had bestowed upon them were simply too numerous to count. Even though they were newcomers, their admiration and reverence for the leader had reached unprecedented heights. Oh, there are so many Dan Yangzhu fruits planted here, and soul infant fruits, dragon scale fruits. Is that a snow jade lotus? And Buddha-s heart fruits, thunder flowers, golden ginseng, phoenix grass, all exquisite medicinal materials. The quantity is staggering, and the quality is unparalleled. Each spirit herb's efficacy is at least tenfold that of those found outside. One herb's effects must surely rival 10 from the outside world. All are treasures. It is truly a paradise for us alchemists. The alchemists were flushed with excitement. Encountering such premium medicinal materials in their lifetime was akin to a lecherous rogue stumbling upon a breathtaking beauty. Who could resist such temptation? One alchemist, trembling with exhilaration, asked, "So can we freely gather herbs for refining in the future?" This, Li Yao and Xiaoyu hesitated, unsure how to respond. Just as they grappled with how to address this inquiry, a fleeting figure emerged from the depths of the spirit planting garden. His appearance, much like that of Master Ling Dan earlier, went unnoticed until he stood before the crowd, however, having been startled by Master Ling Dan once. The crowd adapted quickly this time. I am the master of the spirit planting garden, Ling San. By the decree of our sect leader, I shall oversee the affairs of the garden from this day forth. Ling San spoke in a tone that was cool and detached. We have met Master Ling San. The crowd bowed in unison with respect. They had become accustomed to such occurrences. It was only natural that someone appointed by the sect leader to manage such an important location would be an extraordinarily powerful figure. Ling San's gaze swept over the assembly, and he cautioned, the spirit planting garden has its own regulations. Aside from the sect leader, herbs cannot be harvested indiscriminately. Prior approval is required, and I will inform Li Yao of the specific procedures shortly. With his name mentioned, Li Yao felt a rush of joy tempered by anxiety as he stepped forward to acknowledge the directive. For a sect to operate smoothly, it must adhere to various rules. As the Kunlun sacred land grew in population, regulations would inevitably become more refined. While it might seem cumbersome, it ultimately benefits the development of the sect. Upon hearing Ling San's words, although the crowd felt a twinge of disappointment, they understood that it was reasonable. Even the esteemed divine Dan's sacred land did not permit the unrestricted use of its rare treasures. Otherwise, even the most abundant treasures would be squandered, and no one would cherish these invaluable resources. At that moment, Master Jingyu noticed a flash of purple gold deep within the spirit planting garden, resembling a small true dragon. He elbowed his companion, Master Heng Chung, and queried, "Look over there, in that corner of the garden. Could that be a true dragon immortal herb?" Upon hearing the mention of the true dragon immortal herb, everyone was taken aback, quickly holding their breath and gazing in the direction indicated by Master Jingyu. Indeed, they beheld a diminutive purple-gold true dragon frolicking in the depths of the garden, sporting a plant stem atop its head. What else could it be but the legendary true dragon immortal herb? His.it truly is the true dragon immortal herb. Masters Hong Cheng and the others gasped in astonishment. This was one of the most precious medicinal materials in existence, known as a super sacred herb that only the immortal emperors could possess. Even the celestial lords had only glimpsed it once, never having had the chance to come into contact with it. Such a super sacred herb was beyond the reach of their rank. It was at least of the immortal king level. However, it was not surprising for the Kunlun sacred land to possess true dragon immortal herbs. Gulp, Master Hongcheng swallowed hard and exclaimed, "A true dragon immortal herb? Now that is a heavyweight treasure." Ling San cast a glance at him and replied coolly, "Who said there is only one?" At his words, the crowd collectively became bewildered, tilting their heads in confusion, unable to comprehend his meaning. Could there be two? Master Hongcheng was incredulous. The others gasped once more, two? How extravagant! Ling San shook his head, his gaze drifting to the depths of the spirit planting garden, and calmly stated, "There are a total of 100, Chapter 72. The sword-shaped golden pill and the mysteries of the supreme sword bone." When he uttered this proclamation, the entire assembly fell into silence. Except for Li Yao and Xiaoyu, everyone seemed to transform into statues, unable to move. The revelation of 100 true dragon immortal herbs was an overwhelming shock, leaving their minds struggling to process the magnitude of such information. For ordinary alchemists, the true dragon immortal herb was a legendary super sacred herb, a staple for immortal emperors. Even for celestial lords and kings, it held the same status. Only the top-tier beings from sacred lands, with their profound backgrounds, had the fortune to witness such a sight. Yet, 100 true dragon immortal herbs? Could this truly exist? Just as if in harmony with Ling Sen's words, the true dragon immortal herbs hidden deep within the spirit planting garden began to emerge joyfully. One by one, purple gold true dragons frolicked, adorned with a hint of greenery atop their heads, numerous and unbelievable. The eyes of all present widened in disbelief. At this moment, did it even matter if there were 100? The sight of so many true dragon immortal herbs playing together was enough to validate Ling Sen's claim. They truly existed. All were indeed true dragon immortal herbs. So many. Is this a wholesale market? Or am I dreaming? I am going to lose my mind. Although I have no right to approach them, just to catch a glimpse is worth a lifetime. Mother, I have made it, to witness so many true dragon immortal herbs with my own eyes. The alchemists were nearly beside themselves with excitement. Many tugged at their hair, unable to believe the reality unfolding before them. Some even slapped their own faces, questioning whether they were dreaming, but despite the swelling bruises, the scene before their eyes did not fade. Watching the crowd in near hysteria, Li Yao and Xiaoyu felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Who knew that witnessing others lose their composure could be so entertaining? Ahem, esteemed guests, this concludes what we alchemists are to learn today. The Kunlun sacred land is vast, filled with many wondrous things, which you shall explore in due course. After waiting for approximately half an hour, as everyone had calmed down significantly, Li Yao finally announced the conclusion of today's arrangements. Next, they would be assigned their accommodations, and then the formal alchemy would commence. At this moment, none among them wished to depart from the sacred land of Kunlun. Each one vied to assert their identity as a member of this revered place. Even the 4 celestial lords, despite each one placing a blade against their throats, would resolutely refuse to leave. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Within the war god palace, Su Jian stood bare-chested, wielding a Qingfeng long sword as he battled a formidable opponent. Notably, Su Jian had reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, mere steps away from the golden core stage. His rapid advancement in such a short time could be attributed not only to his exceptional innate talent, but also to the compatibility of his techniques and the abundant resources provided by his sect. Moreover, both the War God Palace and the Chaos Realm could slow the flow of time, granting him ample opportunity to comprehend and engage in combat. On the surface, it seemed he had merely practiced for a while. In reality, however, he had dedicated 2 to 3 years to arduous cultivation. Indeed, he could have made even swifter progress. Had he not suppressed his realm, he would have already reached at least the 4th or 5th level of the Golden Core stage. Yet, he understood that haste often leads to failure. Sometimes, a relentless pursuit of breakthroughs could be counterproductive. Thus, he awaited the culmination of his current realm. Once his essence, chi, and spirit were compressed to an apex, he would then make a decisive leap into the Golden Core stage, undoubtedly enhancing his combat prowess to terrifying heights. At that moment, his opponent within the War God Palace was a formidable adversary of the 4th level of the Golden Core stage. After an intense clash, Su Jian, at the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage, finally severed his opponent's head with a single strike, achieving victory in this fierce battle. Exhaling deeply, Su Jian felt a surge in his comprehension of the Sword Dao. Truly, the eternal Sword Dao bestowed by his master was worthy of being classified as an imperial-level technique. The deeper he delved into it, the more profound its intricacies became. However, the eternal Sword Dao was inherently compatible with his supreme sword bone. Su Jian mused, were it not for his master's assistance, he would still be playing in the mud at this moment. Just then, Su Jian sensed the long-suppressed realm within him finally stirring uncontrollably. Could it be that the suppression was no longer tenable? Then let him surge forth into the Golden Core stage. After departing the War God Palace, Su Jian seated himself cross-legged outside, initiating the operation of the Eternal Sword Dao technique to break through. Whoosh! In an instant, the energies of heaven and earth converged upon him, forming a vortex centered around his body, continuously pouring into his heavenly crown. Simultaneously, waves of sharp sword chi erupted from within him. This place seemed to transform entirely into a realm of swords. Following an extended period of metamorphosis, he coalesced a sword-shaped golden core within him, emanating an exceedingly sharp aura. He resembled an unparalleled divine sword, particularly with his spine radiating resplendent sword light that rent the heavens. This exemplified the dominance of the supreme sword bone. Feeling the surging power within, Su Jian was filled with immense joy. He had finally entered the Golden Core stage. Compared to the Foundation Establishment stage, he now perceived his strength as boundless. In mastering this power, Su Jian's first thought was to report his success to his master, ensuring that his master knew he had not brought shame upon him. Just as he prepared to head to the main hall, Yi Qin's voice resonated in his mind. "Disciple, you have done well. I did not misjudge you. I am also aware of your intentions. Go forth and fulfill your desires. Remember, you stand behind the entire Kunlun sacred land." As Yi Qin's voice faded, a golden small sword appeared out of thin air, hovering before Su Jian. Overwhelmed with excitement, he grasped it tightly, knowing it to be a treasured gift from his master. He clenched his fists in exhilaration. Truly, his master was remarkable, instantly aware of his circumstances. And even more astonishingly, his master was cognizant of his other thoughts. Su Jian did not hesitate but instead bowed respectfully to the void, proclaiming loudly, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Without you, there would be no Su Jian today." Today, Su Jian descended from the mountain, intending to accomplish a significant task, one that could resolve his lingering obsession. In the void, a translucent figure followed closely behind, that of Zhang Laosi, one of the Outer Gate elders, assigned by the sect leader to secretly protect Su Jian. Of course, with the small sword gifted by Yi Chun shielding him, Su Jian would not face any life-threatening dangers. Chapter 73. Continuous Breakthroughs. All disciples are prodigies. Yi Chun understood that Su Jian had long harbored an unrelenting hatred for the murder of his parents. When he took Su Jian as his disciple, Su Jian was already an orphan. At that time, he refrained from leading Su Jian to annihilate all his enemies, waiting instead for him to achieve mastery before taking vengeance himself. Once Su Jian attained the Golden Core realm, it was inevitable he would be unable to restrain himself from descending the mountain. As he had anticipated, the system presented a notification. Ding! Random task triggered. Disciple Su Jian descends the mountain for revenge. Rewards will be distributed based on task completion. Upon seeing the system's prompt, Yi Qin felt no trepidation, for he was confident Su Jian would complete the task remarkably well. All he needed to do was await the rewards. Everything within the Kunlun sacred land was proceeding methodically. The alchemy pavilion had officially commenced alchemical practices, producing numerous high-quality spiritual herbs daily. The progress of several direct disciples was also remarkably swift. Mu Yan's interest in combat was not particularly strong, thus he spent his days and nights in the Chaos Realm, Comprehending the laws of flames, he did not actively cultivate, yet his realm advanced effortlessly, continuously breaking through on its own. He had already ascended from the 6th level of the golden core stage to its pinnacle. A fiery mark had coalesced at his brow, radiating a regulated power. Mu Yin slowly opened his eyes, realizing his understanding of the laws of flames had reached a limit, akin to a bottle that could not contain more water unless expanded. It was time to break through. With a thought, he vanished from his spot, leaving the chaos realm. Upon entering the outside world, the rich spiritual energy of the Kunlun sacred land surged towards him as if mad, pouring into his body. He need not even operate his techniques. These energies eagerly entered him, continually augmenting his spiritual power. This was the advantage of the Kunlun sacred land, where dense spiritual energy abounded, making it unnecessary to expend tremendous effort in preparation for breakthroughs. Suddenly, Mu Yan's body erupted into blazing flames, instantly enveloping him in a massive fireball. He activated the Imperial-level technique Flame God Technique, absorbing even more of the spiritual energy from heaven and earth, transforming it into formidable power that shattered the barriers of his realm. Boom! A deep rumbling emanated from within him. As his realm broke through, an even stronger aura surged skyward. 1st level of the nascent soul, 2nd level of the nascent soul, 3rd level of the nascent soul, 4th level of the nascent soul. The terrifying aura climbed with each level, akin to a volcanic eruption. Once a certain limit was breached, it became uncontrollable. Endless flames erupted, nearly transforming this area into a sea of fire. Such a terrifying conflagration, if allowed to spread unchecked, would inevitably result in catastrophic destruction. However, as the inferno appeared to expand, Mu Yin, now airborne, took a deep breath. The flames from all directions returned to him like a tide. Ultimately, only the fiery mark at his brow flickered with golden light, exuding an astonishing ripple. Feeling the surging power within, Mu Yin felt somewhat dissatisfied. This level seemed to correspond only to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. He had expected to break through to the 5th level. What a pity. Mu Yin sighed. His comprehension of the laws of flames had deepened to such an extent that he could break through at any moment. With sufficient absorption of spiritual energy, he could immediately ascend. Were outsiders to overhear his words, they would likely be infuriated, wishing to obliterate him in frustration. For others, the chasm between the golden core and nascent soul stages was vast. Some remained trapped in the former for a lifetime without breaking through. Many expended immense resources just to ascend to the nascent soul stage. Yet here he was, effortlessly reaching the nascent soul stage, advancing to the 4th level, and he still felt unsatisfied? What a demoralizing notion. I wonder how Luo is faring. As thoughts of Luo crossed his mind, a fond smile graced Mu Yan's lips. Much like Mu Yin, Gu Lingluo frequently spent extended periods within the chaos realm, contemplating the laws of heaven and earth. Possessing the supreme immortal body and imperial-level aptitude, she was innately sensitive to the comprehension of the great laws. At this moment, she was enveloped in a hazy celestial light within the chaos realm, exuding an aura of profound mystery, as if she herself were already an immortal. She sensed that her understanding had deepened significantly, and lingering in the chaos realm any longer would only be counterproductive. With this realization, she too departed the chaos realm. Just like Mu Yin, upon her exit, boundless spiritual energy surged eagerly into her body, becoming part of her power. The celestial light enveloped her, and the laws began to manifest. Under the feet of Gu Lingluo, lotus flowers blossomed with every step she took, while around her, a myriad of celestial phenomena manifested, such as ethereal beings paying homage, celestial melodies drifting through the air, and cascading rays of luminous rain. Her aura surged, elevating her from the 2nd level of the golden core stage to the pinnacle of the golden core stage, mere inches away from the Yuaning stage. At any moment, she could choose to ascend to the Yuaning stage. However, Gu Lingluo was not one to rush recklessly toward success, nor would she allow the exhilaration of consecutive breakthroughs to cloud her judgment. On the contrary, she remained remarkably composed, choosing not to leap into the Yuaning stage just yet. She intended to wait for the most opportune moment before attempting to break through to that realm. In the distance, Mu Yin witnessed Luo's successful advancement and clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Luo, you have done exceptionally well. You have reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage." Hearing his voice, Gu Lingluo turned towards him with joy, eager to boast about her achievements, but upon sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from him, she pouted in displeasure. You are already at the yawning stage. I am not, Gu Lingluo sulked, crossing her arms and waiting for Mu Yin to offer her some comfort. Mu Yin corrected her, saying, no, it is not the yawning stage. To be precise, it is the 4th level of the yawning stage. Gu Lingluo shot him an angry glare and turned away in a huff. Hey, Lingluo, what's wrong? Mu Yin asked, bewildered, as he had merely stated the truth. Why had she suddenly become upset? With no other choice, he had to chase after her. Meanwhile, in a spiritually rich area of the Kunlun sacred land, the twin sisters Zixing and Ziyue were quietly cultivating. Zixing, a naturally gifted celestial spirit body, had now been elevated to the imperial level celestial spirit holy body by Yi Chun. The celestial spirit holy body, akin to Gu Lingluo's supreme celestial body, was innately close to the celestial realm and the path of enlightenment, promising immeasurable potential in the future. The little girl lived up to expectations, having advanced her realm from the 5th level of foundation establishment to the 8th level. Her sister, Ziyue, a naturally gifted holy light body, had been elevated by Yi Qian to the imperial level endless radiance body. At this moment, she radiated like the sole source of light in the world, with boundless holy light emanating from her being, dazzling and resplendent. Her realm had also soared from the previous 4th level of foundation establishment to the 7th level. This rapid progression was nothing short of extraordinary. If the ZY sacred land were to learn of this, one could only wonder if they would be consumed by regret. After all, these were 2 promising prodigies of the sacred lands, yet Elder Lei, upon discovering them, did not seek to nurture them but rather to strip their talents and transplant them elsewhere. If the transplant had succeeded, it would have been one thing, but the failure was the real tragedy. Just as everything in the Kunlun sacred land began to flourish, in central Shenzhou, the ZY sacred land was already engulfed in fury, creating quite a commotion. Chapter 74. The 3 great sacred lands gather. A once-in-a-millennium event. In fact, on the very day Yi Chen eliminated Elder Lei and Elder Zhou, the ZY sacred land received the news and was immediately incensed. Both were formidable elders with significant standing within the sacred land, representing the pride of the ZY sacred land. Consequently, the murderer who slayed them in central Shenzhou was essentially challenging the entire ZY sacred land. To locate the culprit, the ZY sacred land promptly activated its entire network to search central Shenzhou. Once the murderer was discovered, they would be met with ruthless execution. Unfortunately, after several days of exhaustive searching, they turned up no leads on Yi Chun. Meanwhile, other news gradually began to circulate. Currently, the most astonishing revelations to the people of central Shenzhou revolved around 3 incidents. The first was the report of a certain influential figure forcibly crashing the alchemist conference held at the Shendan sacred land. This individual not only caused chaos but also abducted numerous alchemists. What was most alarming was the complete lack of resistance from the esteemed sacred land. When this news spread, it sent shockwaves through the outside world, with everyone expressing disbelief and suspicion that it was merely a rumor. After all, this was the Shendan sacred land. How could it be so easily bullied? Was this information accurate? Was it true that such a grand sacred land had been besieged, with people kidnapped? Who possessed such audacity? The news is absolutely genuine. My sister-in-law's husband has a mistress who attended the alchemist conference. She witnessed everything firsthand and reported back to her lover. How do you know that? I am her lover. Discussions of this nature proliferated, initially dismissed as false information. However, as more and more alchemists who attended the conference began to leave the Shendan sacred land, all reciting the same tale, it became undeniable. No one dared to speak ill of the Shendan sacred land, nor could such a large-scale conspiracy of collusion be plausible. Thus, a storm swept through central Shenzhou, with the incident of a powerful intruder entering the sacred land stirring up considerable excitement. More details emerged at that time. I was refining medicine and suddenly, that young man in white appeared and even injured several visiting sacred masters. You won't believe it, but those sacred masters couldn't even withstand a single move from him. What is this? He even seized the Qilin purple crystal flame. Even more astonishingly, this event drew the attention of a certain ancestor from the Shendan sacred land. We all thought that once that ancestor appeared, they would turn the tide, but to our surprise, they surrendered without lifting a finger. It was truly terrifying. Many alchemists were forcibly abducted. Thankfully, I was not among them. Otherwise, I would surely be living in despair. Those poor alchemists who were kidnapped, there must be very few left alive now, right? Those who had participated in the alchemist conference recounted many previously unknown details. Each revelation sparked waves of shock and discussion. Everyone was left speculating about the identity of the mysterious powerhouse and why they were so audacious that even the ancestors of the sacred land could do nothing against them. This was undoubtedly the first time in the long history of the Shundan sacred land that they had been so humiliated. Besides the turmoil within the Shindan sacred land, the deaths of 2 elders from the ZY sacred land also sparked heated debate. In central Shenzhou, the identities and strengths of those 2 elders were formidable enough to command respect. Aside from other powerful figures from sacred lands, no one dared to provoke them, as they represented the ZY sacred land. Yet, they had been exterminated by a mysterious powerhouse. Numerous cultivators who experienced that day still shudder at the memory, as if the terrifying handprint still loomed above them. The mysterious powerhouse had appeared out of thin air within the Yuanchu Divine Mountain. Unaffected by any ominous aura, this enigmatic figure rescued 2 little girls and uprooted the sacred fruit tree. Even the mighty Elder Lei and Elder Zhou were mere trifles before him. I suspect he could easily eliminate us with a single slap. But he simply deemed it beneath him. At that moment, everyone had their eyes on the sacred fruit tree he possessed, preparing to rob him. I had the same notion, and thankfully I refrained from acting. Otherwise, I would have met the same fate. The audacity to provoke the ZY sacred land, coupled with the image of the young man in white, could these 2 incidents be the work of the same person? The likelihood is high, but who would dare to simultaneously provoke 2 sacred lands? They must be seeking death. The situation continued to escalate, with many convinced that the individual responsible for the abductions at the Shundan sacred land and the slaying of the elders from the ZY sacred land was indeed the same person. With their solitary strength, they stirred the entire storm of central Shenzhou. The most critical aspect was the passage of time, with both sacred lands failing to devise any countermeasures. One could not help but marvel at the extraordinary capabilities of that mysterious powerhouse, who had the 2 sacred lands dancing to their tune. However, some believed that the young man in white would only be arrogant for a time, and soon he would be apprehended. The 2 sacred lands would undoubtedly not let him escape. Amidst the uproar in the outside world, within the grand hall of the Shundan sacred land, many prominent figures gathered, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness and gravity. Naturally, seated at the head was the esteemed ancestor of the Shundan sacred land, the Wuhan Old Ancestor. Flanking him were the Shundan Sacred Master and various high-ranking elders. To the left, an entire row of influential figures from the ZY Sacred Land, led by the ZY Sacred Master. Sat in attendance on the right, an individual from the Luoyue Sacred Land, the most adept at divination, Siming Xianjun, was present. Siming Xianjun had been engaged in divination for some time, but without any significant breakthroughs. He had received word that a powerful figure claiming to hail from the Kunlun sacred land had intruded upon the Shundan sacred land, abducting many individuals. Siming Xianjun immediately confirmed that this person was the same one who had kidnapped their sacred master. Thus, he hurried to the Shindan sacred land in central Shenzhou, hoping to gather more clues. Wuhan Ancestor, the young man in white has slain my 2 elders. This matter cannot be left unresolved. I propose we join forces to track down the culprit. The ZY Sacred Master seethed with anger, for as a lofty sacred land, they had always been the ones to bully others. Never had they been subjected to such an affront, with the alliance of 2 sacred lands. They were determined to bring the perpetrator to justice. The Wuhan Ancestor furrowed his brow slightly, not immediately acquiescing but instead inquiring, Siming Xianjun, you have traveled a great distance. What brings you here? The Luoyue sacred land was located far in the East Victory continent, a considerable distance from central Shenzhou. Although a celestial monarch could tear through the void for travel, it would still consume a significant amount of time to traverse from the East Victory continent to central Shenzhou. One must remember that the vastness of the wild celestial world is immeasurable. Even celestial emperors would not dare claim they could traverse the entirety of this grand expanse. Thus, all eyes within the grand hall turned to the figure of the celestial lord of destiny. Curiosity piqued by his arrival, Chapter 75. The bloody revenge begins. Under the gaze of the assembly, even the venerable celestial lord, who had lived for countless ages, felt a tinge of awkwardness. The abduction of the Moonfall Sovereign was known only to a select few within the Moonfall Sanctuary. Many elders and disciples remained oblivious to the incident. Could such a disgraceful matter truly be revealed in front of everyone? After a moment of contemplation, the Celestial Lord of Destiny spoke calmly. Not long ago, our sovereign was abducted by a mysterious individual, specifically someone from the Kunlun Sanctuary. I suspect this person is the same one causing a stir recently. The white-clad youth. Upon hearing his words, the assembly gasped in astonishment. The Moonfall Sovereign had been kidnapped. How could this have occurred? After all, she was a dignified sovereign. For a sanctuary, the abduction of its sovereign was indeed a monumental humiliation. Oh, what is the story behind this? Please elaborate. The ancestor Wuhan, intrigued, inquired, a kidnapping in a sanctuary? This behavior seemed eerily familiar. Thus, the Celestial Lord of Destiny recounted the events in detail. After listening, the attendees exchanged glances, recognizing that such brazen tactics could only belong to the same individual. What sort of power did the Kunlun Sanctuary wield? They had never heard of such a sanctuary in the vast realm of the wild immortals. The Divine Elixir Sovereign wore a dark expression. His teeth clenched at the mention of the white-clad youth. Not only had he been publicly wounded by Yi Chun, but the Qilin purple crystal flame, a symbol of sovereign status, had also been seized, an utter disgrace. However, upon learning of the Moonfall Sovereign's abduction, the Divine Elixir Sovereign felt a slight sense of solace. At least he remained unharmed. Perhaps it was some hidden power. The Kunlun Sanctuary must possess a deeply rooted legacy. My predictive methods have utterly failed. I cannot find a single clue. A hint of anger and helplessness crept into the Celestial Lord's previously calm tone. The assembly was taken aback. They were all aware that the Celestial Lord of Destiny was a master of divination. For him to claim a lack of insight was indeed alarming. Who could this mysterious figure be? Ancestor Wuhan nodded silently, feeling no surprise. After all, that individual inspired fear even in him. Did one truly believe they could predict the actions of an immortal emperor? Such aspirations were overly ambitious. Therefore, it would be prudent for our three families to unite and discreetly seek out the adversary. The Purple Star Sovereign spoke coldly. With 3 sanctuaries suffering, such a ludicrous situation had never occurred before. Provoking one sanctuary was akin to courting disaster, yet they had antagonized 3. The entire realm of wild immortals would not tolerate such audacity. As the Purple Star Sovereign's words settled, the assembly's gaze shifted back to Ancestor Wuhan. He, being the elder with the highest standing and greatest strength, was pivotal, especially since the Divine Elixir Sanctuary had suffered the most. 4 alchemical masters, along with 3,000 talented alchemists, had been abducted. Could the Divine Elixir Sanctuary remain calm? Everyone anticipated that with the alliance of the Moonfall Sanctuary and the Purple Star Sanctuary, the Divine Elixir Sanctuary would take decisive action. To their astonishment, Ancestor Wuhan fell silent, seemingly weighed down by some unseen apprehension. Ancestor Wuhan, is there still a need for consideration? The Celestial Lord of Destiny questioned, perplexed. The situation had escalated to this degree. Should they not take down the Kunlun Sanctuary? The assembly began to feel restless. Unable to comprehend Ancestor Wuhan's hesitation. Wasn't the combined strength of the 3 sanctuaries sufficient? Dealing with a single Kunlun Sanctuary should be more than manageable. Just as the crowd grew agitated, a cold light flickered in Ancestor Wuhan's eyes. An invisible pressure enveloping the entire hall, instilling a sense of dread that silenced the assembly instantly. Ancestor Wuhan revealed the truth. That white-clad youth is an immortal emperor. Upon uttering these words, the previously clamorous crowd fell into a profound silence, the stillness so palpable that one could hear a pin drop. An immortal emperor, such a weighty term. These 2 characters epitomized the pinnacle of the world, representing an ultimate, invincible force. On the surface, it appeared that no immortal emperor had been seen in the realm of wild immortals for countless years. How many of those former immortal emperors remained in this realm? This remained a mystery to all. If that white-clad youth were indeed an immortal emperor, he would be the first to manifest in reality. While sanctuaries may be powerful and rich in resources, possessing numerous immortal artifacts, including several imperial ones, what of it? None could replace a genuine immortal emperor. Should one become a sworn enemy of an immortal emperor, even a sanctuary would face terrifying retribution. potentially leading to the obliteration of its very foundation. The Purple Star Sovereign and others had now regained their composure, their earlier indignation replaced by caution. Before a true immortal emperor, they dared not be overly arrogant. The celestial lord of destiny understood. If he could not deduce any causal links, it was only natural. The assembly had turned obedient, though you all grasp my intent. We cannot afford to make an enemy of an immortal emperor. Regarding the Kunlun sanctuary, we must ascertain the truth. If we can cultivate amicable relations, we should make every effort. That elder does not seem to revel in slaughter or act without reason. This was Ancestor Wuhan's true objective. Since the Kunlun sanctuary had abducted so many alchemists, it indicated that this obscure sanctuary would inevitably rise to prominence, coupled with the fact that it was clearly under the aegis of an immortal emperor. The strength of the Kunlun sanctuary needed no further elaboration. Thus, the discussions among the three sanctuaries shifted from vengeance to forging a rapport with the Kunlun sanctuary. The bounty and pursuit order issued by the Purple Star Sanctuary was rescinded. A stark contrast to the fervor of just days prior. This decision bewildered many in the outside world. With two elders deceased, it was entirely reasonable for the Purple Star Sanctuary to issue a pursuit order. Yet why had it been withdrawn so swiftly? Did they intend to forego further investigations? No one believed such a notion, as no one who had provoked a sanctuary had ever been granted leniency. This was a first. What had transpired to prompt the Purple Star Sanctuary's sudden change of heart? Speculation ran rampant. I heard that the killer is actually an old acquaintance of the Purple Star Sovereign. So they want to harm their own. That's utterly ridiculous. I heard the murderer has already faced justice and is willing to serve as a janitor in the Purple Star Sanctuary to atone. No, that's incorrect. A friend told me that a beautiful elder from the Purple Star Sanctuary has taken a liking to that white-clad youth and rescinded the pursuit order in exchange for some favors. Various rumors proliferated, each more absurd than the last, even suggesting that the white-clad youth was the illegitimate son of the Purple Star Sovereign. Amidst the clamor of gossip in the central region, in the Moonfall realm of the Eastern Victory Continent, Su Jian had arrived through various means of transportation. Returning to the Moonfall realm, Su Jian felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. Although not much time had passed, his fate had transformed dramatically. Once a talentless individual scorned and humiliated, he was now a direct disciple of the Kunlun Sanctuary, elevated in status, a super genius with a bright future ahead. After wandering through the city for a while, Su Jian arrived at an inn. This establishment was an asset belonging to his enemy. Let the bloody revenge commence from here. Chapter 76. Settling scores one by one. Inside the inn, Su Jian strode in purposefully, selecting the finest table. Now a formidable golden core expert, he could overhear whispers from all directions. Did you hear? The young master of the Yu family has once again forcefully taken a maiden, even causing her death. The girl's parents knelt before the Yu residence, weeping for half the day, only to be brutally killed. Isn't this just typical Yu family behavior? They have a reputation for such brutality. Given their power. Shuh, don't speak too loudly. Do you not realize that this inn belongs to the Yu family? If you want to die, do not drag me down with you. Upon learning that the inn was also a Yu family establishment, those who had been speaking ill of the family fell silent, filled with regret for their earlier bravado. It was unwise to let their tongues run wild. They could only hope that the inn's staff hadn't overheard them. Alas, unbeknownst to them, hidden experts were responsible for security and monitoring any disparaging remarks about the Yu family. As they silently prayed, a powerful aura suddenly enveloped the entire inn. Simultaneously, a voice filled with menace echoed. Speaking ill in my Yu family's inn? I have not encountered such audacity in quite some time. A man who identified himself as Yu Hao appeared on the second-floor corridor, glaring fiercely at the guests who had been whispering. Upon seeing his brutish appearance and hearing his name, everyone was left in shock. The individuals who had spoken ill of the Yu family were now in a state of panic, filled with regret. Yu Hao was one of the Yu family's elite, known for his ruthless demeanor. Having reached the 5th level of the Golden Core stage, he held a high position within the family, having once single-handedly slaughtered several masters from rival families to help secure the Yu family's dominion. Wherever he appeared, the scent of blood was sure to follow. It's Yu Hao. This is bad. Lord Yu Hao, it was all a misunderstanding. Please allow us to explain. Explain? What nonsense, get out now, unless you wish to meet your doom. The individuals who spoke ill of the Yu family were so terrified that their words faltered, and in a moment of desperation, they hurriedly fled outside, seeking to escape this place. Yu Hao's gaze was cold and indifferent as he strode forward with great determination, transforming into a streak of radiant light as he pursued them. Within mere breaths, he returned, reeking of blood. All present regarded him with profound trepidation, as if they were beholding a deity of death. Su Jian's expression was equally frigid. He was well aware of Yu Hao's reputation, notorious for committing numerous wicked deeds on behalf of the Yu family, a veritable paragon of infamy. Yet, in this world, those who are ruthless, cunning, and malevolent often reap the rewards, while the meek and obedient are destined for a grim fate, much like Su Jian's own parents. The memory of his parents' demise struck him with unbearable pain. As if a colossal hand had seized his heart, they had sought to earn a meager living by working for the Yu family, yet within a fortnight, they met their tragic end, allegedly for inadvertently sweeping a fallen leaf onto the new shoes of the Yu family's young master. In a fit of rage, the young master had struck them down, callously discarding their bodies in a forgotten corner of the city. When Su Jian arrived, their corpses had already begun to stiffen. Had it not been for a compassionate passerby who assisted in finding a burial place, this mere youth would have been utterly lost. As the harrowing memories flooded his mind, a surge of murderous intent arose within Su Jian. The Yu family, this malignant tumor, they must be eradicated. This was not only a quest for vengeance for his parents, but also for all the innocent souls oppressed and slain by the Yu family. Taking a deep breath, Su Jian forced himself to regain composure. He would methodically root out the Yu family, and this would serve as his first battleground. What would you like to eat, esteemed guest? A young waiter inquired, bowing low while holding a menu. Su Jian casually snatched the menu, casting it aside without a glance, and asked nonchalantly, "Do you have chicken stewed with mushrooms?" Upon hearing such a mundane request, the waiter smirked disdainfully and replied, "Dear guest, that is merely a rustic dish. We are a high-end establishment." Implicitly, he suggested that they did not offer such lowly fare. Su Jian scoffed, "You don't have that? Then I shall have a bowl of sweet tofu pudding." The waiter shook his head, saying, "Sir, we do not have that either. Tofu pudding is typically sold by street vendors, considered lowbrow fare." "Lowbrow fare? Very well. Then, bring me your finest delicacies. Silver-feathered white swallows' nests, the belly of the thunder eel from the northern sea, peach blossom wine from central China, and braised claws of the abyssal dragon," Su Jian declared with a cold smile. Listing his extravagant orders, the waiter turned pale upon hearing these names. Silver-feathered white swallows? They nested on perilous cliffs, and not only was their nest hard to locate, but one also needed the strength to procure it. The thunder eel from the northern sea. Wasn't he that a mythical beast dwelling thousands of miles away? And the abyssal dragon was a creature of unimaginable power, who dared to hunt one for sustenance? As for the peach blossom wine from central China, that was pure fantasy. It was said that only the most exalted individuals were worthy of tasting it. What were they? Mere pawns, not even allowed a glance. The waiter regarded Su Jian with suspicion, questioning whether this young man was attempting to provoke trouble. Su Jian, uninterested in toying with him further, simply ordered a set meal and boomed, "Bring out your most expensive girl to accompany me for drinks." The waiter's earlier gloom vanished instantly. This was a lucrative customer, and today would surely be profitable. "Ladies, come forth and let this esteemed guest choose." With the waiter's call, dozens of stunning young women, their shoulders partially bared, lined up before Su Jian. He carelessly selected a girl named Cuehua. Cuehua, filled with excitement, served Su Jian wine and food with meticulous care, occasionally perching on his lap and teasing him. The scene sparked envy in many onlookers. The cost of having Cuehua's service was exorbitant. A regular meal might cost a mere 10 spirit stones, but with Cuehua's attendance, the price soared to 300 spirit stones. Naturally, the young women had other services to offer to soothe the guests' tempers, ensuring they earned their keep. However, before the meal was even halfway through, Su Jian, in a fit of rage, pushed Cuehua away, shouting, "You have bad breath. I cannot abide those with foul breath. Be gone." Dejected, Cuehua retreated, seamlessly replaced by a girl named Dongmei. Dongmei was indeed delightful, calling him big brother in a manner that lifted his spirits, and her actions grew increasingly daring. just as she prepared to offer more intimate service to please him. Su Jian wiped the grease from his mouth, shoved her aside, and strode purposefully toward the stairs. Many patrons looked up in astonishment, bewildered by his abrupt departure. "Hey, esteemed guest, it seems you haven't settled your bill yet?" The waiter hastily intercepted Su Jian, preventing his exit. Su Jian, belching loudly, replied with a perplexed expression, "Pay? For what?" The waiter, assuming he was inebriated, chuckled and reminded him, naturally, for Dongmei's service. The cost of food and drink was only 20 spirit stones. But with Dongmei's company, it totaled 300. Just as everyone expected Su Jian to comply and pay, he defiantly declared Dongmei was exchanged for Tsuehua. What payment is due? Su Jian's declaration left everyone in the inn utterly dumbfounded. The waiter, preparing to explode with anger, found his thoughts muddled by Su Jian's words. Yet, he sensed something amiss and retorted, "But you didn't pay anything for Tsuehua." Su Jian, chuckling in disbelief, replied, "I hadn't even enjoyed Tsuehua yet. Why would I owe anything?" The waiter stood there, stunned, as if struck by a thunderbolt, momentarily at a loss for words. The patrons dropped their chopsticks and cups, even pushing aside the courtesans seated on their laps, contemplating this conundrum. Indeed, Tsuehua had not been enjoyed yet, so why would any payment be necessary? Dongmei was indeed swapped for Tsuehua, so there was no obligation to pay. Yet, something felt off. After all, Dongmei had served him. This dilemma ensnared the minds of the customers, who were all silently calculating, but to no avail. The waiter remained perplexed. Dongmei was exchanged for Tsuehua, but Tsuehua had not been consumed. Where was the flaw in this logic? Who was owed money? The waiter was utterly baffled. If this man were merely trying to dine and dash, it would be straightforward. They could simply deal with him. Yet he presented no valid reason for payment. What was happening? Why were they all stalled here? Would business not continue? Just then, the manager, alerted by the commotion, arrived to reprimand them. The waiter, seizing what felt like a lifeline, quickly explained the situation to the manager. Upon hearing the account, the manager scratched his head, equally bewildered. "You all figure it out slowly. I'm leaving," Su Jian chuckled. "Wait. There is indeed a flaw. While I shouldn't be asked for payment, you cannot let me leave." The manager had never encountered such a situation before. But he understood that the issue lay with Su Jian. No one could depart until it was resolved. "Why can't I leave? Do you really think you can stop me?" Su Jian scoffed dismissively. Sensing Su Jian's disdain, the manager's demeanor grew stern. "Sir, if you continue like this, it will become very difficult for us." "Difficult? If it's difficult, then don't bother." Su Jian seized the edge of the table with one hand and forcefully flipped it over. Food and drink scattered across the floor. The inn erupted into chaos as those responsible for maintaining order rushed forward to encircle Su Jian. "I see now. You've come to cause trouble. Haven't you? Then let us dispense with the pleasantries. You shall pay with your life." At the manager's command, everyone lunged forward, ready to eliminate Su Jian on the spot. No one could toy with the Yu family's territory. Was this truly their level of competence? Su Jian did not even spare a glance at those charging toward him. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and a long sword materialized, firmly grasped within his grip. With a resounding clang, a sharp sword aura enveloped the vicinity, claiming the heads of all who dared approach. Blood gushed forth in torrents, saturating the air with its metallic scent. The sudden eruption of violence left the patrons in shock. Some, gripped by fear, fled in disarray. Many were astonished that this young man dared to murder within the Yu family's inn. Such audacity was beyond comprehension. Surely, he was doomed. To provoke the Yu family was to invite certain death. Perhaps he had come from afar. Otherwise, a local would surely know the power of the Yu family here. He seems somewhat capable. Perhaps he is merely youthful and reckless, thinking himself invincible while seeking attention. Numerous patrons observed from the sidelines, unwilling to intervene. In their eyes, Su Jian had committed an unforgivable offense. Those who crossed the Yu family were invariably doomed. Thus, they merely awaited his demise. How dare he kill someone from the Yu family? There is no escape for him. The manager, incensed by Su Jian's defiance, ground his teeth in fury. In the city, the Yu family's reputation was formidable. Who would not tremble and bow in apology upon hearing their name? Where is there anyone daring enough to resist? Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when Su Jian raised his hand and swiftly severed the man's head with a single stroke. The massive head rolled across the ground like a ball. The innkeeper's eyes wide with disbelief, as if he could not fathom that Su Jian would dare to strike at him. With a crash, this scene sent many others recoiling in terror, hastily retreating to the corners to avoid being mistaken for acquaintances of Su Jian. How ruthless! He is utterly unreasonable. Why do I feel he is targeting the Yu family? Even the innkeeper has been slain. The Yu family will surely be furious. Many, contemplating the impending wrath of the Yu family, turned pale. If all goes as anticipated, this youth will undoubtedly stir a tempest within the city. Of course, the conclusion will, without question, be his tragic demise. After annihilating dozens within the inn with a single sword, Su Jian did not rush to depart but rather stood still, quietly awaiting something. Indeed, after a few breaths, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged skyward, directly assaulting the second floor of the inn. It was none other than Yu Hao. Yu Hao gazed at the corpses strewn about and could scarcely believe that someone had the audacity to kill here. He uttered not a word. Drawing his battle blade, unleashing a dazzling crescent of blade light aimed at Su Jian, Yu Hao's might was evident to all. Once he intervened, everyone believed Su Jian was as good as dead. As a practitioner of the 8th level of Foundation establishment, Yu Hao possessed extraordinary power. His blade radiated formidable strength, and the quality of his weapon allowed him to unleash his full potential. With just a few strikes, all those hiding in corners trembled in fear. Had they faced Yu Hao, they would surely have been bisected within 3 moves. This was Yu Hao's Fury Dragon Blade technique, a profound-level sword art whose power was terrifying indeed. With this technique and the blade in his hand, Yu Hao had no doubt slain countless foes. Today, another head would surely adorn his blade. Those huddled in corners recognized Yu Hao's technique, their hearts sinking further into dread. The fierce blade energy bore down upon Su Jian, seemingly poised to cleave him in two at any moment. Yet at that instant, Su Jian nonchalantly lifted his sword and thrust it forth. The blade light transforming into a single glimmer of cold radiance that pierced through the torrent of blade energy, akin to the solitary meteor streaking across the sky, mercilessly penetrating Yu Hao's forehead. Yu Hao's eyes widened in an instant, filled with terror and disbelief. The opponent had merely executed a single stroke, yet life ebbed from Yu Hao, leaving him a warm corpse that crashed to the ground. In his final moments, he could scarcely believe that he had been felled in one blow. Exceedingly flamboyant, Su Jian, his expression indifferent, sheathed his sword, having traversed the inn and eradicated all associated with it. Confirming he had missed no one, he then strode forth towards the stronghold of the Yu family. Chapter 78. A Bloody Rampage. Once Su Jian's figure vanished completely at the street's end, the innocent guests hiding within the inn cautiously crawled out. Trembling, the once luxurious inn was now awash in the stench of blood, bodies sprawled haphazardly across the floor. Moreover, many of the corpses were incomplete, having been swiftly dispatched by a single sword stroke. The entire scene resembled a hellscape, all dead. Everyone is dead. Corpses litter the ground. Even Yu Hao has perished, utterly horrifying. We must flee. We cannot linger here lest we attract unwanted attention. The guests, in a panic, rushed out of the inn, their faces ashen, having lost all semblance of rationality. They had witnessed a massacre directed at the Yu family. Those outside had long heard the commotion within, as well as the wafting scent of blood. Yet they dared not venture inside. Only when they were assured of safety did they tentatively enter, and the first sight that met their eyes was the disordered corpses on the ground. Blood pooled in the low spots, forming what could easily be considered a small lake. Who on earth was this? How could such power exist? I have found Yu Hao's body. What? Yu Hao is dead? Isn't that obvious? If Yu Hao were alive, how could that boy possibly leave unscathed? But wasn't Yu Hao a 5th-level Foundation establishment master? How could he have been killed? It must be that the other's strength surpassed his. What other explanation could there be? A storm is brewing. This young man is clearly targeting the Yu family. Everyone began to realize that the Yu family was about to be confronted by a harbinger of death. However, who among them was more fearsome, the harbinger or the Yu family? Until a victor emerged, no one could ascertain the answer. I hope this young man survives. He is a hero. At that moment, someone suddenly began to express concern for Su Jian. Upon hearing such a blasphemous remark, the crowd recoiled in terror, fearing association with the Yu family might implicate them. Yet then they realized that all of the Yu family members present had been eradicated. What was there to fear? The Yu family had committed numerous atrocities. Retribution was only a matter of time. Regardless of whether that young man could annihilate the Yu family, eliminating even a few of them would be a tremendous boon. Alas, the Yu family possesses a multitude of experts. Charging in recklessly would undoubtedly be perilous. Perhaps he has already prepared himself for death. This person is a hero. There is little we can do except offer incense in his memory after he has fallen. No one believed that Su Jian could survive the Yu family's clutches. Slaying Yu Hao indicated he possessed strength, but that did not imply he was qualified to challenge the entirety of the Yu family. Nevertheless, many began to hasten toward the Yu family's direction, eager to witness whether the young man could indeed incite a storm. Meanwhile, within the grand estate of the Yu family, the eldest son reclined amidst soft comforts. Reveling in sheer indulgence, it was time to venture out. There was a fair-skinned beauty in the eastern part of the city, ripe for the taking. Rising from the plush bed, the eldest son of the Yu family, accompanied by several guards, set out. Bored with the comforts of home, he sought fresh entertainment outside, a routine affair for him. If someone perished in the process, so be it. To him, the people outside were mere lowly beings. Fortunate to catch his eye. Anyone who dared to defy him would be dealt with on the spot. Damn it, just last month, that elderly couple couldn't even sweep the floor properly and ended up soiling my new shoes with fallen leaves. Rendering them unwearable, the eldest son of the Yu family grumbled. In truth, his new shoes bore no dirt whatsoever. It was merely an excuse to kill for amusement. That unfortunate couple had unwittingly crossed his path. Having not ventured far, the eldest son of the Yu family spotted a young man with a sharp aura approaching, completely disregarding his presence. Such an arrogant stride and demeanor instantly ignited discontent within the eldest son of the Yu family. How dare someone in this city show such disrespect upon encountering him? Truly unforgivable. You two, go and break his legs. Let him learn some manners for the next time. Oh, and remember to be swift. Don't let him suffer too much. The eldest son of the Yu family commanded his two guards. The guards nodded in agreement and stepped towards Su Jian, having accompanied the eldest son of the Yu family in similar endeavors countless times. They had long grown accustomed to such actions, even relishing the sight of others kneeling and weeping, deriving a sense of euphoria from wielding control over their fates. What they did not realize was that today they were about to encounter a harbinger of death. Kid, you. As the two guards approached Su Jian, pointing a finger at him, preparing to deliver a reprimand, before they could utter a word. A glint of cold light flashed in Su Jian's eyes. He swiftly aligned his index and middle fingers to form a blade and casually unleashed a wave of sword energy. The razor-sharp energy sliced through the raised wrists of the two men, simultaneously grazing their throats. Thud. Plop. The first sound was that of a head hitting the ground, while the second echoed the dull thud of a corpse collapsing. Originally anticipating a spectacle, the eldest son of the Yu family was met with the shocking sight of his guards being slain. His expression contorted with rage and madness. Damn it, who dares kill before him? Do they wish for death? You filthy wretches, do you not know I am the eldest son of the Yu family? To harm my people is tantamount to slapping my face. Today, I demand not only your legs but your very life. The eldest son of the Yu family roared in a ferocious outburst, his formidable aura erupting from within, revealing his 8th level of foundation establishment. Though his innate talent was lacking, he had been steeped in all manner of heavenly materials and earthly treasures since childhood. Even a pig could reach foundation establishment under such circumstances. This pressure was not weak. It rivaled that of some outstanding disciples from smaller sects. Kneel and kowtow now, and perhaps I may spare your worthless life. Recognize your position. The eldest son of the Yu family, exuding a terrifying aura, advanced step by step towards Su Jian, attempting to instill fear and compel him to kneel. However, his self-assured bravado appeared utterly ludicrous in Su Jian's eyes. 8th level of foundation establishment? What a weakling! Did he not dispatch Yu Hao, a 5th level foundation establishment master, with a single stroke? Kneel. You have indulged far too much in the absurd tales spun by those wandering storytellers. Haven Tu, do you truly believe yourself to be the embodiment of a hero? Su Jian advanced step by step towards the heir of the Yu family, his tone as frigid as ice. I shall not allow you to meet your demise so swiftly. I will ensure you witness the annihilation of your entire clan. Chapter 79. The The 7 stars and 8 trigram sword formation. To merely dispatch him with a single sword strike. That would be far too merciful. For such vile creatures, dealing with this degenerate requires that Su Jian inflict upon him the utmost agony, to rightfully avenge his parents who perished at his hands, as well as all those who suffered at the hands of the Yu family heir. However, upon hearing Su Jian's words, the Yu family heir erupted into exaggerated laughter, as though he had just heard the most ludicrous of jokes. Ha ha ha! You? I, at the 8th level of Foundation establishment, can already contend with those of the Golden Core stage. I am the pride of heaven. What are you, but a mere insect? Recognizing that the person before him was beyond redemption, the Yu heir resolved to extinguish him with a single strike. Deeming it unnecessary to let such a being disturb his mood, "White light sacred hand," he declared, immediately unleashing a powerful palm technique of his family. The white light sacred hand was a profound level technique, renowned for its formidable strength, accessible only to direct descendants like him. It was said that when mastered to its fullest extent, its might could rival that of royal-level spells. A palm imprint enveloped in white light hurtled towards Su Jian's face. Imbued with overwhelming pressure and destructive force, the Yu heir was supremely confident, believing that one swift strike would suffice to resolve the matter. Yet, Su Jian did not flinch. He did not even attempt to counter. Allowing the ferocious energy to cascade over him, in an instant, Su Jian was shrouded in an endless expanse of white light, appearing as though he had been utterly obliterated. Ha ha ha! You dare to act before me? You lack even a modicum of strength yet still bark like a dog? Do you fancy yourself as the Yu heir's triumphant laughter fell abruptly silent as he beheld a figure emerging from the dissipating white light? How are you unharmed? The Yu heir exclaimed in astonishment for the first time. Su Jian stood before him, immaculate and devoid of even a speck of dust, much less being rendered to ashes. Ha! With such trifling skills, you dare to claim you can contend with the Golden Core. Not only are you weak among your peers, but you are also a mere chicken, Su Jian scoffed disdainfully. It seemed that the Yu family's elite had been deliberately holding back during their sparring sessions, leading him to the delusion that he was a chosen one capable of challenging those above his station. Impossible! You must have employed some means to evade harm. It cannot be that you are truly unscathed. The Yu heir, unable to accept reality, bellowed in rage, preparing to strike again. But Su Jian merely raised his hand, releasing a blade of sword energy that split into several beams, swiftly severing the Yu heir's limbs. With a thud, the Yu heir, now bereft of mobility, collapsed onto the ground, writhing in a pool of blood. His screams echoing in despair. You actually, the Yu heir was gripped by terror and fury, his howls reverberating through the air. He could never have imagined that one born with a silver spoon in his mouth would one day find himself dismembered by another. This was not merely a huge disparity. This was utter despair. Disgusted by the unpleasant sounds emanating from him, Su Jian unleashed a cluster of light, sealing his body and muffling his voice, as the orb of light that restrained the Yu heir hovered before him. Su Jian revealed a chilling smile, declaring, "Now, you shall witness how I obliterate your Yu family." With that, he hurled the Yu heir into the air, granting him the best vantage point to observe the unfolding carnage. Is that the Yu heir? How could he be without his limbs? Onlookers, drawn by the commotion, gaped in disbelief at the spectacle of the suspended orb. The once arrogant and oppressive Yu heir had now become a sight of pity. They had never considered that he could be subjected to such brutal treatment. How swiftly had he fallen! That young hero is truly remarkable, regardless of whether he can shake the Yu family. The Yu heir is now utterly crippled. How gratifying! A champion for the people. A throng of over 1,000 had gathered, all eager to witness the event. Their hearts surged with excitement at the sight of the Yu heir's plight, yearning to applaud and laugh, their admiration for Su Jian growing by the moment. At that juncture, someone pointed towards Su Jian, shouting, "Look, he is charging into the Yu family." All eyes turned to see Su Jian wielding his long sword. Surrounded by a terrifying aura of sword energy, emitting a resonant hum that warned all who approached, death awaited them. Someone is storming the Yu family. Who is this reckless fool, daring to commit murder here? Summon help. This man is a fierce one. We are no match for him. He is at least of the Golden Core stage. The Yu family guards, scattered and decimated, lay amidst the ruins of their own making as Su Jian strode through, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Once menacing and fierce, the guards were now trembling in fear, none daring to impede his advance. To do so would mean certain death. The Yu family estate was vast, and Su Jian had already claimed at least 100 lives in the front courtyard before many even became aware of the turmoil. The elite of the Yu family began to emerge, witnessing the devastation of their courtyard, their anger igniting like a wildfire. "Brash young whelp, from which family do you hail? Reveal your backing, and I shall spare your life." A middle-aged man thundered, eyes wide with fury. Simultaneously, several golden core experts encircled Su Jian, their formidable auras converging to form an invisible cage, trapping him within. "My background? You are not worthy of knowing it," Su Jian replied, seemingly oblivious to the impending peril. Speaking with a nonchalant smile, coming from the Kunlun sacred land, how could the likes of the Yu family even comprehend his origins? "Impudent. Do you think you can resist? Since you refuse to divulge, I shall first cripple your limbs, then destroy your dantian, and finally extract your soul," roared a furious golden core expert from the Yu family, commanding his compatriots to form a formation. "This youth is peculiar. Do not engage him alone. Let us form a formation." Under the lead of this golden core expert, they unleashed their vast spiritual power, intertwining it to construct a colossal formation. Su Jian found himself ensnared within it, akin to a fish upon a cutting board, seemingly devoid of options. This was the 7 stars and 8 trigrams sword formation, an exceedingly powerful and versatile array. Once ensnared, one could only await death. Seeing Su Jian trapped without any resistance, the Yu family's experts laughed with abandon. They had expected a formidable opponent, only to discover he was naught but an overconfident novice. He did not even realize he had been ensnared by the formation. With such paltry strength and experience, how dared he provoke the Yu family? Chapter 80. The Yu family, annihilated. Is there anyone else? Kill. With a commanding shout from the Yu family golden core expert, the array was activated. Countless sword energies erupted from all directions, converging upon Su Jian. Within this sword formation, not only would a novice in the golden core stage perish, even those of the 5th level, such as Yu Hao, would meet a woeful end. In an instant, the interior of the 7 stars and 8 trigrams sword formation filled with sharp sword energies, accompanied by mysterious starlight twinkling. The bloodthirsty atmosphere of the formation sent shivers down the spines of the distant townsfolk. "Oh no, it's the 7 stars and 8 trigram sword formation. It is said to have been acquired by the last patriarch of the Yu family from an ancient tomb, possessing immense power. Formed by the collective might of golden core experts, its strength multiplied several times over. That youth is in grave danger." Not necessarily. He managed to slay Yu Hao, indicating his strength is undoubtedly formidable. Perhaps a miracle may yet occur. A miracle? How many miracles exist in this world? I fear he is doomed. Those hiding in various corners of the city felt a sense of dread for Su Jian. Trapped within the sword formation, even if he survived, he would surely be gravely injured. Yet unbeknownst to them, within the formation, Su Jian was unfazed by the dense onslaught of sword energies. He felt no harm. In fact, he was quite at ease, a commendable formation. I can discern its weaknesses at a glance. Su Jian, possessing the innate supreme sword bone, was exceedingly sensitive to sword techniques and secrets. He pinpointed a particular corner and unleashed a blade of sword energy, instantly shattering the entire formation. Boom! The sword formation collapsed explosively, the unleashed sword energies tearing through the air like rampaging beasts, scattering in all directions. "Oh no! The formation has collapsed," one of the golden core experts exclaimed in shock. How could a formation forged by several golden core experts be so effortlessly dismantled? This young man must possess a remarkable treasure. Another golden core expert, having deflected the errant sword energies, cried out in insatiable greed, "Kill! We must not allow him the chance to escape." Recognizing Su Jian's extraordinary prowess, several golden core experts joined forces, intent on a swift resolution to avoid further complications. Duan my divine palm, 4-core seal. Breaking the waves, demon slashing. Several formidable attacks surged towards Su Jian, filling the air with an aura of impending doom that left onlookers trembling with fear. I in the face of such a concerted assault. Su Jian, merely at the first level of the Golden Core stage, remained remarkably composed. Even when he was merely at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage, he had been capable of slaying experts at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. Now, with his significantly enhanced strength, confronting 5 Golden Core opponents posed no challenge for him. He unleashed the Celestial Gang's Absolute Shadow Sword. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Jian drew his sword. In an instant, countless sword lights appeared, overlapping in a dazzling display. The overwhelming sword radiance instantly shattered several Golden Core attacks, countering them with strikes aimed at their vital points. Initially, they managed to fend off a few blows, but gradually, they realized that the sword lights were coming from all directions, rendering complete defense impossible. They soon bore multiple deep wounds. Heaven and earth, annihilation with one sword. Su Jian's sword technique transformed, shifting from a dazzling display to a singular ultimate strike. A beam of sword light pierced the void, and those present had no time to prepare for this attack. 2 Golden Core experts were pierced through the forehead. One sword stroke, 2 lives extinguished. Such a remarkable feat sent chills down the spines of those remaining. Are they dead? The remaining Golden Core experts, witnessing the demise of 2 comrades who had no chance to defend themselves, were terrified and began to retreat hastily. Their gazes towards Su Jian brimmed with fear and apprehension. Who exactly is this formidable individual? Although he seemed to be at the 1st level of the Golden Core stage, how could he possess such overwhelming power? Moreover, his swordsmanship was terrifying. Each strike seemed destined to draw blood, even severing heads. An astonishing sword intent enveloped him. If there were no surprises, he must have originated from one of the prestigious sects, having received exceptional training. Otherwise, how could someone so young possess such remarkable skills? If this continued, they might very well meet their end here. They could only hope that their patriarch would return swiftly. Otherwise, they truly could not hold out much longer. At this moment, their only strategy was to buy time. Once their patriarch returned, everything would turn for the better, no matter how formidable this young man was. He could not possibly stand against their patriarch. After all, their patriarch was already a formidable Yuaning stage expert, effortlessly capable of slaying a Golden Core youth. Stop. We can discuss this amicably, one of the anxious Golden Core experts shouted. However, the response was a brilliant and icy sword light, dominating the heavens with an overwhelming presence. Swish! The sword light was sharp, as if it transcended time and space. One moment it was far away. The next it was right in front of him, leaving him no chance to evade, not even time to raise his hand in defense. Thud! A blood streak appeared on the forehead of this Golden Core cultivator. His eyes wide with disbelief as he plummeted from the sky. He could hardly fathom that after decades of cultivation, he was ultimately bested by a single strike from a mere youth. And you? Su Jian displayed no mercy or leniency. To show compassion to these people was to show cruelty to other victims. The long sword in his hand transformed into chains of despair. As one by one, these experts fell into the bloody depths below. Standing in the void, his sword angled toward the ground, his garments billowed in the wind, and his long black hair danced with the breeze. Those who hid in the distance, watching the unfolding scene, were left utterly astounded. Each and every one of them struggled to believe their eyes. They had long heard of the might of the 7 stars 8 trigram sword formation, which had once slain a peak Golden Core expert. The Yu family had relied on this formation to seize numerous territories and resources. Yet, how could such a powerful sword formation fail to contain this young man? Furthermore, his swordsmanship seemed almost divine. Each strike embodied the principles of heaven and earth, imbued with an indescribable profundity. At times, a seemingly ordinary strike would be impossible to evade. In merely half a day, the Yu family was drenched in blood. Countless Golden Core cultivators perished in pools of gore. The stench of blood emanating from the Yu family estate was so intense that it could be sensed even several streets away. They could hardly imagine the hellish scene within the Yu family at this moment. Yet, none felt this was cruel. On the contrary, many were filled with joy, some even moved to tears, not for any other reason, but because they had all suffered under the oppression of the Yu family. They had long desired to sacrifice themselves in a bid for mutual destruction with the Yu family, yet they knew all too well that even if they traded their lives, the Yu family would not suffer any losses. But now, everything had changed. With Su Jian's appearance, They saw hope for the Yu family's annihilation, experiencing the thrill of vengeance. Chapter 81. Why isn't he fleeing? Let them all die. It would be best if they all perished. The Yu family truly deserves their fate, not a shred of pity for them. Ha ha ha. What a joyous occasion. I can only proclaim it a joyous occasion. Generally, I would not laugh out loud, unless I could no longer contain myself. Ha ha ha. Various voices erupted from all corners of the city. Some could not help but cheer, while others were moved to tears of joy. The same exhilaration and delight surged within their hearts. They had never been this happy, even during the new year. In a corner of the city, a ragged, elderly couple embraced, weeping as they murmured, "Daughter, someone avenged you. Can you see it from the heavens? A young hero has helped you." Similar scenes played out in numerous locations. The Yu family's sins were far too great. Many innocents had been severely oppressed. Yet, due to the Yu family's immense power, they had dared not speak out, silently praying for the day of retribution. However, they also understood that the likelihood of the Yu family facing consequences was almost non-existent. For the righteous do not live long, while calamity lingers for 1,000 years. The more wicked, fierce, and cruel one is, the more they prosper and thrive compared to others. The wealth and power accumulated by wrongdoers through their misdeeds only grow larger. As they witnessed the Yu family's rise, no one dared to genuinely hope for this day to come. But fortunately, a mysterious young hero had truly appeared, cleansing the Yu family of all its members, leaving a scene of blood and dismemberment. What a relief! Such satisfaction! At last, the wicked had reaped the consequences. Every witness to this scene was filled with joy. Yet, amid their excitement, they also worried about the young hero. Although he had decimated the Yu family, annihilating the Golden Core experts, the most crucial members of the family were currently away on business. Should those core higher-ups return and discover the slaughter of their kin, they would undoubtedly be furious and seek to eradicate this young hero by any means necessary. Among those core higher-ups were peak Golden Core experts, even a Yuan-ing stage cultivator. With so many powerful figures gathered, this young man was undoubtedly doomed. At this moment, many hesitated, wondering if they should step forward to warn him to flee quickly. After all, the Yu family had already suffered greatly. The remaining top experts were of little consequence, and the Yu family would surely decline in the future. However, the vast majority still dared not show themselves. A dying camel is still larger than a horse, and what if the Yu family sought vengeance on them later? With this consideration, some remained hidden. The elderly couple, trembling and supporting each other, stepped forward to warn the floating Su Jian. "Young hero, you must flee. You have slain so many. The head of the Yu family must have sensed it by now. Once they return, you will have no chance of escape," the elderly couple urged anxiously. They did not wish to see Su Jian fall, risking their lives to warn him. Su Jian looked down, smiling as he responded, "Do not worry. They better hurry back. I do not have time to wait for them. Find a safe place and watch as I eradicate the Yu family." After saying this, Su Jian sheathed his sword and sat cross-legged in midair, cultivating while awaiting the return of the Yu family's higher-ups. His actions left all those secretly observing in sheer astonishment. If he had not been warned, it would be understandable that he had no time to flee. But now, with a warning, he remained unperturbed, even stating that he awaited the return of the Yu family's core higher-ups to eliminate them. Was he truly that confident? Such formidable confidence. Did he perhaps conceal his strength? Believing he could eliminate the entire Yu family? That would be splendid. They could merely sit back and enjoy the spectacle, yet many still felt a sense of foreboding. Multiple peak Golden Core cultivators, alongside a Yuan-ing stage expert, were truly not something he could handle alone. The residents of the city eagerly anticipated watching Su Jian continue his rampage. Yet rationality reminded them that this young man was a typical example of youthful arrogance. With a bit of strength, he might become recklessly proud. When faced with those experts, could he truly stand his ground? Suddenly, a powerful aura raced in from the distance, eventually settling atop a distant towering pavilion. He was a middle-aged man, emanating a profound presence that enveloped the surrounding area. Anyone who saw him displayed expressions of astonishment, for this man was none other than the head of one of the three major families in the city. The O family. The O family head. What brings him here? With such a commotion, how could the O family, as one of the three major families, remain unaware? Could it be that he was here to play the role of the cunning fox? Would there be any danger to that youth? We dare not inquire. The head of the O clan is indeed a formidable Yuan Ing level expert. Should he harbor any ill intent, no one could thwart him. Upon the appearance of the O clan leader, the crowd was both astonished and yet found it entirely reasonable. The U clan is on the verge of being exterminated. How could he possibly refrain from coming to witness the spectacle? The more tragic the fate of the U clan, the more advantageous it is for the O clan. As the crowd gasped in awe, another figure radiating a powerful aura swiftly darted in from a different direction, ultimately alighting atop the highest pavilion. It is the Tang clan. The head of the Tang clan has indeed made his appearance as well. The leaders of both clans have gathered. What could they be planning? Surely they do not intend to eliminate that youth? I find it improbable. They would relish the sight of that youth vanquishing the U clan, reaping the benefits themselves, even if they were to intervene. It would likely be at the very last moment to claim the spoils. With the Tang clan leader's arrival, everyone in the city, whether in the open or lurking in the shadows, could no longer contain their restless hearts. The situation grows increasingly complex. What actions will these two great families undertake? No one knows. Yet all understood that the youth's predicament has become perilous. Both the U clan and the predatory gazes of the Tang and O clans pose a colossal threat to him. We can only hope he can endure this trial. Naturally, Su Jian also sensed the approach of two formidable auras, yet he remained unperturbed, seated in the void like a monk in deep meditation. Seizing this moment, he could still regulate his breath, preparing for the next great battle. It goes without saying that this forthcoming confrontation would be the true test of strength. Above Su Jian, a luminous sphere floated, encasing the body of the U clan's young master, who bore witness to the bloody conflict of his family. He watched as one clan member after another fell in pools of blood. The U clan's young master was consumed with unbridled hatred, his eyes bloodshot with rage. His ire was not solely directed at Su Jian for slaying his kin, but rather at the very act of Su Jian's actions, which would condemn him to a future devoid of the exalted status he once enjoyed. You shall perish. 1,000 tortures would not suffice. You truly deserve death. Once my father and the other elders return, your doom is assured. The U clan's young master howled in madness within the luminous sphere, unleashing the most venomous curses, yearning to witness Su Jian's demise with his own eyes. Chapter 82. The Three Clan Leaders. The final battle, however, due to the seal in place, his voice could not escape, rendering his anguished cries unheard by the outside world. All could see was Su Jian calmly meditating in the void, and his confidence commanded the admiration of all. It was evident that he awaited the return of all the U clan members, intending to ensnare them all at once. Were it another, having taken lives, they would surely flee at the first opportunity to evade retribution. Yet he remained, and this confidence and courage were enough to vanquish all. To the onlookers, his figure was towering, embodying the solitude of a hero. They remained unaware that Su Jian had never intended to gamble with his life. His sole desire was to annihilate the entire U clan and depart gracefully. Nothing more. In a distant pavilion, the heads of the O and Tang clans had brewed a pot of tea, sipping leisurely while admiring the unfolding events at the U clan's estate. The entire U clan had been exterminated. That youth's actions were indeed ruthless. He deliberately spared the U clan's young master to ensure he witnessed the downfall of his family, did he not? The head of the Tang clan discerned Su Jian's intentions with a single glance. This young man's approach resonated with him. He was decisive and ruthless, yet not devoid of compassion for the weak. Given time, this individual would undoubtedly become a legendary powerhouse in the Songtian realm. The O clan leader sipped his fragrant tea, nodding with a smile. He is quite impressive, though regrettably lacking in strength. Once the U clan leader and the others return, this youth is as good as dead. However, I could intervene to spare him. With proper guidance, he would surely become a formidable asset. The tone of the O clan leader was calm, as though he had already grasped the entirety of the situation's trajectory. He harbored admiration for Su Jian, even contemplating taking him as a disciple. The Tang clan leader turned his gaze, smiling. Then we shall see whose methods are more enticing to him when it comes to recruiting formidable talents. The Tang clan leader was quite confident. The Tang clan was affluent, possessing several mines and hundreds of acres of herbal gardens, along with numerous valuable assets within the city. He believed that if he promised the youth a position overseeing one of these enterprises, He would be unable to refuse. Humph. We shall speak of this once the dust settles. The Yu clan leader will soon return. The O clan leader scoffed in defiance. Both leaders felt at ease. Knowing that the Yu clan's demise was inevitable, the Tang and O clans would simultaneously strike, eliminating all members of the Yu clan and then dividing their assets, after indulging in approximately 3 pots of spiritual tea. The clan leaders suddenly set down their cups, smiles gracing their faces as they gazed into the distance. At that moment, Su Jian opened his eyes, looking in the same direction, for he had sensed several formidable auras hastily rushing into the city. The Yu clan's members have finally arrived. Su Jian slowly rose, the long sword in his hand once again materializing, gripped firmly in a single hand. Boom, boom, boom. Several immensely powerful auras surged into the city like a tempest. They were indeed the upper echelons of the Yu clan. At the forefront stood the Yu clan leader. With their arrival, the crowd immediately recoiled into the shadows, fearful of revealing themselves. It is the Yu clan. They have returned. They are quicker than I anticipated. The outcome of this contest hinges on this moment. I hope that youth still possesses some hidden trump cards. Otherwise, his chances are truly slim. The crowd was deeply concerned for Su Jian's predicament. The Yu clan members returned to their estate, only to find their grand manor reduced to ruins, the stench of blood pervading the air, leaving them aghast. They had merely stepped out for a short while. And now their home was no more? Their eyes, filled with rage, reflected an ocean of hatred surging within them. They are all dead. Everyone except for them has perished. Where is my son? Where is my son? The Yu clan leader frantically scanned the area, his gaze eventually landing upon the luminous sphere above Su Jian. Within the sphere lay his pitiful son, weeping uncontrollably, hardly recognizable. He had doted on his son immensely, granting him anything he desired, punishing anyone who dared to offend him. Upon witnessing his beloved child in such a wretched state, the Yu clan leader's murderous intent and fury erupted simultaneously. My son. The Yu clan leader let out a heart-wrenching wail, his eyes bloodshot and wild, his demeanor slipping into unprecedented madness. On the way back, he had sensed the shattering of many life tokens within the clan, including those of his wife and concubines, along with other core members. They understood that something catastrophic had befallen their stronghold. Yet only upon seeing it with their own eyes did they realize that everyone was dead, leaving only a useless young master. Whoever you are, today you must die. No, to let you die would be too merciful. I shall turn you into a corpse puppet, subjecting you to eternal torment. The Yu clan leader screamed in frenzy, unleashing his Yuan-Ing level aura. The sheer force of this energy obliterated numerous surrounding structures. The might of Yuan-Ing, terrifying indeed. All present fled in terror, having gravely underestimated the wrath of a Yuan-Ing master. The mere release of his aura was sufficient to annihilate them. Haoyang Fumo Fist. The Yu clan leader immediately executed an extremely formidable and lethal fist technique. Dense spiritual energy erupted from his being, and as he swung his fists, a colossal golden figure, towering over 1,000 feet, seemed to manifest behind him. Boom! As he struck down with his fists, the towering figure mirrored his movements, unleashing a devastating blow towards Su Jian. The enormous golden fist imprint had yet to fully descend, yet the ground already cracked and buckled, as if the very heavens and earth were on the brink of annihilation. Should this punch land, who knows how much of the city would be obliterated? Come at me. In the face of such terrifying power, Su Jian exhibited no fear. Rather, his battle spirit surged, and he wielded his sword with finesse. One after another, different sword techniques erupted from him almost simultaneously, brilliant sword light transforming into a tempest of blades, relentlessly colliding with the golden fist. In an instant, a brilliant explosion illuminated the sky, as if the sun itself had detonated above the city, unleashing a maelstrom of light and chaotic energy. All instinctively shut their eyes, their ears filled with the relentless roar, oblivious to the unfolding chaos. They only knew that the level of this battle was undoubtedly cataclysmic. Chapter 83. The secret techniques of the true dragon clan. The frenzied forces clashed, each attempting to overpower the other. The sword energy surged through the heavens and earth. Yet the adversary wielded Yuan-Ing level power, far exceeding Su Jian by an entire cultivation realm. The confrontation was unmistakably in favor of the Yu clan leader. Su Jian felt himself propelled backward by an overwhelming force. a surge of warmth rising in his chest, threatening to expel blood. His figure was sent hurtling over 100 meters into the sky before he managed to stabilize himself. He let out a long sigh, suppressing the tumultuous energy coursing through his veins. Confronted by a formidable adversary who surpassed him by an entire realm, he found himself struggling. Truly, a Yuaning expert was a force to be reckoned with. Merely a single strike had forced me to retreat repeatedly. Although Su Jian found himself at a disadvantage, his eyes sparkled with intensity, filled with an indomitable fighting spirit. Engaging in combat across such a substantial cultivation gap was exhilarating. It was said that his senior brothers and sisters could contend with Yuaning experts even during their golden elixir phase. I cannot afford to lag behind. Su Jian gripped his long sword tightly, a surge of sword energy radiating from him, his spine seemingly transforming into a soaring sword. Under his influence, every sword within the city resonated, as though they were alive with excitement, paying homage to the supreme essence of the sword. Remarkably, he remained unscathed. As the onlookers focused intently, they discovered that aside from appearing somewhat disheveled from his retreat, Su Jian bore no visible injuries, leaving them all astounded. That was a furious strike from a Yuaning expert. Imbued with lethal intent, one would expect even a peak golden elixir cultivator to tread carefully, let alone someone of the same realm as a Yuaning. Yet, this lad, merely a first-tier golden elixir cultivator, had emerged unscathed. He had withstood the blow from the head of the Yu family. Just moments ago, the might of his sword energy had been astonishing. How could a mere golden elixir practitioner possess such formidable power? His sword must be of an exceptionally high tier, potentially at the king level. It was my first encounter with a golden elixir cultivator who could withstand a Yuaning strike without sustaining injuries. All the powerful observers hidden in the shadows were utterly shocked by the spectacle before them, as it far exceeded their understanding. The chasm between each major realm was immense, and to say it was a difference akin to that between heaven and earth would not be an exaggeration. According to their beliefs, a golden elixir cultivator could never hope to contend with a Yuaning cultivator. Perhaps a peak golden elixir practitioner might have a glimmer of hope, but was this young man a peak golden elixir? He was far from it. On the loft above, the heads of the O and Tang families nearly dropped their teacups in disbelief. They exchanged a glance, both recognizing the profound shock reflected in each other's eyes. His sword techniques are formidable. This is no ordinary talent. Could it be that he has inherited some extraordinary legacy? The Tang family head immediately discerned that the sword techniques the young man had employed were of a very high tier, possibly reaching the king level. The O family head gravely added, "Not only that, but his sword's tier is also quite elevated, at least at the king level." He wanted to suggest it might even be at the saint level. But such artifacts were exceedingly rare, and none of their families possessed even one. How could this young man possibly have such a treasure? Deep within their eyes, both men glimmered with avarice. If they could recruit this youth, they would not only gain a top-tier fighter but might also obtain his mysterious legacy. If Su Jian refused, it would be no matter. They could simply eliminate him and seize his inheritance. Unbelievably, today had turned out to be a tremendous windfall. Not only could they witness the downfall of the Yu family, but they could also acquire a powerful and enigmatic legacy. Meanwhile, the head of the Yu family, seeing Su Jian unscathed, was equally bewildered. What? He was utterly flabbergasted. He knew all too well the sheer power behind that last strike. Not even a peak golden elixir cultivator could afford to be reckless in its presence, let alone a Yuaning of the same level. To take it head-on was sure to result in injury. Annihilating a golden elixir practitioner was a simple task. Yet, why was this young man completely unharmed? The several peak golden elixir cultivators of the Yu family also found it hard to believe. The head's attack had been terrifying, even instilling a sense of impending doom within them. If they had taken the head of the family's strike directly, they would surely have been grievously injured, if not killed. Why was this young man completely unscathed? However, after a brief moment of astonishment, the Yu family head realized that Su Jian must have some kind of reliance. But so what? Could he withstand a second strike as he had the first? The taunt-suppressing dragon seal, the angry dragon roar. The Yu family head was determined to obliterate Su Jian with a single blow, thus unleashing his most powerful killing techniques without reservation. The taunt-suppressing dragon seal and the angry dragon roar were incomplete secret techniques he had fortuitously acquired during his travels, said to be related to the true dragon lineage. Even in their incomplete forms, these techniques were already terrifyingly powerful, and if mastered to the highest degree, they could potentially rival saint-level techniques. He only employed these ultimate techniques when facing a life-or-death crisis. Boom! As he roared, a semi-transparent phantom of a true dragon manifested before him, stretching several hundred feet in length. The dragon phantom roared as well, its sonic energy exploding forth, unleashing terrifying power upon Su Jian. Such a destructive sonic assault caused all within the city to clutch their ears in pain, with some even suffering from severe hemorrhaging and death. Simultaneously, as the head of the Yu family brought his hand crashing down, a massive seal inscribed with a dragon motif also descended towards Su Jian's head. Rumble. The dual onslaught was unavoidable, and no one could ignore it. All the spectators pressed their ears tightly, their faces etched with terror. The heads of the Tang and O families could no longer remain seated. They dropped their teacups and stood upright. It was the two incomplete secret techniques of the true dragon clan. The Tang family head's face was filled with astonishment. He had previously battled the head of the Yu family and had experienced firsthand the power of these two incomplete true dragon techniques. With both techniques unleashed, even he would have to flee for his life. The O family head also solemnly proclaimed, "That young man is doomed. There is no way he can withstand this. If we wish to obtain his legacy, we must intervene. If Su Jian perishes, then they would gain nothing." The spiritual energy within both of them began to circulate, releasing strands of potent aura that enveloped the entire loft. Ready to strike and save Su Jian at any moment, at this moment, Su Jian was evidently in a perilous predicament. His combat prowess was formidable, yet facing an opponent who towered over him by an entire realm, coupled with the onslaught of two incomplete true dragon techniques, was overwhelming. However, Su Jian exhibited neither fear nor retreat. He roared in defiance, and the azure-glowing divine sword in his hand erupted with a blinding radiance. Simultaneously, his spine transformed into a colossal sword light, soaring skyward and transmuting the very space around him into a realm of swords. Under his influence, every sword within the city flew forth, merging into the tempest. In an instant, the air was filled with a cacophony of clashing swords. When the sonic force of the angry dragon roar struck these swords, they were instantly scattered, like a rain of swords falling from the sky. In the face of such a grand battle, Su Jian's strength still seemed somewhat lacking. Yet, at that moment, the small sword nestled in his embrace emitted a radiant glow, infusing him with power that caused his aura to surge like a volcanic eruption. It was the small sword gifted to him by his master that was now manifesting its influence. Su Jian instantaneously comprehended the reason. With his master's contingency plan in place, he would never face death. The time for counterattack had arrived. Chapter 84. Annihilation of the family. Not bringing shame to the sect. Empowered by this surge of strength, Su Jian's attacks became exponentially more ferocious, each sword light tearing apart the true dragon phantom. Even the massive, heavy town-suppressing dragon seal was shattered with a resounding explosion. In the blink of an eye, both techniques were dismantled. "You dare!" The head of the Yu family spat a mouthful of blood, utterly incredulous that despite exerting all his might, he had gained nothing from this encounter. Who is this young man, and why does he possess such a seemingly endless array of powerful techniques? Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from Su Jian, the head of the Yu family was overtaken by fear. He sensed that surviving the next strike would be a near impossibility. Realizing this, he chose to turn and flee in front of everyone. No longer daring to speak of revenge, preserving his own life was of utmost importance. His actions shocked everyone present. No one could believe their eyes. What on earth is he doing? He is running away. Why is he escaping? What is happening? The esteemed Yuan Ing level head of the Yu family has turned tail and fled. Does he not intend to avenge his family? What transpired? He looked as though he had seen a ghost. The crowd was filled with bewilderment, some even finding the situation absurdly amusing. Each person believed he could easily crush that young man, especially after unleashing both techniques. Surely, it would be a simple matter to annihilate him. Yet, why had he chosen to flee in such a panic? The head of the family. Several key members of the Yu family were also dazed, as if their minds had been struck violently. Unable to comprehend the situation, the young master of the Yu family, sealed within the light, was left speechless. his mouth agape as though he were a fool. He had eagerly anticipated witnessing his father avenge him. Yet why had his father abandoned everyone and fled? You old fool, what happened to your sense of honor? At this moment, Su Jian's eyes were icy. He had no intention of allowing the head of the Yu family to escape so easily. The azure-glowing divine sword in his hand emitted a resonant cry, transforming into a brilliant streak of blue light, akin to a shooting star, piercing through the body of the head of the Yu family. The immense force caused the head of the Yu family to explode into a cloud of blood mist, leaving not even a trace behind. However, a Yuan-ing level expert does not perish so swiftly. Even with his body destroyed, the Yuan-ing remains. A small white figure, glowing brightly, surged forth from the blood mist, unleashing a speed even more incredible as it sought to make a complete escape. Damn it! Who is this kid? Why is he so extraordinarily powerful? When did my Yu family provoke such a monster? At this moment, the master of the Yu family was engulfed in profound regret, wishing he had never engaged in conflict with his adversary. The outcome had led to this dire situation, leaving him with nothing but his primordial spirit. Fortunately, the speed unleashed by directly consuming the power of the primordial spirit was astonishingly swift, and escaping should pose no issue. Yet, as this thought flickered through his mind, a sword chi struck faster than he could react, obliterating both him and his primordial spirit in a single stroke. From this point forth, tranquility enveloped the world. The master of the Yu family had truly perished, his essence extinguished. The entire city seemed to plunge into a profound silence, with not a single sound escaping from the lips of its inhabitants. In their hearts, the master of the Yu family embodied the pinnacle of the city's martial prowess, a primordial spirit cultivator capable of exerting dominion over the entire town. They had lived under the shadow of his threat for countless years, and to them, he was an invincible force. Never had they dared to imagine that the Yu family could be vanquished, that their master would meet such a doom. Yet today, the very wishes they had never dared to entertain had all come to fruition. All around them, people stood either in stunned silence, shock, or reverent admiration as they gazed up at the figure wielding a divine sword of azure light, as if beholding a deity. Run. The master is dead. We are of no use here. The core members of the Yu family had utterly lost the courage to resist, realizing their insignificance before Su Jian, akin to ants. Consequently, upon regaining their senses, they transformed into streaks of radiant light. Fleeing in all directions, alas, in the face of Su Jian's current state, even the act of escaping became a luxury. Soon after, several sword chi surged forth, cleaving them into mere fragments. The Yu family was obliterated. Well struck. A great hero indeed. The Yu family deserved this. All should perish. They are finally dead. Who would have thought that in my lifetime I would witness the downfall of the Yu family? Ha ha ha. One reaps what one sows. This is retribution. All of it is retribution. Those who commit numerous wrongs will ultimately meet their end. This sentiment resonated perfectly with the fate of the Yu family. In an instant, the entire city erupted into deafening cheers, with jubilant laughter and tears of joy erupting from every corner. With the Yu family gone, they no longer held back. All the pent-up anger, humiliation, and resentment accumulated over the years surged forth in a torrent. Some took to the streets, banging drums and celebrating the demise of the Yu family, as if it were a festival. No, it was more boisterous than any celebration. They regarded Su Jian as a savior. For without him, they would have continued to suffer under the Yu family's oppression for countless years. Even until death, they would have lived in fear of the Yu family. Su Jian held the orb containing the seal of the Yu family's young master. Unbinding it. Why? Why have you done this to the Yu family? What offense have we committed against you? I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. The young master of the Yu family screamed in madness. Tears of blood streaming down his face, his body trembling violently. He had thought his father would come to his rescue, but the outcome was despairing. His father was unable to defeat this young man and had to abandon him to escape. As if that were not enough, he ultimately perished, his primordial spirit extinguished. The young master of the Yu family had completely crumbled, overcome with despair as he witnessed the annihilation of his clan and the death of his father. It was a miracle he had not completely lost his sanity. Who are you? Who are you? The young master of the Yu family glared at Su Jian, wishing he could sink his teeth into him. Observing the deranged young master, Su Jian replied calmly, "Do you remember the couple you killed a while back? They were my parents." Upon hearing this, the young master of the Yu family fell silent, stunned. After a moment, he laughed and wept, looking up at the sky. So that's how it is. Realizing the circumstances, he was engulfed in profound regret. Had he not so carelessly slain that couple, he would not have drawn the ire of this harbinger of doom, if only. But alas, there were no if-onlys, only the aftermath. Su Jian, disinterested in casting another glance at him, delivered a single strike that severed the remnants of his spiritual energy before discarding him like refuse onto the street. Clatter! A throng of people surged forth from every alley and corner, dragging the young master of the Yu family as they kicked and beat him, venting all their pent-up grievances. Su Jian found no pleasure in killing him. The public outrage would ensure a far more tragic end. After all was done, Su Jian felt that his obsession had been quelled, the vengeance for his parents avenged. It was time to return to the sect and continue his cultivation under his master's guidance. I wonder if my master would be satisfied with my performance? Surely, I did not bring shame upon the sect. Su Jian thought nervously. His figure flickered, transforming into a beam of sword light that shot into the sky. Just as he was about to depart, however, two figures radiating the aura of primordial spirit cultivators intercepted him. Chapter 85. Astonishing rewards. These two figures obstructed Su Jian's path. They were none other than the heads of the Tang and O families. Su Jian gazed at them calmly, appearing unsurprised by their arrival. In truth, he had known of their presence nearby for some time, but had deemed it unworthy of his attention. There's something you wish to discuss? Su Jian inquired in a cold tone. The heads of the Tang and O families exchanged glances, both expressing a sense of helplessness. According to their original plan, they intended to emerge and rescue Su Jian at the moment he was about to be annihilated by the master of the Yu family. After jointly eliminating the Yu family, they would then extract the mysterious inheritance from Su Jian. However, Su Jian's overwhelming display of power had completely disrupted their scheme. Take, for instance, Su Jian's recent execution of the Yu family master. Even if they had joined forces, it was uncertain they would have survived. Attempting to seize benefits from Su Jian through force? Impossible. Hence, they were left with no choice but to adopt a different approach. I am the head of the Tang family. I witnessed your extraordinary prowess earlier and hold you in great esteem. Thus I wish to befriend you. The Tang family head said with a smile. Lowering his stance, the O family head added, the Yu family's destruction was well deserved, and you have done the citizens a great service. We both admire you greatly. Regarding their overtures, Su Jian remained unmoved. Step aside. His tone remained exceedingly cold. He had no interest in engaging in idle chatter with the two, but offended by such blatant disregard, both men felt a surge of indignation. After all, they were primordial spirit-level cultivators with immense influence in the city. When had they ever been so blatantly ignored? Were it not for their wariness of his ability to kill primordial spirit cultivators, they would have struck long ago. We wish to host a grand banquet in your honor. As a token of our gratitude for your contributions to the city's residents, the Tang family head said with a beaming smile, if they could befriend a genius with a mysterious inheritance, it would be immensely beneficial for them. Without a moment's thought, Su Jian waved his hand dismissively. No need. With that, he shifted, transforming into a beam of sword light, prepared to leave. Yet the two men were unwilling to let him depart so easily. Continuing to block his path, Su Jian's eyes glinted with a murderous intent as he issued a warning. If you do not step aside, you will die. The Tang family head quickly explained, we are not here to cause trouble. We genuinely wish to befriend you. Please grant us this favor. Simultaneously, they scrutinized Su Jian's aura closely. A golden core cultivator suddenly possessing the ability to effortlessly slay primordial spirit cultivators must have utilized some forceful means to enhance his strength. Such methods would impose a significant burden on the body. Should Su Jian suddenly weaken, they would not hesitate to act and capture him. As they anticipated, Su Jian's aura swiftly diminished to that of a standard golden core cultivator. Completely losing the overwhelming sense of invincibility he had just exhibited, the eyes of both men brightened. They knew the opportunity had arrived. Their previously friendly expressions morphed, their smiles turning cold and sharp. The aura of primordial spirit cultivation began to emanate from them, enveloping Su Jian. Young friend, some matters cannot simply be refused. Do you have the means to bear the consequences? The the Tang family head said with a cunning smile. The secret method that had forcibly enhanced Su Jian's strength could not be employed again in the short term, meaning he had now become a mere plaything in their hands. The O family head concentrated a powerful surge of spiritual energy in his palm, threatening Su Jian. Observing the sudden change in the demeanor of the two, Su Jian remained unfazed, even amused. Surely, they did not believe this would be enough to subdue him, with the means left behind by his master. Two mere primordial spirit cultivators were hardly worth his concern. Su Jian, intrigued, countered, "I am not unreasonable. My master often instructs us to win people over with virtue. Therefore, I can offer you a chance to repent. Now, step aside and I shall spare your lives." Su Jian's tone was calm, devoid of any fear. Yet, to the Tang and O family heads, his composed demeanor appeared as nothing more than a facade of bravado. They had already concluded that Su Jian could not utilize the secret method a second time. They believed he was merely putting on a brave front. "We too are reasonable. As long as you present all your inheritances, we will certainly let you go," the O family head said with a sinister grin. Despite his words, both men had unleashed their formidable pressure, firmly locking Su Jian in place. This was the oppressive force of primordial spirit cultivators. And with both of them acting in concert, it was several times more intense than the pressure exerted by the Yu family master. Boom. Su Jian could only feel an invisible force striking him with tremendous intensity, as if countless mountains were crushing him from all directions. Facing two Yuanying stage opponents as a mere Jindan stage cultivator, how could he possibly fight back? Yet, in this seemingly hopeless predicament, Su Jian remained calm and began to draw upon the power of the small sword nestled within his robes. Waves of formidable energy surged into his body, elevating his aura once more, instantly breaking through the blockade established by the two Yuanying masters. He could still wield this secret technique? The head of the O family stared in astonishment at Su Jian, whose long hair danced wildly, pondering how this differed so greatly from his expectations. All he needed to do was buy some time. Surely such a secret technique could not come without repercussions, and it would inevitably expire once the time was up. The head of the Tang family quickly issued a low shout. He had no intention of confronting Su Jian head-on, for the grim fate of the Yu family head was vividly etched in his mind. As long as they delayed until Su Jian's secret method concluded, victory would be theirs. However, unbeknownst to them, Su Jian had no intention of stalling for time. "Alas, if you choose not to reason with me, then I shall abandon reason as well." Su Jian brandished the Qingfeng divine sword, and in an instant, his figure fragmented into countless duplicates, filling the heavens and the earth, all mere shadows of himself. The terrifying sword technique erupted. At that moment, both the Tang and O family heads realized their grave misjudgment. Against such an onslaught, enduring even a few breaths would be a feat weight. "There may be a misunderstanding between us." The Tang family head's complexion paled, and in a state of panic, he hurriedly pleaded for mercy from Su Jian. Yet, what met them was a torrential rain of sword lights, descending upon them like a tempest. Even the mightiest Yuanying stage cultivators were as fragile as tofu before such a cataclysmic sword technique. First, their physical forms were obliterated, and then their Yuanying were utterly annihilated. The three great Yuanying masters of the city all perished at Su Jian's hands. Having effortlessly dispatched the two, Su Jian sheathed the small sword in his robes, inwardly lamenting his own lack of strength. To kill a Yuanying, he had to rely on his master's power. Upon returning, he must diligently cultivate to the extent that he could slay Yuanying purely through his own prowess. The battle in the heavens transpired swiftly and concluded just as quickly. While the city was still abuzz with excitement over the annihilation of the Yu family, they were suddenly struck with terror by an unexpected, monumental disturbance. Upon looking up, they could only see the heads of the O and Tang families being ruthlessly exterminated amidst a dazzling storm of sword lights. After experiencing a series of events, the psychological resilience of the residents had already grown formidable, yet witnessing this scene still left them utterly shocked. Am I seeing things? Was that not the Tang and O family heads? It certainly was. Did they not come to spectate earlier? I saw them approach that young hero. They probably harbored ill intentions towards him, which led to their demise. Ha ha ha, they brought it upon themselves, did they not? The remaining two families were hardly any cleaner. Well done. That young man is merely a child. What fault could he possibly bear? How ruthless. The leaders of the three families have perished just like that. Utterly wiped out. The residents of the city were left so stunned that they could scarcely find words to articulate their feelings. This day was destined to be etched into history. A young hero emerged, not only eradicating the malignant Yu family, but also taking down the heads of two other prominent families in the process. Who could surpass such a feat? Speculations regarding the identity of this young man proliferated. Some suggested he was a top-tier genius sent from a sacred land to undergo trials, stepping forth to defend justice against injustice. Only a super genius from a sacred land could possess such strength. Others speculated that the young man might be some ancient being. For powerful cultivators, appearances were of little consequence. Many ancient beings preferred to maintain a youthful visage, so while Su Jian appeared as a youth, he might have already lived for over 1,000 years. Yet others claimed that Su Jian was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, manifesting in human form to eradicate the malignant entities upon witnessing the suffering of mortals. In any case, myriad theories abounded. The entire city was enveloped in joy and excitement. It was unclear how much time had passed when suddenly, two mysterious figures clad in black robes materialized in the skies above the city. These two figures exuded a robust aura, their realms unfathomable. One of the black-robed figures tossed forth a small gourd, from which a powerful suction emerged, creating a tempest in its wake. Soon, the souls of the previously slain cultivators were drawn back, including the eldest son of the Yu family, all sucked into the gourd. After sealing the lid, one of the black-robed figures expressed evident dissatisfaction with the haul, exclaiming, "Why is it all just junk from the Jindan and Juqing stages? I distinctly remember there were Yuanying stage souls." The other black-robed figure replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps they were obliterated into ashes and their souls scattered? Regardless, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. We at the Ghostly Soul Manor must remain grounded to collect more souls. Speaking of which, it's all Lu Jing's fault. Capturing the remnants of Li Yao's soul was a golden opportunity, and had she succeeded, it would have been a significant accomplishment. Yet, she has vanished without a trace." When it came to the task of capturing Li Yao's remnants, both expressed their indignation. According to their intelligence, Li Yao had been a cultivator on the verge of the Ascension stage, incredibly close to the Tribulation stage. His remnants were indeed highly coveted. Moreover, Li Yao's remnants were merely residing within a Juqing stage brat. Wasn't this task a gift? All it required was a bit of effort. Yet, the one responsible for this task, Lu Jing, had completely disappeared, leaving no trace behind. As for Li Yao's remnants and that Juqing stage brat, they currently lacked any leads. The manor's leader was furious and was dispatching more personnel to investigate the matter. Focusing particularly on the Tsangtian realm, a remnant of the Ascension stage cultivator was a tremendous boon. With Li Yao's remnants, the awakening of the Blood Tomb ancestor would be imminent. If the Blood Tomb ancestor could awaken sooner, we wouldn't have to toil so hard. What's with this wolf culture? Damn it. If I must work overtime, then so be it. After collecting the souls, the two Ghostly Soul Manor cultivators grumbled about the recent implementation of the wolf culture by their leader before heading back to report. They were confident that they would soon uncover the truth behind Lu Jing's disappearance and retrieve Li Yao's remnants, facilitating the early revival of the Blood Tomb ancestor. Meanwhile, at the Kunlun sacred land, after Su Jian annihilated the Yu family, Yi Chun had already received the system notification. Disciple Yi Chun has completed the task, with a completion rate of 100%. Rewards have been issued, along with an additional bonus reward. Reclining leisurely beneath the Enlightenment tea tree, Yi Chun revealed a satisfied smile upon receiving this news. Truly, he was a commendable disciple, not bringing shame to his master. Yi Chun began to check the rewards. Reward: 1,000 celestial-grade alchemy furnaces, 5,000 sacred-grade alchemy furnaces, 10,000 king-grade alchemy furnaces, 15,000 Xin-grade alchemy furnaces, and 20,000 spirit-grade alchemy furnaces. Reward: 1 portion of South Mingli fire, 1 portion of True Sun fire, 1 portion of Ziwei heavenly fire, 1 portion of Nine Heavens mysterious fire, 1 portion of Netherworld ghost fire, 1 portion of Primordial holy fire, 1 portion of Ghostly ice flame, 1 portion of Nine Deaths reincarnation flame, 1 portion of Azure Sea blue sky flame, and 1 portion of Red Lotus bone corrosion flame. Reward: 1,005 elements Tao fruits. Reward: 1 god weapon pavilion. Upon seeing these 4 categories of rewards, Yi Chun was somewhat taken aback. Although they were divided into 4 types, the actual quantity of rewards was substantial. The total number of alchemy furnaces alone exceeded several tens of thousands. Among them, there were 1,000 celestial-grade alchemy furnaces. Additionally, there were 10 different types of celestial fire. Celestial fire is the highest grade of flame, and the potency and efficacy of any flame classified as celestial fire need not be elaborated upon. Now, he had directly obtained 10 types of celestial fire. Each one would incite fierce competition, leading to bloodshed and ruin. Take for instance the godly Pill's sacred land, which possesses a plethora of celestial fire only after years of accumulation, searching, and cultivation. Yet, for the Kunlun sacred land, all it took was for Su Jian to complete a single task to receive 10 types. If the godly Pill's sacred land were to learn of this, would they not weep in despair? It is truly unfair. The third reward consisted of 1,005 elements Dao fruits. This is one of the celestial roots and is equally as precious as the holy fruit tree that Yi Qian transplanted from the Yuanshu Divine Mountain. It is worth noting that even a single holy fruit has led countless top-tier experts to fight tooth and nail. If one were to present 1,005 elements Dao fruits, it would undoubtedly drive the entire wilderness immortal world into a frenzy, potentially igniting wars between sacred lands. One must admit that this time, the system has once again been exceedingly generous. The final reward was the God Weapon Pavilion. Within the God Weapon Pavilion, countless weapons were stored, ranging from mundane to celestial grade, while the pavilion itself was a formidable imperial artifact. Chapter 86. The Transformative Alchemy Pavilion. It is important to note that the God Weapon Pavilion not only houses an innumerable array of weapons, but is also an extremely fearsome imperial artifact. Should the God Weapon Pavilion unleash all its weapons, it would unleash a terrifying torrent of weaponry capable of making even an immortal emperor tremble. Even without releasing the weapon torrent, the sheer might of the God Weapon Pavilion itself would be sufficient to dominate the current world. Such a treasure. Another foundational level artifact. Yi Qian chuckled with satisfaction. Currently, he possessed 3 imperial artifacts: the primordial immortal bell from the initial rewards, the extermination sword array, and the God Weapon Pavilion. Which sacred land could boast such formidable foundations? As he prepared to wage war across the myriad realms, these would serve as unparalleled weapons of destruction. The previously acquired original sword palace solely contained various divine swords, making it most beneficial for pure sword cultivators. Regarding the Forge Pavilion, currently, there are no talents in the sect specializing in forging, and it has yet to be officially utilized. Moreover, the process of crafting items requires time. With the establishment of the Divine Armory Pavilion, numerous weapons are now readily available for use. Yi Qian is quite satisfied with this reward. By the way, is there an additional reward? Yi Qian continues to explore. The task's completion rate of 100% grants him an extra reward. Reward: Sapling of the Jianmu Divine Tree. The Jianmu Divine Tree? Yi Qian retrieves the sapling of the Jianmu Divine Tree from the system space. The sapling stands approximately half a meter tall, adorned with many slender branches and broad leaves. The entire tree appears as if carved from jade, its vibrant green hue shining with a translucent brilliance. One might mistake it for a work of art if not observed closely. Upon the emergence of the Jianmu Divine Tree sapling, an unusual pressure envelopes the surrounding area within 1,000 meters, exuding an air of nobility and mystery. Even Yi Qian, in the presence of the Jianmu Divine Tree sapling, experiences an inexplicable sense of unattainability. What a marvelous sapling! It seems to carry the rules of the world, subtly transcending the regulations of this realm. This is merely a sapling. If it were to mature, what wonders might it unfold? Would it truly pierce the heavens and extend beyond this world? Curiously, Yi Qian examines the introduction of the Jianmu Divine Tree. Jianmu Divine Tree. A divine would not constrained by the rules of heaven and earth. Also known as the World Tree. A mature Jianmu Divine Tree can communicate across myriad realms. Upon reading this description, Yi Qian is taken aback. The Jianmu Divine Tree can communicate across myriad realms. What does that entail? Unfortunately, the system provides no further details, merely mentioning its ability to connect with countless worlds. It seems that only when the Jianmu Divine Tree grows will he discover its true potential. With a wave of his hand, Yi Qian plants the Jianmu Divine Tree near the Enlightenment Tea Tree. To his astonishment, the moment the Jianmu Divine Tree takes root, the Enlightenment Tea Tree, as if encountering an entity of overwhelming dread, hastily uproots itself. The Enlightenment Tea Tree disregards Yi Qian, who is resting beneath its shade. as its massive root system withdraws from the soil, swiftly retreating like an octopus. What on earth? Yi Chen is left dumbfounded. Enlightenment tea tree, are you out of your mind? It isn't until it has fled over 1,000 meters that the Enlightenment tea tree reestablishes its roots, still trembling with evident fright. Rustle, rustle. The Enlightenment tea tree shakes off its leaves. Yi Chen observes the Enlightenment tea tree and then the Jianmu divine tree, slowly understanding the situation. The level of the Jianmu divine tree is simply too high. The rules it embodies far exceed those of the Enlightenment tea tree. Both are plants, yet the Enlightenment tea tree is the pinnacle of its realm, unique within the vast wilderness, where it was previously the sole specimen. Its rarity is beyond comprehension. However, the Jianmu divine tree is different. Its rules transcend the constraints of the vast wilderness, and once matured, it may even communicate across myriad realms. The Jianmu divine tree utterly eclipses the Enlightenment tea tree. This is akin to a local feudal lord encountering a true emperor. How could one not feel fear? So that it, you timid creature, what is there to be afraid of? We are all part of the same family of trees. We should be cherishing one another. Yi Chen approaches to comfort the startled Enlightenment tea tree. Under his soothing presence, the Enlightenment tea tree gradually calms down, extending several branches toward him, yearning for at this moment. Only Yi Chen can provide it with a sense of security. The Jianmu divine tree, witnessing the Enlightenment tea tree seeking comfort, naturally becomes restless, shaking its branches and playfully appealing to Yi Chen. With no other choice, Yi Chen approaches to reassure the Jianmu divine tree as well. Pacifying its childish whims, in the future, please temper your aura a bit. Otherwise, as you grow, not just the Kunlun sacred land, but perhaps the entire wilderness will tremble in your presence. Why? Yi Chen gently advises. The Jianmu divine tree sways its branches in agreement. However, it is still too small, standing at only half a meter tall. Much must be learned gradually. Under Yi Chen's guidance, the Jianmu divine tree begins to grasp the rudiments of controlling its aura, happily bobbing its head. Having resolved the minor disturbance posed by the Jianmu divine tree, Yi Chen plants 1,005 elements Dao fruit trees in the nearby spiritual plantation for Ling San to tend to. He then materializes the divine armory pavilion and positions it within the sect. Ling Dan, come here, Yi Chen summons. Shortly after, Ling Dan appears before him. What commands does the sect master have? Ling Dan respectfully inquires with cupped hands. Yi Chen replies, you are now responsible for the affairs of the alchemy pavilion. Please handle these items. With that, he hands over 10 types of celestial flames and all the alchemical furnaces to Ling Dan for distribution. Upon receiving these treasures, Ling Dan exhibits no surprise or astonishment, for to him, whatever the sect master does is entirely expected. Given the sect master's capabilities, is it not normal to possess such items? Understood. I will make the necessary arrangements. After speaking, Ling Dan's figure gradually fades, only to reappear within the alchemy pavilion. In the past few days, the alchemists have seamlessly integrated into the working atmosphere of the alchemy pavilion. Be they novice or senior alchemists, they either immerse themselves in their craft or engage in discussions about various alchemical knowledge. Each individual experiences significant growth in the shortest possible time. Even the 4 highest-ranking celestial lords benefit immensely. Here, they have access to the finest alchemical furnaces, the highest quality materials, and an abundance of various recipes. For these alchemists, the Kunlun sacred land truly is the pinnacle of sanctuaries. To say that they would willingly perish within the alchemy pavilion would not be an exaggeration. I recently wrote a paper titled On the Impact of 500-year-old bloodjade grass on the Efficacy of Bloodjade Pills. Could any colleague spare a moment to review it? I've made a breakthrough, successfully ascending from a 6th grade alchemist to a 7th grade. So many considerations are involved in refining the Yin-Yang longevity pill. No wonder I've always failed. Within the alchemy pavilion, the atmosphere of scholarly discourse is vibrant until Ling Dan's appearance. Upon seeing him, many alchemists engaged in discussion bow their heads in respect. Ling Dan's formidable prowess is not the sole reason for their admiration. They revere him even more for his extraordinary alchemical skills. In their eyes, Ling Dan's status is second only to the sect master. I have met the pavilion master. I have encountered the pavilion master. The crowd greets him in succession. After nodding in acknowledgement, Ling Dan proclaims, everyone, please pause your activities. I have some important news to announce. Upon hearing this, whether they were still discussing alchemical techniques or actively refining, all eyes turned toward him. Once the crowd's attention is focused on him, Ling Dan waves his hand, and thousands of alchemical furnaces soar from his sleeves. Each furnace radiates brilliance, with the spirit-grade furnaces emitting the faintest glow, followed by the mysterious, royal, and sacred grades. However, the most striking are the 1,000 celestial-grade furnaces. Each celestial-grade furnace emits powerful waves of energy, enveloped in a sphere of white celestial light, akin to unmatched treasures. Alchemical furnaces? All of them are alchemical furnaces. The sheer quantity is astounding. Where did so many alchemical furnaces come from? I recall that our sect's Forge Pavilion has yet to be officially activated, right? Celestial grade. Those 1,000 furnaces are celestial grade. All alchemists present are unable to contain their excitement upon witnessing the multitude of furnaces. The impact of 1,000 celestial grade furnaces is monumental, and when combined with the original 1,000, there are now 2,000 celestial grade furnaces. Even having witnessed it firsthand, they find it hard to believe. 2,000 alchemical furnaces, this number is unprecedented, not just in the wilderness, but perhaps even in other realms. Pavilion Master, where did these come from? The quantity is staggering. Celestial Lord Hong Chung inquires, astonished. They pay little heed to the furnaces below celestial grade, as those of their caliber exclusively utilize celestial grade furnaces. However, possessing 5,000 sacred grade furnaces and 1,000 celestial grade furnaces is no small feat. Even several sacred lands working together would struggle to gather them in such a short time. Ling Dan replies nonchalantly, these were personally collected by the sect master. For him, these are trivial matters. Upon hearing this, the crowd, while still surprised, becomes significantly calmer. It's the sect master who took action. That makes sense. With the sect master around, obtaining these valuable items seems less extraordinary. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Chun has become synonymous with omniscience and omnipotence in their minds. It seems that anything unfathomable becomes normal when associated with the sect master. So that's how it is. No wonder. Celestial Lord Hong Chung appears enlightened. Alchemical furnaces cannot be used by just anyone, especially celestial-grade furnaces, which require merit. Moreover, the furnaces allocated to you will belong to you personally. This means that even if you leave the sect to train, you can take the celestial-grade furnaces with you. They will be your private possessions. Ling Dan scans the crowd, announcing the regulations regarding the use of the alchemical furnaces. With rewards come motivation. For everyone present, the prospect of owning celestial-grade furnaces is undoubtedly the most exhilarating incentive. Indeed, the crowd erupts with excitement. Is it true? Will they permanently belong to us? Transform it into our private possession? In other words, I could also have my very own celestial-grade alchemy furnace? How splendid! I have long coveted one of them. If rewards are to be granted, that shall be my choice. Everyone erupted in exuberant cheers. Until now, although many were able to utilize celestial-grade alchemy furnaces, they belonged to the sect and had no designated owner. In essence, the furnaces were communal, not the exclusive property of anyone. However, with Ling Dan instituting this new rule, they were filled with immense hope. After all, which alchemist does not yearn to possess a furnace that is solely theirs? Ling Dan was also unconcerned that they might betray the sect upon acquiring a celestial-grade furnace. For any traitor would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Ultimately, the celestial-grade furnaces would inevitably return to the Kunlun sacred land. Once the crowd had calmed slightly, Ling Dan continued, in addition to the alchemy furnaces, there are other rewards to be unveiled. Upon hearing this, anticipation and curiosity surged through the crowd. The alchemy furnaces were already astonishing. Could there truly be something even more precious? Otherwise, why would Master Ling Dan choose to reveal it later? Under the eager gazes of all, Ling Dan flipped his palm, revealing 10 orbs of light, each the size of a palm. Within each orb was a small, sealed flame, though the flames were merely fist-sized and appeared rather charming. The moment they manifested, the temperature of the entire alchemy pavilion surged exponentially. Even the spiritual energies of heaven and earth grew restless. Whoosh! The flames still burning within many alchemy furnaces began to sway, bowing in deference toward this direction, as if paying homage to the sovereign of flames. This bizarre scene caused everyone's pupils to constrict in astonishment. These 10 flames were peculiar, celestial flames. All of them were celestial flames? The esteemed Yu Xianjun instinctively gasped in disbelief. The crowd echoed in astonishment. What? Are these all celestial flames? 10 different types of celestial flames? No wonder the flames within me trembled. It turns out they were 10 celestial flames. Each type of celestial flame possesses the terrifying power to obliterate the world. If all 10 were unleashed, the devastation would be unimaginable. I seem to recognize one. That orb with a hint of light blue resembles the legendary Namingli Hua, the most intense, pure flame, akin to a miniature sun. Could it be the true fire of the sun? The azure flame flowing like an ocean must surely be the Bai Hai Qing Tian Yin. Right? Is that the Yu Luo Bing Yin? It appears to be both searingly hot and bone-chillingly cold. How enigmatic. Its flame characteristics are utterly elusive. The gazes of all present burned with unprecedented fervor, as they gathered around the 10 flames, striving to discern their identities. Each time someone identified a type of flame, waves of astonished gasps and cheers rippled through the crowd, as the Ziwei Tianhua, Ju Si Luan Hui Yin, and a series of other flames were recognized one by one. The excitement rendered many trembling with exhilaration. Numerous individuals even shed tears, and this was no exaggeration. Only alchemists truly understood the significance of these celestial flames to them.